Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 475, The Fickle Elders. Chapter 475, The Fickle Elders. To Lady Tsunade, 5th Hokage of Konoha. I plan to visit the Land of Fire soon, seek out an old friend, and stop by Konoha to pay my respects at the graves and mourn the deceased. Please do not overthink this. Amamiya Kenichi. Looking at the simple letter in her hand, Tsunade's wounds, which had only just begun to heal, showed signs of reopening. She breathed heavily in anger. Even so, it felt as if her lungs were about to explode, driving her almost mad. She gritted her teeth, stared at the letter, and slammed her hand on the table. Is this guy provoking us? Tsunade felt like she was about to die from anger. Shizun stood silently beside her, ready to use medical ninjutsu the moment Tsunade fainted. It doesn't quite fit his personality. Amamiya Kenichi never notified us before when he entered the Land of Fire or Konoha's sphere of influence, but this time, he did. Shikaka shook his head. He did not think this was a provocation. It seemed more like an attempt to build a relationship. Tsunade clenched her fists in resentment. Kenichi had now annexed the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning. The Land of Iron and other small nations no longer dared to speak loudly, fearing they would be the next to be swallowed. The biggest news in the shinobi world recently was Kenichi and the newly established nation named the Land of Flame. This nation occupied the territories of two former great countries, making its landmass vast and its threat level extremely high. Yet the daimyo of the Land of Fire remained completely silent, as quiet as a quail. The scene where the daimyo of the four great nations had jointly issued a mission with great vigor to crusade against Kenichi and the newly born Land of Flame had vanished. They seemed to have suddenly learned humility and become much more restrained. All issued missions had been cancelled, and they even dealt perfunctorily with the Konoha ninja sent to request financial subsidies for the war. The money they gave was less than half of what had been requested, making Tsunade so furious that she wanted to rush over and kill the daimyo of the Land of Fire directly. As for the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, he was likely already dead. They did not know what the daimyo of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth were thinking, but it was probably not much different. Did Tsunade not understand what those people were thinking? Weren't they simply seeing that the combined forces of the four great nations had been toyed with by the Land of Flame, and that the four Kage had been severely injured, so they wanted to wait for a better offer? After all, if they could not resist, those people would quickly find a way to continue enjoying their current special status. Tsunade felt that if Kenichi entered and occupied the Land of Fire at this moment, perhaps in the very next second, every town in the Land of Fire outside Konoha's sphere of influence would voluntarily change its name to the Land of Flame. This guy, just notify them about this. For now, don't inform the fourth Raikage, eh? Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand. Currently, the fourth Raikage, was in Konoha. He had brought all of Kimogakure's remaining forces to seek refuge with them. Tsunade knew what intended to do. He definitely planned to fight Kenichi to the end. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to come directly to Konoha in the Land of Fire. Coming here also meant that he wanted to unite with Konoha to resist the Land of Flame's annexation. However, because their numbers were too large, they had not been fully integrated into Konoha. Instead, they had settled in the town nearest to Konoha. Even so, and Killer Bee often came to Konoha to find her, discussing how to deal with the madman Kenichi. I understand. Shikaka nodded knowingly. He knew what Tsunade meant. The Hokage-sama already had some other thoughts in her mind. At this point, it was not a huge problem to say that Kenichi, that madman, was now commanding the entire shinobi world. The four ninja villages had suffered heavy losses in the previous war and had almost no ability to resist. Kenichi had swept through the Land of Lightning, yet Kimogakure and the hot-headed fourth Raikage, did not dare to utter a single word. Instead, they had fled to the Land of Fire, hoping to unite with Konoha and resist the Land of Flame's annexation. But the problem was that on that previous battlefield, the invincibility of the Land of Flame ninja had been suffocating. In Konoha, only a few members of the Uchiha clan could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and they were elites among elites. But in the Land of Flame, Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to be as common as dirt. Almost everyone had one. How were they supposed to fight that? They would be controlled by a barrage of Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu before they could even make a move. By the time they regained consciousness, they would already be gone. Even elite ninja would find it incredibly difficult to face so many Mangekyo Sharingan users at once, especially when their ocular abilities were bizarre and unpredictable. If they tried to probe, they might only get one chance before they disappeared. Even the Five Tails had been suppressed and left completely unable to resist. Add Orochimaru, Kenichi, and the other Akatsuki members into the equation, and even a ninja like Shikaku would feel despair when facing such a force. The opponent's direct power was too strong. It crushed them with an open and overwhelming approach, leaving no room for schemes or tricks. I won't fall for your schemes. I'll just sweep through everything. What can you do? If you have the strength, resist. If not, surrender. It was that simple. Moreover, Tsunade and Reikage had not fully recovered yet, so clashing with Kenichi again would be even harder. The fact that Kenichi could even use Edo Tensei on Uchiha Madara made him even more insurmountable. After thinking about it again and again, it seemed there was only one path left. Otherwise, Konoha in the Land of Fire would likely suffer the same fate as Kirigakure in the Land of Water. Tsunade clenched her fists with a conflicted expression, lost in thought. Shikaku had some guesses, but he could not say anything about such matters. He could only let Tsunade come to her own conclusion. After all, Tsunade was Konoha's fifth Hokage, and she was responsible for the entire village. Such major decisions regarding Konoha's direction were beyond the interference of others. However, Shikaku walked out and went downstairs. There, he saw the anxiously waiting Konoha elders, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. The two elders seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When they saw him, they hurried over. Shikaku, what has Tsunade decided? Koharu asked eagerly. Shikaku knew what they wanted to ask, so he shook his head. Koharu and Hamura sighed. They said nothing and turned to leave. Shikaku watched the retreating figures of the two elders in silence. Lady Tsunade, while you are still considering Konoha's honor, these two elders are practically eager to surrender Konoha directly and join the Land of Flame. This is truly something to behold. Shikaku chuckled self-deprecatingly. Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the shinobi world, was actually beginning to consider how to surrender after the reigns of 5 Hokage. If the first Hokage knew, he would surely be surprised, wouldn't he? But what did that have to do with Shikaku and the others? Although a ninja village was called a village, it was essentially a collection of interests. Various families in the shinobi world gathered together due to common interests, forming a ninja village. Then they elected a Hokage to maintain the interests of the ninja village and the families. The ninja village and the families were both partners and competitors. Everyone had seen the suppression of the families by the second and third Hokage. Their balancing acts had been very skillful, and the various families could only grudgingly accept them for the sake of their own interests. After all, the continuation of the family was the most important matter. Even if Konoha ceased to exist, as long as the families remained, their lineage would continue. The only difference would be that their leader changed. The Inoshikacho clans and the Hyuga clan were already prepared to pledge loyalty to the new ruler. This was the fundamental method of ensuring the continuation of their families. As for the Will of Fire, it was merely a slogan the third Hokage had used to consolidate morale. It's a good thing we didn't get involved in the methods Kimogakure tried to use earlier. Otherwise, we might be held accountable later. Shikaku rubbed the back of his head, then turned and walked back to his home. It was time to prepare. Hey, have you heard? They say all the big men in our village now have a bug in their heads. In the Land of Flame, a strange rumor spread. The skinny man spreading the rumor swore that he had personally seen a bug crawl out of those people's heads. Oh. A big man wiped the sweat from his forehead, responded indifferently, then continued carrying cargo unloaded from the freighter, quickly heading toward the warehouse. The scorching sun beat down, and the man's sweat continuously dripped onto the ground, leaving damp marks behind him. Hey, aren't you curious? That's a bug. Do normal people have bugs in their heads? The skinny man asked suspiciously. The thought of a bug in his own head made him feel uncomfortable all over, as if something were crawling in his brain, making him constantly reach up to scratch. What does that have to do with me? I just want to make money right now. The big man walked back. He still wanted to move more goods while there was cargo here. After that, he had to go home and help with the farm work. The elder said that this year, the Land of Flame would not plant the old crops, but instead, better immortal crops. They were supposedly cultivated by the ninja masters using chakra, and they were amazing. 666 kilometers of land could yield much more rice. Moreover, the masters had exempted many taxes. His wife had calculated at home that they would pay much less money in a year. That meant more food for the family, and even spare money to buy new clothes for their son. Their son was already 8 years old and was still wearing clothes patched together from things they had found in the trash. That would not do. The little guy was about to go to school and could not be looked down upon by others. The thought that his hard work could buy his son an extra set of clothes and add a piece of pork to their dinner table filled the big man with motivation. The masters were good masters. Ever since the Land of Water became the Land of Flame, the daimyo had disappeared, and the new masters treated them very well. Various tax policies were set very low, and there were other welfare subsidies. Now, they no longer had to worry about ninja masters killing people arbitrarily. The country had laws prohibiting ninja from casually killing ordinary people like them. This was great news. Before, whenever they saw a ninja master, they would tremble all over, fearing that the ninja master would kill them if they were in a bad mood. Now things were good. They finally did not have to be afraid. You idiot. You deserve to have bugs gnawing at your brain. The skinny man angrily spat. This guy. This was explosive news he had heard from others. As he was speaking, the man felt someone hit him. He turned his head and saw an old man with white hair behind him, panting as he struck him with a cane. I'll beat you to death, you shameless thing. The new masters are so good, and you dare say they have bugs in their heads. I think you're the one with bugs in your head. The enraged old man chased after the skinny man. The man ran away while covering his head. But there was nothing he could do. This old man was too senior. He could not even curse him back. Watching the skinny man flee in disarray, the old man stopped, panting heavily and leaning on his cane. You bastard. If I see you again, I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch. This is what you call living. I'd even wish to live a few more days just to enjoy this peace. The old man grumbled, and the surrounding people burst into laughter. People worked diligently at the sun-scorched dock, their eyes filled with longing and hope for the future. The old man is right. This life now is much better than before. So what if bugs rule us? The big man shouted. He used to work himself to death every day just to barely get by. This life now was something he could not even dream of before. In a house in the distance, a man stood by the window, watching the scene outside. Sir, do you need us to arrest the person spreading the rumor? A land of flame ninja asked softly. He could easily apprehend an ordinary person. No need. Sir sent you here to prevent invading ninja, not to bother with these brainless hooligans. The town's governor calmly shook his head. These fools were not worth wasting time on. He knew there was something in his head, but it did not affect him in any way. It even helped him train ninjutsu. He was content. Moreover, the master had increased their wages. They only needed to work honestly to live a prosperous life, and they did not have to do those shameful things against their conscience. He had nothing to be dissatisfied with. As for those who spread rumors, even if their rumors spread throughout the land of flame, they would not cause any ripples. When you hold the people in your heart, the people will hold you high. The thought of this sentence filled the man's heart with excitement and emotion. This nation, this newly born nation, was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, Black Zetsu. Chapter 476, Black Zetsu. This should be the place. Kenichi looked at the scenery before him and compared it to the map in his hand. If his calculations were correct, this should be it. But why could he not find anything? A smile played at the corner of Kenichi's lips. Of course he could not find it. Kenichi was doing it on purpose. In fact, when Kenichi saw the note Black Zetsu had given him, he knew what Black Zetsu wanted to do. That was why he came over to play along. He wanted to use this method to gain enough time to develop himself and evolve his eyes into the Rinnegan. By then, even if he had to face Madara, Kenichi would have more confidence. Moreover, this would prevent Black Zetsu from completely turning hostile and flipping the table. Although Kenichi did not know what Black Zetsu could do if he flipped the table, Black Zetsu had, after all, lived for so many years. He should have some trump cards. So, until his strength became truly formidable, Kenichi planned to play it safe. Nevertheless, saying that did not stop Kenichi from teasing Black Zetsu a little. Even though Black Zetsu did not know that Kenichi already knew all of his plans, Kenichi still felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. He knew Black Zetsu was trying to fool him, yet he had to obediently pretend to be fooled. That was why Kenichi decided to play a trick on Black Zetsu and make him anxious. Without even thinking, Kenichi knew that Black Zetsu was definitely hiding somewhere around him, waiting to guide him to that place. But he deliberately pretended to be lost, making Black Zetsu anxious. He also wanted to see how good Black Zetsu's hiding ability really was, and whether Black Zetsu would expose any flaws when he became impatient. If he did, could Kenichi catch him? It would not be too troublesome. He only needed Black Zetsu to appear. Then he could use his analysis Mangekyo to analyze Black Zetsu's body composition and record it. This might allow him to quickly find a hidden Black Zetsu in the future with the help of the analysis Mangekyo. Thinking about it, it actually seemed quite feasible. These were all things Kenichi planned to test. Of course, seeing Black Zetsu frustrated was also one of his main goals. Kenichi simply wanted to see Black Zetsu so angry that smoke seemed ready to pour from his ears. That would definitely be very interesting. Is this not it? Kenichi looked ahead with a confused expression. He deliberately took the wrong path, finding a place that looked somewhat similar to the map, but was not the exact location. Naturally, he could not find any clues there. Until the afternoon, Kenichi did not feel anything unusual. The surroundings were quiet, with no one around. There was only the sound of wind blowing through the trees and birds chirping. Other than that, there was nothing. Kenichi also did not see anything resembling Black Zetsu, which made him a little frustrated. Was Black Zetsu really that patient? But thinking about it, it did seem plausible. So many years had passed since Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed, but Black Zetsu had always been very patient. If he had not been patient, he probably would have been found and killed by the Sage of Six Paths long ago. Kenichi walked back to the starting point and searched again from the beginning. This time, he found the location marked on the map. It was a hidden place. Inside, there was a broken stone tablet that had been reassembled, with some things recorded on it. However, after activating his Mangekyo, Kenichi saw different content. The content was not extensive, but it explained the Eye of the Moon plan. It also described the beauty of the Eye of the Moon plan, stating that it could bring eternal peace to the shinobi world. A beautiful plan where everyone could find happiness and no longer need to quarrel with one another. Well, it sounded quite realistic. After all, if everyone were converted into mindless white Zetsu, then naturally, there would be no more wars. If everyone was dead, then naturally, they would not feel unhappy and would no longer need to argue with each other. There was indeed nothing wrong with that statement. Moreover, in the current terrible shinobi world, this plan actually possessed a certain allure. It could be said that if Kenichi did not know the true nature of the Eye of the Moon plan, did not know the plot of the anime, and was only an ordinary ninja in the Naruto world, then he might genuinely be attracted to this plan. Because it really did look beautiful. The Eye of the Moon plan. Kenichi pretended to be shocked, muttering to himself. What do you think of this plan? A hoarse voice sounded. Immediately afterward, Kenichi saw Black Zetsu emerge from the shadows beside him. Kenichi's pupils constricted. He had not felt anything unusual just now, but Black Zetsu had simply appeared like that. This guy's hiding ability was truly strong to an outrageous degree. You are. Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu. He had seen Black Zetsu before, but the current situation was different, so he definitely had to pretend. However, the Mangekyo in Kenichi's eyes also flickered. He was analyzing Black Zetsu's body composition, hoping to use this method to find Black Zetsu in the future. But what he did not expect was Black Zetsu's extremely violent reaction. The moment Kenichi used his Mangekyo, Black Zetsu immediately hid behind the stone tablet. Amamiya Kenichi, don't be so agitated. He, I am Uchiha Madara's will. Black Zetsu looked at Kenichi warily. The abilities of Mangekyo Sharingan techniques varied wildly, and Black Zetsu did not know what Kenichi's eye technique was. But he had seen Kenichi use this technique to annihilate one of Tsunade's hands. He did not want to be annihilated like that. So it was better to be careful. Uchiha Madara's will. Kenichi became even more shocked when he heard that. But then, without hesitation, he opened his mouth. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Surging flames spewed forth, instantly engulfing the stone tablet. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Black Zetsu quickly burrowed underground and avoided the attack. At the same time, he could not help cursing several times in his mind. Amamiya Kenichi, this lunatic. What was with starting a fight at the slightest disagreement? Should he not be listening to him explain things right now? Get out and die. Uchiha Madara. The previous battle isn't over yet. Kenichi said angrily, though there was some genuine emotion in that anger. After all, he had indeed been messed up by Madara before. If Tsunade and the others had not mistakenly thought Madara was on his side, he really did not know how that battle would have turned out. If the three Kage and Madara had attacked him together, Kenichi might not even have been able to pull out the atomic bomb. Achieving such a battle outcome would have become an extremely uncertain matter. Amamiya Kenichi, don't you want this terrible world to return to peace? Black Zetsu's angry voice echoed in this hidden dwelling. One could hear his exasperation. Kenichi also gave up the idea of continuing to tease Black Zetsu. If he kept teasing him like this, Black Zetsu might truly turn hostile. Then the purpose of this visit would be lost. Peace. Of course I want to achieve peace. Kenichi calmed down and spoke softly. Black Zetsu also emerged from behind the stone tablet. That's right. Peace. As you've seen, our Uchiha clan's ancestors discovered a ninjutsu that can bring peace to the entire shinobi world and make people eternally happy. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu's voice was extremely alluring. Caught off guard, Kenichi actually thought Black Zetsu's words made sense. But then he immediately realized something was wrong. How could he possibly think that? Did Black Zetsu possess some ability to bewitch people? Although he was not sure, Kenichi still became extremely cautious. Infinite Tsukuyomi? I don't need that. I can achieve peace in the shinobi world on my own. Kenichi spoke resolutely. Black Zetsu paused for a few seconds upon hearing this. Now that I have annexed the land of water and the land of lightning, I only need to annex the remaining 3 great nations, and all the other small countries will submit to me. Then peace will come. Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu with a half-smile. He intended to see how Black Zetsu planned to convince him to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu must have seen that Obito was dead and that Madara could not be revived yet, so he planned to use Kenichi as a breakthrough. This was equivalent to treating him like a fool. Will peace truly come that way? Amamiya Kenichi, look at this world yourself. Is peace really so easy to achieve? The desires in people's hearts are unstoppable. Such peace cannot last long. Black Zetsu chuckled strangely. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. What Black Zetsu said was indeed true. Human desires were endless. When people had no money, they wanted money. When they had money, they wanted power. When they had both money and power, they wanted eternal life. Ancient emperors were all like this. In his previous life, Kenichi once had a junior high school classmate. In junior high, because his family background was not good, he studied hard and got into the city's top high school at the time. When he reached high school, he was also diligent. But suddenly, their urban village house was marked for demolition. Based on their house, they received several apartments and several million. Suddenly, he had money, and he started to live wildly. In the end, he only got into a third-tier university for the college entrance exam. But that was not the main point. The main point was that after his family got money, they lived a life of debauchery and excess. Then they started to feel empty, eventually touched drugs, lost all their family wealth, and became a notorious example discussed by everyone at the time. If a person had money, power, and various other things, then also became immortal, who knew what that person's desires would become? If he decided to destroy the world, then it would become a huge mess. But I only need to live long enough. Kenichi waved his hand indifferently. There were many ways to achieve immortality. The simplest was to learn living corpse reincarnation from his teacher, Orochimaru. By changing bodies, one could live forever. It was very convenient. But is that true peace? You were once an orphan. You should know what war has brought to this world. Black Zetsu was a bit annoyed. Kenichi, this guy, why was he not like that idiot Madara? He should have simply believed the stone tablet and listened to him. Instead, he insisted on debating, which annoyed Black Zetsu somewhat. I know. I grew up in an orphanage, and I've seen the misfortune of many people and many children. That is why I want to change this world. Kenichi spoke naturally. Black Zetsu fell silent upon hearing this. Why did this guy seem so unyielding? Think about it. How pitiful are those children who lost their parents. But in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, their parents won't die, and their lives will have no regrets. This is a plan that allows everyone to be happy. Black Zetsu coaxed him. Now that Obito was probably dead, Black Zetsu needed other help to rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki. Because of that, he was very patient. Kenichi remained silent, feigning contemplation. In reality, he had already decided to agree to Black Zetsu directly later. However, to prevent Black Zetsu from suspecting that he had agreed too quickly, Kenichi planned to delay. That way, his hesitation could ease Black Zetsu's inner doubts. How is your consideration going? My main body, Uchiha Madara, is also implementing this plan. Once it succeeds, you and my main body will become the gods of this world, bringing eternal peace to this world. Black Zetsu continued. Kenichi struggled as he raised his head to look at Black Zetsu. This plan, is it really feasible? How far has it progressed? Kenichi asked tentatively. Seeing this, Black Zetsu became pleased. Kenichi was tempted. That meant his persuasion plan had a greater chance of success. Once his mother was released, both Madara and Kenichi would die. Of course it's feasible. Now we only need to capture the 9-tailed beasts, then use the Rinnegan to summon the Ghetto statue and let the Ghetto statue absorb the 9-tailed beasts. Then this plan can be executed. Black Zetsu spoke excitedly. 9-tailed beasts. But the 3 tails and 5 tails are already dead. Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu with surprise. Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. This bastard. Of course he knew the 3 tails and 5 tails were dead. Was that not this bastard's doing? But it did not matter. As long as the plan could succeed, he could endure. It doesn't matter. Tailed beasts don't truly die. They will revive after some time. Then, starting from the 1 tail, we can capture them and execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu continued. Kenichi pondered for a while after hearing this. Finally, under Black Zetsu's repeated persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to Black Zetsu's Eye of the Moon plan and became the new executor of the plan. Amamiya Kenichi, let us create a new era together. He he he. Black Zetsu smiled triumphantly. Yes. A new era. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Black Zetsu, Stable, Stable. Chapter 477, Black Zetsu, Stable, Stable. Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu with a benevolent smile. Black Zetsu was happy because he felt that his plan had succeeded. Kenichi was also happy because he felt that his own plan had succeeded. As long as Black Zetsu and Madara did not cause trouble during this period and gave Kenichi enough time to improve his strength, Kenichi would have the confidence to turn hostile in the future. Moreover, did this count as infiltrating the enemy's ranks? After all, Black Zetsu had no idea that Kenichi actually knew the truth about the Eye of the Moon plan. He also knew that the ultimate goal of this plan was to unseal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Such an information gap was enough to give Kenichi an absolute advantage when facing Black Zetsu. Amamiya Kenichi, what do you plan to do next? Black Zetsu walked over, smiling as he looked at Kenichi. He was very satisfied with Kenichi as a partner. After all, Kenichi's strength was good, and he was still alive. He could even kill the 5 tails and 3 tails now, subtly showing the potential to become the overlord of the shinobi world. As long as he cooperated with Kenichi, Black Zetsu felt that once the tailed beasts revived, his mother could be liberated within a few days. Kenichi did not answer immediately. Instead, he pretended to think for a moment. He also needed to use this method to reassure Black Zetsu. If he immediately knew what to do next, would that not prove he had been prepared all along? That might become a reason for Black Zetsu to suspect him. Any small oversight was unacceptable. Kenichi did not want to reveal any flaw at this moment of success and be discovered by Black Zetsu. If that happened, all his current preparations would become useless. If I want to execute this Eye of the Moon plan, then I think it's necessary to first unify all 5 great nations. Once they are unified, all these tailed beast Jinchuriki will be under my control. Once the 3 tails and 5 tails revive, I can execute the Eye of the Moon plan and inject all the tailed beasts, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails, into the ghetto statue. Kenichi explained his plan and felt that this method was quite feasible. Black Zetsu was not too surprised when he heard this, but he still looked at Kenichi with some astonishment. He had not expected this madman, Kenichi, to actually be thinking of unifying the 5 great nations. Even Hashirama, who had once dominated the entire shinobi world, had not achieved this. However, after thinking about it carefully, Black Zetsu realized that Kenichi was indeed doing exactly that. He had truly been trying to unify all 5 great nations. First, he occupied the land of water. Now, he had occupied the land of lightning. This guy had been moving step by step toward his goal. He, I really didn't expect you to be so crazy. You know, even Senju Hashirama, the opponent of my main body, Uchiha Madara, couldn't do what you're doing now. Black Zetsu let out a sinister laugh. His heart was filled with smugness. The more unique Kenichi's ideas were, and the grander his ambition became, the stronger Black Zetsu's sense of accomplishment would be after deceiving him. Even powerful figures like Madara and Kenichi were now fighting for the Eye of the Moon plan because of his sweet words. Just thinking of this made Black Zetsu feel incredibly comfortable. An indescribable sense of satisfaction rose within him, and his gaze toward Kenichi became increasingly mocking. Kenichi naturally noticed the mockery in Black Zetsu's eyes. But Kenichi did not care. Because Black Zetsu was on the 1st floor, while he was actually on the 5th. But if you want to execute this Eye of the Moon plan, then how are your preparations going? It can't be that I'm completely on my own, can it? Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu and asked. He needed to learn from Black Zetsu how far their preparations had progressed. He also needed to see whether Black Zetsu had any other hidden cards. Kenichi did not want a repeat of what had happened before, where Madara suddenly intervened in the battle and caught him off guard. It was best to nip such uncontrollable factors in the bud. That would also make the smooth implementation of Kenichi's later plans easier. About that. Black Zetsu hesitated. He suddenly thought of that underground base, the one he could not detect no matter how hard he tried. That strange place was peculiar. Even someone like Black Zetsu could not find any abnormalities there, which made him somewhat worried. He had even thought before about letting Kenichi deal with that base. But now that Kenichi was on his side, Black Zetsu hesitated over whether to tell him about this matter. My main body, Uchiha Madara, has already mastered the final elements needed to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. All you need to do next is capture all the tailed beasts, and then our plan can be successfully implemented. Black Zetsu finally decided to first say some good news to stabilize Kenichi. He wanted to avoid making Kenichi feel unwilling to cooperate with them. After all, if Kenichi could not be brought to their side, then Kenichi would become the biggest obstacle to their plan. Now that Obito and Madara were still in the Pure Land, Black Zetsu had no better partner. So, besides unifying and integrating the 5 great nations, is there anything else you need me to do? Kenichi asked Black Zetsu. He had a feeling that Black Zetsu's expression and eyes were a little off. But Black Zetsu's face was naturally black, so no obvious expression could be seen. However, when Kenichi asked just now, he keenly noticed that Black Zetsu's eyes had looked a little strange, as if something was being hidden from him. This made Kenichi somewhat confused. He was now a little worried that something uncontrollable was happening in the shadows. If you're asking about that, then. Black Zetsu looked at Kenichi, feeling somewhat conflicted over whether to tell him. After all, if he did not say anything, he could not explore that base alone. But if he did tell Kenichi, it might affect the entire Eye of the Moon plan. After much deliberation, Black Zetsu finally made his decision. If possible, I hope you can use Edo Tensei to reanimate my main body, Uchiha Madara. I have some matters that require my main body to handle. Black Zetsu ultimately decided not to tell Kenichi about it. He planned to let Edo Tensei Madara investigate the situation of that base first. That base might have been founded by members of the Otsutsuki clan, just like his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. If it really was the Otsutsuki clan, then even Kenichi might be somewhat powerless. Edo Tensei Madara. That shouldn't be a problem, but I'll need you to provide me with some of Madara's body tissue so I can perform the Edo Tensei operation. Kenichi looked into Black Zetsu's eyes and felt the unease in his heart growing stronger. But if it was just reanimating Madara, then that was still within a range Kenichi could accept. After all, Kenichi also wanted to see whether Madara, who had evolved into the Rinnegan through his talent and effort, had any genetic mutations in his body. That would help confirm Kenichi's idea. If it could be successfully verified, then once the clones Kenichi was cultivating grew up, he would be able to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and then evolve into the Rinnegan. Although based on his research, Kenichi believed his idea should not have any problems. Because Madara's process of evolving from Sharingan to Rinnegan was, in essence, a phenomenon of atavism in the Otsutsuki bloodline. That naturally isn't a problem. Then let's meet at the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Lightning. I'll bring part of my main body's tissue then. Black Zetsu readily agreed. He was now eager to understand that base. Black Zetsu wanted to know who was inside that base. Who had founded it? They were hiding so deeply. What exactly were they concealing? The thought that his every move might be watched made Black Zetsu's heart chill. Now that Kenichi had agreed to cooperate with him, Kenichi was no longer his immediate concern. The threat Black Zetsu most wanted to resolve now was that base. It seems something interesting has happened. Kenichi watched Black Zetsu leave in a hurry and keenly sensed that something had changed. He was not sure what exactly had changed yet. But it did not matter. He would find out sooner or later. But I remember that in the Naruto plot, there wasn't anything that could make Black Zetsu this anxious and uneasy. So what exactly happened? Kenichi shook his head and looked at the dilapidated dwelling. Black Zetsu refused to say, and Kenichi had no choice now but to return to the Land of Lightning and wait for Black Zetsu to deliver Madara's body tissue. No matter what happened, Kenichi believed that as long as his strength was sufficient, all problems would stop being problems. After leaving the hidden dwelling, Kenichi glanced at Konoha in the distance. Konoha still looked the same, but the walls seemed to have been significantly reinforced. Kenichi looked at Konoha with a playful expression. I'm really curious. What choice will you make? Upon returning to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Lightning, Kenichi met an unexpected person. Uchiha Hikari, who had somehow traveled from the Land of Flame to the Land of Lightning. When he saw Hikari, Kenichi could not help showing a surprised expression. Then that surprise quickly turned into bewilderment and a hint of dread. Because he saw 2 scrolls tied to Hikari's waist. And Hikari was smiling at him. Kenichi's heart could not help trembling. He thought of the gifts he had received from Hikari before. Although Kenichi was very grateful for Hikari's affection for him, sometimes this affection was simply too much. So much that Kenichi felt a little overwhelmed. Ah, this. Hikari, when did you get here? Kenichi walked over with a wry smile. As soon as he approached, Hikari slapped 2 scrolls into Kenichi's hands. Kenichi stared at the 2 scrolls in his hands, a little stunned, because he saw 2 words written on them. The first scroll said, socks. The second scroll said, military rations pills. Kenichi did not even need to open the scrolls to know that they were probably stuffed full. Hikari's personality had always been like that. Whether she had been making gloves or scarves for him before, Hikari always made an excessive amount, as if she wanted Kenichi to change them daily. However, looking at these items, Kenichi still felt a bit troubled. Socks were fine. Even if he wore 1 pair a day, they would last for quite some time. But what about all those military rations pills? And how had Kenichi not known that Hikari could make military rations pills? Big brother Amamiya, these are my gifts for you. Hikari smiled happily. Looking at Hikari like this, Kenichi really could not bring himself to refuse. He could only accept them. After all, military rations pills were filling. In the future, when he was conducting experiments, he might have to spend long hours in the laboratory. These military rations pills would be perfect for supplementing his needs there. Thank you, Hikari. As Kenichi said this, he saw his teacher, Orochimaru, walking over from not far away. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Kenichi noticed that his teacher's face seemed to show some hesitation. This made Kenichi curious. Had his teacher encountered something? However, the war situation was now stable. The Land of Lightning had already been annexed by them, and Kenichi currently had no intention of expanding outward. After all, if he wanted to expand, he would inevitably clash with the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Kenichi currently wanted to first stabilize the situation in the Land of Lightning and, incidentally, survey it to see where there might be uranium ore for making nuclear weapons. So during this period, Kenichi had not assigned any tasks to his teacher. If that was the case, then what was with the hesitation on Orochimaru's face? Hikari, please wait for me over there. Kenichi hurried over. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 478, Chapter 478, Orochimaru, I want to die. Chapter 478, Orochimaru, I want to die. Teacher, what's wrong? Kenichi looked at Orochimaru in front of him. Orochimaru seemed somewhat conflicted. There was even a subtle difficulty in speaking, which made Kenichi's expression turn strange. Could it be that after his teacher changed bodies, some strange physical reaction had begun to appear? After all, Kenichi knew that a normal female body had its own biological cycles, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Because Orochimaru had used living corpse reincarnation to switch into Yuki's body several years ago, and Kenichi did not think he would have failed to deal with that issue during all these years. After all, Yuki had been a normal girl. Although her soul had been replaced, her body had not changed. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Orochimaru had conducted some incredible research to remove that function. Kenichi, I remember you know a resurrection ninjutsu, right? Orochimaru looked at Kenichi, his vertical pupils carrying a trace of scrutiny and hesitation. Kenichi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then nodded. He did indeed know a resurrection ninjutsu, one's own life reincarnation. Kenichi had also tried researching other resurrection ninjutsu before, but currently, because his eyes had not yet become eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his own resurrection ninjutsu was still only in the conceptual stage. I want to go die for a bit. Orochimaru revealed a faint, crazy smile. Kenichi stared blankly at his teacher. What did he mean, he wanted to go die for a bit? Teacher, do you mean you want to research the Pure Land yourself? Kenichi looked at Orochimaru with a strange gaze. He was not surprised that his teacher had this idea. It did seem like something Orochimaru would do. But Kenichi felt that it was a bit unnecessary. He had no plans to research the Pure Land for now, because Amato-sanzo had already researched it before. But Amato could not research anything. Or rather, he had researched something, but then he had immediately been taken over by the Sage of Six Paths, who had then subtly threatened Orochimaru and Kenichi. Later, Amato had been resurrected, but he did not remember much about the Pure Land. His memory had directly suffered problems. The Sage of Six Paths likely had significant schemes in the Pure Land. Kenichi even suspected that the Sage of Six Paths might be preserving his full strength there. Yes, and no. Orochimaru rarely sighed. He silently looked into the distance, his eyes somewhat obscure. Kenichi became a little interested. He understood his teacher's personality very well. For Orochimaru, as long as there was endless knowledge and ninjutsu to pursue in this world, then the world was full of color. So, seeing Orochimaru sigh like this now was quite out of character. What exactly had happened to his teacher? However, in the end, Orochimaru did not say why he wanted to die, nor did he say what his purpose was in going to the Pure Land. This made Kenichi feel as if a million ants were crawling through his heart. His curiosity was almost uncontrollable. But since his teacher would not say, he could not do anything about it. These two, both of them are riddle masters. Kenichi watched his teachers departing back and clenched his fists. His teacher was like this, and Black Zetsu was the same. They clearly had something to say, but they just refused to say it, making Kenichi feel incredibly uncomfortable. Could it be that teacher discovered he had developed some strange emotional impulse? Or did he realize something in his current body was affecting his mind? Is that why he's so angry that he wants to go to the Pure Land and fight the Sage of Six Paths? Kenichi maliciously speculated. But in the end, it was only a guess. As for what exactly had happened to his teacher, he still did not know. Riddle masters, get out of the Land of Lightning. He, I didn't expect you to know resurrection ninjutsu. Black Zetsu's eerie, strange laugh came from nearby. Kenichi could not help rolling his eyes. When did this guy arrive? He still had not noticed anything. Neither had his teacher. It had to be said that Black Zetsu was truly annoying. Kenichi knew without asking that his conversation with Orochimaru just now had been overheard by Black Zetsu. Fortunately, he had not said anything else at the time. It seemed he would have to be more careful when speaking in the future, preferably communicating on an airship. I do know some. Are you planning to resurrect your main body, Uchiha Madara? Kenichi asked Black Zetsu with a smile. Black Zetsu did not seem surprised to hear this. Instead, he let out a strange giggle. However, he did have some thoughts in his mind. After all, if Kenichi really knew resurrection ninjutsu, then perhaps Madara could be resurrected without the Rinnegan. And a resurrected Madara? Forget it. Now is not the time. Black Zetsu shook his head. Now was not a very good time to resurrect Madara. After all, if Madara were resurrected now, then when he went to investigate that base, some unforeseen circumstances might occur. An Edo Tensei Madara had almost infinite chakra. In such a situation, Madara could freely expend ninjutsu without worrying about life or death. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. If now was not the right time, then when did Black Zetsu consider the best time? Kenichi took a deep look at Black Zetsu. He now increasingly felt that Black Zetsu was hiding something important from him. But never mind. That was not the main point now. Then did you bring Madara's body tissue? You know that using Edo Tensei requires a sacrifice, right? Kenichi asked Black Zetsu. He knew this step was Black Zetsu's way of testing whether he was truly cooperating. If Kenichi kept dragging his feet and was unwilling to resurrect Madara, Black Zetsu might have some other fallback plans. He was not sure. Of course. I've already brought you the sacrifice, and I've also found the body tissue of my main body. Black Zetsu chuckled strangely, then took out a finger from his body and handed it to Kenichi. Kenichi raised an eyebrow after taking it. He did not say anything, but Black Zetsu knew what he meant. Kenichi was asking him for a sacrifice. This made Black Zetsu want to complain a little. Could Kenichi not get something like a sacrifice himself? However, although Black Zetsu was a little displeased, he was cooperating with Kenichi now, so he ultimately held back. Then, Kenichi saw a white Zetsu emerge from Black Zetsu's body. That white Zetsu looked dull and unintelligent. Black Zetsu made the white Zetsu walk to Kenichi's side, then chuckled strangely and told him that this was the sacrifice he had prepared. How strong is this thing? You should know that the strength of a person revived through Edo Tensei is somewhat connected to the strength of the sacrifice itself. If you only provide a genin, then your main body won't be very strong after being revived through Edo Tensei. Kenichi looked at the white Zetsu in front of him. He knew of the existence of white Zetsu, but he had to admit that seeing one emerge from Black Zetsu's body was still a bit unsettling. Don't worry. This sacrifice has the strength of a powerful ninja. Black Zetsu spoke in a strange tone. Then he quietly watched Kenichi, wanting to see what Kenichi planned to do. Kenichi glanced at Black Zetsu and said nothing more. Instead, he picked up Madara's finger and immediately began performing Edo Tensei. Throughout the entire process, Kenichi's movements were very natural. Then the face of Edo Tensei Madara slowly began to emerge. But then Kenichi frowned slightly, because he discovered that Madara's face had not fully appeared. This proved that the current Edo Tensei Madara could not be reincarnated. In other words, an Edo Tensei Madara already existed in this world, which had caused this situation. Kenichi could not help glancing at Black Zetsu again. Sure enough, this guy had backup plans. Black Zetsu did not show any embarrassment when he saw Kenichi looking at him. He merely chuckled. Then Kenichi discovered that Madara's face had completely appeared. Oh, perhaps there are also delays in Edo Tensei from the Pure Land. Black Zetsu smiled. Kenichi also smiled. Of course, he did not believe Black Zetsu's words. But since they were nominally cooperating, he did not say anything and continued completing the Edo Tensei ninjutsu. It was not until the final step, where the coffin needed to be summoned, that Black Zetsu interrupted Kenichi's operation. He smiled and embraced the coffin. That's enough for now. My main body still has some things to deal with, so we'll see each other later. Black Zetsu nodded in satisfaction. Then, without him making any visible move, the coffin disappeared. Kenichi glanced at Black Zetsu, but did not say anything more. He simply watched Black Zetsu disappear from his sight. Then Kenichi also left. He planned to go see what had happened to his teacher. So, even the Land of Lightning has become that guy's territory now. In Iwagakure, Anoki sat on a sickbed, calmly looking into the distance. His eyes showed no discernible sadness, anger, or any other emotion. But all the ninja present silently lowered their heads. In this war, the Iwagakure ninja led by Anoki had been almost completely wiped out. Even Katsuchi had not returned. The only one who returned was Kuratsuchi. But after Kuratsuchi returned, she had become silent and melancholic. Even when Iwagakure's elder council went to see her, she did not say a word. And now, even Inoki was severely wounded. For a while, all the ninja present did not know what to do. What do you all think? Inoki looked toward a corner of the sick room. 3 people stood there. They were Iwagakure's elder council. In Iwagakure, besides him, the Tsuchikage, these 3 held the highest authority. The 3 elders exchanged glances, but they said nothing. Silence continued to echo through the luxurious sick room. After seeing this, Inoki seemed to understand something. He could not help sighing. He wanted to say something, but then he thought of the ninja who had left the village with him and never returned. What about Kimogakure? What about Kimogakure's ninja? And the 4th Reikage, eh? He could not help asking. If even Kimogakure had completely surrendered to that man, then Iwagakure seemed to have no other choice. Tsuchikage-sama, according to intelligence, Kimogakure's ninja have now left the land of lightning. They are currently beside Konoha in the land of fire, and they have already contacted us by letter. An ANBU ninja respectfully answered Inoki's question. Inoki closed his eyes after hearing this. He now roughly understood the situation the village was in. But thinking about it made Inoki feel somewhat irritated. After all, everyone in the village, was waiting for his choice. And his choice might even determine the survival of the village. Could the shattered Kimogakure and Konoha, plus Iwagakure, truly defeat the army led by that man? Inoki hesitated. It was known that even Inoki would find the 5 tails Jinchuriki troublesome when he fully unleashed his tailed beast form. But according to the battle situation at the time, the 5 tails seemed to have been annihilated on the battlefield without any resistance. This showed just how powerful the ninja led by that men were. What about Tsunagakure? Is there any intelligence from their side? Inoki's heart was somewhat indecisive. Kimogakure had fled to Konoha, so their intentions were very clear. Inoki still needed to consider whether Iwagakure should cooperate again and fight that man. Tsunagakure's ninja seemed to be electing a new Kazekage now. The ANBU ninja was silent for a moment, then answered the question. However, they did not know much about Tsunagakure's current situation. Tsunagakure seemed to have closed itself off. The only intelligence they had was that they were electing a Kazekage. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 479, Eternal Mangekyo. Chapter 479, Eternal Mangekyo. Kenichi had presented this world with a difficult problem. Or rather, he had presented a difficult problem to the land of wind, the land of fire, and the land of earth. As for the other smaller nations, Kenichi was not boasting, but if those small countries had the ability to resist, they would not be small countries now. This included the so-called neutral nation. Under Kenichi's pressure, it was nothing more than an ant-like existence. Their only choice was to actively submit once the other great nations had submitted. This would allow Kenichi to complete his great unification as soon as possible. Big Brother Amamiya. Hikari walked out. She had waited for a while before tentatively calling out from outside. When Kenichi heard her voice, he thought of the 2 scrolls she had not yet given him and could not help sighing inwardly. Did she absolutely have to give him these scrolls today? However, Kenichi still called Hikari over, accepted her gift, and then left the land of lightning. Annexing the land of lightning still required time to digest. He might as well go see what Orochimaru was doing. If the land of fire or Kimogakure were still unwilling to surrender even now, Kenichi did not care. At that time, he would simply sweep through the land of fire and Kimogakure. But as he walked, Kenichi suddenly thought of something. He changed direction and arrived at the land of flame ninja conversion facility. There, he saw 2 familiar faces. Mei and Kitsuchi. Amamiya. Lord. Mei gritted her teeth as she looked at Kenichi, rage burning fiercely in her heart. But strangely, her heart was submitting to this man. She tried to struggle. She tried to roar. She tried to resist. She tried to hate the men in front of her. But Mei found in despair that she could not. She simply could not. She could only lower her head humbly and respectfully. Lord Amamiya. Kitsuchi also respectfully lowered his head. Only the 2 of them were imprisoned here. Their identities and strength were both very special, so they needed to be treated differently. The land of flame ninja guarding them had already looked at Kenichi with fanaticism the moment he entered. If Kenichi had not stopped them, these ninja might have even bowed their heads several times. Kenichi was not very fond of that kind of kowtowing. His goal was to establish a unified shinobi world empire, but he did not intend to be the emperor himself. Being an emperor was too troublesome. It was better to focus on researching technology and advancing the technology tree. Mei, Kitsuchi, raise your heads. Kenichi pulled over a stool and sat in front of them. Mei and Kitsuchi respectfully raised their heads, their eyes obscure and difficult to read. I know you're very suppressed and unhappy inside. Kenichi showed a slight smile, but this only drew even more respectful expressions from the two of them, making Kenichi feel somewhat bored. He waved his hand, allowing the parasites to loosen their control over them. What did you do to us, you demon? Mei's respectful expression instantly twisted. She roared and screamed almost maniacally, even lunging forward, but her body quickly defied her will and stopped by itself. Kitsuchi, beside her, revealed a bitter smile. If I'm not mistaken, you implanted some kind of insect in the back of our heads, right? Kitsuchi knew some inside information. The Konoha ninja who had come to help them, Kakashi Hatake, had told them what the Hyuga clan ninja had seen. The ninja who attacked Iwagakure all had a white insect behind their heads. Kitsuchi had sensed something then, and now it was only a confirmation of his conclusion. Kenichi nodded when he heard this, directly admitting it. This made Mei want to die even more. But she quickly discovered that she could not even end her own life. Without Kenichi's permission, she could not even move. Her brain was giving commands, but her body was betraying her. Don't be so agitated, Mei. Kenichi rested his chin on his hand and looked at Mei. Kitsuchi had already given up. He showed no struggle at all. Mei stared unwillingly at Kenichi. It was clear that if she had the chance, Mei would not hesitate to drain all her chakra and spit at Kenichi. Whether you like it or not, for at least some time in the future, you will be working under me. So instead of resisting, try to accept your new identities. Kenichi spoke with a smile. He did not care about their varied expressions. He simply told them about his grand idea. This immortal technique made both Mei and Kitsuchi look at Kenichi with new eyes. They knew Kenichi, but they had not expected this madman to be playing such a huge game now. The alliance of your 4 ninja villages failed. Kazekage Raza died in battle, you were captured, and Tsunade and the others are all missing. But even if they're alive, they are heavily injured. Now, all the ninja from Kimogakure have fled to the land of fire and settled near Konoha. Kenichi's words silenced Mei. She was also someone trained to become a Kage, so she naturally knew that although Kenichi's words were harsh, they were indeed true. Now, the land of lightning has become my territory. Konoha and Kimogakure are merely lingering on, and they will eventually submit at my feet. Kenichi spoke calmly, but Mei became agitated. She cursed loudly, and quite vulgarly. Kenichi did not intend to let others insult him endlessly, so he simply had the parasite control Mei, making her unable to speak. What's the point of fighting for a ninja village? Besides, there are still many ninja in Iwagakure, and your daughter, Kitsuchi, ran back. And those surviving Kirigakure ninja have now joined the Land of Flame to fight for me. Kenichi rubbed his brow. His main purpose in coming here this time was to persuade Mei and Kitsuchi. Although with the parasites, they would still work for him either way, there was still a difference between working willingly and being forced to work. Kenichi himself knew this very well. However, seeing that the two did not even want to say a word, Kenichi lost the motivation to continue communicating. Anyway, if these people saw the light in the future, they would become part of the new nation. If not, it did not matter. Dedicating their lives to the Land of Flame and then dying was their only destiny. After leaving this detention center with little interest, Kenichi went to the laboratory to look for Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was not there either, which made Kenichi even more curious about where his teacher had gone. Never mind. If sensei isn't coming, I'll go see how my experimental subjects are doing first. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, then took an airship back to the laboratory in the Land of Flame. When he arrived, Amato Sanzu had just taken his daughter out, but this allowed Kenichi to enjoy some peace and quiet. He walked into the laboratory himself. Some time had passed since he began cultivating this clone. According to Amato, the clone should have grown quite a bit by now. After opening the iron plate of the nutrient tank, Kenichi saw another version of himself, and a younger version of another experimental subject. They were both lying quietly in the nutrient tank with their eyes closed, completely still. This eerie scene made Kenichi feel somewhat awkward. No wonder cloning had always been a relatively taboo project in his previous life. After all, cloning itself somewhat violated human moral concepts, as these clones themselves. Forget it. Kenichi shook his head, then put the iron plate back and released the experimental subject's clone. After coming out, the clone curled up, then opened its eyes in confusion. However, due to the clone's rapid growth, it had no intelligence. It was like an enlarged baby, staring blankly at the world. Kenichi walked over. The new experiment had begun. The experimental subject's clone showed no signs of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he is essentially another shadow clone of the experimental subject, there are still some subtle differences in their appearances. After blood tests on the clone, it was found that its genes are indeed identical to the experimental subject's, which proves that my cloning experiment was successful. These subtle changes in appearance should be due to the clone being constantly immersed in the nutrient tank and are not a major issue. I have begun new research on the clone. I have taught him how to refine chakra. He is a quick learner and has now mastered chakra refinement, as well as some simple vocabulary. He is becoming more and more like a normal person. On the 5th day after releasing the clone appears to have grown a bit more, but his emotions have begun to change. He has become irritable, prone to anger, and aggressive. He even tried to attack me. It seems Mr. Amato's research is correct. These rapidly matured clones are prone to significant emotional changes. However, this is good news for me. On the 6th day after releasing the clone, I completed the Mangekyo Sharingan induction on the clone. The clone has now obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kenichi looked at the clone in front of him with a slight smile. Although the laboratory was a mess because of the clone, Kenichi had gained something. At the very least, the clone now had the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, the only thing left to do was to research whether this could allow the experimental subject himself to obtain the more advanced Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, he also needed to observe whether the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan obtained this way would have any drawbacks, such as the eyes aging at the same rate as the clone. These were all problems Kenichi needed to solve now. Although Kenichi and Black Zetsu had reached a temporary cooperative relationship, how long that cooperation would last was still unknown. If Black Zetsu detected any problems, Kenichi would be in trouble. So no matter what, improving his own strength was always the right choice. While busy with his research, Kenichi also did not forget to send out several shadow clones to study nuclear physics, then find a way to upgrade the atomic bomb to the temporary peak of thermonuclear weapons, the hydrogen bomb. That way, he would have more confidence. Lord Amamiya. The experimental subject rushed in and bowed to Kenichi with fanaticism. Kenichi nodded, then glanced at him. Now it was time to begin the Mangekyo fusion experiment. And how was the Mangekyo fused? It only required a transplant. Kenichi had already made preparations for this. He took out the clone's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been preserved in a special liquid to prevent damage. Then Kenichi began the transplant operation. The entire process was very simple. Or rather, the greatest difficulty of the Eternal Mangekyo was concentrated on one point. How to have a blood relative who had also awakened the Mangekyo. Because without a blood relative, obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo would become very difficult. Kenichi naturally faced this difficulty as well, but he had found a new path by directly producing a clone. After all, when it came to blood similarity, could there be any bloodline closer to the original person than the original person's own clone? Even fathers and sons or brothers could not be completely identical. As Kenichi waited with nervous hope, he witnessed an astonishing scene. The experimental subject's Sharingan slowly began to show new changes. His body also began to tremble and twist violently, looking extremely creepy. Kenichi watched quietly as the experimental subject let out a tragic wail, then gradually returned to peace. How come I remember Sasuke didn't suffer this much during the fusion? Kenichi scratched his head. Never mind. The important thing was whether his experiment had succeeded now. Kenichi looked expectantly at the experimental subject in front of him. The subject slowly opened his eyes. When he did, a pair of Sharingan that were slightly different from before appeared in his eyes. Kenichi's heart filled with joy. His experiment had succeeded. Ah. But then, Kenichi saw the subject let out a scream. At the same time, his eyes turned bloody, and blood dripped onto the ground. Kenichi's expression went blank. The experiment had failed. The wild joy of success had now turned into an endless abyss. Kenichi could not help sighing. He had thought it might succeed. But he had not expected it to fail this time. Was it a genetic problem? Kenichi thought of a possibility. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 480, The Concept of a Genetic Weapon. Chapter 480, The Concept of a Genetic Weapon. Kenichi had considered that possibility before. After all, by the end of the Naruto manga, only Madara and Sasuke had awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No one else had. Because of that, Kenichi suspected that one of the conditions for awakening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan might be possessing Otsutsuki clan genes. I didn't expect this conclusion to be somewhat similar to Naruto's core theme. Kenichi felt a little exasperated. In its later stages, the Naruto anime had also been labeled as a bloodline theory anime, similar to One Piece Next Door, damaging its reputation to some extent. It was undeniable that Naruto and Sasuke had put in tremendous effort to become stronger. But the so-called poor boy turned out to be the son of the fourth Hokage. Just when people had accepted that, it was revealed that Naruto was actually the reincarnation of Azura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke was also the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths' son. Thus, they were inherently different from others. They possessed the qualifications to become strong from the very beginning. The previously strongest figures in the shinobi world, Hashirama and Madara, were also reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths Sons, which was why they were so powerful. Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke could be just as strong, or even stronger. This was equivalent to Kishimoto giving Naruto and Sasuke a cheat. Naturally, it drew criticism, because this setting had been added later. At least at the beginning of the manga, Naruto had shown no sign of being the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Son. The test subject Kenichi had chosen this time had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the genes transplanted into him came from Obito, not Sasuke or Madara. Although I didn't have Madara's genes before, I do now. However, I personally still prefer Sasuke's genes. Kenichi scratched his head. The main reason was that seeing Madara made him a little uncomfortable, giving him an urgent impulse to punch him. After all, Madara had caused Kenichi a lot of trouble before. But to control the variables, and to avoid wasting time cultivating clones if another situation like today's happened again, Kenichi ultimately chose to cultivate clones of test subjects who had received Madara's genes and Sasuke's genes. Over the next few days, Kenichi extracted Madara's genes from the residual body tissue he had on hand, then implanted them into a captured Iwadakure ninja, transforming him into someone with Madara's genes. Afterward, he similarly created a Sasuke test subject, then extracted the genes from both individuals to create clones and placed them in nutrient pods. Now, he needed to wait for a while. At least more than a month. So now the question is, what about my clone? Kenichi looked at his other self in the nutrient pod, his expression somewhat strange. His clone was still growing. At this rate, by the time the Madara and Sasuke clones grew to a suitable age for the Mangekyo Awakening Stimulation Surgery, his own clone would already be in his 30s. Cryopreservation. Kenichi thought of an interesting technology. This technology had promising prospects, but it was very difficult. Human cells crystallized after cryopreservation, and crystallization was devastating to cells. Overcoming cell crystallization during human cryopreservation was a major challenge for this technology. However, in the shinobi world, people here seemed to possess other technologies, such as what had happened to Hikari. She had been sealed during the Warring States period, yet she was still alive now. Although she had not truly lived for that long, Hikari could be considered to have undergone an alternative cryopreservation technique, allowing her to survive from the Warring States period to the present. If the thing that had sealed Hikari had not been damaged, Kenichi would have wanted to seal his clone inside it. Otherwise, seeing an older version of himself in the future would feel far too strange. But Kenichi quickly thought of a solution. He cultivated 4 more clones of himself. This way, he could also use his own clones for an experiment and obtain more experimental data. Waiting for the clones to grow was time-consuming, so Kenichi left the laboratory. There was nothing he needed to do in the lab now. He only needed to check on the clone's growth rate later. After leaving Amato's laboratory, Kenichi felt somewhat idle again. The shinobi world had just ended a war. The other ninja villages were still licking their wounds and were temporarily unable to cause trouble. Black Zetsu had also formed a temporary cooperative relationship with Kenichi, and Kenichi had used this method to gain temporary development time. Therefore, the current shinobi world could be described as free of war. This is a good opportunity to do some research. Kenichi stretched, then ducked into the laboratory. Since research on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was temporarily impossible, Kenichi could do other things. For example, he could start some long-delayed research. He could also begin working on a new, very unique idea he had recently. It was well known that everyone's genetic information was different. It was impossible to find 2 people with exactly the same genetic information unless one was a clone of the other. Only clones would have almost identical genes. Even then, one still had to use the word almost. This was because if a clone suddenly encountered an unsuitable temperature during its growth and underwent a genetic mutation, then what? Although the probability of genetic mutation was very, very low, one still had to be wary of it. Therefore, when talking about clones, one could only describe their genes as being almost identical for the sake of scientific rigor. However, even if people's genes were almost never the same, excluding clones, there were still distinctions. A person's race could lead to certain genetic differences, such as possessing certain genes that determined a specific skin color. But 2 black people could also have a white child, which was a genetic change, though the probability of that was also very low. In his previous life, Kenichi had known of a very special weapon that, for now, could only be found in books. A genetic weapon. Genetic weapons were not about turning people into Captain America, where everyone became strong and powerful. Instead, they were designed to create a special weapon, such as a virus or bacteria, effective only against a specific race. It would be harmless to people who did not carry that gene, but once the target gene was present, it would become a super weapon of mass destruction. But the good news was that genetic weapons were only a concept, much like America's proposed Project Thor. That project had envisioned dropping tungsten rods from space to destroy a continent using kinetic energy. This idea was later proven unreliable. Tungsten rods dropped from space would not have such an impact on Earth, and their effect would be no different from dropping something from a high altitude. Genetic weapons were the same. Although there were indeed genetic differences between different races, with some races carrying specific genes, people's dietary habits, different living environments, and even different water quality could subtly affect the genes of local people. This made it extremely difficult to find almost perfectly identical genetic information within a specific race. When one finally found it, one might discover that one's own race also carried it. This also meant that if this research succeeded, they themselves would be destroyed. Thus, genetic weapons became a concept. However, it could not be denied that humanity had always been full of enthusiasm for self-destruction. So, while genetic weapons had been publicly abolished, whether they were being researched in secret was another question. When Kenichi thought of this, he naturally thought of the Otsutsuki clan, whose life level was almost completely different from humans. Although the Otsutsuki clan still looked somewhat human, whether it was Kaguya Otsutsuki, her sons, or the unlucky person Kaguya had ambushed, they all actually looked completely different from normal humans. Kenichi had discovered in previous research that the more ancient the Otsutsuki clan's genes were, the greater the difference from human genes. Madara's and Sasuke's genes also had significant differences compared to other Uchiha clan members. So let me see, what differences will Black Zetsu's genes have? Kenichi rubbed his hands excitedly. Actually, Black Zetsu's genes were not Kenichi's first choice. After all, Black Zetsu was a defective product temporarily born by Kaguya Otsutsuki before she was sealed, like a stepchild compared to his two older brothers. But now, with the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land and the other one on the moon, the closest Otsutsuki clan genes Kenichi could access were Black Zetsu's. If he could find genes in Black Zetsu that were perfectly identical to Madara and Sasuke, but not present in others, then Kenichi could try to create a unique genetic weapon specifically targeting the Otsutsuki clan. Kenichi had a deep-seated worry. Black Zetsu's previous indecisiveness had made Kenichi sense something unusual. After all, Black Zetsu had always believed that no one in the shinobi world knew his true identity. But Kenichi not only knew, he also knew what Black Zetsu's future would be like. So when Kenichi saw Black Zetsu's eyes at that time, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Afterward, he thought about it carefully. He had also thought about it while conducting experiments during this period. Then he came up with a possibility. In the current shinobi world, besides Kenichi himself, who could bring Black Zetsu such great trouble that it would make him so nervous, even to an exaggerated extent? There was only one possibility. Black Zetsu had sensed other members of the Otsutsuki clan, which led to his hesitation. Otherwise, Kenichi simply could not understand who else in the current shinobi world could make Black Zetsu so nervous and so hesitant. After all, Kenichi was very clear about his own position. He was currently the biggest obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan. If he were gone, then it would be Nagato. But it was unlikely that Nagato could make Black Zetsu so hesitant, because Nagato was merely a pawn in Black Zetsu's plan. To make Black Zetsu anxious, the opponent had to have stepped off the chessboard, be capable of beating Black Zetsu soundly, and also be extremely threatening. They had to be so threatening that even releasing Kaguya Otsutsuki might not guarantee victory. Such an enemy, looking across the entire shinobi world, would only be possible if the Sage of Six Paths himself jumped out of the Pure Land, or if there were other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Only they could make Black Zetsu that nervous. But are there other Otsutsuki in the shinobi world? Kenichi scratched his head. He had only watched Naruto. He had not watched Boruto or anything after Naruto. He had only heard memes like, more hype than Boruto, but he had never actually watched the plot. If he had known he would transmigrate, he would have watched Naruto with a magnifying glass and then watched Boruto as well. Now, he was completely in the dark about what was happening. But looking at Black Zetsu, Kenichi really could not think of any other possibilities. Anyway, no matter what happened, he would just assume the worst and think about what he should do if the Otsutsuki clan was still in the shinobi world. He would deal with it when it came. Forget it. No matter what, let's look at Black Zetsu's genes first. Kenichi scratched his head, stopped thinking too much, and began to separate Black Zetsu's genes. This sample was something like skin flakes that Kenichi had scraped off Black Zetsu's arm when Black Zetsu took Madara away, but he could not quite describe it. Anyway, it was very strange. Did Black Zetsu have skin? Yes. He could turn into a soft blob of mud, but also into something humanoid. It was hard to say what Black Zetsu actually was. But as long as Black Zetsu had genes, that was enough. In this world, apart from things like rocks, almost all animals and plants had genes. Even if the Otsutsuki clan were in a vegetative state, Kenichi could extract genes from them. Soon, dense genetic information popped up. Kenichi pressed a button to start the comparison, then took a sip of tea. He wanted to see whether Black Zetsu's genes had any identical segments with Madara's and Sasuke's genes. If they did, he could continue developing his idea. The small thing he had extracted before, which he had named Pandora, might become the main carrier for this genetic weapon. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 481, Chapter 481, The New Era of the Ninja World and Orochimaru's Abnormality. Chapter 481, The New Era of the Ninja World and Orochimaru's Abnormality. Tisk, TSK. The Otsutsuki clan really is something. Kenichi looked at the computer in front of him, admiration and complexity flashing in his eyes. The more Otsutsuki they are, the greater the difference between their bloodline and that of ordinary humans. To a certain extent, members of the Otsutsuki clan are already a different kind of intelligent life form. But then again, they seem to be aliens to begin with, so this result is actually normal. From a genetic perspective, the Otsutsuki clan and humans were not the same species. Although the Otsutsuki clan appeared to have some human characteristics, including facial features, their genes were different from humans, with significant disparities. It was like the difference between a gorilla and a human. However, to the Otsutsuki clan, humans were the gorillas, while they were the more fully developed humans. This made Kenichi somewhat confused. Given the current situation, could Kagaya Otsutsuki really have married a person from the shinobi world and given birth to the Sage of Six Paths and his brother? Even in that somewhat unbelievable era of his previous life, Kenichi had never seen a woman marry a gorilla and give birth to 2 ape offspring. Reproductive isolation was a problem that had to be considered. If Kagaya Otsutsuki were not still sealed, Kenichi would have wanted to ask her how she gave birth to the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Then he would check whether the female body structure of the Otsutsuki clan was different from that of humans. If the Sage of Six Paths was truly born from a marriage with a native of the shinobi world, then Kenichi could only call that man a warrior. However, Kenichi did not continue dwelling on this question. He simply looked at Black Zetsu's genes and compared them with the genes of Madara and Sasuke. Soon, the comparison yielded results. A portion of Black Zetsu's genes was completely identical to those of Madara and Sasuke, and those genes were not present in other ninja. The result is pretty much as expected. Kenichi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the comparison result in front of him. It was exactly as he had thought. However, Kenichi's heart did not fluctuate much regarding this answer, because a series of previous events had already made him realize that his idea was basically correct. Ninjutsu, for ninja, was actually a kind of external power. This was probably equivalent to people in his previous life climbing the technology tree, only for several aliens to suddenly arrive and bring with them a power called magic. Then magic became very strong, and mages became the mainstream of the world. But magic, after all, was brought by aliens. If one did not possess the alien's bloodline or abilities, then no matter how talented a person was, they could not reach higher peaks. Their upper limit would be locked at high-level mages, unable to become demigod mages. And the solution was very simple. Let those high-level mages transplant the genes of the aliens, making their bloodline closer to the aliens in order to master stronger power. If I didn't know that these Otsutsuki clan members came here to plant the divine tree, I would suspect these guys were playing StarCraft. Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu's genes, then at Madara's and Sasuke's genes, his expression somewhat dim. The chakra brought by the Otsutsuki clan was a good medicine, but also a poison. If his research were to spread, many people in the shinobi world would certainly take risks, attempting to become Otsutsuki bloodline carriers themselves in order to gain more power. Such a thing would form a cycle, with others constantly pursuing the Otsutsuki bloodline. By then, the entire shinobi world would be filled with inferior Otsutsuki descendants. At that point, for the sake of bloodline purity and stronger power, there might not even be a need for Black Zetsu to make any plans. Kagaya Otsutsuki would be spontaneously released by them. After all, the shinobi world had always been caught in a vortex of hatred. Since the chaotic warring states period, people had begun pursuing power. Some even pursued more dangerous powers, such as the evil god Haiden believed in, who developed followers by granting others power. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki had done some good deeds back then. If she had done nothing and simply been sacrificed to the divine tree, then perhaps there would not have been so many later events in the shinobi world. The Otsutsuki clan has mastered interstellar travel and tree planting abilities. That means this is a race that has pushed chakra, this new energy source, to its limit. Their eagerness to control the divine tree is probably due to the importance of chakra within their clan. Kenichi narrowed his eyes, and a peculiar idea formed in his mind. There was no need to explain how profound chakra was. Its very existence was an extraordinary bug. It was a highly effective form of energy with extremely high output efficiency, and its malleability was also very high. It could be transformed into various ninjutsu and unleashed. It could even extend life, rewrite geographical environments, and so on. It had to be said that chakra was an extremely unique energy source. But since it was so powerful, the scope of chakra's application might be even wider than Kenichi had imagined. If chakra is treated as an energy source, with higher efficacy than electrical or thermal energy, what can chakra be used for? Kenichi picked up a light bulb. The shinobi world had electricity. There was no doubt about that. In fact, the shinobi world's electrical technology had developed quite a bit. There were things like computers, for example. But at this moment, Kenichi had a unique idea. He tried injecting chakra into the light bulb. The chakra enveloped the bulb, but there was no abnormality. Kenichi frowned slightly, then retracted the chakra, leaving behind a small amount that he converted into lightning nature. Immediately, the light bulb suddenly lit up. The dazzling light made Kenichi squint unexpectedly. But the light bulb quickly exploded in his hand. Fragments splattered all over him. If Kenichi's physical fitness had not been excellent, he would probably have been injured by now. A powerful Kage-level expert being scratched by light bulb glass would become a laughingstock among enemies, mocked for hundreds of years. It would be like a certain emperor who had died on the toilet from overexertion. Even after so many years, he was still occasionally brought up and mocked by people like Kenichi, who enjoyed a good laugh. Chakra is indeed an energy source, but this energy source seems a bit too strong. Kenichi looked at the light bulb fragments in his hand and fell into deep thought. If chakra was an energy source, then some things could be brought out. But the premise was that he needed to create equipment capable of converting chakra into stable energy output. At that time, everything that required energy to operate could use chakra as a substitute. Then the entire shinobi world would enter a new stage. A new stage called the chakra energy era. Cars could appear. Planes could appear. Because with powerful chakra as energy support, all energy problems would be completely solved. And the strongest part was that chakra was a renewable energy source that had almost no impact on the environment. What should this chakra be called? Kenichi was willing to call it the god of energy. Look at the nature of chakra. This thing could be extracted by any ninja and stored in their bodies. That meant that even if chakra was used up, as long as the ninja continued to refine it, chakra would be available again. Moreover, the chakra conversion rate was very high. Such an energy source, if it existed in his previous life, would be god tier. A repeatable energy source with high efficiency. Such an energy source would be on par with a nuclear fusion power plant. The massive energy from nuclear fusion could provide an extraordinary amount of electricity, causing electricity prices to plummet and affecting the global landscape. Everything related to electricity would then become highly valued. One could even say that a genin from the shinobi world, if brought to his previous life, would be worth a country setting up all kinds of welfare benefits for him. Because as long as science figured out how to convert chakra, it would be equivalent to having an endless energy source. So, the main problems before me are two. Kenichi stroked his chin. First, how to design a container that can store chakra while having a certain degree of resistance, with a chakra leakage rate that cannot be too fast. Second, how to convert chakra into the required energy to make equipment operate. As long as these two problems could be solved, Kenichi felt that success was predictable. Kenichi immediately called someone over and had them forge a small motor out of steel. This could serve as a small engine. Kenichi planned to first research how to store chakra and make it stably and continuously power the motor. After that, he would make larger motors to drive larger things, such as cars. Even larger things, such as planes and ships, would not be impossible. With ocean-going cargo ships, Kenichi could control the vast seas of the shinobi world. In this Naruto world, the seas were extremely expansive. Wouldn't the shinobi world then directly enter a new era? Although ninja moved very quickly, the problem was that ninja were also human. And the appearance of cars could accelerate the transportation of goods, thereby promoting commercial development. This would greatly benefit the country under Kenichi's rule, and the people could live better lives. Thriving commerce could also feed back into other industries, even directly bringing the shinobi world into the industrial age. I wonder about Sensei. Kenichi planned to go find Orochimaru. Although he could research this project himself, Kenichi felt that gathering the wisdom of more people would produce results faster. However, before he could leave, Amato Sanzu arrived. Amamiya-kun, you've been. Amato walked in with some curiosity. He had noticed that Kenichi had been cooped up in this laboratory every day recently. Although Amato had long stopped doing cloning experiments, he rarely saw Kenichi stay in a lab for so long. So he was somewhat curious whether Kenichi's research had hit a bottleneck and intended to help him. Mr. Amato, do you have any research on energy? Kenichi's eyes lit up when he saw Amato. This person's scientific achievements were not low. If he pulled Amato in, perhaps they could bring the shinobi world into a whole new era even faster. Eh? Are you planning to research a new project? Amato looked at Kenichi, naturally knowing that Kenichi's question had to have a purpose. But he could not help mentioning the internet that Kenichi had spoken about before. Hadn't he said he was going to work on that? Why had it suddenly changed to some new energy source? Kenichi scratched his head. He did want to research the internet, but Orochimaru had not been around these days, and the internet was actually very difficult to develop. It needed to solve the problem of signal transmission, which was troublesome. Chakra energy, however, could be researched at any time. One could even say that chakra energy was more valuable than the internet. If humans lost the internet, they could still survive after a period of chaos. But if humans lost energy, that would be a huge problem. The internet can be researched later. Mr. Amato, I thought of something very interesting. What do you say? Kenichi excitedly pulled Amato along and began talking. Amato listened, and gradually, his interest was stirred. He had also noticed that chakra seemed to have other uses, but he had never thought of researching it in this direction. After all, even if chakra could generate electricity, it did not seem very meaningful. The shinobi world already had dedicated power plants, so there was no need to invest further. But now, after listening to Kenichi, Amato felt that conducting this research might not be a bad idea after all. If it's about storage, there are actually some metals that can store chakra. We can start from that aspect. Amato discussed it with Kenichi with great enthusiasm. He really wanted to see how the world-changing idea Kenichi spoke of would unfold. This is really troublesome. In a hidden underground experimental base, Orochimaru sat on the operating table. He looked at his current body, then raised his head and looked into the mirror in front of him. He could not help touching his face. Orochimaru was very satisfied with this body. The damage to his soul was very low. However, recently, Orochimaru had discovered a problem. He seemed to be gradually losing his former self. He had started learning how to apply makeup and dress himself differently, and he had started caring about how others saw him. This was very wrong. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 482, Chapter 482, Orochimaru's Mangekyo ability is. Chapter 482, Orochimaru's Mangekyo ability is. All these changes should originate from the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, looking at himself in the mirror. He stroked his cheeks with both hands, anger mixed into his gaze. Ever since Amato had been revived through Edo Tensei and tried to reveal the secret of the Pure Land, only to be stopped, certain problems had begun to appear. Although Orochimaru had already been quite used to living in this body, it had never been to the current extent. Now, Orochimaru suspected that the Sage of Six Paths had done something to him the moment he appeared. Because all these changes had happened after the Sage of Six Paths appeared. Before that, his body had never carried this kind of discomfort. So Orochimaru was very certain that this had to be caused by the Sage of Six Paths. The other party was in the Pure Land. Perhaps he had done something to Orochimaru's soul, making his soul more compatible with this body. If so, that would explain why Orochimaru had become like this. But the Sage of Six Paths had clearly not done anything at the time. So how had Orochimaru fallen victim? Soul research really is troublesome. Orochimaru touched his body, and the Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, slowly rotating. Immediately afterward, Orochimaru used his Mangekyo ability on himself. The Mangekyo was an eye that ultimately reflected one's inner aspirations. It could perfectly display a person's deepest desires. And for Orochimaru, who pursued all the ninjutsu and knowledge in this world and also held a slight pursuit of immortality, the ability of his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan was. With the use of his eye technique, Orochimaru saw his soul within his current body. Then his expression turned grim. Because he discovered that his soul had indeed changed at this moment. His soul now seemed to have long flowing hair, and its figure was becoming more and more similar to this body. By rights, the soul is something inherent to a person, something almost impossible to change. So why does my soul seem to be adapting to this body? Orochimaru's face did not look good. He already had the idea of changing to another body. But the problem was that finding a perfectly compatible body was not easy. If it was not a perfectly compatible body, then using living corpse reincarnation would cause wear and tear on the soul. Once or twice might not be a problem. But if it happened too many times and the soul was severely worn down, then major problems would arise. This also made Orochimaru somewhat hesitant. His other Mangekyo eye also used an eye technique, but he could not see anything. On this body, he could only see traces left behind by living corpse reincarnation. Nothing else. Indeed, even with my Mangekyo eye technique, I still can't see the methods employed by the Sage of Six Paths. The thought of dying and going to the Pure Land to verify this with the Sage of Six Paths grew stronger in Orochimaru's mind. But Amato did not seem to have met the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land at that time. This meant that if an existence like the Sage of Six Paths did not take the initiative to appear, he could not be found. It also meant that if Orochimaru died and then could not find the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land, then his trip to the Pure Land would become meaningless. Moreover, although his student Kenichi possessed a resurrection ninjutsu, Orochimaru did not know whether it would revive this body or his original self. What a pity. Orochimaru sighed. He knew that the Sage of Six Paths might have used some ninjutsu to affect him. But he could not find any trace of it, and he could not even verify the idea. That was a real shame for Orochimaru. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. He wanted to solve this problem, but soul-related ninjutsu were often highly threatening. He recalled that back in Konoha, Tsunade's former lover, Dan Kato, had mastered the spirit transformation jutsu. However, that ninjutsu was extremely difficult to learn, and almost no one practiced it besides Dan. That was why it had been classified as a forbidden jutsu. Even Orochimaru himself had to be careful if he wanted to act on his own soul. I wonder what Kenichi is doing. Orochimaru thought of his student. This student of his had some peculiar ideas in both ninjutsu and science. It was hard to say whether he would have other opinions on this matter. However, whether to tell Kenichi was also where Orochimaru hesitated. He had seen many cases of disciples harming their teachers. Even Orochimaru himself had once thought of killing his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. So being a teacher in the shinobi world was a high-risk profession. Kenichi did not know what his teacher was struggling with. If he knew, he would probably be very happy. After all, his teacher's guess was correct. Kenichi did have some other ideas about his teacher, but this idea was purely scientific curiosity. Kenichi really wanted to prove whether the influence of body on soul is bidirectional, and whether the soul is changeable. However, Kenichi was currently unaware of this. Right now, he was wholeheartedly researching with Amato how to convert chakra into a new energy source that could be used in the shinobi world. Mr. Amato, although this metal does have the characteristic of being able to store chakra, the problem is its price. That means it doesn't have value for widespread use. Kenichi looked at the small box in his hand. It stored a large amount of chakra. To a certain extent, this thing could indeed store chakra. But it could not be used to popularize chakra energy. Just as gold had good conductivity, yet gold had not been widely used as a conductive material because it was expensive. Compared to gold, copper was more cost-effective and had better conductivity. For Kenichi, if he wanted to promote chakra as a new energy source in the shinobi world, then he would undoubtedly have to bring the price down. Otherwise, it would be impossible to popularize. But we can study how chakra is stored in this metal, then try to find other materials with the same properties. That might reduce costs. Amato nodded while observing the metal under a microscope. Kenichi thought for a moment and felt that what Amato said was indeed correct. After all, everything was difficult at the beginning. Sometimes, once the first step was taken, the following work became simpler. But this metal. Kenichi thought of something interesting. He remembered that Kisame of the Akatsuki had a very special biological weapon called Samahata. That thing could tear away an enemy's chakra, then devour and store it. It could also feed chakra back to the user, making it especially powerful. But unlike the metal in front of him, Samahata was a living creature. Mr. Amato, I thought of something interesting. It might help us accelerate our research efficiency in converting chakra into energy. Kenichi revealed a strange smile. Samahata was a living creature, so it had its own emotions and preferences. Kenichi remembered that during the battle with Killer Bee of the Eight Tails, little Samahata had fallen in love with the Eight Tails chakra. In the end, it became Killer Bee's weapon, which could be considered a betrayal of its original owner, Kisame. Oh. What is it? Amato looked at Kenichi curiously. Kenichi waved his hand, then hurried out. Little Samahata preferred high-quality chakra. Although it could eat any chakra and would eat it, it was obvious that if a person had a choice between a plain steamed bun and a luxurious feast, most people would choose the luxurious feast, assuming they had a choice. In the shinobi world, tailed beast chakra was indeed very high quality. The only chakra that could be of higher quality than Killer Bee's Eight Tails chakra was probably the Nine Tails chakra. Therefore, whether Kisame faced Naruto or Killer Bee, Samahata would ultimately be taken from him. However, such a thing would naturally not happen now. Kenichi quickly contacted Nagato, and Nagato immediately informed Kisame. Kisame was already on his way. Amamiya, my eyes. Do you really think? At this moment, Nagato hesitated as he looked at Kenichi and asked tentatively. Nagato valued his Rinnegan greatly. After all, these eyes had accompanied him for far too long and had helped him greatly. Without these eyes, he would not have had the chance to avenge Yahiko after Yahiko's death. However, Kenichi was now his partner. Nagato had also seen the hope of achieving peace in the shinobi world through Kenichi. Because of that, Nagato now also placed great importance on the opinion of his partner, Kenichi. Although he still felt Kenichi's statement was a bit outrageous. After all, these were his eyes. How could they have been given to him by someone else? But after hesitating for a few days, Nagato still felt that if these eyes truly affected the peace and unification of the shinobi world, then he would be willing to give up these sage's eyes. He only wanted to fulfill Yahiko's wish and his friend's dying will. As for what sacrifices had to be made during the process, he did not care. Kenichi glanced at Nagato. He was still in the space formed by the astral projection technique at the moment, so there was no need to worry about Black Zetsu eavesdropping on their conversation. You don't need to for now, but you must ensure your protection. It would be best if you could come to the land of flame with Kisame. I'll stay with you. That would be the safest. Kenichi spoke seriously to Nagato. Nagato's eyes were very important. They were related to Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. However, Kenichi had now established a false cooperative relationship with Black Zetsu. At least for a certain period of time, there was no need to worry about Black Zetsu harming him. However, since Black Zetsu had used Edo Tensei on a stronger Madara, it was really hard to say what he intended for Madara to do. Kenichi made a simple deduction in his mind. If he first assumed that Black Zetsu had truly discovered the existence of other Otsutsuki clan members in this world, and also discovered that they might pose a threat to him and the Eye of the Moon plan, which was why he had deliberately concealed this matter from Kenichi, then Black Zetsu's Edo Tensei of Madara had to be for the purpose of having Madara test those Otsutsuki clan members. So the question arose. Would an Edo Tensei Madara with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but without the Rinnegan, be a match for the Otsutsuki clan? If so, that would naturally be better. Black Zetsu could then wait for the 3 tails and 5 tails to revive, thereby urging Kenichi to complete the Eye of the Moon plan. But what if Madara was not their opponent? In such a situation, Kenichi knew very well that there were only 2 things Black Zetsu could do. The first was naturally to contact him and have Kenichi and Madara cooperate to deal with that Otsutsuki enemy. The second was to make Madara stronger and more complete. That meant resurrected Madara plus his Rinnegan. Then Black Zetsu would inevitably make Madara retrieve his Rinnegan, and Nagato would be in trouble. Although Kenichi admitted that Nagato was very strong with the boost of the Rinnegan, surpassing ordinary Kage-level powerhouses, it still depended on the situation. Facing Black Zetsu, who could ambush and might possess certain powerful control abilities, and Madara, the original owner of the Rinnegan, Kenichi believed Nagato would certainly fail. Then Konan would also die. Is it necessary? Nagato was somewhat puzzled. He possessed the Rinnegan. How many people in this world could confidently say they could easily defeat him? Yes. Kenichi nodded seriously. Considering Madara's personality, if his battle with the Otsutsuki clan failed, he would definitely reclaim the Rinnegan in order to deal with the Otsutsuki clan in his strongest form. Therefore, it was almost certain that Nagato's Rinnegan would be taken away. Nagato was silent for a while. Then he nodded and ended the astral projection technique. You mean Amamiya Kenichi is already cooperating with me? Madara stretched his neck. The feeling of power from this body was stronger. If he were to fight now, he could unleash power closer to what he had possessed in life. Yes, Lord Madara. During the execution of the plan, I discovered a problem. Black Zetsu was unusually serious. Madara did not pay too much attention to it. He simply quietly watched the incarnation of his will, waiting for Black Zetsu to state the problem he had discovered. I found a specially concealed underground base in a certain area of Amigakure. Black Zetsu's tone was very serious. That was Amigakure. The Akatsuki was there. But even the Akatsuki had never detected anything unusual. Oh. The Akatsuki didn't notice. Madara became a little interested. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 483, Chapter 483, So-Called Science is the Utilization of Energy. Chapter 483, So-Called Science is the Utilization of Energy. No. I didn't notice anything either. If I hadn't accidentally seen someone come out of there while I was gathering information, then observed the place closely afterward, I wouldn't have discovered it. Black Zetsu's tone carried a trace of solemnity. He was Black Zetsu. In the shinobi world, he had always been the one hiding, the one others could not find. He had never expected that there would now be a base he had not detected at all before. This was practically a slap to Black Zetsu's face. Interesting. Madara narrowed his eyes. He knew how outstanding his will incarnation's concealment ability was. If Black Zetsu were not his will incarnation, even Madara would find it difficult to locate him. But Black Zetsu, with his strong concealment ability and certain intelligence-gathering capabilities, had actually been fooled by an organization hiding right under the Akatsuki's nose for so long. This was a little too absurd. And this organization was hidden beneath the Akatsuki. What exactly were they planning to do? Did they know about his Eye of the Moon plan? If they did, what should he do? However, since Black Zetsu had already formed a partnership with Kenichi and even had Kenichi revive his main body, Madara also understood what Black Zetsu intended. My incarnation, your idea is correct. An organization hidden so deeply must have some ulterior motive. I'm going to see what these people are up to. Madara's tone carried a trace of arrogance. He had wanted to personally experience the abilities of Kenichi, the strongest ninja of the new generation, which was why he chose to take that attack head-on. Madara was still full of confidence in his own strength. No matter what kind of enemy it was, as long as he could return to his peak state, he could easily crush them. It was just a pity that Kenichi had also become a collaborator now. Otherwise, Madara would have wanted to continue fighting Kenichi a few more times. When he fought Kenichi, he had felt something similar to fighting Hashirama. However, in terms of would-release ninjutsu, Kenichi still had room to grow. Once the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, I must drag Amamiya Kenichi into many more fights. Madara's fighting spirit soared. Black Zetsu chuckled and flattered Madara. Madara was still useful for now. Once the Eye of the Moon plan was realized, he could just let this guy die. By then, when Mother came out, that scoundrel Kenichi would also have to be converted into White Zetsu. The shinobi world was their Otsutsuki clan's territory, not the territory of these damned ants. Now, it was also time to probe that base and see what exactly was inside. Black Zetsu wanted to see what that base could do when faced with Madara, one of the strongest existences in the shinobi world. But before that, I might also be able to get some help from Amamiya Kenichi. After all, he is now considered my pawn. Black Zetsu looked at the smug Madara, and a strange sense of unease rose in his heart. After all, if that base truly had some issues, what if Madara failed? So it was best to be cautious. Black Zetsu remembered that Kenichi possessed some very strange weapons that could achieve powerful effects without chakra manipulation. If he asked Kenichi for help and had him provide some assistance, such as sponsoring those weapons, then dealing with that base would be more assured. However, whether Kenichi would help, and how he should ask Kenichi for help, were also problems. But he had to try. Black Zetsu did not know what the other side would do after being attacked by Madara. If the other side moved the base, could he still find it? Black Zetsu did not know either. But now, he only wanted to do his best to make this attack more perfect. So this is Samahata. Kenichi looked at the ninja blade in front of him, his expression somewhat strange. He wondered if people in the shinobi world could use anything as a blade. It was truly absurd that Samahata, a living creature, could be used as a ninja blade. That's nothing strange. I've seen horses used as ninja blades before. Amato was quite calm. He was observing how Samahata devoured chakra. This thing had a mouth with sharp teeth, looking very capable of eating, but what it ate was chakra. What was chakra? For ninja, chakra was like the airflow and blood in their bodies. But Amato knew that when chakra condensed on the surface of the body, it would form something similar to airflow. For example, the bursts of energy on Kenichi's body after he used the 8 gates released formation were an intangible gas. Some tailed beast Jinchuriki also had similar modes. When they merged with a tailed beast, they would have a tailed beast chakra cloak. According to Kenichi, that was also something similar to gas. Eating gas, then digesting it and feeding it back into the user's body. This sounded a little outrageous. So Amato was very curious. How did creatures like Samahata do it? Using a horse as a ninja blade? Kenichi was a bit stunned. Kisame stood quietly beside him without speaking. He was a small, transparent figure here and did not have much right to speak. However, upon hearing Amato's words, Kisame's expression also became somewhat subtle. A horse. Could that thing really be wielded? But thinking about it, it's not entirely unacceptable. As long as it's not transplanting a brain into someone else's body and then using their body to fight, it's not too outrageous yet. Kenichi muttered. When Amato heard him, he glanced at Kenichi. Technically, that is achievable, but the difficulty is very high. I suppose you know that as well, young friend Amamiya. Amato spoke calmly. Kenichi shrugged. He did know that such an operation would be almost impossible in his previous life. But in the shinobi world, there were not many problems. Ninjutsu was a very miraculous thing. Chakra was also very miraculous. Just look at how simple eye transplants were in the shinobi world, and one would know that brain transplants would not be too difficult. However, the brain had many blood vessels and nerves. It would be necessary to check carefully to ensure the body could function completely and prevent any connection issues between the brain and body. If there was a nerve connection error, that would be interesting. So, in the shinobi world, a brain transplant was not a huge problem. But the operating doctor needed steady hands and had to be meticulous. Otherwise, it could not be done. Kisame, can your Samahata reproduce? Kenichi looked at Samahata in front of him, a little envious. If this thing could reproduce, that would be great, whether for experiments or other purposes. Huh. No. There's only one Samahata. Kirigakure had a hard time taming it. Kisame knew what Kenichi meant. He shook his head. He only had this one Samahata. If he lost Samahata, it would have some impact on his combat strength. And after using it for so long, he had also developed some feelings for it. Kenichi smiled and patted Kisame's shoulder. He realized there was no need to make Samehada reproduce. Why reproduce? He now had cloning technology. Could he not just clone it? That would solve everything. Moreover, he could also try inserting parasites into Samehada. If Samehada could be controlled by parasites, then Samehada could be used as a converter for storing and outputting chakra, or even as a chakra generator. Then Samehada could directly serve as an energy supply, outputting chakra for machines to use. That would kill two birds with one stone. Furthermore, cloning technology was now very advanced and could accelerate cloning. He could also observe how long Samehada's natural lifespan was after being cloned, then set a shelf life. When one approached death, Samehada could be replaced, and a new Samehada could continue serving as a chakra generator. As for Samehada's feelings, that was not within Kenichi's consideration. It was Samehada's fortune to be able to dedicate itself to scientific progress. Future textbooks would mention Samehada's significant contribution to this chakra industrial revolution. Mr. Amato. Kenichi looked at Amato and revealed a smile. Amato also showed the same smile. This suddenly made Kisame feel as if he had forgotten something, leaving him completely confused about the current situation. So why were Kenichi and Amato smiling so happily? Had something funny happened? Or was it something else? Kenichi drew a tube of blood from Samehada. At first, Samehada was somewhat reluctant. But after Kenichi let it taste a bit of his chakra, Samehada immediately became enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that Kisame was forgotten by it, making Kisame's expression turn somewhat grim. This scene was very similar to plots in certain movies. Kenichi was not surprised. Samehada was just like that. This thing was a living creature, with a certain degree of intelligence and its own emotions. Eating chakra was the same as eating for it. Animals would definitely consider high-quality food. Kenichi's chakra was of relatively high quality, since he possessed the sage body of the first Hokage. After drawing blood, Kenichi left in a hurry. He planned to clone Samehada and quickly develop Samehada's clones. However, the only problem now was that there were not enough cloning nutrient tanks. Kenichi needed to build several new nutrient tanks. Fortunately, Amato had such technology, and Kenichi only needed to provide the materials. But even so, it would take a few days. So Kenichi could only temporarily put Samehada's blood into a special low-temperature storage box and continue the cloning work once the nutrient tanks were built. Mr. Amato, what are your thoughts on Samehada? Kenichi looked at Amato. Although Samehada's appearance allowed him to temporarily solve an urgent problem, at least in the short term, he no longer needed to think about how to design a container capable of storing and outputting chakra. However, this work could not stop. He could not always rely on Samehada to act as this chakra generator. Its body structure is very unique. It should be the result of evolution. I plan to dissect one once the clones are out and see how it absorbs and converts chakra. Amato calmly drank a cup of tea. Kisame had already left. After drawing blood, Amato had let Kisame leave. If he did not leave, Amato was worried he would not be able to resist forcibly dissecting Samehada. But now, I think we can first try to research how to convert the output chakra into power that can drive machines. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, human scientific progress had been rapid. But no matter how much it advanced, human science was often used to boil water. For example, the initial appearance of the steam engine was essentially boiling water, then using steam to drive machinery. In the later era of electricity, boiling water was also an important step in power generation, converting mechanical energy into electrical energy by boiling water. And what about the more high-tech nuclear power plants later? In a broader sense, they also boiled water. They just did it faster and more efficiently, using the method of boiling water to generate electricity. It could be said that in his previous life, the two most basic energy sources were electricity and oil. People basically designed and invented all technology around these energy sources. The technological civilization of his previous life could be described as an energy civilization. And in the shinobi world, Kenichi discovered that chakra could also be used as a form of energy. So the key now was how to develop new technologies around this central point of energy. But the most important issue remained how to utilize that energy. Using chakra to boil water and convert it into electrical energy was not impossible. But it felt a bit unfair to chakra, such a powerful new energy source. So Kenichi wanted to see whether chakra could be directly converted into electrical energy for use. After all, chakra ninjutsu included lightning release, as well as ninjutsu like Chidori. The lightning release ninjutsu Kenichi mastered could unleash electricity stronger than ordinary lightning. If that could be utilized, then one sage art lightning release from him would basically be enough for the daily electricity consumption of the current land of flame. Yes. My idea is based on the nature transformation of chakra, and then Amato and Kenichi began discussing it. Both of them knew that a new door was about to be opened by them. The shinobi world was about to usher in a brand new era. This sense of accomplishment made both of their hearts somewhat excited. Who wouldn't want to be famous for eternity? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 484, Chapter 484, The Current State of the Shinobi World. Chapter 484, The Current State of the Shinobi World. Kazekage Raza is dead. Now we need to elect a new Kazekage, but in this situation, who can bear such a heavy responsibility? In Sunagakure, a group of elders sat together, all of them frowning as they discussed the village's major affairs. Sunagakure could already be described as being in dire straits. It was probably only a few days away from the destruction of both country and village. The elders exchanged glances, their feelings complicated. If Chiyo were still alive, then with her ability and experience, becoming Kazekage would naturally have been a sure thing. But the problem was that Chiyo was also dead. Sunagakure truly seemed unable to find anyone capable of serving as Kazekage. The village was now in an extremely awkward position. Originally, Sunagakure had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ambush Iwagakure and force a swap of villages. But they had not expected to be exposed before they could succeed. In the end, they had scurried back to this desolate, sandy place. Then they received news of Kazekage Raza's death in battle. For a time, it could be said that Sunagakure had lost almost everything. The Land of Lightning has surrendered. Baki interjected. Originally, he did not have the right to speak here, because this was a discussion among Sunagakure's elders. But with the severe decline of Sunagakure's ninja, and with Baki being a seasoned jonin of considerable strength, the elders only showed slight displeasure at his interruption and said nothing. Baki, are you suggesting? One elder looked at Baki, his brows deeply furrowed. But he roughly guessed what Baki meant. After all, anyone able to sit in this room would not be brainless. I just think that even the powerful Kimogakure could only abandon their country and flee to the Land of Fire. It's not shameful for us to surrender to that newly established Land of Flame. Baki spoke calmly. Inside his brain, a parasite was subtly vibrating. However, this time, Baki truly felt this way himself. Even without the parasite's influence, Baki would have said such words. Because Sunagakure was simply too weak now. So weak that there were no other options. Even who would serve as Kazekage had become a problem. If not for the one tail still serving as the village's weapon, Sunagakure might have already been annexed by ninja villages from other countries. But against that suffocatingly powerful Land of Flame, this so-called trump card was as good as nothing. The only thing Sunagakure could be proud of was that the Land of Wind was a desolate, sandy place that no one wanted to occupy. The only things in this country that could entice ninja were some habitable areas and the gold dust beneath the sand. But that gold dust was difficult to excavate, except for the Kazekage who had mastered magnet release. We are Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. A bald man suddenly slammed the table and stood up, speaking with great dissatisfaction. Some elders silently nodded. They had all lived through that era. Sunagakure had once fought against other ninja villages as well, and even Konoha had many ninja who had died at their hands. Now they were supposed to surrender to a newly established country. Was that not shameful? Then elder, who should we choose as Kazekage? Baki retorted, instantly silencing the other party. The elder said nothing. He sat down, lowered his head, and smoked without uttering another word. This made Baki let out a sneer. The elder angrily looked up at Baki, his eyes filled with rage, but Baki completely disregarded this so-called veteran. My opinion is the same as Baki's. An old man spoke, and his words made the elders turn their heads. Because this person was Ebizo, Chiyo's younger brother. Although he was no longer active on the front lines, he controlled a vast intelligence network. Moreover, the other party also possessed considerable strength. Though his combat power had declined somewhat due to his advanced age, he still could not be ignored, and his words carried great weight throughout Sunagakure. For a time, the indignant elders fell silent. Everyone, our Sunagakure is no longer the Sunagakure it once was. What ability and confidence do we have now to contend with that behemoth? You should know that Iwagakure's 5 tails was directly surrounded and killed by the ninja of that country. Ebizo coughed, then spoke softly. This sentence made the elders even more silent. Yes. Sunagakure currently had no strong leader capable of becoming Kage and suppressing everyone. Its only pillar was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. But the problem was that even the 5 tails could not withstand the opponent's attacks, let alone a mere one tail. If the Land of Flame truly intended to attack them, then resisting and leaving behind a village full of corpses would be their only path. The elders lowered their heads. They had one more path. They could go to the Land of Fire and cooperate with Konoha and Kimogakure. But the problem was that cooperation was built on the foundation of strength. If their strength was insufficient, then cooperation would only turn them into cannon fodder. It would be better to surrender directly. Lord Amamiya Kenichi, the ruler of the Land of Flame, is a powerful ninja and a very decisive ruler. If we pledge allegiance to him, our Sunagakure can definitely relocate out of this desolate land of wind. Our descendants won't have to live in this godforsaken place for their entire lives. Baki spoke forcefully. Ebizo also nodded, indicating his support for Baki's statement. So, let's vote now. In any case, we originally intended to find another place to live. Now, without death and without battle, we can provide a better environment for our descendants. What's the difference? Ebizo coughed, then raised his hand. After a moment, most people in the conference room had raised their hands. As they did, more and more people raised their hands after them, leaving only a few stubborn individuals who refused. But that did not matter. Ebizo glanced at Baki, and Baki nodded. These stubborn holdouts would soon discover that they were about to be ostracized by the entire village. The ship of the New World could no longer accommodate these remnants of the old era. And while Kenichi was completely unaware, another nation in the shinobi world completely perished and was renamed the Land of Flame. The daimyo of the Land of Wind quickly met the jonin from Sunagakure. They confiscated the daimyo's family assets, leaving him no chance to escape. Shackles were firmly placed on the once proud necks of the nobility. At that moment, a servant of the daimyo who witnessed everything nearby suddenly realized that the so-called daimyo was no different from an ordinary person like himself. Almost at the very moment the daimyo of the Land of Wind was detained, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was also placed under guard by Iwagakure ninja. What are you Iwagakure people doing? The daimyo of the Land of Earth looked at the ninja before him in terror, roaring furiously. His bravado betrayed his fear, making the sight rather amusing. What do you think, Your Excellency? Anoki looked at the daimyo of the Land of Earth with cold eyes. Before he made his move, he had not noticed anything. But now that he had, he realized that this bastard, the daimyo of the Land of Earth, possessed so much wealth, yet had been so stingy with the funds allocated to Iwagakure each year. This made Anoki somewhat angry. If the daimyo of the Land of Earth had fully supported them, Iwagakure would not have developed into its current state. Anoki watched as the furious and roaring daimyo of the Land of Earth, who kept cursing them as traitors and villains, was dragged away. Then he wearily closed his eyes. He coughed and took out a handkerchief, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body was slowly deteriorating. It seemed to be an incurable illness. From the moment he was attacked by that terrifying weapon, Anoki had realized that his body had been severely damaged. But at least he was still alive. I'm old. I wonder if this body can still secure some favorable terms for Iwagakure. Anoki sighed. Iwagakure had decided to surrender to Kenichi. There was no other way. The main force of Iwagakure's ninja had been annihilated in the Land of Fire. Kuratsuchi had escaped, along with some remnants, but all the other ninja were gone. Completely gone. Just thinking about it made Anoki's heart tremble and ache. If he had known that Kenichi, this madman, was as strong as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, he would have surrendered long ago. That way, every household in the village would not be wearing funeral clothes. And now, Iwagakure's foundation had been cut in half. The Five Tails was gone. Iwagakure had no other path. Anoki also knew about the alliance between Konoha and Kimogakure. But what good was it? Anoki was not optimistic about the alliance between Konoha and Kimogakure. Kenichi had annexed the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, but these were not the main points. The main point was how they would face those two monsters. Those two monsters who were invincible just by standing there. During this time, whenever Anoki slept at night, his dreams were filled with true several thousand hands and Susanoo fighting each other. Small as he was, he would use dust release, but in the end, he could do nothing but watch in despair as the village was destroyed before his eyes. So Anoki understood. He decided to surrender while he was still alive and still a capable ninja, securing more favorable conditions for the village so that it could have a brighter future. That would be enough. I wonder if the envoy has arrived. Anoki looked at the magnificent daimyo's residence of the Land of Earth, as if seeing the once equally magnificent Iwagakure. The light of the setting sun fell upon the daimyo's residence. It also fell upon Anoki. Anoki stretched out his hand, his palm seeming to grasp the sun, as if he wanted to hold it in his hand so that it would not set. But in the end, the sun still disappeared before him. Anoki dejectedly lowered his hand and let out a long sigh. So, you returned from Iwagakure and incidentally brought Anoki's letter. Kenichi looked at Kabuto before him, who was smiling at him. Meanwhile, Kenichi held a letter from Anoki in his hand. However, what surprised Kenichi the most was Kabuto himself. He had actually returned from Iwagakure. Kenichi wondered whether Anoki had seen through Kabuto's identity and specifically sent him to deliver the letter. But for a letter, it was quite large, and... Kenichi weighed the letter in his hand. It was quite heavy. Upon feeling this, Kenichi generally understood what Inoki meant. However, this was good. To occupy a country without shedding blood, and with the cooperation of Inoki and his people, occupying the Land of Earth would allow him to quickly take control of its internal affairs and make the Land of Earth part of the Land of Flame as soon as possible. He could also search the Land of Earth for some of the minerals he needed. Yes, Lord Amamiya. But Lord Tsuchikage seems to want to merge with our Land of Flame. Kabuto was in a good mood. Kenichi had previously promised him freedom once this matter was resolved. You've worked hard. From now on, you can do whatever you want. Kenichi nodded. He waved his hand. Kabuto was no longer of much use to him. Or rather, Kenichi still needed to consider what the intelligence organization would look like in the future. But at this moment, Kabuto was stunned. Although he had received assurance from Kenichi long ago, combined with Danzo's nonsense, Kabuto had still harbored some doubts about whether Kenichi would truly keep his word. When he had asked just now, his heart had been filled with anxiety. Now that he had received a genuine answer, Kabuto's heart suddenly seemed to stop. Then it began to beat rapidly. He quickly double-checked to make sure he had not misheard. It's true. From now on, you don't have to do spy work anymore. Do whatever you want, no matter what it is. Kenichi looked at Kabuto strangely. Wasn't this what he had always dreamed of? Why was he acting like this now that it had come true? Kabuto received his answer. He hurried out, almost tripping from distraction as he left. Kenichi shook his head, thinking that this unlucky kid had really had it rough. But Kabuto paid no attention to any of that. He scurried out, and he did not even know how he walked. In any case, when he came to his senses, he saw the lights of the orphanage in the night. Nono was telling bedtime stories to the orphans. Kabuto stood outside and watched. He quietly watched. Tears flowed from his eyes without him even realizing it, until Nono noticed him and walked over. Kabuto. With that soft inquiry, Kabuto suddenly smiled. He wiped the tears from his eyes, looked at Nono before him, and revealed a childlike smile. I'm home. And so, the shinobi world lost a spy named Kabuto, and gained a Kabuto who cared for the children in the orphanage. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 485, Chapter 485, The Department of Unification. Chapter 485, The Department of Unification. Kenichi sat in his seat, tapping his phone lightly against the desk as he contemplated his next moves. Frankly, the shinobi world was changing a little too fast. Or rather, it was changing so quickly that even Kenichi found it hard to adapt. However, this was also a good thing. If the shinobi world could be unified quickly, Kenichi would be able to mobilize every ninja and every resource to a greater extent, pushing scientific development forward. Now, Iwagakure has surrendered. Inoki said he would detain the daimyo of the Land of Earth and leave the funds for me to collect, but he also put forward some conditions. Kenichi looked at the thick letter in his hand, a playful smile on his face. Inoki's quick surrender somewhat surprised Kenichi. He had thought Inoki would be unwilling, try to imitate Kumogakure, and confront him. But considering that almost all of Iwagakure's ninja had been annihilated by Orochimaru, Kenichi felt this was not entirely incomprehensible. Although Kumogakure's ninja had also suffered attacks from Orochimaru, Orochimaru had not primarily targeted Kumogakure back then. His focus had been more on Iwagakure. So while Kumogakure had lost some ninja, they had at least preserved some fighting strength. Iwagakure, on the other hand, had even lost their Five Tails Jinchuriki to Kenichi. They had little ability to resist left. Yet, looking at the surrender document in his hand, Kenichi still felt like laughing. Because even while surrendering, Inoki had not forgotten to secure some benefits for Iwagakure, raising several conditions within the letter. Amamiya-sama. Shirori walked over and respectfully poured Kenichi a cup of tea. Kenichi nodded. Then Shursui, Nagato, and Konan also arrived. This time, Nagato was using his real body, not pain, which made Shursui unable to stop himself from glancing at Nagato several times. Mei and Katsuchi also walked over with grim faces, reluctantly sitting on the chairs. Kenichi looked at his team. Well, frankly speaking, the current team was still a bit meager. There were not many people who were truly capable of handling serious matters. However, these people would become crucial components of the future Land of Flame. Without them, everything would be dumped onto Kenichi, and that would not do. Kenichi's goal was research. As for the leadership position, he planned to hand it over to someone else depending on the situation. Of course, they would definitely have to remain under his control. For example, by being implanted with parasites. This time, I'm informing everyone that Iwagakure of the Land of Earth has decided to merge with us and become part of the Land of Flame. Kenichi spoke lightly. Shirori stood quietly beside him without speaking. Katsuchi's eyes widened in shock. Mei's expression became complicated. Shursui, meanwhile, was curiously looking at Shirori. So that means we don't need to go to war with the Wagakure? Nagato coughed and asked, a little excited. Kenichi nodded when he heard him. Indeed, they would not need to fight Iwagakure in order to take over the land of Earth. With the addition of Iwagakure's ninja from the land of Earth, Kenichi's influence could expand even further. Kitsuchi closed his eyes, a trace of sorrow rising in his heart. What about the comrades who had died on the battlefield? Would their vengeance not be sought? But considering Iwagakure's current situation, Kitsuchi lowered his head in frustration. If he were standing in the Tsuchikide's position, he probably could not do much either. If he insisted on avenging their fallen compatriots, then he would have to face the possibility of the entire village going to the Pure Land. So what else could Inoki-sama do? To avenge the dead, or to let the living survive? It was a difficult choice. Kitsuchi knew that no matter what he said now, it would sound like he did not understand the true difficulty of the situation. So he said nothing. Those deceased compatriots could only be left as they were. The future shinobi world was destined to head in another direction under this man's hand. Since resistance was futile, he could only accept reality. After Iwagakure surrenders, we need to arrange for some people to go there and implement the new policies of the Land of Flame. At the same time, we need to complete the absorption of Iwagakure's ninja, and the textbooks also need to be re-audited. Shirori, have the Department of Unification take charge of this and handle it. Kill anyone who dares obstruct the process. Kenichi glanced at Kitsuchi. He must be in great pain right now, right? But then Kenichi ignored Kitsuchi and looked at Shirori, speaking calmly. Shirori nodded obediently and recorded the matter in her notebook. What does the Department of Unification do? Shursui asked curiously. He had led the Uchiha clan to join this new nation, and his heart was full of curiosity about it. Although he had observed some of the Land of Flame's policies during this period, he still knew very little about the country. As for this Department of Unification, he knew nothing about it. The Department of Unification exists to make the people of a country stop thinking of themselves as people who once belonged to the Land of Earth or Iwagakure. Its purpose is to make them say Land of Flame without hesitation when they think of their country in the future. Kenichi explained. This Department of Unification was actually modeled after what Qin Shi Huang had done. In Kenichi's plan, if he wanted to achieve lasting peace in the shinobi world, the necessary condition was to make the people of the 5 great nations and the various small countries gradually abandon their former homelands and regard the Land of Flame as their sole motherland. Only in this way could the occurrence of war be avoided to the greatest extent. However, this process would be somewhat troublesome. It required a lot of time, and it also required the nation to maintain long-term stability and peace. Just like during the era of Qin Shi Huang. After completing the entire integration process, if the country had been allowed to recover and recuperate, perhaps the conflicts of the 6 states could have been completely ended. But the result was the fall of the Qin dynasty in its 2nd generation. The wars that followed cleared out the remnants of the 6 states who wanted to restore their nations, creating an opportunity for Liu Bang. The unified Han dynasty, which lasted for over a century, also deeply ingrained the identity of the Han people into everyone's hearts. By that time, who would idly mention the spring and autumn and warring states periods? Everyone would say they were Han people. And Kenichi planned to learn from the Qin dynasty's model. He would use this method to gradually make the shinobi world stop recalling the former 5 great nations. Then, long-term peace would be foreseeable. Coupled with the influence of the parasites, as long as Kenichi did not die and the parasites were not deciphered, future governance would also be very clear. Under such circumstances, the shinobi world could at least enter a long period of great unification. As for what happened after that, that was a matter for later. He would adapt as things came. In any case, as long as Kenichi held the strongest military power in this world, any so-called rebellion would be nothing but a pipe dream. You're doing the same thing in the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, aren't you? Mei felt a chill in her heart. She could no longer see any hope of restoring the Land of Water. Yes. There will be no more Land of Water or Land of Lightning in the future, only the Land of Flame. The entire shinobi world will only have one country, and that is the Land of Flame. Kenichi spoke seriously. Or rather, the Land of Snow was the earliest territory of the Land of Flame. Koyuki Kazuhana still wanted to communicate with him, but Kenichi currently had no such thoughts. What he wanted to do most now was rule the entire shinobi world. That was the greatest thrill. Mei closed her eyes. This madman. I know some of you harbor dissatisfaction and anger. You feel that the disappearance and subjugation of the 5 great nations are due to my tyranny. Kenichi scoffed. The people of the shinobi world always gave him the feeling that they were trapped in small village skirmishes. If not for ninja, a power beyond the conventional, there would not be much in the shinobi world that he cared about. But you must understand this. For this world, war is the greatest cancer, and the 5 great nations are that cancer. What meaning is there in their conflicts? Only by ending this war can I bring peace to the world. Then everyone can live happily, and ninja won't have to fight one another until their brains are splattered. Kenichi's words made Nagato and Konan nod. They had become orphans because of war. They had founded the Akatsuki because they wanted to bring peace to the shinobi world. Individual ambition is insignificant before the aspirations of the collective. Kenichi glanced at Mei and Kitsuchi. He knew these people were unwilling. But sorry. Before the grand trend, these people had no right to resist. The small ripples stirred up by individuals would eventually merge into the ocean beneath the roar of the times, leaving nothing behind. Shursui looked at Kenichi. He had once thought Kenichi was a madman because of such a crazy plan. But now, Kenichi was realizing his ambition step by step. This made Shursui feel somewhat incredulous. Sunagakure has also fallen under my control. It's only a matter of time. So that means, in the current shinobi world, the only ones who can contend with us are Konoha in the land of fire and Kimogakure. Kenichi tapped his phone against the desk. But everyone's reaction was flat. Even Iwagakure in the land of earth had surrendered. They did not believe a small Sunagakure could do anything. Their surrender was an expected result. So next, our task is to take over the land of earth and the land of wind, then implement our policies. At the same time, observe the movements of Konoha and Kimogakure. If they want to fight, we'll fight. Kenichi narrowed his eyes in thought. But then he felt his foot being poked. Kenichi remained calm. What did Black Zetsu want with him? No need to fight Konoha and Kimogakure for now. Nagato was a bit impatient. He was eager to see the world after the shinobi world was unified. It would surely be a wonderfully beautiful world, wouldn't it? No. I think Konoha and Kimogakure might still be hesitating. Once they learn that the land of earth and the land of wind have both submitted, it should throw them into complete disarray. The fewer people who die, the better. Kenichi shook his head. Konoha and Kimogakure had both been attacked by him, and they seemed to have misunderstood the relationship between him and Madara. However, it was not a complete misunderstanding now. He had indeed formed a cooperative relationship with Madara. If they could not be suppressed by absolute force, then it would be too difficult for Konoha and Kimogakure alone to do anything. After the meeting ended, Kenichi left in a hurry. Before leaving, he gave Nagato a look. Nagato did not speak, but he understood what Kenichi meant. Soon, Kenichi arrived at a hill next to the new capital of the Land of Flame. Black Zetsu emerged from behind a tree trunk. He, I didn't expect you to control 4 countries now. Black Zetsu let out a sinister chuckle. Kenichi shrugged and looked at Black Zetsu. The other party must have something to tell him. But what could it be? Black Zetsu glanced at Kenichi warily. Kenichi, this madman, had frightening execution ability. He had even unified 4 countries. However, the stronger Kenichi became, the more triumphant Black Zetsu felt. After all, he had fooled the 2 strongest people in the shinobi world like idiots. That feeling was simply too good. Black Zetsu, what do you want with me? Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu. He wanted to ask whether the other party had discovered the Otsutsuki clan, but he could not ask directly, which made his heart itch. I wanted to ask if you have any high-power weapons. Black Zetsu asked with a chuckle. Kenichi understood what Black Zetsu wanted to do the moment he heard this. He wanted to use Kenichi's weapons along with Madara to deal with a potential Otsutsuki clan member. However, this also proved that Black Zetsu had indeed discovered something that made him wary. Did the Otsutsuki clan still exist in this world? Kenichi's mood grew somewhat heavy. He only remembered that in the movie where Naruto and Hinata started dating and confirmed their relationship, there was an Otsutsuki clan descendant living on the moon. There also seemed to be something that could take people to the moon. Could it be that thing? That did not seem right. Hinata had not grown up yet. According to the plot, the one on the moon was a descendant of Kagaya's son, a descendant of the brothers of the Sage of 6 Paths. He should not have arrived yet, nor was it likely for Black Zetsu to have discovered him. So what Black Zetsu had discovered was a hidden Otsutsuki clan member who had not appeared in the Naruto storyline. If he was not mistaken, it should be characters from Boruto. Kenichi took a deep breath. It would have been fine if Naruto had simply ended properly, but they just had to add Boruto. And he had not even watched it. That left Kenichi completely ignorant of that anime's plot. He could not even target it properly. Yes, but you'll have to wait a bit. Kenichi nodded. If this was to deal with other Otsutsuki, then Black Zetsu and he were on the same side. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 486, Chapter 486, Uchiha Madara, do you also want to dance? Chapter 486, Uchiha Madara, do you also want to dance? Kenichi did not mind helping Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu was currently dealing with a potential Otsutsuki clan member. Furthermore, Kenichi believed he had not revealed any suspicious intentions. As long as Black Zetsu viewed him as someone unaware of Black Zetsu's true identity, Kenichi would not be suspected. After all, Black Zetsu's identity and purpose could be considered the greatest secrets in the shinobi world. As long as this secret was not exposed, Black Zetsu naturally would not have any reason to attack him suddenly. How long will it take? Black Zetsu could not help asking. He had thought he could simply come over, take what he needed, and leave, then quickly hand it over to Madara. Madara was already getting impatient. While Black Zetsu had gone out to look for Kenichi and obtain the items, Madara had suddenly thought of visiting Konoha. Black Zetsu could only hope that he would not cause any major incident. At the fastest, at least 2 or 3 days. Kenichi pondered for a moment before giving a time frame. Black Zetsu thought about it and could only nod. He had no other choice. Kenichi's weapons were unique in the shinobi world. No one else possessed them. It was undeniably a world of technological monopoly, which left Black Zetsu feeling somewhat helpless. Kenichi was not deceiving Black Zetsu, because he was indeed telling the truth. Although Kenichi would not give Black Zetsu an atomic bomb, a thermobaric bomb was acceptable. Moreover, a thermobaric bomb infused with multiple chakra natures would have considerable power. Although it still paled in comparison to an atomic bomb, it would be sufficient. Furthermore, thermobaric bombs had stronger tactical killing effects against underground bases, buildings, and similar targets. So Kenichi still needed to collect materials in order to create thermobaric bombs for Black Zetsu. Where's your main body? Kenichi looked around. He did not see Madara. Kenichi had originally thought Madara would follow Black Zetsu and come cause him trouble. Unexpectedly, Madara had not come. Him? He went out to reminisce. Black Zetsu's expression was a little strange. Konoha is still the same. Atop Konoha's Hokage rock, Madara stood on the head of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, overlooking the hidden leaf village below. A complicated feeling rose in his heart. Looking at the ninja village that he and Hashirama had established together, Madara found it difficult to describe his current mood. But it was undoubtedly complex. After all, this was the village he had founded together with Hashirama. Although he later felt that Hashirama's ideals were too naive and thus left Konoha, he had still paid some attention to Konoha. The day Hashirama died, Madara had remained silent for a very long time. Later, he had even gone to Hashirama's grave and poured him a cup of sake, though he had never mentioned it to anyone. And now, Hashirama was dead. He was dead too. During his time in the Pure Land, Madara had felt a certain loneliness. He did not seek anyone out. Instead, he secluded himself in one place, quietly waiting for his plan to succeed. The only issue was that he had occasionally felt as if someone was watching him. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not find that person, so he simply dismissed it as an illusion. Who are you? A voice filled with shock and anger rang out. Madara turned around and saw a ninja behind him. The ninja had striking silver-white hair, making him extremely recognizable. Madara remembered this person. He was the friend of Obito, the pawn Madara had once chosen. Kakashi. At the time, Madara had paid attention to Kakashi solely because Kakashi was always by Obito's side, and Madara intended to use him as a tool to stimulate Obito into awakening his Sharingan. However, he observed that Obito had a unique affection for that girl. At that moment, Madara realized that compared to Kakashi, that girl would be a more suitable candidate. Only by learning love and understanding love could the Uchiha clan become stronger after losing what they loved. So Madara abandoned Kakashi and orchestrated Rin Nohara's death. The result was exactly as he had expected. Obito, who witnessed everything, went completely mad and became his pawn. Unfortunately, this pawn encountered Kenichi, who was unusually strong in the current world, and was thoroughly beaten, forcing Madara himself to clean up the mess. However, according to Black Zetsu's intelligence, Kakashi now seemed to be his current partner, a friend of Kenichi. This was quite interesting. Both of Kakashi's friends had some connection to him. Me. Madara showed a faint smile. He looked at Kakashi with an arrogant gaze that could not be concealed, making Kakashi even more cautious. This man was wearing clothes with the Uchiha clan crest. What was his connection to the Uchiha clan? But the strange cracks on the man's face made Kakashi realize that this person was a resurrected dead man, someone brought back through Edo Tensei. And the most famous user of the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei in the current shinobi world was his former good friend, Kenichi. Thinking of this, Kakashi opened his Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation. Accompanied by powerful eye power, Kakashi suddenly flew backward. His Mangekyo was interrupted before he could even use it. Mangekyo. You're not from my Uchiha clan, so why do you have 2 Mangekyo? Immediately afterward, Kakashi felt a suffocating pressure around his neck. He was lifted up by the men in front of him, who held his neck with one hand. Madara looked at Kakashi with cold, questioning eyes. Kakashi's full name was Kakashi Hatake. That meant he was from the Hatake clan, a minor clan with no particularly outstanding ninja, at least in Madara's opinion. Yet he had somehow mastered the Mangekyo. This left Madara somewhat perplexed. Cough. Kakashi tried to struggle, but all his small tricks were effortlessly countered by the men in front of him. Kakashi hardened his heart and directly set off the ANBU emergency communication flare. But the men only watched silently, making no attempt to stop him. After Kakashi finished setting off the flare, Madara threw him away. Kakashi bounced and rolled several times across the ground before crashing into a tree and stopping. He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Madara with intense caution in his heart. This man was too strong. Strong to the point of despair. Soon, the ANBU arrived. They quickly assessed the situation, but it was utterly useless. In Madara's hands, these people could not last a single move before all of them were lying on the ground. The ANBU who had come as reinforcements could only set off a distress flare. With that flare, Tsunade, whose injuries had mostly healed, rushed over. Immediately afterward, she saw Madara. Almost the moment she saw Madara, Tsunade immediately opened her strength of 100 seal, entering her strongest combat state. Uchiha Madara. What are you doing here? Tsunade looked at Madara with shock and anger. He was strong. Incredibly strong. Strong to the point of despair. Tsunade had faced Madara before. Precisely because of that, Tsunade knew just how abnormal this man, Madara, truly was. Hashirama's granddaughter, you disappoint me greatly. You haven't inherited your grandfather's power at all. Madara looked at Tsunade and shook his head. She only knew how to throw punches. Didn't she know that taijutsu ninja were trash? Although Madara's own strength was also supported by taijutsu, it relied more on ninjutsu and combat experience. Taijutsu was merely a tool Madara used to clear out minor pawns. Yes. Like Kakashi and the other ANBU ninja he had just sent flying. They only deserved Madara's taijutsu. What do you want to do? Tsunade was somewhat annoyed. But remembering the complete body Susanoo she had seen that day, a chill ran down her spine. This guy was terrifying. Terrifying to the point of despair. Now, Konoha only had her as a high-level combatant. How could she deal with Madara? Nothing. I just came to see how you useless people have brought Konoha to this state. Madara spoke casually. This only enraged Tsunade even further. She launched a devastating kick without hesitation. Ever since Kenichi caused her to lose an arm, Tsunade had been diligently practicing one-handed ninjutsu and learning how to fight more effectively with her legs. The results were quite good now. Do you also want to dance? Madara instantly dodged Tsunade's attack, then leaped again to evade her pursuit. In midair, he flipped and launched a great fire annihilation at Tsunade. Then he landed on a tree canopy and stood upright, looking down at Tsunade from above. Tsunade gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She knew she was no match for Madara. In his eyes, she was probably just a little girl throwing wild punches. But this was Konoha. The village her grandfather had founded. She was now the Hokage of this village. For the sake of the villagers in Konoha, Tsunade had to fight. Tsunade charged again. But then she realized that Madara had already left. He seemed to have no intention of fighting her. This left Tsunade standing there silently. She watched his distant figure, powerlessly deactivated her strength of 100 seal, and let out a long sigh. Perhaps it was time for Konoha to make a choice. Lady Tsunade. Urgent intelligence. An ANBU rushed over and handed a piece of intelligence to Tsunade. Tsunade took it and glanced at it. Then a wave of powerlessness washed over her. Her body swayed, and she tiredly sat on the ground. Tsunade remained silent for a long time. Then she took a deep breath. Call a high-level meeting. The clan heads of the village and all the elders must come. Tsunade waved her hand wearily. The ANBU exchanged glances, then silently left. Tsunade lay back on the grass, looking up at the sky, biting her lip, her eyes filled with unwillingness. A moment later, she raised a hand and covered her eyes. The wind blew a piece of paper across the grass. On it, the words, Iwagakure of the Land of Earth and Sunagakure of the Land of Wind announced their integration into the Land of Flame and will become part of the Land of Flame's territory, were glaringly conspicuous. And this paper eventually landed in the hands of the various elders and clan heads. For a moment, the entire meeting room was dead silent. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone looked at the paper in their hands, then looked at Tsunade in front of them. Tsunade sat there expressionlessly, unmoving. This, if it's true, then that means that among the 5 great nations, only our Land of Fire remains. Hamura Mitokado looked around, then spoke tentatively. Do the people of Kimogakure know? Kohara Uchiha was more concerned about this question. After all, Kumogakure was not far from Konoha. I don't know, but unless Kumogakure's ninja are blind, they should know this news. Tsunade spoke wearily. This was big news. Although Kumogakure had lost the Land of Lightning, they still had their own internal intelligence network. Moreover, this time, the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind had no intention of hiding it. They had directly announced their integration into the Land of Flame. Such news could not be hidden. So it was likely that Kumogakure's ninja were currently discussing how to handle this matter. It was already troublesome enough that Kenichi, that madman, had occupied the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning. Now, he had directly surrounded the Land of Fire, instantly making it isolated. Hokage-sama. An ANBU walked in. He handed over another piece of intelligence. Tsunade opened it and glanced at it, then closed her eyes. You all see for yourselves. Tsunade sighed, then rubbed her temples. She was very tired now. Shikaka took a look. It stated that the other smaller countries had successively announced their integration into the Land of Flame, becoming part of its territory. Now, even the previously supposedly neutral Land of Iron had become part of the Land of Flame's territory. In the entire shinobi world, only the Land of Fire truly remained. My opinion is to surrender to the Land of Flame. Shikaka spoke. He handed the intelligence in his hand to the others, his tone calm. Everyone looked sideways at Shikaku. Although many people had this thought, few dared to voice it. But soon, Hamura and Koharu immediately agreed. They realized that speaking up now, if Konoha integrated into the Land of Flame in the future, might be seen as a meritorious act. For a moment, with the exception of a few people who remained silent, most of the clan heads expressed that they should surrender. Ultimately, a village and a clan were different. If the village was gone, as long as the clan remained, it was not a big deal. But if the clan was gone, what difference did it make whether the village still existed or not? Now, those who support Konoha surrendering to the Land of Flame, raise your hands. Tsunade did not open her eyes. She merely spoke in a cold tone. Everyone exchanged glances. Then they all raised their hands. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 487, Chapter 487, The Last Hokage. Chapter 487, The Last Hokage. Tsunade opened her eyes, a hint of mockery in her gaze as she swept it across the scene before her. Even now, was there really no one willing to sacrifice for Konoha? No one willing to fight for Konoha? Everyone had raised their hands so decisively, so quickly, as if delaying by even a single second would affect their future standing in the Land of Flame. A pang of sorrow struck Tsunade's heart. She wondered if the past Hokage, who had given their lives for Konoha, would think all their struggles had truly been worth it. Her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had founded Konoha. Yet now, Konoha was about to perish in her hands. When she went to the Pure Land, how was she supposed to explain this to her grandfather? And how was she supposed to explain it to her younger brother, who had always dreamed of becoming Hokage? Tsunade even saw the Akimichi clan head, who had lost an arm, present in the room. He did not object. One other even handed her a letter stating that the Sarutobi clan also supported the decision and had collectively decided to surrender to Kenichi. This chilled Tsunade's heart. How dared the Sarutobi clan? Had they forgotten that their previous clan head, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had died at Kenichi's hands? Tsunade scoffed. This is truly. Since that's the case, then there will be no more Konoha. Tsunade spoke coldly. She stood up, no longer intending to remain in this disheartening village, nor truly intending to surrender to that madman, Kenichi. She planned to resume her old life, wandering the world. For a moment, Tsunade felt disoriented. No. There would be no more countries. There would be no more casinos in different countries. No matter where she went, she would always be living on the territory of this new country, the Land of Flame. This country was filled with a group of madmen. As long as Kenichi died, or as long as he exposed even the slightest weakness, the most brutal betrayal would await him. At that time, the entire shinobi world would be engulfed in war again. Unless Kenichi could live forever. Hokage-sama, what about Kumogakure's ninja? Hamura urgently asked. If they were going to surrender, Tsunade had to be the one to lead it. They also needed to control the daimyo of the Land of Fire to prevent him from escaping. Only then could they prove Konoha's sincere surrender. Surrender? You want to surrender? A furious voice rang out. Then, a man wrapped in bandages pushed open the door and walked in. His eyes were wide with rage, as if he could not believe that these ninja, who had enjoyed so many benefits in Konoha, would choose to surrender. His whole body trembled, as if he had been betrayed at that moment. The ninja present looked at the men who had just entered with complicated expressions. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face allowed everyone to recognize his identity. This was the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi. Yes, surrender. There will be no more Konoha, and no more Land of Fire. Tsunade had an unreadable smile on her face. It was as if she was laughing, and yet also sighing. Asuma Sarutobi, he probably does not know yet, does he? A hint of mocking amusement flashed through Tsunade's eyes. Asuma certainly did not know. How could this so-called young clan head be a match for the old men in the Sarutobi clan? Just because of that Amamiya Kenichi? You're going to surrender to him? Asuma roared fiercely. His voice was so loud that his previously healing wounds ruptured again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto the map of Konoha, forming red spots that soaked into the paper and slowly spread. Tsunade looked at the map. At every street. Every house. Just seeing the map made her feel as if she could see all of Konoha before her eyes. As if she could see this village for which she had fought her entire life. This is the unanimous decision of Konoha's Elder Council and the heads of all major clans. Tsunade spoke softly, her gaze unfocused as she looked at the blood-soaked map. But these words only enraged Asuma further. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared fiercely at the ninja before him with the gaze of a lone wolf. Some of the ninja present lowered their heads, not daring to meet Asuma's gaze. They felt a little guilty. But some other ninja watched Asuma coldly, their eyes devoid of emotion. Tsunade did not look at the ninja in the meeting room. Nor did she look at the agitated Asuma. She was only looking at the map, taking one last look at it. What would this place be called in the future? How would Kenichi make Konoha's ninja live? These were all questions. Are you just going to surrender like this? The Hyuga clan ninja have seen it. There are white worms in the brains of those Land of Flame ninja. If you surrender, do you also want worms in your brains? Asuma gritted his teeth as he looked at his companions. His fists were clenched tightly, and a sweet, metallic taste filled his throat, making him deeply uncomfortable. Asuma suppressed the urge to vomit blood, panting in anger, his gaze fixed on the ninja before him. There will always be a solution, Asuma. I know you're anxious, but don't be so impatient. Now, the entire shinobi world only has our Land of Fire left. Are you expecting us to fight Kenichi and those madmen from the Land of Flame with those brainless people from Kimogakure? Hyuga Hisashi tried to comfort the agitated Asuma. You heard Kakashi's report, didn't you? Those Land of Flame ninja all have Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you think you can handle them? Because Kimogakure and Konoha had quickly established a certain relationship, Kimogakure's ninja had not come to take Hinata Hyuga. Because of that, Hisashi naturally had not died. If Kenichi knew, he might lament how he had unknowingly changed the history of the shinobi world once again. Hisashi felt that his idea was correct. So many Mangekyo ninja. How could they fight? One-eye technique from each of the opposing side would be enough to wipe out most ninja teams. And what use would it be even if elite ninja survived? Could they overcome the hurdle named Kenichi? Then our Sarutobi clan won't be cowards either. Asuma left, gritting his teeth. He was disillusioned with this village. These people only cared about their own interests and completely disregarded everything else. Hiruzen had died for the village. Yet no one was thinking of avenging him. Asuma walked quickly. As he left, he forcefully slammed the door shut. The loud noise startled the somewhat dazed Tsunade back to awareness. She glanced at the ninja in the room. Later, the two elders will take the ANBU ninja to talk to Kimogakure's ninja about your decision. Tsunade spoke calmly. Hamura looked at Tsunade in surprise. This was not right. Shouldn't Tsunade be the one to lead the team? Just as Hamura was about to say something to make Tsunade lead the team, Tsunade stood up directly. From today onward, I am no longer the fifth Hokage of Konoha of the Land of Fire. I abdicate. After Tsunade finished speaking, she placed the Hokage hat on the table and walked toward the door. Some people in the middle wanted to say something, but after Tsunade punched a hole through the wall, they closed their mouths and said nothing more. They could only watch Tsunade leave the new Hokage building with Shizune. Tsunade walked outside. The ANBU she passed respectfully bowed to her. Tsunade nodded slightly. She suddenly felt light all over. Looking at her own likeness on the Hokage rock in the distance, Tsunade gave a wry smile. Was she the Hokage with the shortest tenure? How long had the fourth Hokage served? She could not remember. Her memories were a little blurry. Tsunade walked out of the village expressionlessly. The guarding ninja looked at Tsunade and Shizune, who was carrying a bag, in surprise. But they said nothing. They only bowed respectfully. Shortly after Tsunade left Konoha, she turned her head to look at the village behind her. The village where she had grown up. The village where she had fought. The village where she had fallen in love. The village where she had taken on responsibility. Suddenly, her vision blurred. Tsunade gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Through her tears, she saw her grandfather smiling at her. She saw Tobirama Senju waving at her. She saw the third Hokage silently smoking, then sighing as he looked at her before finally smiling and ruffling her hair. Finally. At the very end. A man with spiky white hair and a large nose smiled at her. Tsunade took a deep breath. She suddenly understood something. She suddenly knew why Jiraiya had done what he did. Why Jiraiya had ultimately not returned. She suddenly knew what she had to do. Was she supposed to wander across this land of fire? And then change her mind and simply survive? That kind of choice was not her choice. Tsunade silently took out her Konoha ninja headband from her pocket. She touched the headband, then resolutely tied it around her forehead. With one hand, she took out her wartime clothes and put them on. When she turned her head, she saw that Shizun had also changed into the same attire, silently standing by her side. Tsunade opened her mouth to say something. But looking at Shizun's eyes, Tsunade said nothing. She nodded. Then, taking Shizun with her, she dashed toward the land of lightning. And just after Tsunade left, Hamura and Koharu reluctantly led the ANBU out of Konoha, hurrying toward Kimogakure's encampment. They needed to see what Kimogakure's ninja were thinking. If they were willing to surrender together, that would be best. But if they were not, it would be troublesome. Tsunade Nichin, why bother? Kenichi sighed as he looked at the woman before him. By the time he received the intelligence and rushed over, the old site of Kimogakure had already been violently cleared by Tsunade. Now, only Tsunade and Shizun sat there, in the empty center of Kimogakure, quietly watching him. Dark clouds covered the sky over Kimogakure, making the entire place seem gloomy. It was going to rain. Kenichi's mood was somewhat complicated. In his opinion, Tsunade and Shizun were still very useful. After all, they were both medical ninja, and Tsunade's mastery of medical ninjutsu was extremely high. It would be hard to find a stronger healer than Tsunade in the shinobi world. If possible, Kenichi hoped Tsunade would surrender to him and serve the land of flame. But he had just finished making the thermobaric bomb and given it to Black Zetsu. He had been about to passionately discuss the prospects of the chakra energy era with Amato. Unexpectedly, Shirori suddenly brought him a troublesome piece of news. Tsunade and Shizun had come to Kimogakure in the land of lightning and specifically requested a fight with Kenichi. Kenichi had rushed over, and what he saw was this scene. Looking at Tsunade in her battle attire, Kenichi knew what Tsunade was thinking. Ninja were truly troublesome beings. No need to say more, Amamiya Kenichi. Tsunade stood up. Shizun also stood up beside her, silent, her eyes calmly fixed on Kenichi, as if she was looking at an enemy. Sigh. Kenichi sighed. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, lightning patterns had appeared at the corners of his eyes. He knew that standing before him now was a hero. A stubborn ninja. A pure ninja. However, perhaps it was precisely because there were such ninja who adhered to their own ninja way, preferring death over compromise, that the current history of the shinobi world had taken shape. Kenichi looked at Tsunade and Shizun. This battle might be his last one against the ninja of the shinobi world. No. Perhaps it would be the second to last. Whether it would be the very last depended on what Reikage of Kimogakure thought. But Kenichi knew that after this battle, there would be no more Konoha. Or rather, there would be no more Hokage. The will of fire would be buried in his era. Lady Fifth Hokage, may you have a good journey. Kenichi slowly walked over. Hearing Kenichi's words, Tsunade suddenly became excited. She stomped her foot, and the ground cracked under the immense force. Then Tsunade instantly vanished from Kenichi's sight. It's too early to say that, you brat. Today, I'll teach you how to fight a ninja. Tsunade's voice carried the sound of rushing wind as she swiftly charged toward Kenichi. Shizun also charged forward without hesitation. The cold wind whistled. Orochimaru stood with his arms crossed, looking at the tree before him. This tree was withered, with only a few leaves left. It was a dead tree. Only a single withered leaf still clung to a branch, unwilling to leave the place that had nurtured it for so long. Orochimaru looked into the distance, his eyes lost in thought. Then he silently picked up a piece of wood and sat on the ground. He picked up a file. Without using ninjutsu, he sat there, silently carving the wood in his hands. And before him stood Jiraiya's grave. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 488, Chapter 488, The Hokage's Death. Chapter 488, The Hokage's Death. You're old, Tsunade. Kenichi caught Tsunade's incoming fist, then kicked Shizun in the chest. Shizun spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, rolling several times across the ground before weakly collapsing onto her stomach. Kenichi did not care about Shizun. Shizun's battlefield should have been a hospital, not this place. But since Shizen had come here with Tsunade, it proved she had already made her resolve. Kenichi naturally would not pretend not to see her. Yes, I'm old. Tsunade looked at her fist, then showed a faint smile. Immediately afterward, she stomped on the ground and spun her entire body at high speed. Using the force of that rotation, she broke free from Kenichi's restraint. She used her full strength and slammed a heavy punch into the ground where Kenichi stood. The ground of Kimogakure cracked apart beneath Tsunade's fist. Kenichi frowned slightly. He took a deep breath. Then a wood golem 3 stories tall rose from the ground. Susanoo armor directly enveloped the wood golem. Kenichi raised the long sword in his hand and slashed down toward Tsunade. The long sword, imbued with Susanoo's energy, slammed directly into the ground, stirring up black flames. The powerful wind pressure made Tsunade narrow her eyes. But then she took a deep breath and charged forward, punching the wood golem in the chest with all her strength. The Susanoo armor on the wood golem was shattered by Tsunade's unrestrained punch. Kenichi knew that Tsunade was fighting with her life. When she used ninjutsu now, there was a sense of recklessness to it. She poured all her chakra into every attack, which resulted in immense power. However, even with her Een seal, Tsunade could not sustain this kind of battle for long. Tsunade had no intention of surviving. At this rate, even if she did not die from his ninjutsu, Tsunade would die from excessive chakra depletion. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Kenichi's eyes. Countless electrical charges flickered in his vision, then were deconstructed by him. Kenichi's eyes began to ache slightly. He not only had to face Tsunade's attacks, but also had to draw upon the ocular power of the Mangekyo at the same time to deconstruct these electrical charges. That was a huge burden on his eyes. The same ninjutsu won't work a second time. Tsunade stomped hard on the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust and obscuring Kenichi's vision. Kenichi felt somewhat helpless. Tsunade might have thought he intended to use the Mangekyo to deconstruct her body. But in reality, Kenichi had only intended to send Tsunade off with lightning release. However, Tsunade's action had, by sheer coincidence, caused a problem with Kenichi's Mangekyo deconstruction work. He currently could not gather enough electrical charges on Tsunade's body to unleash that world-destroying lightning. This is really troublesome. Was it Jiraiya's intel? Kenichi rubbed his brow. But soon, he noticed something unusual. His breathing became a little rapid. This was not normal. He had not even started any strenuous exercise yet, so why was his breathing becoming rapid? Had Tsunade poisoned him? Kenichi placed one hand on his chest. Then the delicate illness extraction technique operated at full power. Soon, Kenichi discovered some toxins that had begun to accumulate in his lungs. Under the effect of the extraction technique, those toxins were sucked out and slapped onto the ground. Found it. That was fast. Tsunade charged again. She kicked Kenichi's body with a heavy foot. Just as Kenichi defended, she immediately changed direction and kicked at his leg. Tsunade-nichan, you're really heavy-handed. Kenichi blocked Tsunade's attack. He rubbed his aching calf and looked at Tsunade. Her attacks were particularly ruthless, almost completely unrestrained. Don't joke, Amamiya Kenichi. Tsunade spat out blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and clutched her stomach. Just now, Kenichi had raised a kunai to try to block her kick. But Tsunade had still kicked anyway, resulting in the kunai being embedded in her abdomen. Blood flowed profusely. Kenichi looked at Tsunade. Her eyes were still just as resolute. Kenichi fell silent for a moment, then abruptly jumped backward. A fireball slammed into the spot where he had just stood. He turned his head. Shizen had gotten up. She was gasping for breath, looking at him with the same resolute eyes. Kenichi sighed. He could not be lax anymore. Sage art. Would release. Kenichi clapped his hands. Massive chakra surged, and in an instant, a giant thousand-armed cannon statue stood in the very center of Kimogakure. This enormous statue could be seen even from other places. Although this was not Tsunade's first time seeing it, shock still flashed through her heart. How could such a ninjutsu be resisted? Madara, who had once stood on equal footing with her grandfather, was also a monster. And now, she was the one facing a monster. Countless fists rained down like a storm. The immense chakra they carried instantly leveled all of Kimogakure. Tsunade and Shizen's bodies disappeared beneath the continuous bombardment of fists. At that moment, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. After all the attacks dissipated, Kenichi casually performed wind release, great breakthrough, blowing away the sky-high dust. It revealed Kimogakure, which had been literally smashed down by more than a meter. Then he saw Tsunade lying in the middle, covered in blood, but her flesh was still slowly repairing itself. And beneath Tsunade was another person. Shizen. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He jumped down and slowly walked to Tsunade's side. Tsunade was slowly aging now. Her chakra was almost completely depleted. Just now, while dodging Kenichi's sage art would release, through several thousand hands, Tsunade had exerted all her strength. But even so, she had only barely managed to survive. You didn't use your full strength, did you? Tsunade spoke weakly. Shizen crawled out, tears streaming down her face. She gritted her teeth, held a kunai, and charged at Kenichi, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. Then she was pressed to the ground by Kenichi's hand, her head buried in the dirt. Yes. Kenichi spoke calmly. He had indeed not used his full strength. Against a Tsunade who was severely injured, not fully recovered, affected by nuclear radiation, and even missing a fist, if Kenichi still had to go all out, he might as well find a block of tofu and bash his head into it. However, Kenichi had used true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha. He simply had not expected Tsunade to survive. Although she was basically dead at this point, Kenichi would not give Tsunade a chance to recover. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Kenichi's eyes began to spin. He looked at Tsunade in front of him, his gaze focusing on her chest. Then he saw the composition of Tsunade's body. And then he saw the composition of her heart. In Kenichi's eyes, blood slowly flowed down. Kenichi remained expressionless. He simply watched, continuously deconstructing Tsunade's heart. Tsunade weakly tried to stand up and fight again, but she could not. Her chakra was almost completely exhausted at this moment. She could do nothing. Tsunade closed her eyes, and her breathing slowly became steady. Kenichi looked at Tsunade, who was continuously aging. After her chakra was exhausted, Tsunade could not even maintain her appearance. The current Tsunade no longer had the charm of a mature woman. No wonder Tsunade feared aging. Perhaps she simply did not want to face herself in this state. Deconstruct, Kenichi murmured. Then he added, reconstruct. Tsunade's eyes suddenly widened. Then she saw a heart appear in Kenichi's hand. An old, withered heart. Her entire body began to rapidly grow cold. A hint of relief flashed through Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade felt her life force rapidly disappearing. She seemed to see a light. A white light. A light that could bring peace to her soul. She seemed to see Jiraiya, her grandfather, her granduncle, the old man, her younger brother, and Dan Kato waiting in that place. Tsunade tried hard to say something. But in the next second, she closed her eyes forever, her hand falling limply to the ground. After losing her heart, Tsunade's vitality rapidly drained away. Kenichi looked at the heart in his hand, deconstructed it again, then reconstructed it inside Tsunade's body. He looked at the old, withered Tsunade on the ground, whose original appearance was completely unrecognizable, and shook his head. Perhaps the current Tsunade was her true self. Time had left its marks on her. They had merely been covered by Tsunade's ninjutsu. Tsunade. Lady. Shizen crawled over, her head covered in blood. She slowly crawled to Tsunade's side. On her blood-smeared face, it was hard to distinguish between blood and tears, but her mournful cry echoed through the empty space. Shizen tremblingly took out a money pouch from her clothes and placed it in Tsunade's hand. Then she lay beside Tsunade, just as she had always followed Tsunade. Then Shizen looked at Kenichi with her blood-matted eyes. Kenichi understood what she meant. So he raised the kunai, placed it against Shizen's chest, and pressed down hard. Shizen trembled and died beside Tsunade. Kenichi looked at Tsunade and Shizen. They should have had a better future. A future where they could live peacefully. But for the sake of their inner convictions, they had torn that future apart with their own hands. Kenichi had no choice but to personally send them on their way. Looking at Tsunade and Shizen, Kenichi felt somewhat irritated. He did not know why he felt irritated. Although he had mentally prepared himself to kill Tsunade when he came, once he actually did it, Kenichi still felt annoyed. After all, his relationship with Tsunade had been quite good before, and he had even borrowed Tsunade's superpower of always losing at gambling. He had originally planned to research whether Tsunade's ability was a kind of causality manipulation or something else. But now there was no chance. Sigh. War. Kenichi shook his head. However, from this moment on, the shinobi world was about to usher in a new era. An even stranger era. But whether this era was good or bad still depended on how Black Zetsu handled things. Kenichi looked around. Kimogakure was gone now. There was no trace that a village had ever existed here. Kenichi took out a scroll, sealed Tsunade and Shizen inside, and then left the village. Now that Tsunade was dead, Konoha had probably decided to surrender. If that was the case, Kenichi wanted to see what choice Kimogakure would make. If those guys from Kimogakure are sensible enough, they can live. Otherwise, if they want to fight, let's finish it today. Kenichi was somewhat irritated. He looked at the scroll in his hand, his eyes filled with coldness. He did not want to be in the middle of his research and have someone pop up to tell him that the fourth Raikage A and Killer B of Kimogakure were waiting for him to fight. That would severely affect his mood for experiments. Therefore, Kenichi decided to first go to the Land of Fire and see what Kimogakure intended to do. If they wanted to fight, he would resolve everything at once. But before that, he still created a clone, sending the clone away from the Land of Fire with Tsunade and Shizen's corpses and toward another direction. A gust of wind blew past. Orochimaru looked up. The leaves on the withered tree had fallen, swirling down into the mud. Now, there were no other leaves on this withered tree. Such a tree would soon be cut down, or it would slowly die in this forest. Teacher. Kenichi's clone walked over and placed the scroll on the ground. Orochimaru paused. He did not turn around. Kenichi's clone seemed to understand Orochimaru's meaning. He directly dispersed himself. Only then did Orochimaru turn around and pick up the scroll from the ground. It's as I expected. Orochimaru looked at the deceased Tsunade and Shizun in front of him, a hint of helplessness flashing through his eyes. Although he had heard from his disciple that Tsunade was waiting for his disciple in Kimogakure, and had therefore understood Tsunade's intentions, seeing it with his own eyes still left him with complicated feelings. Orochimaru waved his hand, and a pit opened in the ground. He placed Tsunade and Shizun into coffins, then buried them. A grave mound appeared next to Jiraiya's grave. Orochimaru picked up the wooden plaque he had carved earlier and placed it in front of Tsunade and Shizen's graves. Then he stood up and looked at the graves before him. He remained silent for a long time. Only then did he turn and leave. The wind blew through the falling leaves, sending them drifting from the trees. The leaves brushed against the wooden plaque. Carved upon it were the words, Hokage's Tomb. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 489, Chapter 489, As long as there are concerns, it's not impeccable. Chapter 489, As long as there are concerns, it's not impeccable. Konoha, it's been a long time. Seeing it again, it seems the same as always. Kenichi stood on the cliff, gazing at Konoha in the distance, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. After all, this was where Kenichi had once lived and grown up. But those memories were not particularly pleasant. In fact, to Kenichi, some of them made his mood rather complicated. After all, he had once been nothing more than a small orphan in this vast ninja village, living day to day without knowing whether he would have his next meal. It was not until Orochimaru happened to notice him and chose him as an assistant that he had truly climbed out of hell. Kenichi quietly looked at the ninja village before him. The shinobi world system was distorted. Ninja had internal hierarchies, but between ninja and ordinary people, there was an almost insurmountable chasm. In some ways, ninja and ordinary people were like two different species. If it were taken to a more extreme degree, even reproductive isolation might not be impossible. Fortunately, although ninja were extraordinary, their physical structure was still the same as ordinary people. But for ordinary people, the shinobi world was undoubtedly hell. Kenichi shook his head. The shinobi world system was interesting, but discussing it in detail would take too much time, so he had no intention of continuing that line of thought. Instead, he jumped down from the cliff and walked toward Konoha. He remembered that those people from Kimogakure seemed to be stationed next to Konoha. Or were they somewhere else? He could not quite recall. After all, Kenichi had not expected the ninja villages of the shinobi world to surrender so quickly. Now Iwagakure had surrendered, and although there was no official news from Sunagakure, based on the increasing number of parasites there, Kenichi knew that Sunagakure was also already in his grasp. Before long, Kenichi arrived at the edge of a town. As soon as he arrived, he noticed some peculiarities here. After all, the ninja here were all very burly. Some were almost excessively so. That made Kenichi instantly realize that he must have arrived at Kimogakure's encampment. Just as he was wondering whether to ask where the fourth Raikage A was, he saw an acquaintance. Kakashi Hatake. The other party also noticed him. Beside Kakashi were several Konoha ninja, along with two old people. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. These two seemed to be Konoha's elder council, namely Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. What were they doing here? Kakashi, what's wrong? Hamura looked at Kakashi. The other party had suddenly stopped. Then Hamura followed Kakashi's gaze and saw a person whose face had appeared on the intelligence reports they had seen before. Soon, Hamura connected the face of the person before him with a name. Amamiya Kenichi. Hamura's pupils contracted, and Koharu beside him also noticed Kenichi's presence. This great enemy of Konoha now stood before them, a half-smile in his eyes. Koharu gritted her teeth, then pushed aside the guards in front of her and quickly walked over. Amamiya. Lord Amamiya Kenichi, our Konoha surrenders to the Land of Flame. Koharu spoke respectfully, lowering her head. Kenichi silently glanced at Koharu before him, then swept his gaze across the Konoha ninja in front of him. Under his gaze, most of the ninja lowered their heads respectfully toward him. Only Kakashi and another ANBU did not bow. Even Hamura lowered his head at this moment, completely not daring to meet Kenichi's eyes. Surrender? Is this Konoha's will, the daimyo of the Land of Fire's will, or Kumogakure's will? Kenichi looked around. The surrounding Kumogakure ninja had already noticed that something was wrong here. The Kumogakure ninja who had been following Hamura and the others were now glaring at him furiously. Kenichi asked with a half-smile. Both Konoha and the Land of Fire are willing to surrender to you, my lord. As for Kumogakure, they are still discussing. Koharu spoke respectfully, though her expression showed some hesitation when she mentioned Kumogakure. Kenichi nodded. It was just as he had thought. Konoha was already planning to surrender. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have come over earlier and fought him in such a suicidal manner. What a pity. Kenichi looked at the two elders before him. They were very old and did not have much strength, but they had a certain influence over all of Konoha. Although this influence had been gained through the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it had to be admitted that these two old fellows could be considered Konoha's politicians. But for Kenichi, what he needed least were politicians. How good would it have been if Jiraiya and Tsunade were standing before him right now? If these two elders had died in battle, Kenichi would have thought highly of them. But clearly, these two old immortals did not have that spirit. Facing Kenichi's might, these two old fellows chose to surrender at lightning speed. So what's the situation with Tsunade? She even ran to the old Kumogakure site to attack me earlier. Kenichi playfully scrutinized the two elders before him. More and more Kumogakure ninja gathered around, glaring at Kenichi with bloodshot eyes and gnashing their teeth. If looks could kill, Kenichi would probably have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by now. But Kenichi completely ignored these angry Kumogakure ninja. Reform inevitably came with bloodshed and pain. But only in this way could this world be revitalized. Tsunade had already resigned as Hokage before that. Koharu hesitated, then chose to tell the truth. Kenichi nodded when he heard this. Then he ignored the respectful group of ninja and walked toward Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi tightly clenched his fists, trembling as he looked at Kenichi. Kakashi, long time no see. Kenichi smiled and extended his hand to embrace Kakashi. Kakashi did not move. He did not know how to face Kenichi now. Kenichi did not say anything either. He only smiled and told Kakashi that they should meet up for barbecue next time. Then his gaze fell on the other ninja who had not lowered his head. The other party gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Kenichi. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. This guy seemed to have a very strong opinion of him. You seem to hate me very much. Kenichi pressed a hand onto the ninja's shoulder with a half-smile. The ninja's heavy breathing could be heard even from a distance, and his bloodshot eyes seemed to be roaring, filled with killing intent toward Kenichi. The other party did not speak. He only glared furiously at Kenichi. Lord Amamiya, his brother was in the previous war. Hamura spoke softly. At this point, Kenichi understood. It was another case of hatred born from war. There was nothing Kenichi could do about such matters. War meant death. And death meant the continuation of hatred. This was why, as the number of wars increased, the hatred between two factions would gradually grow to an indelible degree. Unless war disappeared over time, and then a long period of peace washed away that pain, only then could the vortex of hatred dissipate. But that would take a very long time. Perhaps even centuries. In order to revolutionize this world, Kenichi had inevitably stained his hands with blood. He also knew that not everyone was convinced by him. Fortunately, this was when the parasites came into play. It's fine, it's fine. Deaths in war are unavoidable. Kenichi smiled, patting the ninja's shoulder. He injected parasite eggs into the ninja's bloodstream, doing it in front of everyone. But neither Koharu nor Hamura spoke, as if they had seen nothing. And that ninja was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth, the hatred in his eyes becoming even more obvious. Amamiya Kenichi. How dare you come alone? A furious voice rang out. The fourth Raikage, A, covered in bandages, walked over. He glared angrily at Kenichi. Beside A were Darui and Killer B. Kenichi glanced at the fourth Raikage. Raikage, the land of lightning is gone, and Kumogakure is gone. What do you plan to do? Kenichi asked calmly, his tone very gentle. You bastard, A looked indignantly at Kenichi, lightning flickering all over his body. A was already showing signs of entering battle mode. Let me state this beforehand. You only have one chance to respond. No matter how you answer, I will not give Kumogakure a second chance. Kenichi raised a finger, successfully interrupting A's rage. Killer Bee and Darui were somewhat indignant, but looking at the Konoha ninja standing beside Kenichi, they felt a little powerless. A fell silent. He did not speak. He only frowned as he looked at Kenichi. He knew Kenichi's strength. So powerful that it was incomprehensible. Earlier, nearly 5 Kage had struggled to deal with him. And now, it was only himself and... No. It was only himself and Killer Bee. In this situation, how could he deal with Kenichi? He also understood Kenichi's words. This was forcing him to make a choice. Currently, in the entire shinobi world, only Kimogakure had not surrendered. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure had all submitted to Kenichi. He had even been discussing this matter with Konoha's elder council just now, arguing for a long time. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had to make a choice. Watching the struggling Kenichi yawned. Then he took out his experimental log and flipped through the records, intending to see if there was anything he had overlooked. He also wanted to see how he could quickly overcome the chakra energy problem, thereby bringing this world into a new era. While Kenichi was engrossed in reading, A's heart was in turmoil. He was unwilling. Kimogakure had been passed down for so many years. Was it really going to be destroyed in his hands? But the problem was, what use was his unwillingness? His physical condition was deteriorating. His injuries were severe and had not yet fully healed. Facing Kenichi, facing the land of flame, A felt a sense of powerlessness. He looked at the Kimogakure ninja beside him, then at Darui and Killer Bee. They were all waiting for his decision as a Kage. This made A even more distressed. He had no idea what he should do. Should he fight Kenichi to the death for the sake of his ninja way and revenge? Then what about the other people in Kimogakure? Many people had already died. But if... Just as A was trapped in turmoil, a person suddenly rushed toward Kenichi. He held a kunai in his hand, his eyes filled with uncontrollable hatred, and charged out from the Konoha ANBU ranks. The kunai was aimed at Kenichi's back. An opportunity. A hesitated. But then, that ninja was pinned to the ground by Kakashi, who had moved with him. The other ANBU swarmed forward and restrained the fool who had tried to assassinate Kenichi. A watched the angry ninja screaming, roaring, and cursing on the ground, and his soul trembled. Does he have any other family members in the village? Kenichi flipped through the experimental records in his hand, then casually asked. Yes. He has a sister-in-law and a niece, and Ryuichi is also married with 2 children. The ANBU captain leading the team knelt on one knee, cold sweat continuously dripping onto the ground. Ryuichi, that idiot. So what if you lost your brother? Wasn't taking care of your brother's wife and niece more important? Now, not only had he failed to avenge his brother, but he had also dragged his own wife and children into it. And the ninja named Ryuichi seemed to understand Kenichi's implied meaning. The anger in his eyes faded, replaced by panic. He stammered and trembled, as if wanting to say something, but he did not know what to say. Attempted assassination of a Kage. How is that handled in Konoha? Kenichi did not even lift his head. He still asked so casually. Death penalty. After family members are reviewed. The captain hesitated, then whispered. Kill them all. Kenichi's cold voice made the captain and the ninja present tremble. The ninja who had lost his mind due to anger even knelt on the ground, constantly begging Kenichi to spare his family and his brother's family. The captain took a deep breath. Then, with one slash, the ninja went still. It's your turn to make a choice. Kenichi looked up, his icy gaze fixed on the 4th Reikage, A. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 490, Chapter 490, The Ninja World United. Chapter 490, The Ninja World United. Kimogakure is willing to submit. The 4th Reikage, A, lowered his head in humiliation. His voice was low. The spirit he once carried seemed to have vanished completely. Darui turned his head away, unable to watch the scene directly. His heart was filled with sorrow. The highest leader of their village was bowing to another man at this very moment. The Kimogakure ninja present all felt pain and struggle tearing through their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch in silence. Some Kimogakure ninja even began to sob, while others had the look of people who had narrowly escaped death in their eyes. Kenichi put away the experimental log in his hand. He propped his chin up with one hand and watched the 4th Reikage, A, with his legs crossed. Are you sure? Kenichi asked with a half-smile. Why had he directly killed that idiot who had tried to attack him just now? Naturally, it was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. And Kimogakure was the monkey. Kenichi wanted the 4th Reikage, A, to think clearly. Was he going to vent his anger through impossible revenge, or was he going to kneel and surrender for the continuation of the entire village? That was the question. Loyalty and righteousness had always been difficult to balance. The fourth Raikage could not both preserve Kumogakure's dignity and prevent it from suffering Kenichi's wrath. Kenichi's attitude just now had been telling her that if he did not surrender, then even the ordinary people of Kumogakure would die. Confirmed. A practically gritted his teeth as he forced out the word. Killer Bee was clearly unhappy. He really did not want his brother to submit to Kenichi. But Killer Bee also knew that the current Kumogakure truly had no right to say anything to Kenichi. Moreover, the other 3 ninja villages had also surrendered. Had Konoha, which was recognized as the strongest village in the shinobi world, not also surrendered? Thinking of this, Killer Bee's heart felt a little better. But only a little. Immediately afterward, his heart was once again filled with humiliation and anger. Kenichi stood up and walked in front of the fourth Raikage, looking at the figure before him, gritting his teeth in unwillingness. An inexplicable sense of conquest surged through Kenichi's heart. He had succeeded. He had successfully stood at the pinnacle of power in the shinobi world. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of strength, he had at least become the most respected person in the shinobi world. Kenichi took a deep breath. He used both hands to help the trembling stand. The other party raised his head in humiliation, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Kenichi, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Kenichi's flesh. But he could do nothing. He could only accept Kenichi's superior posture in such a humiliating manner. I am delighted that Kumogakure can become part of the Land of Flame. You will see a new era. Kenichi spoke with a smile as he looked at the fourth Raikage, gritted his teeth and said nothing. He did not nod either. He merely looked at Kenichi. Kenichi took a deep breath, then raised his head and swept his gaze over the surroundings. All the ninja, upon noticing his gaze, humbly lowered their heads. Not a single one dared to meet his eyes. Now, he had swept across the 5 great nations, and the other smaller nations had also surrendered at the mere sight of his power. It could be said that a brand new chapter of the shinobi world had been opened by his hands. If not for Madara and the Otsutsuki clan, Kenichi could already declare himself invincible under heaven. However, Madara and the Otsutsuki clan hiding behind him were still the most important and dangerous presences in his heart. Only by resolving them could the shinobi world truly usher in ultimate peace. However, before that, Kenichi still had other matters to resolve. For example, how to handle the ninja of the 5 great nations, how to distribute ninja missions, where to establish the capital of the country, and what political system to use. Kenichi pinched his temples. There was still a lot to do. But it did not matter. He had plenty of time now. As long as there were no mishaps with Madara, the time spent waiting for the 5 tails and 3 tails to revive would be enough for Kenichi to continue improving his own strength. By then, as long as his strength was sufficient, Kenichi would not care even if the Otsutsuki clan jumped out. However, it was also time to continue pushing scientific research. Otherwise, someone will come to arrange things for you later. Kenichi simply stated this. Currently, the Land of Flame had specialized personnel to handle how to govern newly surrendered countries. However, since the 3 major nations had now surrendered, Kenichi's departmental staff would also need time to process the affairs of these countries in batches. Although Kumogakure was the last to surrender, the Land of Lightning was already undergoing reforms, so Kumogakure could also be processed alongside it. How do you plan to deal with us? Asked. Now that they had surrendered, although his heart was still heavy, he was more concerned about what would happen to the ninja of his village. How would they live? Where would they establish their village in the future? These were all questions. You all stay here for now. I will send you invitations later. Kenichi had not decided yet, but there was no rush. He would go back and discuss it with his think tank and Orochimaru. They should be able to come up with a proper solution by then. However, the villages might need to undergo processes such as disbanding and reorganization. After all, Kenichi could not simply let these ninja remain in their own villages. If he did that, what was the point of unifying the 5 great nations? Was it not to blur the national concepts between the 5 great nations and create an opportunity for the concept of the Land of Flame to take root deeply? If these people were allowed to remain in their own villages, then deeply entrenched class divisions and village distinctions would still form. That could lead to major problems in the future. It would be better to resolve everything at once now, leveraging the prestige of the nation's founding. Although there might be some conflicts in the short term, it would be better than these people never being able to integrate. Managing it really is troublesome. Are there any excellent managers in the shinobi world? Kenichi pinched his temples. He truly had no experience managing a country, and there were many matters to handle. He needed to find some reliable people to help him manage this vast country so that he could have dedicated time for research. Kenichi's gaze swept across the ninja present. He remembered that Kakashi would become the 6th Hokage in the future. Then the next Raikage of Kumogakure seemed to be Darui, while the next Tsuchikage of Iwagakure was Kuratsuchi. Since these people could hold the position of Kage in the future, they should have some experience in management. However, these issues still needed careful consideration. Watching Kenichi leave, I silently glanced at the two elders of Konoha and the ANBU squad, then snorted coldly and turned to leave. Let's go back to the village. Tell everyone to behave themselves during this period. Hamura sighed. Now, there was no longer Konoha or the Land of Fire in the shinobi world. In the future, there would only be one country. The Land of Flame. He really did it. Shursui muttered blankly as he looked at the Land of Flame daily in his hand. Although he had guessed that Kenichi would surely unify the five great nations, when Kenichi truly accomplished it, Shursui still felt an inexplicable sense of disbelief. It exceeded even his imagination. On the front page of the Land of Flame Daily, which imitated newspapers from Kenichi's previous life, there was a breaking news headline. The Ninja World United. Below it, the article stated that all five great nations of the shinobi world had surrendered, and all small nations in the shinobi world had also surrendered. They now had only one national name. The Land of Flame. Every citizen of the Land of Flame may travel freely within the country without worrying about conflicts caused by entering different nations. In the future, there will only be one nation in the shinobi world. All under heaven is the king's land. Shursui found it difficult to imagine. Before this, he had been pondering the relationship between his clan and the village, thinking about how to forge a suitable path for the Uchiha clan, striving for both his clan and the village. But in the blink of an eye, Kenichi had directly swept through the five great nations and successfully turned the entire world into a single nation. What a magnificent feat, our Uchiha clan can now live freely in this world. Shursui took a deep breath. He naturally understood what the unification of the shinobi world meant. After all, with the shinobi world unified, and with no more concepts of ninja villages and separate nations, the entire world would be one country. Under such circumstances, the previous first, second, and third great ninja wars would naturally no longer occur. People could have a bright future. Peace had settled upon this world, revealing a glimpse of the goddess of peace's skirt to this land that had been ravaged by war for so many years. However, how should ninja live? Should ninja still take on missions? What about ninja and ordinary people? How should bandits and similar threats be handled? These would all become problems for this country. But at least, now there was no need to worry about countless ninja being sent to the battlefield. Big brother Shursui. Itachi ran in happily. Young as he was, his face radiated the liveliness of youth, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. Itachi. What brings you here? Shursui teasingly looked at Itachi. He knew that Itachi seemed to have a girl he cared about. They often sat by the lake talking, and Itachi would even take the girl to eat dango. So Shursui was thinking that he should be receiving Itachi's wedding invitation in the future. Well, I saw this big news today, and Naruto also came to play with Sasuke, so I came to chat with you. Itachi chuckled and handed the Land of Flame Daily in his hand to Shursui. However, he then noticed that Shursui also had the same newspaper in his hand, making him show a slightly embarrassed smile. Shursui looked at the newspaper in his hand and could not help clicking his tongue again. Although he had already marveled at it, even so, he still wanted to marvel again and again. Such a magnificent achievement had been accomplished by Kenichi, who was only slightly older than himself. It was simply unbelievable. Naruto, are you talking about that child who was called the Fox Demon in the village before? Shursui thought of something and looked at Itachi as he asked. Itachi nodded. Indeed, it was the child who had previously been called a Fox Demon in the village. But now everyone knew that Naruto was not a Fox Demon. He was now the disciple of the Land of Flames daimyo. No. Kenichi did not like being called daimyo. He had everyone call him sensei. So Naruto was the disciple of this country's sensei. His status was exalted. Naruto is also a very well-behaved child. He and Sasuke will become good friends. When Itachi thought of Naruto, he could not help smiling. Although he did not know why, Itachi noticed that Naruto and Sasuke seemed naturally close. They had only just met, yet they were already playing together. Meanwhile, their mother, Mikoto, was chatting with Kushina, seemingly discussing the matter of resurrecting the dead. With Naruto around, Shursui fell into thought. He knew what Mikoto was thinking. This poor woman wanted to resurrect her husband, Fugaku, and it seemed that only Kenichi in the entire shinobi world could resurrect people. So Mikoto must be very happy that Naruto could play with Sasuke. Sasuke. I've already eaten, 10 dumplings. Naruto proudly shook the bamboo skewer in his hand. Sasuke glared at Naruto, then picked up another dango and continued eating with determination. Eating one dango was nothing. One skewer was nice. 2 skewers were just right. But eating too many would become cloying. Sasuke was already feeling somewhat sick of them now. He could barely eat anymore. But in order not to lose to Naruto, Sasuke still tried hard to eat the dango in his hand, stubbornly showing his refusal to admit defeat. Naruto has grown up too, Kushina. The aged Mikoto sat on the tatami, looking kindly at Sasuke and Naruto below as the two competed to see who could eat more. Yes, Mikoto, but you. Kushina glanced at her friend beside her. She and Mikoto had a good relationship. When Mikoto died before, she had been a beautiful young woman. But now, Mikoto had become like this, looking old and frail. Judging by her appearance, she looked like Kushina's mother. However, Kushina also knew why Mikoto had become like this. It was because Mikoto's husband had died, and died horribly. Mikoto had worried excessively, which caused her to become like this. Kushina looked at Naruto below. Speaking of which, Minato had not been resurrected yet. Should she go ask Kenichi? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 491, Chapter 491, The Long-Awaited Reunion of Husband and Wife. Chapter 491, The Long-Awaited Reunion of Husband and Wife. Sister Kushina, why are you here? Kenichi smiled as he poured Kushina a cup of tea, then asked with some curiosity. He had been busy with research recently. He had not expected Kushina to come looking for him so quickly. Naturally, Kenichi had to meet Kushina. After all, Kushina had contributed greatly to the field of sealing ninjutsu. Many sealing techniques had come from her contributions. Moreover, Kushina had taken good care of him in the past. Although Kushina's intention back then had been to help Kakashi quickly overcome the trauma of killing his comrade, it was undeniably one of the rare warm memories Kenichi had from that period. That. Mr. Amamiya. Kushina was a little reserved. She knew very well what kind of person the man sitting in front of her and drinking tea was. He had become the most powerful and influential person in the entire shinobi world, even more powerful than her husband, Minato. So, naturally, she felt a little restrained. Kenichi clicked his tongue. This was the downside of having high status. Although power was intoxicating, Kenichi himself did not have such thoughts. He did not particularly value power. However, as his status continued to rise, it became increasingly difficult to expect others to treat him normally. Sister Kushina, you can just call me Kenichi. Kenichi felt somewhat exasperated. He really was not used to this special treatment. Ah, then Kenichi, I want to ask, about Minato. Can he? Kushina could not help asking. Kenichi was stunned for a moment. Then he hesitated, not immediately answering Kushina's question. Kenichi was also somewhat conflicted about her request. He had indeed said before that he would revive Minato, but a small problem had appeared. That problem was the matter involving Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. There was no need to explain the relationship between Jiraiya and Minato. Jiraiya was Minato's teacher. The fact that Minato had named Naruto after the inspiration from his teacher's book was enough to show how important Jiraiya was to Minato. However, Jiraiya had now died by Kenichi's hand. This left Kenichi uncertain about how to explain these things to Minato. Because of that, he had not used Edo Tensei on Minato since then. But he could not keep delaying it forever. I understand, Sister Kushina. Please come back this afternoon. Kenichi finally decided to use Edo Tensei on Minato first, then see Minato's opinion. In any case, the shinobi world had already been unified. Minato was no longer that important to Kenichi. Reviving him was only to fulfill a promise he had once made to Naruto. Okay. Kushina hesitated for a moment. She also wanted to ask about Fugaku, but she was worried that doing so might displease Kenichi. However, thinking of Mikoto's bitterness, she decided to ask anyway. Uchiha Fugaku? That's fine, but there won't be a next time. Kenichi glanced at Kushina. He knew why Kushina had said that. It could only be for Mikoto. Kenichi did not mind helping, but he also knew that this matter could not become a precedent. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything else. He would spend every day busy reviving people. After all, every person had regrets and people they wished to revive. Not to mention, even in harmonious families, children would eventually face the death of their parents as they grew up. In such a situation, if they knew they could revive their parents and make up for their regrets, would they do it? Naturally, some would. Then the shinobi world would fall into chaos. After all, the living corpse reincarnation technique was a life for a life, and that would never be enough. It would also create new hatred. Therefore, Kenichi could not promote this technique unless he developed a more convenient ninjutsu first, then attempted to revive people. But that might attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. Who knew what that old geezer was doing in the Pure Land? Kenichi felt that it definitely was not anything good. If he revived the dead on a large scale, it might touch the Sage of Six Paths' bottom line. What if the Sage of Six Paths then found a few more successors and used Six Paths Chibaku Tensei on him? That would be fun. Before his strength increased, Kenichi could not revive people on a large scale. After sending Kushina away, Kenichi found the body tissue of the fourth Hokage and Fugaku, then performed Edo Tensei. He first used Edo Tensei on the fourth Hokage, Minato. Soon, Minato opened his eyes. He saw Kenichi and sat up with a somewhat complicated expression. "Brother Minato, you must already know, right?" Kenichi looked at Minato with a toothpick in his mouth and asked. "Yes." Minato sighed deeply, his heart feeling somewhat complicated. He had met the third Hokage in the Pure Land. Soon after, he had also seen his teacher, Jiraiya. He had learned the reason for Jiraiya's death from Jiraiya himself. Teacher said that being able to witness such a ninjutsu before dying was worth it, but he also didn't know what path the future of the shinobi world would take in your hands. Minato silently looked at Kenichi. Actually, teacher wasn't very angry before. But recently, Tsunade came down, and he angrily said that if I were ever summoned back, I should kick you hard. Minato coughed. He had already learned about the current state of the shinobi world from Jiraiya and Tsunade. The shinobi world had basically submitted to Kenichi. This made the third Hokage and second Hokage rather unhappy. The first Hokage, however, did not care much. He only chuckled and said that this would bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. Ninja from other villages had also come to speak with them, and now the entire Pure Land was discussing the matter of the Land of Flame. All the ninja could see that a new era had arrived. "Brother Minato, Sister Kushina hopes I can revive you. What do you think?" Kenichi had no intention of continuing to listen. It was useless anyway. The dead should stay in the world of the dead. What he had to do now was make the shinobi world shine with new brilliance under his hands. He did not care how the dead evaluated him. Minato hesitated a little. He did want to be revived. But if he were revived, what would he do in the future? And how would he face his teacher and the past Hokage? "Brother Minato, I heard someone is pursuing Sister Kushina, you know." Kenichi smiled, adding fuel to the fire. As a result, Minato immediately said he wanted to be revived and would then serve under Kenichi. Kenichi chuckled as well and found a jonin to perform the revival technique. He had not deceived Minato. Although Kushina was married and had a child, her beauty was undeniable. Moreover, the revived Kushina had become a little gentler and more feminine, naturally attracting many admirers. However, after Kushina smiled and crushed a doorframe, no one dared to pursue her anymore. But after all, Kushina had raised Naruto alone for so long. If Minato still did not revive, Kenichi felt that it would not be good for Kushina. What if some lonely widow situation happened? Would that not be terrible? Although Kenichi knew Kushina would not do that, Minato could not always let Kushina live alone, could he? "Thanks, Kenichi." Minato opened his eyes. He looked at the dead jonin beside him, his heart somewhat complicated, but he still spoke sincerely. "Brother Minato, go back quickly. I'm waiting for Naruto to become a big brother." Kenichi smiled. Minato's old face rarely flushed, and then he hurriedly left Kenichi's laboratory. He ran very quickly. He had already learned Kushina's current address from Kenichi. When he found Kushina, she was knitting clothes. Minato knew at a glance that she was knitting them for him. At that moment, the strange emotion in his heart instantly dissipated. Kenichi was right. The Pure Land would have to be visited sooner or later. But for now, he only wanted to not let Kushina down. So, amid Kushina's gasp, Minato hugged her. Then he closed the door. "Naruto, you'll eat at my house tonight." At that moment, Mikoto wiped away the tears of happiness from the corners of her eyes, then looked at Naruto and spoke with a smile. Little Naruto was a bit confused. "Aunt Mikoto, but my mom told me to go home for dinner." Naruto blinked. Mikoto smiled at Fugaku, who was holding Sasuke and smiling at her, then looked at Naruto. "Your mom said she had something to do." Mikoto smiled very happily. Just now, Fugaku had found her and told her what Kenichi had instructed. Naruto should not go back yet, lest he interrupt Minato and Kushina's long-awaited reunion. So Mikoto did as she was told. After dinner, Naruto and Sasuke happily went out to play, while Mikoto tidied up the dishes. She was a little afraid to go out. Afraid to face her husband, who was still so young. She looked at her reflection in the water inside the bowl. The reflection showed an old woman with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. She had grown old. "Mikoto." A gentle voice sounded. Then came a familiar scent. Someone embraced her from behind, arms wrapping around her waist. This made Mikoto tremble all over. Fugaku looked at his wife's head full of white hair with heartache. When he died, his wife had still been so radiant. But in just a few years, why had she aged so much? Fugaku's heart trembled. He had been worthy of many people. He had saved the Uchiha clan, allowing his clansmen to continue, doing what a clan head should do. But the only person he had let down was Mikoto, his wife. Mikoto mumbled, wanting to push her husband away. She was already old. But then, her body was forcibly turned around. She saw her husband's loving gaze. Just like on the night they had married, he looked at her the same way. Mikoto covered her face in panic. But then, her hands were gently pulled away. Her husband's face came closer and closer, his heavy breath brushing against her neck. I think you shouldn't go back yet. Shursui smiled and pulled Itachi away. Itachi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled. Yes, I think so too. Itachi was very happy. His mood was incomparably joyful. His father was back. He could be a child again, a child who would never need to grow up in front of his father. Shursui took a deep breath, spread his arms, and let his body bask in the warmth of the sun. He smiled as he looked at everything around him. Was this not the life he had always pursued? People around them were smiling, shopping, and chatting. Newlywed couples were blushing and whispering sweet words to one another. Children were pestering their parents for toys. Merchants were frowning as they calculated the day's revenue. Everyday life was like this. Compared to war, such a life seemed incredibly beautiful. This world should be like this. War, that terrifying monster, should never be unleashed. Is that? Shursui looked toward the street. A few people were approaching. He recognized them. They were all important figures from Konoha: Hamura Mitokado, Shikaka Nara, Hayashi Hyuga, and Hisashi Hyuga. Shursui, isn't that the Tsuchikage, Inoki, over there? Itachi tugged at Shursui's clothes. Shursui looked over, and it was indeed Inoki. Behind him was a girl happily embracing a middle-aged man and crying loudly. Shursui remembered that the man's name was Kitsuchi. And on the other side of the street, Ebizo, the former elder of Sunagakure, had also arrived. There was also the fourth Raikage of Kimogakure, Darui, and Killer Bee. These once formidable figures of the shinobi world had all come. Something big is about to happen. Shursui clicked his tongue. Seeing this, he knew that something major was definitely going to happen. Otherwise, there was no way all these important figures would be gathered here. Some of them were in a very good mood, while others had stern and unhappy expressions. But they had still come. Mr. Shursui. A woman approached. Shursui's expression instantly became much more serious. He looked at this fellow clan member in front of him. She was also from the Uchiha clan, but she was Kenichi's secretary. Mr. Shursui, Lord Amamiya asked me to inform you that you need to go to conference room 1 for a meeting now. Shirori spoke softly. Shursui took a deep breath and nodded. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 492, Chapter 492, The Division of the Shinobi World. Chapter 492, The Division of the Shinobi World. Shursui sat in his seat and glanced around. Beside him sat a kunoichi named Konan, whom Shursui remembered as Kenichi's friend and one of the designated high officials of the Land of Flame. There were many others present as well. Shursui even saw the heads of the Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Akimichi clan, and Hyuga clan. There were also powerful individuals from Kimogakure and Iwagakure. However, the people with the highest status and seniority here were probably Inoki and the fourth Raikage. Oh, no. It should be the former fourth Raikage, now. After all, Kimogakure and the Land of Lightning were already things of the past. The Land of Lightning had become part of the Land of Flame. Everyone present was a high official, which made Shursui realize that Kenichi was likely going to announce something extremely important at this meeting. A snorted, looking at the ninja in front of him with a trace of coldness in his eyes. It was these people. If they had not surrendered so readily, he would have fought Kenichi to the death according to his nature. But now, saying such things. Cough, how is your body? Inoki sat beside coughing twice as he looked at a weakly and asked with some concern. Although Iwagakure had surrendered to Kenichi, Inoki still did not know what Iwagakure's future would be. He needed to ask Kenichi about these matters. But at least, they had survived. I'm fine. It just feels uncomfortable sometimes. I looked at Inoki. He originally wanted to get angry, but seeing Inoki's weak appearance, he could not bring himself to do so. In the end, he could only answer Inoki's question in a gentle tone. Youth is truly wonderful. Inoki coughed twice, then chatted idly with A was not very interested in talking, but there were not many people around who dared speak to him, so he simply exchanged a few intermittent words with Inoki. However, A's gaze still fell on the doorway. More and more people were entering the conference room, but the most crucial person, Kenichi, had not yet arrived. This made us somewhat displeased. Kenichi had called all of them here, yet he himself was absent. Was this not deliberately causing trouble? However, the situation was beyond his control, so A could not say anything and could only sulk in silence. Everyone, I apologize for being late. Kenichi walked in with a smile. Shirori followed behind him. Lord Amamiya. Anoki of Iwagakure was the first to stand up and bow respectfully. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. This was Anoki. Old man, were you really this shameless? A venerable powerhouse of the previous generation was now actively bowing to a junior. And so respectfully. Did he have no dignity? But with Anoki setting the precedent, all the ninja present, whether willing or unwilling, could only stand up, respectfully call out, Lord Amamiya, and dutifully bow. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He glanced at Anoki, who was respectfully looking at him. If one did not know better, they might think Anoki had been implanted with a parasite. However, Kenichi knew that Anoki had nothing on him. So why was this old man lowering himself to curry favor now? Kenichi did not believe that Anoki's humble posture was a sincere act of loyalty. Anoki must have had something he desired, which was why he was acting this way. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to do so. However, now was not the time to discuss such matters. Cough, cough. Thank you all for attending. Then, let's hold a simple meeting. Kenichi coughed, then took the main seat. He originally had not wanted to come. But the problem was that the newly established Land of Flame had many matters to handle, such as determining the political system and the governing methods of the regime. These were all issues. And now that the 5 great nations had disappeared and become one country, how should this country be divided internally? These matters were all quite troublesome. But Kenichi already had a preliminary idea. He could just copy a model, and that would be fine. So Kenichi immediately produced a document. First, in the future, the Land of Flame will no longer use any former national names. The future Land of Flame will only be divided into different provinces. Administrative levels will then be allocated according to the province, city, county, and village system. Kenichi held the document and had Shirori distribute a copy to everyone present before he spoke. In principle, the territory of a province will not change. If there are changes, they will need to be discussed by the high-level officials, and each province must have a provincial capital city. Kenichi briefly explained his administrative divisions. In fact, the origin of this concept had appeared quite early, so Kenichi felt no internal fluctuation when using it. With an effective political system in front of him, he naturally copied it directly. As for the specific divisions, they are already listed above. Please take a look first, then tell me if you have any objections to this division. Kenichi calmly took a sip of water, then quietly placed his hands together and watched the clan heads before him. Kenichi had divided the shinobi world into more than a dozen provinces. Except for some regions with special characteristics, the other areas were divided according to their circumstances. It could be said that he had tried his best to ensure fairness and justice for each province. But the former site of the Land of Wind was an exception. After all, most of that cursed place, the Land of Wind, was desert. There were very few places suitable for human habitation. So, to avoid trouble, Kenichi directly allocated all the desert areas of the Land of Wind into one province, allowing this province to be specifically governed in the future. I understand this division, but which province should we go to? Shikaku could not help asking. The division on the map was clear. The desert of the Land of Wind was listed as a province unsuitable for residence, meaning that no one would be assigned there for the time being. But what about everyone else? It should be known that apart from Kirigakure, which had been destroyed by Kenichi, all the other ninja villages had surrendered. These ninja and villagers formed a huge population, and how to deal with them was the most crucial issue. After all, land was not important. People were. If all the people of Konoha went to the location of Kimogakure, would Kimogakure not simply become Konoha? That's simple. All ninja villages will submit information lists by family unit. After that, they will be randomized and settled by lottery. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He had already considered this issue. Shikaku was indeed a smart person. He had asked about the core of the problem, and this had also troubled Kenichi for some time. But now, he had found a solution. By family unit. What about our clans? Hayashi asked urgently. Their Hyuga clan was known as the largest clan in the shinobi world, often relying on the large number of internal members and the close relationship between the branch family and main family. If families were split apart, would the Hyuga clan's bloodline not be? Of course they will be split. Kenichi looked calmly at Hayashi. Hayashi's face instantly turned very ugly, but he still did not dare stand up and say anything. However, just by looking at Hayashi, Kenichi knew that this old man was definitely unwilling and would certainly think of a way to solve this problem. The members of the grouped families are theoretically not allowed to move to other provinces within 30 years. Kenichi smiled and added another restriction. This immediately caused the entire hall to erupt into chaos. Everyone looked at Kenichi in astonishment. This matter was truly a bit. Lord Amamiya, your idea, isn't it? Shikaku's expression was also not very good. He looked at Kenichi and reminded him softly. What was most important to the shinobi world? Was it the ninja villages? No. It was not the ninja villages. It was the clans. At its core, a ninja village was actually composed of clans, with commoners depending on the ninja village to survive, and the ninja village depending on the clans. There was both an adversarial and cooperative relationship between the ninja village and the clans. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had placed significant restrictions on Konoha's clans because he recognized that these Konoha clans prioritized their own interests. If clan interests conflicted with village interests, they would side with the clan. This was the key reason why Tobirama sought to balance the clans. However, the third Hokage had only learned a superficial understanding and was not as good as the second when it came to playing that balancing act. Even the Nara clan, when deciding to surrender, did so with the idea of allowing the Nara clan to continue existing. If the Nara clan were truly facing extinction, they would certainly not surrender. But what Kenichi was saying now sounded like he was breaking up the clans. This was something that all ninja clans found unacceptable. It's only 30 years, and you can contact your clan members through other means. It's not like your clan will disband just because there are a few provinces between you, right? Surely not. Kenichi looked at the clan heads with their ugly expressions, a half-smile on his face. He was doing this on purpose. He clearly understood the essence of the shinobi world. If the clans were not broken up, they would inevitably become a persistent problem for the Land of Flame in the future. They could become too powerful to control, potentially leading to new conflicts when dealt with. This did not align with the stable social environment Kenichi desired. So, they had to be broken up now. Then what about our Hyuga clan? Hayashi stood up, furious. If he had known this would happen. Unwilling to comply. Then die. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly to Hayashi. He did not even stand up, but Hayashi felt a chill from Kenichi's gaze. Kenichi was serious. Hayashi looked at the clan heads around him, seeking some help from them. If everyone stood up and opposed, Kenichi could not possibly kill everyone, could he? But to Hayashi's disappointment, none of them stood up. They all remained silent. Hayashi held his breath for a long time, then sat back down. Kenichi smiled. People were always good at compromise. If Kenichi had said that every clan member must be separated into different provinces, they might have strongly opposed it. But if Kenichi said that families would go together and could still communicate through other means, then these people might agree. 30 years was enough time for a new generation to grow up and for the shinobi world to stabilize. By the time the ban was lifted, how many people would be willing to leave the place where they had lived for 30 years to reunite with their clan? In his previous life, there were still clans, but there was generally no situation where all clan members lived in one place. People relied more on phones to contact each other, and relationships had become much weaker. This was the effect Kenichi wanted to achieve. I know you have concerns, but don't be so anxious. The future Land of Flame will enter a new era. By then, communicating with your clan members will be as simple as picking up a phone or using a computer. Kenichi decided to comfort these people. Constant oppression would not work either. What if they simply gave up entirely? As for the Hyuga clan, Kenichi had long found this clan disagreeable. The emergence of the caged bird had split the Hyuga clan into two families, one servant and one master. It was a truly twisted system. By the way, marks like the caged bird will all be abolished in the future. Hyuga clan head, you won't make things difficult for me, will you? Kenichi asked with a smile, looking at Hayashi. The latter gritted his teeth and said nothing, seemingly trying to resist Kenichi's demand with silence. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Did this guy think the Byakugan was truly irreplaceable? What kind of shinobi world joke was this? Kenichi remembered that in a future movie, the guy on the moon had said that among the Hyuga clan, only Hinata's bloodline was the purest and most suitable, while the rest of the Hyuga clan were trash. I understand. The Hyuga clan head sighed deeply. What could he do? He was also in despair. If the previous matter might have gained support, then this current matter could not possibly have anyone supporting him. Because the caged bird was almost exclusively a ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan. The implication of targeting was far too strong. Kenichi glanced at Hayashi and said nothing more. He had cooperated with Hayashi before, but that cooperation did not mean Kenichi had a close relationship with the Hyuga clan. It had simply been a matter of mutual benefit. So next is the division of the political system. Each province. Kenichi continued explaining in detail. These methods had been effective in his previous life. Using them here would not be a problem. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 493, Chapter 493, A Meeting That Determines the Future Landscape. Chapter 493, A Meeting That Determines the Future Landscape. Lord Amamiya, regarding this provincial governor position, what are your plans? Hamura asked. He naturally understood that the most crucial positions in the entire shinobi world were within the 12-member council established by Kenichi, but that council was certainly out of reach. However, the position of provincial governor was still worth considering. This position will be filled based on merit, and there are also certain age requirements. If one is too old, it won't work. Kenichi glanced at Hamura. This old man, at his age, still wanted to occupy a position in the Land of Flame. It would be one thing if Hamura had any actual ability. But Hamura and Koharu were merely two scoundrels who had sucked the blood of Konoha. Allowing them to enjoy their old age was already Kenichi showing leniency, giving these two old leaders who had taken the initiative to surrender some face. If they still coveted the position of provincial governor, Kenichi would not mind purging the families of these two old men. Hamura opened his mouth, then sighed and said nothing more. He naturally understood Kenichi's unspoken meaning. In short, Kenichi had no intention of letting them serve as governors. However, this made the heads of the other clans somewhat eager to try. According to Kenichi's system, Kenichi, as the monarch, held the highest status. Next was the 12-member council, which held decision-making power over policies and similar matters. Below that were provincial governors, then city governors, and so on, descending level by level. Moreover, Kenichi had also directly stated that there was a path for officials to be promoted. With sufficient merit and political achievements, one could climb step by step, and reaching the 12-member council was not impossible. It would not be the hereditary system of the past. This system was more competitive, and it would encourage everyone to focus solely on achieving political accomplishments. However, becoming an official also comes with a restriction. Governors at the county level and above will need to have parasites implanted. Kenichi spoke calmly. This statement made the expressions of the ninja present turn unpleasant. They knew that the ninja of the Land of Flame had all been implanted with parasites. This intelligence had already been shared. Those parasites seemed capable of influencing the host's will and spirit, making them fanatically serve Kenichi, even dying for him without complaint. Don't be so nervous. Parasites aren't as terrifying as you think. The parasites implanted in governors at the county level and above can help them cultivate ninjutsu, and they can also cultivate sage mode, strengthening their power. Kenichi calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip, smiling as he looked at the ninja before him. At the same time, I won't let the parasites affect the governor's personal thoughts and positions. They will only restrict them from engaging in corruption and bribery. Parasites were a crucial tool Kenichi used to maintain the long-term stability of the nation. They could ensure that governors focused on serving the country and prevent them from engaging in corruption and bribery, thereby maximizing the integrity of governance. At the same time, Kenichi would also improve the welfare of officials, preventing a situation where even dogs would refuse to become officials. Clean governance had always been a global problem, and Kenichi naturally did not have any particularly good solution. Unless he researched Izanagi, and an Izanagi that could be used on a group, then every official could be subjected to Izanagi upon taking office. Otherwise, relying on the integrity of officials would only depend on their personal character. It was better to use parasites as a restriction. But at the same time, the welfare of the officials themselves could not be ignored. Otherwise, no one would be willing to become an official, and that was also unacceptable. Therefore, a two-pronged approach was the most stable method. The ninja present looked at one another, but said nothing. After all, they had already surrendered. What more could they say? It was already quite good that Kenichi was willing to introduce these promotion systems. Taxation and legal provisions will also change. I will send each of you a copy. Afterward, nationwide reforms and popularization will be carried out simultaneously. In the future, if a ninja kills someone without cause, they will also be sentenced, with the highest penalty being death. Kenichi continued, but after the changes to the power system, not many people paid attention to laws and taxation. Lord Amamiya, what will the status of ninja be in the shinobi world in the future? Darui asked. Shinobi world, shinobi world. Just hearing the name showed the world's connection to ninja. However, Kenichi's measures seemed to favor ordinary people more. So what should ninja do? Kenichi pinched his brow. This was indeed a problem. As for ninja, you can do whatever you want. If you want to live and work as an ordinary person, that's fine. Or you can naturally take on missions at the mission hall. However, in the future, ninja missions will also be reformed. There will be no more war-related missions. Most will be related to public order and construction. Kenichi produced another document. He had naturally thought about the issue of how to settle ninja, but it had to be said that this problem was very difficult. So Kenichi's final decision was to let the ninja decide for themselves what they wanted to do. Whether they wanted to engage in business, open restaurants, or enlist in the military, all were permissible. However, the military currently primarily recruits ninja, so ninja can also gain promotions in the military. As for the promotion methods and ranks, you can see for yourselves. Kenichi had Shirori distribute the information. Ninja were too strong. Therefore, making them the violent enforcement agency of the Land of Flame was the best method. The police would be staffed by ninja. The army would also be staffed by ninja. Kenichi had also uniformly chosen to copy an existing system. Ninja military ranks could go all the way up to general. As for ordinary people, after being equipped with firearms, they would become the most ordinary soldiers. They could only advance further in military rank by becoming ninja, giving ninja a distinct advantage in this regard. These military ranks. The world currently only has one country. Is there a need for an army? I looked at the items in his hand, somewhat puzzled. According to his thoughts, with only one country in the Land of Flame now, even if there was a need for an army, it should not be very large. Because as long as Kenichi did not die, the Land of Flame would not fall into chaos. But the military system Kenichi had produced looked very mature. This made him wonder what Kenichi was planning to fight. There were no enemies for him to fight now. The ninja present were also somewhat confused. Hadn't the entire shinobi world already surrendered? Have you ever heard a saying? In this chapter, I am invincible. In the next chapter, enemies descend from the heavens. Kenichi shrugged. The ninja present became even more bewildered. Most of them looked up at the ceiling. Enemies from the heavens. Were there enemies in the sky? Gentlemen, in my opinion, the wars in the shinobi world are just petty squabbles, fighting over such a broken place. What is there to fight over? Aren't you curious whether there are other planets suitable for us to live on in the vast sea of stars? Kenichi asked, but many of the ninja were utterly confused. They completely did not understand what Kenichi meant. Kenichi had no intention of explaining. At present, expecting the people of the shinobi world to understand concepts like the universe and planets was too difficult. Ever since its birth, the shinobi world had basically been in constant warfare. This caused its people to think daily about how to survive, how to secure their own interests, and how to ensure the survival of their descendants. As a result, people often only looked down at the ground, unable to look up at the starry sky. Ultimately, the exploration of the universe only gradually germinated through curiosity and the desire to explore after prolonged peace, when society tended toward stability and there were no obvious wars. And the shinobi world naturally did not have the capacity to think about these things now. But with the Land of Flame established, and with no other countries in the shinobi world, the future of the shinobi world would tend toward stability. At that time, technology would experience a great explosion, and people would naturally become curious about the universe and the deep sea. The oceans of the shinobi world were vast, and there had to be many resources within them. Kenichi was also full of curiosity about the shinobi world's oceans, but he simply had not had the time to explore them before. Forget it. The military policy won't change anyway. This is also a very important position. Kenichi did not intend to say anything more. Were there truly no more wars in the shinobi world now? That was not necessarily true. It was unknown how Madara's situation had been handled. If he could eliminate the Otsutsuki clan, that would naturally be for the best. If not, the peace of the Land of Flame might be broken, and some local areas might enter a period of war again. This was undoubtedly a troublesome matter. The Otsutsuki clan was also very strong, and they could come to the shinobi world from distant outer space, so their technological level was probably also high. Such a force that had developed both technology and supernatural power was the most troublesome. And who knew how many Otsutsuki clan members there were? What if a stronger one came later? So Kenichi naturally could not avoid forming an army. His ultimate goal was to lead the ninja army to conquer the Otsutsuki clan's planet in the future. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki clan would come knocking on his door sooner or later. Lord Amamiya, what about the future missions at the mission hall? The discussion in the conference room continued. Kenichi had lunch and dinner, then slept, only to return to the conference room for discussion the next day. There were too many matters for a newly established country, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, Kenichi was, after all, the founding monarch, so he had the power of one-man rule over many things. Otherwise, the mere wrangling over those systems would have been enough to make one's scalp tingle. And this conference discussion lasted for 3 full days. 3 days later, Kenichi looked at the finally completed documents in his hand and could not help taking a deep breath. It was finally done. So, the matters are settled. Remember to nominate members for the administrative officer assessment afterward, and each of your clans must complete your household statistics as soon as possible. Then quickly send your personnel to different regions. The army will be responsible for maintaining public order, and any acts of retaliation are not permitted. Kenichi pinched his brow. Although the meeting was over, the trivial matters were not completely finished. The most crucial part was population allocation. The ninja clans of the 5 great nations would be dispersed and settled, while ordinary people would fare slightly better. They would also be allocated, but they would have more freedom of choice. However, they would also be irreversibly sent to other provinces. This was a troublesome matter. It had to be remembered that the 5 great nations had been in continuous warfare for so long. It was hard to say that there would not be people who harbored grudges against one another. Therefore, the army's violent deterrence was very important. However, when allocating personnel, Kenichi also tried his best to have staff place ninja clans with deep-seated hatred in different cities as much as possible. This would minimize the possibility of conflict breaking out. What a hassle. Kenichi leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and sighed wearily. This matter was finally dealt with. Or rather, half dealt with. At least the meeting was over, and the country's political system and administrative divisions had been planned. If it was consistently implemented in the future, peace was also an achievable outcome. However, there would certainly be various troubles later, so Kenichi would need to consider how to counterbalance them. Kenichi could not help recalling a past conversation with Orochimaru about the Hokage position. At that time, Kenichi had said that no one would want to be Hokage. But he had never expected to end up in a position even more exhausting than Hokage. And it was foreseeable that there would be more such matters in the future. Kenichi, your systems are truly unique. A hearty laugh sounded. Minato walked out, looking at Kenichi with a smile. Minato had not participated in this meeting. This was at Kenichi's request, because he temporarily did not want to publicize the resurrection ninjutsu. That would mean immense trouble, and many people might come seeking him. So Minato and Fugaku had to use transformation jutsu to change their appearance and physique whenever they went out. This was also a requirement Kenichi had made after resurrecting them. Brother Minato, it wasn't easy for you to be Hokage either. Kenichi looked at Minato and could not help sighing. He had come with the prestige of a founding nation to suppress these people. Minato had taken office hastily, without much foundation, and likely had a difficult time in Konoha. After all, Minato was not a founding Kage, so he naturally could not suppress those old conservatives, especially Hamura and Koharu. Those 2 elders indeed caused me quite a bit of trouble, and Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato narrowed his eyes. Hiruzen was actually not bad. But after his retirement, he had stood on the side of the Sarutobi clan's interests, which made things very difficult for Minato. Kenichi, on the other hand, was much more relaxed now. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, Samahata Brand Chakra Storage Battery. Chapter 494, Samahata Brand Chakra Storage Battery. Lord Amamiya, is this time suitable for the founding ceremony? Shirori respectfully asked Kenichi. Kenichi rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. Frankly, he was not very interested in managing a founding ceremony. But since he had unified the shinobi world, not holding one seemed inappropriate. Ceremonial events like this were not very practical, but they were still necessary. Let's set it for that time. Just remember to tell me a day in advance. Kenichi sighed, but still nodded in agreement. Shirori tactfully left Kenichi's laboratory. Kenichi was currently conducting experiments, and Shirori knew very well that Kenichi disliked being disturbed during his experiments. After Shirori left, Kenichi sat in the laboratory, lost in thought as he looked at the object before him. Kenichi was attempting to convert chakra into energy. The method he had thought of was to clone Samahata and use it as a converter. What lay before Kenichi now was a Samahata that had grown through accelerated cloning technology. First research on chakra energy conversion and storage device. After initiating cloning work on Samahata, with the help of Mr. Amato, I have obtained Samahata individuals at varying stages of growth. Based on their growth progress, they are sequentially designated as Experiment Subject Number 1, Experiment Subject Number 2, and Experiment Subject Number 3. Experiment Subject Number 1 is the smallest. Experiment Subject Number 2 is similar in size to an ideal engine. Experiment Subject Number 3 is close to the size of an adult Samahata individual. After attempting to feed them chakra separately, none of the 3 experiment subjects showed any tendency to devour chakra. Is it because their growth method is different from Samahata's? Kenichi looked at the 3 Samahata of different sizes before him and fell into deep thought. Samahata could devour chakra, even when in contact with enemies. Kenichi had already tried this. But the problem was that these 3 Samahata did not devour chakra. They were like 3 ravenous little monsters, greedily demanding meat and fish. If I want to solve this problem, then perhaps I need to. Kenichi held one of the Samahata clones and examined it. The problem with these three Samahata was within his expectations. After all, although these three were Samahata's clones and, to some extent, were genetically the same as the original Samahata, genetic identity did not mean everything else would also be identical. Just like during his previous experiments. A clone kept in a nutrient capsule and the experimental subject, though both were the same person, had significant differences in appearance and physique. It could be said that while genes determined appearance and other postnatal issues, completely different lifestyles could still lead to vastly different outcomes for identical clones. It was like an original infant and a cloned infant being born at the same time. If the original lived in a poor family, often went hungry, and worked on construction sites, while the clone lived in a wealthy family and enjoyed a life of comfort, then 30 years later, if they were placed side by side, the differences might be so great that no one would recognize them as a clone and the original. In other words, while genes determined physical factors like appearance, postnatal environment and the development of various personality traits also had a huge impact on a person. The original Samahata had lived its own life after birth. Perhaps it was under such circumstances that Samahata became a chakra-eating entity, eventually becoming the Samahata it was now. And these three cloned Samahata had significant differences from the original Samahata. Kenichi did not get discouraged. Since Samahata would not eat chakra, it did not matter. He would starve them. When they were hungry enough, he would try feeding them chakra again. Perhaps that would yield results. After a period of fasting for the Samahata clones, they finally began to eat chakra, but they seemed to only know how to take chakra and not how to give it back. This may be due to a lack of guidance from predecessors. If the original Samahata came and guided them, it might help, but this does not align with my requirements for Samahata's intended role. If every Samahata requires patient training from a predecessor, it would become extremely troublesome, making mass production of Samahata engines impossible. Perhaps I need to try implanting parasites to see whether they can influence Samahata. Kenichi looked at Samahata, then took out a syringe and injected parasite eggs into their bodies. However, even Kenichi himself did not know whether this would work. After all, unlike humans, a creature like Samahata did not even look like a normal animal. Moreover, parasites controlled humans by attaching themselves to the brain. Samahata was clearly not the same species as humans, so whether parasites could control Samahata was also a question that needed to be investigated. But fortunately, what Kenichi had plenty of now was free time. Before the founding ceremony, Kenichi still had enough time to conduct scientific research. After the founding ceremony, Kenichi would be busy for a while, but it did not matter. When the time came, he could have his shadow clone handle political affairs while he focused on researching his new inventions. Parasite parasitism, successful. Kenichi looked at the Samahata before him. He could feel faint parasite signals inside Samahata's body. If Shirori came, the sensing would be even clearer. But the problem was that after Kenichi called over a Hyuga clan ninja, he discovered that the parasites within Samahata were different from those in a normal person's body. Lord Amamiya, this is the drawing you requested. The Hyuga clan ninja looked at Kenichi with respectful eyes. Shirori stood quietly behind Kenichi, holding documents. Kenichi took the notebook and glanced at it. Inside was the internal structure of Samahata's body observed by the Byakugan, as well as the current location of the parasites. The parasites had become much smaller and tightly wrapped around a tiny brain. This was Samahata's brain, roughly a bit larger than a walnut, but certainly not too big. However, considering Samahata's size, having such a brain was already quite remarkable. Aren't you afraid? Kenichi looked at the Hyuga clan ninja before him. The ninja's gaze was very respectful, even carrying a hint of fanaticism, which made Kenichi somewhat curious. Lord Amamiya, you are the benefactor who saved our branch family. Whatever you say, our branch family will do. The Hyuga clan ninja looked at Kenichi with reverence. Kenichi now understood. It turned out this was a member of the Hyuga branch family. Although the Hyuga branch family and main family were both part of the Hyuga clan, the branch family was more like servants who had to obey the main family. While the shinobi world was a somewhat pathological world, it was undeniable that not every member of the Hyuga branch family wanted to be a dog of the main family. This could be seen from Niji Hyuga. The internal conflicts of the Hyuga clan were already significant and would certainly need to be addressed in the future. If they were not addressed, they would cause some trouble. However, Kenichi vaguely remembered that in the future, the Hyuga clan seemed to have undergone no major changes. Although Hinata became Naruto's wife and was not branded with the caged bird, Hinata was merely an individual exception. This was very similar to the daimyo system in the shinobi world. The daimyo had no real power, but they held financial advantages and theoretical ruling status. Although the daimyo were later downplayed, it was precisely because the ninja of the later period were too strong that the daimyo system appeared increasingly ridiculous. Could one expect a transcendent being capable of summoning meteors, artificially creating celestial bodies, and wielding immense power to tolerate an ordinary person sitting above him? That was simply science fiction. I hope you can seize this hard-won opportunity and serve the land of flame. Kenichi smiled and patted the shoulder of the Hyuga clan ninja before him. He had done what he could. The rest was up to them to choose. Kenichi had previously heard from the Land of Flames ANBU that although the Hyuga clan had abolished the caged bird, some members of the Hyuga branch family themselves refused to abolish it and remained loyal to the main family. It had to be said that everyone had their own aspirations. Perhaps for Niji and other Hyuga clan members who did not want to be dogs of the main family, Kenichi's actions were a great boon. But for those who did not mind such a life, or even calmly accepted it, Kenichi's actions might seem somewhat meddlesome. We swear to serve the Land of Flame to the death. The Hyuga clan ninja said excitedly, then was led away. Kenichi did not pay too much attention to these trivial matters. After all, to him, the thoughts of a single ninja were not that important. He was now considering matters at the national level. For example, his current policy of dismantling every ninja clan would certainly attract countless curses in secret, but Kenichi did not care. For the long-term stability of the Land of Flame, these measures were very necessary. Otherwise, these great families would become new gatekeeping forces in the future, which Kenichi could not accept. He did not want to have to come out and prove he was still alive whenever he had nothing else to do, then constantly suppress ambitious individuals. That would be far too troublesome. Kenichi looked at the diagram in his hand, then had Shirori command the parasite larvae to control the Samahata clones and make them regurgitate chakra. Soon, a much purer chakra was reluctantly expelled by the Samahata larvae. Kenichi tried to absorb this chakra back into his body, where it blended harmoniously with his own chakra without any abnormalities. After being controlled by the parasites, the Samahata clones can overcome their lack of learning ability, but extensive experiments are still needed to confirm this. Also, how to utilize the outputted chakra. This is also a problem. Currently, there are two main uses for chakra. One is boiling water, converting chakra into heat energy, and then into mechanical energy. However, this is not as good as directly converting it into electrical energy. A sealing ninjutsu needs to be set up to continuously and sustainably convert weak lightning release chakra, thereby generating electricity for power. The engine can directly convert chakra into water release chakra and fire release chakra, thus driving the engine's operation. Kenichi was somewhat excited. But there was still one question that needed to be verified. What was the lifespan of Samahata? Although the rapid cloning technology developed by Mr. Amada was very mature, this maturity also led to a reduction in lifespan. What Kenichi needed to research now was the lifespan of this Samahata. Or rather, its service life. Just like how every product had an expiration date. A new energy technology, if too durable, was actually not good. In his previous life, Kenichi had once wondered why most furniture and appliances needed to be replaced after a period of use. Later, Kenichi learned that these things could not be made too durable. Otherwise, consumers would buy them once and not need new ones for a very long time, which would mean no sales for those manufacturers, leading to losses and bankruptcy. Therefore, most products would have a shelf life. Some companies, when launching new products, would even deliberately restrict older models to force consumers to buy the new ones. And the same was true for Samahata. Although Kenichi did not need to make money, the problem was that the limitations of cloning technology meant Samahata would definitely have a shelf life. What Kenichi needed to do now was verify this. However, the exact time required could not be determined. So next is to create a ninjutsu that meets my requirements. Kenichi scratched his head, then plunged back into his busy experimental work. Just as he was about to focus on his research, a dizzy spell came over him. Kenichi froze. Then a new memory appeared in his mind. Uranium ore has been detected. Then it's time to start making the next atomic bomb. Also a hydrogen bomb, but the method for this hydrogen bomb. Kenichi pinched his brow. His shadow clone had dispersed, and the news it brought delighted him. Large uranium reserves had been detected in the Land of Wind. Then he could also try to start making hydrogen bombs. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 495, Chapter 495, Development of Sealing Ninjutsu. Chapter 495, Development of Sealing Ninjutsu. How exactly was ninjutsu structured? What was the relationship between chakra and hand seals? Was there a mathematical model for a ninja's chakra output and the power of their ninjutsu? Kenichi was very curious. And now, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenichi could conduct larger-scale research on these issues, and that research was bound to be far more in-depth. However, the problem still facing Kenichi was how to create a technique through ninjutsu that could convert chakra into a stable electrical current. And if he wanted this to be widely used, Kenichi also needed to start with sealing ninjutsu. After all, if it were made into an ordinary ninjutsu, its use would become a major problem. It would be like asking someone to drive while simultaneously performing hand seals. That definitely would not work, and it could easily cause traffic accidents. So Kenichi considered sealing ninjutsu. By inscribing sealing ninjutsu, he could achieve an effect that did not require a ninja to maintain hand seals for a long time. Only then could it be widely used in various situations. Ninjutsu. If ninjutsu is compared to a form of energy, then hand seals are, to some extent, like programming. And sealing ninjutsu is like a compiled maze. Kenichi looked at the 5-element seal in his hand, lost in thought. He had asked Kushina for a scroll of the 5-element seal to observe. For that, he had even tried it on a genin from the land of fire. The existence of the 5-element seal itself was somewhat like a maze. Although it sounded a little strange, after Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan deconstructed it, the structure of sealing ninjutsu appeared as a super large maze. The more advanced the sealing ninjutsu, the more complex the structure of the maze became. For example, another sealing ninjutsu that Kushina had brought over made Kenichi feel a bit dizzy just by looking at it. So, in essence, sealing ninjutsu worked by creating a maze, preventing chakra from escaping it, thereby trapping chakra inside the maze and achieving the effect of sealing chakra. And perhaps more advanced versions could add a prison within the maze, directly imprisoning the sealed target. Like Kurama. However, Kurama seemed to be an exception, because the tailed beasts sealed within Jinchuriki were essentially aggregations of chakra. This meant chakra constituted the tailed beast, so the prison was actually confining chakra, not directly confining a person. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there were other sealing methods meant for people. When chakra entered, it became lost in the maze and could not exit, thus preventing that portion of chakra from being mobilized for use. So, based on this foundation, Kenichi wondered whether he could create a continuous sealing ninjutsu, then combine it with chakra nature transformation to achieve a stable and continuous output of electrical current. It would be like a complex maze, but one with an exit. Chakra would be allowed to emerge from the sealed maze, though it would take a long time. The maze's entrance would also need to be small. This way, the amount of chakra output could be restricted, thereby controlling the output. Thinking of this, Kenichi decided to give it a try. To some extent, this is somewhat like a double sealing ninjutsu. Kenichi looked at the 5-element seal before him, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in his eyes. Profound chakra floated before Kenichi, allowing him to see the structure of the sealing ninjutsu. It was like a parasitic plant, clinging to the sealed location and maintaining its operation by using the sealed chakra. It had a certain aesthetic of hitting someone and then making them pay the medical bill. However, such sealing ninjutsu could not meet Kenichi's requirements. Kenichi wanted the sealing ninjutsu to also have the effect of converting chakra. So essentially, this new ninjutsu needed to consist of 2 parts. The first part would be a sealing ninjutsu that could seal chakra, maintain its own operation by relying on the sealed chakra, and continuously output chakra. After that, another sealing ninjutsu would be needed to convert the output chakra into lightning release chakra. Only then could Kenichi's requirements be met. It had to be said that this task made Kenichi feel that things were very tricky. But as long as this problem could be overcome, the revolution of the shinobi world would become a foregone conclusion. Traditional power generation can also be used, but its efficiency isn't high. The efficiency of chakra converted into electricity is higher, and it's convenient to replenish at any time. Kenichi looked at the light bulb above him. The technological level of the shinobi world was peculiar. Kenichi thought it might be because the shinobi world had ninjutsu, and ninja frequently fought, so the technological focus here leaned toward warfare. Sciences like improving power generation technology, which were not very helpful for war, naturally did not receive much attention. Otherwise, given the inventive capabilities of the people in the shinobi world, Kenichi felt that the shinobi world could enter the era of scientific ninjutsu much faster. Kenichi focused on connecting chakra, then slowly created a very complex chakra maze, leaving an exit behind. Then Kenichi placed the sealing ninjutsu on the experimental genin. The genin trembled, and his muscles began to spasm rapidly. Kenichi frowned slightly, then released the sealing ninjutsu. No. A sealing ninjutsu constructed this way seemed to affect the ninja's body. Kenichi thought it might be due to the excessive complexity of the maze he had constructed. Kenichi made some simple improvements, but then he found that it still seemed ineffective. The experimental subject still experienced spasms. So, what's the reason for this? Kenichi was somewhat bewildered. If he were fighting or facing an enemy, Kenichi was very confident. But when it came to researching ninjutsu, Kenichi was indeed not very good. Thinking of this, Kenichi decided to consult Kushina, an authority on sealing ninjutsu, about this problem. Leaving the laboratory, Kenichi strolled through the old capital of the Land of Water. It was now Haiba City, the provincial capital of Haiba Province in the Land of Flame. This would not be the capital of the Land of Flame. A nation's capital could not possibly be located on a small island. So Kenichi's plan was to place the capital of the Land of Flame on the plains between the former daimyo's residence of the Land of Fire and Konoha. For this reason, Shirori had been working with the construction team on the new capital during this period. However, as a burgeoning provincial capital, Highba City still had a rich history. After all, it had once been the capital of the Land of Water and had a significant population. But now, there were also more people with different accents. Kenichi knew who these people were. They were ninja from other ninja villages who had been assigned here and had become residents. Among them, Kenichi saw several ninja from the Hyuga clan. Kenichi did not pay much attention to these people and walked quickly. But as he walked, Kenichi stopped. "Amamiya, have you eaten?" A thin man looked at him with a smile. Beside him stood Konan. "Nagato, why is your body still like this? Can't it recover?" Kenichi looked at Nagato before him and could not help asking. After all, the current Nagato looked like a malnourished skeleton, which made Kenichi feel an urge to go to Nagato's house and help him out. One could even say that if a picture of the current Nagato were taken and placed in his previous world, it would stir up many people's urge to feed him. Cough, cough. "I'm used to it, but I'm much better now." Nagato coughed twice, a slight smile on his face. Then he picked up a box of fried chicken pieces in his hand and offered it to Kenichi. Kenichi did not mind. He casually took a piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed. The aroma of cumin filled his mouth, and the deep-fried chicken had a rich flavor. He had to admit, the vendor did a great job and used good chicken. "You're not picky." Nagato was momentarily stunned. Then he also took a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, while also offering one to Konan. Konan took a piece with a bright smile. "What's there to be picky about? Or do you like to suck your fingers when you eat?" Kenichi glanced at Nagato, then unceremoniously ate the chicken pieces. This left Nagato stunned for a moment. But soon, Nagato laughed. He liked Kenichi's personality. It made him feel like he had returned to the old days, when the Akatsuki had just been established and he and Yahiko ate together. "Don't talk nonsense. I never suck my fingers," Nagato said grumpily as Kenichi took another piece of fried chicken. In the past, Yahiko used to like doing that. But later, he realized others didn't want to eat after he did, so he stopped. Konan fell into reminiscence, sighing with emotion. Kenichi glanced at Konan and Nagato. Their expressions were normal, showing no discomfort. It seemed they had truly come to terms with things. That was good. However, looking at Nagato's weak appearance, a question lingered in Kenichi's mind. He wondered why Nagato did not revive Yahiko. But perhaps Nagato had his own thoughts on the matter. "Nagato, how's the work at the Ministry of Justice going? Are you used to it?" Kenichi squatted beside Nagato, then looked at the hawkers passing by. He smiled and bought 3 bottles of drinks, handing one each to Nagato and Konan, while taking one for himself. Kenichi specifically chose the glass-bottled ones. Those drinks tasted the best. "It's not bad. It's just that at first, listening to them argue gave me a headache." When talking about his work, the smile on Nagato's face became more genuine. Although he sounded like he was complaining, Kenichi could hear the pleasure in Nagato's tone. It seemed that even though Nagato was complaining, he was actually quite enthusiastic about his current job. That's how the Ministry of Justice is. Laws aren't set once and for all. They need to be constantly revised according to circumstances. "You'll be busy in the future." Kenichi smiled. The work of the Ministry of Justice was not easy. Although it looked simple, there was actually a mountain of work. Kenichi had also introduced the judicial system from his previous world into the shinobi world. The procuratorate and courts had also begun recruiting personnel. However, at first, these people probably were not used to the existence of justice. When more people appealed in the future, the work of the Ministry of Justice would enter its busiest period. After all, in the future, law would become the ultimate means for most people to solve problems. That's pretty good. This world now fascinates me. I don't have to wake up every day worrying about hearing where a war has broken out again, or where people have died again. To be honest, it actually makes me a little unaccustomed. Nagato slowly ate his chicken pieces. While eating, he greedily looked at everything before him. Everything in Highba City utterly fascinated him. Just observing the daily lives of these people made Nagato feel content. This kind of everyday atmosphere was what Nagato wanted to see. You'll get used to it. Absolute peace will never come, but relative peace will exist. However, disputes are unavoidable. Kenichi took a sip of his drink. The bubbles in his mouth made him burp. "As long as there's no war, that's enough," Konan said earnestly. When she was young, she had thought Yahiko was right. But as Konan grew older, she came to understand that it was impossible to create a world where everyone could be happy, where there were no disputes, and where everyone could understand one another. So she lowered her expectations. That's simple enough. Kenichi smiled, then looked into the distance, in the direction of the Land of Fire. Speaking of which, it had been so long. Why was there still no movement from Black Zetsu? Kenichi was still waiting to see what the outcome would be. After chatting with Nagato for a while, Kenichi left. He still had to find Kushina. When Kenichi arrived, Kushina's family was training. More precisely, Naruto was receiving instruction from Minato, while Kushina watched with a smile. Naruto's face was full of bitterness until he saw Kenichi. Amamiya-sensei. Naruto scurried over, then skillfully hid behind Kenichi. Kenichi was a little dumbfounded. How come after Naruto's childhood became complete, he seemed to be different from the original Naruto? Oh, Kenichi, are you here for sealing ninjutsu? Minato laughed heartily, and the Rasengan in his hand dispersed. Minato had just been teaching Naruto his newly developed Super Roaring Rasengan Flash Dance 32 forms. Brother Minato, Sister Kushina, I do have something to discuss. Kenichi took out the sealing ninjutsu he had developed earlier. It immediately caught Kushina's attention. She curiously leaned in and looked. Naruto also glanced at it curiously, then stopped looking because he could not understand it. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 496, Chapter 496, Me, Fight the Otsutsuki. Really? Chapter 496, Me, Fight the Otsutsuki. Really? There's something wrong with your sealing ninjutsu. It's a sealing technique, but it doesn't look very stable. This could easily lead to chakra breaking through and causing the seal to fail. Kushina was worthy of being a master of sealing ninjutsu. She immediately spotted the flaw in Kenichi's technique and pointed it out. Kenichi nodded when he heard this, though the instability was actually intentional. That was precisely the effect he wanted. However, judging from Kushina's demeanor, even though she did not possess a Mangekyo Sharingan like Kenichi, she seemed to have her own method for judging sealing ninjutsu. Was this a talent of the Uzumaki clan? Or was it Kushina's own talent? Sister Kushina, I want to research a sealing ninjutsu that can stably extract stored chakra at an extremely low efficiency. That's why I tried to leave a channel for chakra to flow out. Kenichi planned to get some inspiration from Kushina. Kushina knew a lot about sealing ninjutsu, so perhaps she could give him some help. Like that. Isn't there already one? It can stably extract chakra from a ninja, and the efficiency can even be adjusted. Kushina scratched her head, looking at Kenichi with some confusion. Kenichi was even more stunned when he heard this. What did Kushina just say? There was already such a ninjutsu. Why had Kenichi himself? Kenichi fell into deep thought. He seemed to recall a movie he had watched before, where there seemed to be such a technique that could stably extract the chakra of imprisoned ninja, rendering them unable to resist. Kenichi remembered that Hinata and some villagers had been captured, and later Naruto naturally went to rescue them, defeated the villain, and successfully ended the crisis. Moreover, even without mentioning those movies, some prisons within various ninja villages also had similar sealing ninjutsu to control captured enemy ninja, preventing them from escaping or resisting. Otherwise, if a ninja were imprisoned in a village without any restraints, that would not be imprisonment. That would be inviting trouble. In fact, the place where each ninja village used sealing ninjutsu the most was probably the hellish place known as prison. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He must have lost his mind to have forgotten that such a ninjutsu already existed in the shinobi world. If he had known earlier, he would not have wasted so much time struggling with it. So Kenichi asked Kushina for a copy of this ninjutsu, then awkwardly rubbed Naruto's head and left under Naruto's expectant gaze. After seeing Kenichi leave, Naruto's face showed a trace of bitterness. He still wanted to be with his teacher. After all, his teacher's lessons were very interesting. Although his father, Minato, was also very powerful, when it came to teaching people, he was truly. It made Naruto feel very painful. With sealing ninjutsu settled, the next step is to create a sealing technique or formation that can convert stably outputted chakra into lightning release chakra. Kenichi did not know Naruto's thoughts. He was currently conceiving his engine. But if he did know, he would probably sigh at the unpredictability of life. Compared to Naruto in the original work, the current Naruto was undoubtedly living a very comfortable life. Although he had suffered for a period during childhood, after being taken away by Kenichi, Naruto had parents and a teacher. He could be a normal child and was no longer called a demon fox by others. Everyone respected Naruto, though those people were actually respecting Naruto's teacher, Kenichi himself. But at least the current Naruto no longer had to experience the life he once had in Konoha. Every year on his birthday, he could enjoy the company of his parents. Naruto's current life was much better than before. If Naruto from the original work could also transmigrate, he would probably wish to live a life like this. Kenichi scratched his head. He decided to first check whether there were similar ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Otherwise, making such a fool of himself again would be extremely embarrassing. However, to Kenichi's disappointment, there was no such ninjutsu in the shinobi world. After all, for most ninja, ninjutsu was used to kill. They pursued higher lethality and lower chakra consumption. So naturally, no one would research how to extract a tiny bit of sealed chakra and then convert it into chakra of another attribute. This work isn't complicated. The difficult part is how to engrave it onto samahata and combine it with the sealing ninjutsu. Kenichi fell into deep thought as he looked at the sealing ninjutsu in his hand. After all, if the two techniques could be closely linked, or even made into one ninjutsu, then the chakra consumption of this ninjutsu would be minimized. Chakra waste could also be avoided, maximizing the effectiveness of the engine. Kenichi planned to start with chakra nature transformation. Chakra nature transformation was something almost every ninja could do. After all, not everyone had every chakra nature. Some ninja had a single chakra nature, some had 2, and some had 3. If they wanted to use other ninjutsu, they needed to learn chakra nature transformation. Kenichi had also learned about this from Orochimaru, so naturally, he knew some things now. Was I discovered? At that moment, in the old site of Amigakure, a man in strange clothing, with peculiar symbols on his face, looked down expressionlessly at the motionless Madara below and muttered softly. This is really troublesome. I've been hiding so deeply. Was it done by someone from that so-called land of flame? The black markings on Jigen's face slowly dissipated. However, using the power of karma before the plan was ready had also caused some impact on Jigen's body. If he had not done so, Jigen would not have been able to stop this man calling himself Uchiha Madara. Jigen's expression did not look good. He had been hiding in the shinobi world for many years, even secretly creating an organization called Kara, then hiding in Amigakure while silently observing this world and searching for a way for him, Otsutsuki Ishiki, to survive. But he had never expected to be detected by an enemy, who then came knocking. As for this man named Uchiha Madara, Jigen naturally knew about him. But he had not paid attention to Madara before. Instead, he had focused on finding a way for himself to survive, then on letting the divine tree bear fruit so he could settle accounts with Otsutsuki Kagaya, that traitor. But now. So troublesome. Jigen sighed. His body was even more damaged now. But since he had already been exposed, he had to change locations. And that guy Yamato had also betrayed him, so he needed to find a more secluded location and wait for the right moment. Thinking of this, Jigen silently left this base that was destined to be abandoned by him and took his materials elsewhere. Black Zetsu, hiding on the perimeter, suppressed his presence and did not even dare glance at Jigen. His body was trembling. Black Zetsu had never expected such a person to exist in the shinobi world. And after being bombed by the weapon he had taken from Kenichi, the opponent could still emerge and fight Madara, even sending the fully powered Edo Tensei Madara back to the Pure Land with his soul severely wounded. Such power was definitely not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. Black Zetsu had also noticed that when black markings appeared on the opponent's face, his aura suddenly changed, becoming somewhat familiar to Black Zetsu. That made Black Zetsu realize that the opponent must also be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. But that shouldn't be. Black Zetsu could not quite figure it out. Although his mother had hastily abandoned him because she was being sealed, Black Zetsu remembered that only his mother in the entire shinobi world was from the Otsutsuki clan. Neither the Sage of Six Paths nor the Sage of Six Paths brother could reach his mother's level. But the guy just now gave Black Zetsu the feeling of his mother in the past. The opponent could not be a descendant of the Six Paths brothers. The opponent was so powerful that he could only be an Otsutsuki clan member. So what exactly was going on? The opponent had been hidden for so long. Why had he not heard any news before? What exactly did the opponent want to do? Black Zetsu's expression was extremely grim. He waited until Jigen left, then emerged from underground and returned to Madara's secret base, where he used Edo Tensei on Madara. The opponent is very strong. Madara sat up. His body was somewhat damaged, and his soul was injured. It would take some time for him to fully recover now. Fortunately, he had prepared an Edo Tensei body of himself as a backup, so Black Zetsu would not need to seek Kenichi's help again. However, what Madara was most concerned about right now was still the existence of that strange person. The opponent called himself Jigen, but Madara had no knowledge of this person's existence. Very strong. Black Zetsu wanted to hear Madara's opinion. Very strong. If I retrieve my Rinnegan, I might still feel some pressure against him, unless I can obtain the power of the divine tree. Madara's expression was not good. He considered himself invincible in the shinobi world. Especially after Hashirama died, he had rarely felt such helplessness. But now, facing the enemy named Jigen, after black markings appeared on the opponent's face, Madara had found himself being suppressed. Even at the end, Madara did not know whether the opponent had used his full power. If not, then the opponent still had trump cards. Was he already so weak? Madara was beginning to doubt his life. Such a person, so powerful, yet hidden for so long. He must have extensive schemes. He might even know your main body's plan. If he... Black Zetsu was very worried. Although he was partly acting, he was genuinely concerned. After all, if Madara could not even defeat the opponent, what would he do if the opponent decided to overturn the table? And how many people in the shinobi world now could match that Jigen? That was also a problem. Madara was uncharacteristically silent for a moment. He indeed did not know how to deal with this problem. He even doubted whether he could be Jigen's match after regaining his Rinnegan. For a time, the entire base became very quiet. Ah. Me, fight Jigen. Really? Kenichi looked at the grim-faced Madara and Black Zetsu in front of him and spoke in surprise. Madara crossed his arms and closed his eyes without speaking. Black Zetsu sighed. That guy named Jigen is very dangerous and troublesome. My main body challenged him and still hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet. He has been hiding so deeply, so he must be planning something. Black Zetsu explained while Kenichi poured 2 cups of tea for Madara and Black Zetsu. In his heart, Kenichi was thinking about how to solve this matter. Jigen. Kenichi did not know who he was, but after hearing Black Zetsu's explanation, he deduced that this Jigen was probably a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, how could he so easily kill the current Madara? One had to know that although the current Madara was not in his strongest form, his strength was definitely not weak. Yet the current Madara was not Jigen's match. The opponent's identity was obvious. It was probably only Madara, that unlucky pawn, who had not thought in the direction of the Otsutsuki clan. Kenichi sank into thought. Was the Otsutsuki clan strong? Very strong. Undoubtedly strong. The appearance of the Otsutsuki clan as the final boss was actually a bit deliberate, even forced for the sake of the subsequent plot. After all, there had been almost no foreshadowing before, and then Kaguya suddenly appeared, incredibly powerful. If not for the help of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto and Sasuke might truly not have been able to defeat Kaguya. And by combining some information about Kaguya, it could be seen that the Otsutsuki clan was an extremely powerful race. They themselves possessed the characteristic of gathering immense power, and they also possessed interstellar travel technology. Although Kenichi felt that they probably had not reached the level of wormhole jumping, being able to travel between stars to a small planet like the shinobi world to plant divine trees had already surpassed the spaceships of his previous life. From this, it could be seen that the Otsutsuki clan was not only accomplished in supernatural power, but also very powerful in science. Boruto, the sequel to Naruto, might even feature stronger high technology in the future. If taken further, it could even continue by showing ninja from the shinobi world deciding to advance toward the Otsutsuki clan's planet to face new challenges and so on. Considering Kishimoto's previous precedent of suddenly introducing Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan, Kenichi believed that the possibility of Kishimoto doing this was very high. Anyway, at worst, they could just drop in another character at the end. An arrogant Otsutsuki who had fully absorbed the power of a divine tree could appear to investigate Kaguya's affairs, and that would be enough. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 497, Chapter 497, The Founding Ceremony of the Land of Flame. Chapter 497, The Founding Ceremony of the Land of Flame. That guy is very strong, and he seems to have mastered space-time ninjutsu. He's very troublesome. Madara's expression was serious for once. Originally, he had thought Kenichi was his greatest enemy. Then Kenichi had been persuaded by Black Zetsu and had successfully joined the Eye of the Moon plan, becoming an ally. But he had not expected an even more troublesome person to suddenly appear. This made Madara feel rather terrible. After all, that guy was strong enough to make Madara start doubting his own life. Space-time ninjutsu. Then did his eyes change at all? Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He and Madara were now partners, though each of them had their own motives. But when it came to the Otsutsuki clan, Kenichi and Madara were in the same boat. After all, these Otsutsuki clan members were arrogant and self-important. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, it was likely that Kaguya and the other Otsutsuki only viewed the people of the shinobi world as wild animals. Kaguya had planned to turn the people of the shinobi world into white zetsu to serve as biological weapons against the other Otsutsuki clan members. This proved that Kaguya knew she was not strong enough. From that, a simple equation could be formed. Kaguya was stronger than either one of the Six Paths brothers alone. Any one of the Six Paths brothers could easily defeat Madara. However, Kaguya might be weaker than other legitimate members of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, the future of the shinobi world could only be described as filled with hidden dangers. No. His eyes didn't change much. He doesn't seem to have mastered any ocular ninjutsu. Madara naturally knew what Kenichi was asking, so he shook his head. During the battle, Madara had also noticed that the guy named Jigen truly did not have any special eyes. Kenichi nodded. If that was the case, it proved that the guy named Jigen might not have been fighting Madara with his full strength. He might not even be a complete Otsutsuki clan member. In that case, he was not unbeatable. But the opponent might still be hiding other trump cards. To deal with Jigen, Kenichi needed to continue becoming stronger. Amamiya Kenichi, as my partner, what are your thoughts? Madara narrowed his eyes and asked Kenichi. This young man's strength was impressive, giving Madara the feeling of seeing Hashirama in the past. However, if he was only at Hashirama's level, dealing with Jigen might be somewhat difficult. Since the opponent has remained hidden until now without making a sound, it means he isn't plotting for the entire shinobi world, but for something else. Kenichi rubbed his chin. Although he did not know what organization that guy named Jigen had founded or why he had remained hidden until now, it was certain that he had no interest in the shinobi world. Otherwise, he would have jumped out long ago. But the problem is, there's only so much in the shinobi world. Uchiha Madara, I heard your Eye of the Moon plan will activate the Ten Tails, right? The Ten Tails must be stronger than these tailed beasts, correct? Then what if the opponent wants to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Kenichi put forward a reasonable speculation. Madara nodded after hearing it. He felt that if it were him, he would definitely care more about strength. After all, in the shinobi world, having enough strength meant having everything. However, Black Zetsu's face grew even gloomier. He lowered his head, pondering the likelihood of Kenichi's words. If Jigen was someone like Mother, then he must also know about the Divine Tree. Would Jigen also want to obtain the Divine Tree? And then replace Mother's position in the shinobi world, or even directly devour Mother? Black Zetsu felt a surge of fear at this thought. His only purpose in this world was to free Kaguya. But now, I think we need to change our approach and pursue a more extreme collaboration. The only thing certain now is that if the Five Tails and Three Tails are not revived, the Eye of the Moon plan cannot be successfully implemented. Why don't we take advantage of this time? Kenichi rubbed his hands together with a smile. Have him go deal with Jigen now. How was that possible? Kenichi's current strength was insufficient. At the very least, he would only consider dealing with Jigen after successfully researching the Rinnegan in the future. Moreover, Kenichi remembered that Jigen had never appeared in the original Naruto series. That meant he would likely only start causing trouble in the future Boruto series. So, the question was, why did Jigen not appear in the original Naruto series, only much later in the future? Kenichi felt there might be some problem with Jigen's current state. His body might not be suitable for combat, or perhaps Jigen did not have absolute confidence in winning yet, which was why he had not emerged. He would only make a move when he gained confidence in the future. This suggested that he was either researching something, or that fighting now would have significant drawbacks for him. Black Zetsu, since you discovered that base, I think the opponent has definitely abandoned it and chosen to build a base elsewhere. I'll have to trouble you to find their new base. Kenichi spoke while looking at Black Zetsu. Although he did not know Jigen's situation, Kenichi had no intention of letting him develop in peace. If the opponent wanted to develop, then Kenichi would make it impossible for him to develop. That would avoid future problems. I'll try my best. Black Zetsu was not very confident. To be honest, if it had not been for Kenichi's previous pressure, Black Zetsu would not have increased his efforts to gather intelligence. As a result, he had accidentally discovered Jigen's secret base. If he had not discovered it, Black Zetsu himself would not have known that an organization was still lurking inside Amigakure. And now, Jigen must have changed the location of his base. Finding a hidden base entrance in the shinobi world was not an easy task. But Black Zetsu still agreed. After all, the thought that the opponent might be after Kaguya made Black Zetsu anxious. He wished he could find Jigen now, then bring Kenichi and Madara to kill Jigen and completely eliminate this future trouble. What about you? Madara asked Kenichi. Me. I'm naturally going to research new weapons. The opponent is so strong, and the more means we have, the better. And that space-time ninjutsu sounds very troublesome. Kenichi shrugged. According to Madara, the person named Jigen seemed able to shrink inanimate objects and make them disappear. Kenichi felt a headache at this thought. This meant that weapons like atomic bombs might only be useful against Jigen the first time. After that, they probably would not work. To achieve a decisive victory, Kenichi needed to make his weapons more powerful. So Kenichi actually had a lot to do right now. But the most important reason was still the deaths of the Three Tails and Five Tails. Otherwise, Kenichi would not be sitting here chatting with Madara and Black Zetsu. They would have already started fighting. If he were not worried about Black Zetsu figuring something out, Kenichi would even want to kill the Eight Tails as well. That would make the revival time longer, giving him more time for research. All right. Madara was silent for a moment, then did not object. He had used the weapons Kenichi made, and their effect was very good. Although they could not compare to his full-power ninjutsu, they were indeed very strong. Moreover, Madara also knew that Kenichi was holding back and had not brought out his most powerful weapon. Just like the weapon Kenichi had pulled out at the end of the battle in the Land of Fire. After seeing off Madara and Black Zetsu, Kenichi slumped into his chair. He looked at the ceiling and then pinched his brow. So troublesome. Kenichi sighed. He had originally thought his ultimate enemy was Kaguya. Who knew another Otsutsuki clan member would suddenly pop up? This made things even more troublesome. Lord Amamiya. Shirori walked in, holding a document. She handed it to Kenichi. Kenichi glanced at it. It contained the matters he had previously entrusted. After integrating the power of the entire country, they had successfully found the tombs of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, which would yield more information about the Otsutsuki clan's genes. However, another matter made Kenichi's scalp tingle. Because the time for the founding ceremony had arrived. Kenichi needed to announce the establishment of the Land of Flame and other related matters. This was a very troublesome task. Kenichi did not really want to go, but he could not refuse. After all, he was currently the daimyo of the Land of Flame. Although Kenichi did not like this title, the people of the shinobi world were accustomed to calling their ruler daimyo. Previously, some people had even suggested that Kenichi come up with a Kage name, but Kenichi had refused that as well. So Kenichi's official title in the Land of Flame was Sensei. However, the common people were still used to calling him daimyo. At Kenichi's request, the change in address was gradually being implemented. Sigh. Do we have a speech? Kenichi sighed, looking at Shirori beside him as he asked. She shook her head. Who would dare write a speech at a time like this? This was something Kenichi had to do himself. Kenichi felt somewhat helpless, but he had no choice but to start writing the speech himself. What's the date today? Kenichi stood on the central building of the Land of Flame's new capital, looking down at the bustling crowd below. He could not help straightening his clothes. Lord Amamiya, today is June 10th. Shirori stood beside Kenichi and reminded him softly. Kenichi nodded. June 10th. So, in the future, this date would become the national day of the Land of Flame in the shinobi world. Thinking of this, Kenichi turned his head and saw that only a few people were beside him. Koyuki Kazuhana, for once, wore a normal formal dress. When she saw Kenichi, she even winked at him. Kenichi could only ignore Koyuki's moist eyes. Nagato and Konan were chatting over there. Konan was tidying Nagato's clothes with practiced movements, and Nagato's face had a rare blush. He looked very excited. When he saw Kenichi, he nodded at him. Kenichi, has your dream come true? At that moment, Orochimaru also walked over, dressed in an elaborate red formal robe with a long trailing hem. Kenichi looked at his carefully dressed teacher, a trace of curiosity flashing through his eyes. What was going on with teacher? Kenichi still remembered that Orochimaru had seemed to have suicidal impulses before. But now, his teacher seemed to no longer have such thoughts. And why did Kenichi feel that his teacher had already started to accept his current condition? Was the Sage of Six Paths that ruthless? It's about half realized, I suppose. Kenichi gripped the railing, looking at the crowd below. Ninja were forming into squads. These ninja would soon come up to display their heroic demeanor. There were also special combat teams made up of ordinary people, though these combat teams were not very significant. They could not be given biographies yet. The core remained the special combat teams composed of ninja. They were equipped with the high-end weapons Kenichi had made, and these were the main force in warfare. Half realized. Orochimaru looked at his disciple, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Only half realized even after all this. Then what kind of scene would it be when it was fully realized? Cough, cough. A few coughs sounded. Kenichi turned his head and saw that Inoki, A, and Mei had already come up. These three former Kage were also guests invited by Kenichi. Minato had been invited as well, but Minato now. Just as he was thinking this, Kenichi saw Minato appear instantly on the upper floor. Minato smiled when he saw Kenichi, though he was in a different form now. He was not using his original face, to avoid being recognized. Everyone, welcome. Kenichi smiled. The next to arrive were Amato Sanzu and Shursui. These veterans who had made outstanding contributions during Kenichi's nation-building period had all come up. Although Shursui had not played an enormous role, he had brought the Uchiha clan into the embrace of the Land of Flame, so he naturally had his place. Brother Amamiya. Hikari also ran over happily. After a few days, Hikari had grown a little more. And at this moment, the time arrived. Kenichi took a deep breath. He stood on the main platform and looked down. At this moment, the television cameras were also aimed at Kenichi, and the broadcast would soon be transmitted throughout the entire shinobi world. People tormented by war, ninja slaughtering each other, and civilians grieving in the flames of battle. A peaceful nation is established at this very moment. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, Nagato, I can die in peace now. Chapter 498, Nagato, I can die in peace now. Nagato, what do you think of what Kenichi said? Konan looked at Kenichi, who was standing on the platform and giving his speech, her eyes slightly dazed. She tightly clenched her hands, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. After all, this was the dream she, Yahiko, and Nagato had worked so hard for. It could be said that the Akatsuki had been founded for the sake of a peaceful shinobi world. But Konan had never expected that the dream the Akatsuki had worked so hard for, yet failed to achieve, would actually be realized by Kenichi. Now, even if I die, I don't care anymore. Nagato looked at Kenichi, his eyes slightly moist. He took a deep breath, pursed his lips, then looked at the bustling crowd below before turning his gaze back to Kenichi. When he first met Kenichi, Nagato had not paid much attention to him. After all, Kenichi had only been a rogue ninja from Konoha. At that time, Kenichi was only an A-rank rogue ninja. Nagato had accepted Kenichi only out of consideration for Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was a genuine S-rank rogue ninja and had once been a companion of their teacher, Jiraiya. Because of that, Nagato had a good impression of Orochimaru. But who would have known that later, it would be Kenichi who delivered such a massive surprise and ultimately even cooperated with him? No. It should be said that he was convinced by Kenichi. Nagato still remembered the dream Kenichi had spoken of, and he also remembered the struggle in his own heart after returning. In the end, he had decided to give it a try. In any case, if Kenichi's idea did not work, he could still continue collecting the tailed beasts and bring peace to the shinobi world through his original plan. But what he had not expected was that Kenichi really did it. Kenichi occupied Kirigakura and the Land of Water, then single-handedly defeated the other 4 ninja villages. Ultimately, in a way Nagato had never expected, Kenichi became the master of the entire shinobi world. He also fulfilled what he had promised him. The current shinobi world, under Kenichi's rule, was indeed thriving. Nagato, you can't die. Kenichi said he needs your help in the Ministry of Justice. Konan smiled as she spoke, and Nagato also smiled when he heard this. Konan, actually, after becoming the Minister of Justice, I discovered that there are so many things to do every day. It's even more troublesome than when I was the leader of the Akatsuki. Nagato mumbled while looking at Kenichi's figure. He had never thought before that being the Minister of Justice would be so troublesome. There were many things to deal with every day, and how to formulate a legal code that met the requirements of fairness and justice was also a problem. Every day, he had been discussing with his colleagues in the Ministry of Justice how to formulate a legal code. Kenichi's requirements were a constitution, a criminal law, and a civil law. These 3 main legal provisions had to be formulated as soon as possible, while other laws could be formulated later according to the situation. Kenichi said that a meeting would be held every year, where everyone would discuss the major and minor affairs of the Land of Flame for that year, and then bring up certain issues for discussion. Their Ministry of Justice was the same. They had to revise the laws every year according to the situation, keeping pace with the times so that the law could become more equitable for everyone. You've been very busy lately, haven't you? Konan looked at Nagato with concern. However, even though Nagato was busy and tired now, he was happy every day. That sense of fulfillment had not appeared on Nagato's face since Hihiko died, and Konan was very happy to see it again. Busy, yes, but being busy is good. Let me tell you, Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka from the neighboring procuratorate are so busy every day that they don't even have time to go home. Nagato chuckled, then gestured with his mouth, signaling Konan to look to the other side. There, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, Darui, Ebizo, and Inoki were gathered together. Although it was the founding ceremony, their expressions showed that they had no interest in these matters at all. After much consideration, Kenichi had decided to gather those who had previously engaged in ANBU and intelligence work to establish a procuratorate. It would be responsible for supervising officials and corporate executives. In general, it would also be responsible for intelligence work within the Land of Flame. Their workload was heavy, and their authority was not small. Although it was easy to offend people, ANBU and spy work had always involved offending people. Because of that, they had also been very busy during this period, working every day on structuring the procuratorate system, arranging personnel training, and handling other issues. These matters ultimately had to be reported to Kenichi for review and approval. So Inoichi and the others were striving to pass everything in one approval. But with several high-ranking officials from different ninja villages gathered together, bickering was naturally unavoidable. Konan, how's your work going? Nagato asked his friend. Speaking of which, he still did not know where Konan was working. Me. I'm working in the Ministry of Finance now. Kenichi said my ability is very suitable for printing banknotes, and they are currently having us design an anti-counterfeiting banknote that will be circulated nationwide. Konan shrugged. She was doing well. There was not much for her to do. Although she did not know why there were so many documents for her to process, compared to Nagato and the others, Konan felt that her work was very easy. Nagato nodded, then glanced at Kenichi. Kenichi wanted to overthrow the old silver currency system and introduce a new currency. However, this kind of thing should not be difficult for Kenichi. Nagato was simply a little confused as to why he wanted to do this, since the currency of the shinobi world was already unified. Kenichi, however, was unaware of the many thoughts of those behind him. He had now finished his speech. With his final sentence, I hereby declare that the Land of Flame is established from today onward. The Land of Flame's first shinobi world military parade also began. Kenichi stood above with a smile, watching the ninja allied forces pass by one after another. Then he watched the ordinary army pass by with the same smile. Finally, the special allied forces composed of ninja passed through, marking the end of this somewhat hasty founding ceremony. Kenichi rubbed his face, feeling somewhat tired. His face had almost cramped from smiling all day. But fortunately, what he needed to do was now done. The remaining matters could be left to the selected officials. Sigh, but those documents are also troublesome. Fortunately, I have shadow clones. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even have time to do scientific research. Kenichi massaged his temples. The founding ceremony was over, and the matter of the Otsutsuki clan had been handed over to Black Zetsu. Kenichi could finally rest for a while. Then Kenichi saw Madara sitting in his laboratory, looking at his experimental log with interest. Oh, isn't this the Land of Flame's esteemed sensei, Amamiya Kenichi? Madara stood up, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He knew why Madara had come to see him. Madara, you still want your Rinnegan back? Kenichi looked at Madara, then sat opposite him and poured himself a cup of tea. I do have that thought. Madara narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kenichi before him. This man was becoming increasingly calm in front of him. Was he confident in his own strength? If he had fully recovered from his injuries, Madara would have truly wanted to fight Kenichi and see what kind of strength this guy possessed now. Kenichi pouted. Madara truly would not give up. Even now, he was still thinking about getting his Rinnegan back. But did he not know that even with the Rinnegan, he might not be able to win? After all, Madara was only the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths' son, while the enemy could be an Otsutsuki. To defeat such an enemy, based on the plot of Naruto, it would probably require the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke in the later stages. Even then, they might not win. After all, it had taken the Sage of Six Paths' help to deal with Kaguya. Speaking of which, he wondered whether the Sage of Six Paths made a move in Boruto. Kenichi always felt that the Sage of Six Paths staying in the Pure Land had other motives. Perhaps he was planning to use the power of the Pure Land to fight against the Otsutsuki clan, since so many powerful ninja souls were preserved in the Pure Land. This was also why Kenichi did not dare resurrect too many ninja. He was also worried that if he resurrected too many people, would he be targeted by the Sage of Six Paths? Kenichi paused, suddenly thinking of a question. Could Orochimaru being targeted by the Sage of Six Paths be related to his research on Edo Tensei? If this ninjutsu were used continuously, Orochimaru might truly become immortal. That would mean Orochimaru's soul would not go to the Pure Land. And if Orochimaru spread this ninjutsu, then powerful ninja all did the same, would the Pure Land not only receive weaklings? How would the Pure Land then become the Sage of Six Paths' weapon and trump card against the Otsutsuki clan? So, was the Sage of Six Paths doing this to warn Orochimaru? But Kenichi remembered that in the original work, Orochimaru did not seem to encounter such a situation. However, now the plot of the shinobi world had been completely messed up by him. And had the Sage of Six Paths not even come out specifically to warn him and Orochimaru not to delve too deeply into the secrets of the Pure Land? Thinking about it this way, it really did seem possible. The Sage of Six Paths, that old schemer. Compared to Black Zetsu, Kenichi felt that the Sage of Six Paths was the true mastermind. He might have intentionally allowed Kaguya to be released just to see whether his old mother's ideas had changed. If not, she would simply be sealed back again. When his strength was sufficient in the future, Kenichi would definitely go to the Pure Land and see what that old Sage of Six Paths was plotting. Then he would pull the Sage of Six Paths out and interrogate him about those miraculous Six Paths ninjutsu, and see how many other hidden treasures that old man had. Madara looked at Kenichi, veins almost popping out on his forehead. This guy was zoning out in front of him. Cough, cough, sorry, Madara. But I think the Rinnegan isn't urgent right now. Besides, your body hasn't recovered, and getting the Rinnegan back would also affect your body, wouldn't it? Kenichi coughed awkwardly twice. And if you resurrected yourself and put the Rinnegan back in, wouldn't you be afraid of it being taken by the opponent during battle? Kenichi had not meant to zone out. But thinking about Orochimaru's unusual condition during the ceremony had made his thoughts drift toward the Sage of Six Paths and the Pure Land. Madara's face darkened even more. But after thinking about it, he felt that what Kenichi said seemed to make sense. He himself had been left half-dead from the previous Edo Tensei. If he were resurrected with the Rinnegan, would he have enough chakra to support it? The Rinnegan's ocular techniques consumed a great deal of chakra. Why had he given it to Nagato? It was because Nagato was suitable as a vessel, and the Uzumaki clan's physique provided vast chakra reserves. And what if he was defeated by that Jigen, and Jigen took his Rinnegan? Then dealing with an even stronger enemy would be even more troublesome. Madara did not speak. Although he was arrogant, his current obsession was to complete the Eye of the Moon plan. He had schemed for so many years for this. If he disrupted his own plan for such a matter, it would indeed not be worth it. However, although he had figured it out, Madara did not say anything. He simply left. He planned to go back and research how to deal with that guy named Jigen. The opponent's strength was very great, but Madara believed that as long as the opponent was still human, there would always be a way to deal with him. Kenichi looked at Madara's figure and could not help shaking his head. That old guy. It was clear that Madara was still very unconvinced. But in martial arts, there was no second best. If you could not beat someone, then you simply could not beat them. However, Madara's performance also made Kenichi realize that he needed to obtain the Rinnegan as soon as possible. At the same time, he also had to find a way to target Jigen. The opponent had been hiding for so long without making a move, probably because he was under extreme limitations. However, the prerequisite was that Black Zetsu had to find Jigen. But given how long Black Zetsu had been kept in the dark by Jigen, Kenichi felt that finding Jigen might not be easy for him. Kenichi felt that he should perhaps think of a way to create an instrument that could detect the presence of ninja. The engine problem has been mostly solved, but there are still some follow-up preparations to deal with. Once that's done, I'll start thinking about this. And the clones are also almost grown. Kenichi pinched his brow. He still had a lot of things to deal with. But fortunately, the founding ceremony was over. He could now fully devote himself to scientific research projects. Busy. It's good to be busy. Kenichi sighed, then walked into the laboratory and closed the door, knowing he would not be coming out again for a long time. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, The Three Kage's New Jobs. Chapter 499, The Three Kage's New Jobs. Anoki, want to grab a drink later? In the capital of the Land of Flame, inside one of the government departments, a man with a booming voice was banging on the door while looking at Anoki. Anoki put down the documents in his hand, pinched the bridge of his nose, then looked up and sighed. Hey, are you really that free? Anoki looked at his former rival and enemy, with a hint of helplessness. How was it that they were both former Kage, yet he was busy to death every day, wishing he could use shadow clones daily to help him handle government affairs, while I was incredibly free, doing nothing all day and constantly seeking him out for drinks. I might not be familiar with other places now, but he was definitely familiar with the bars in the capital of the Land of Flame. Currently, their procuratorate had a tremendous amount of work. Supervision, interrogations, all sorts of things had to be managed. They also had to build the power system from scratch, arrange employee positions, handle employee benefits, salaries, and various other issues. It was suffocating. Now, whenever Anoki closed his eyes, he felt as if a pile of documents and a string of numbers were floating before him, making him dizzy. There's no war in the military department right now, so besides teaching lightning release ninjutsu, I don't have much else to do. I laughed heartily. Anoki rubbed his nose when he heard this, then glanced at the clock on the wall. It showed 5:30 p.m. It was time to get off work. Kenichi had set many regulations for the government, one of which was starting work at 9 in the morning and finishing at 5:30 in the evening, with no overtime. All matters that needed to be handled should be completed during working hours. If they were not completed, then the person would be questioned about whether they had been lazy or misused their shadow clones. After all, with shadow clones, no matter how many government affairs there were, they could be handled. Let's go. This old man is a bit tired too. Anoki coughed twice, then happily followed A out. However, they had not walked far when they saw Mei. So the three of them left the government office together and went to a bar in the capital of the Land of Flame called Future Tech. The three former Kage sat inside the bar. There were not many customers yet, but the bartender already knew them, so he naturally brought them 3 different drinks. Mei ordered a fruit wine. Anoki ordered a light yellow medicinal wine with herbs soaking in it. A ordered beer. Mei, I remember you're serving as the Minister of Agriculture now. Anoki took a sip of his medicinal wine. The alcohol content was not strong, but after drinking it, he felt warmth spread through his body. He looked at Mei, who was sitting opposite him, and could not help asking. As a former Kage, Inoki naturally knew that Mei had once been groomed to become the next Mizukage of Kirigakure. If Kenichi had not destroyed Kirigakure, then perhaps Mei would have appeared in the shinobi world under the title of Mizukage. So in a sense, this was a conversation among three Kage. Yes, I am indeed the Minister of Agriculture now, and there's a lot to do. Mei's expression was as calm as water. No emotion could be seen in her eyes. The Agriculture Department. Sounds quite important. And I heard that the entire Land of Flame is planting new crops now. I toyed with his glass, then glanced at Mei. He had investigated and found that the Land of Flame was indeed planting new crops, which were rumored to produce far more grain than ordinary crops. Mei remained expressionless. In the Agriculture Department, she was responsible for scientific breeding and various agricultural matters every day, which kept her extremely busy. She also had to frequently visit the fields to supervise, though she did not have to do much of those tasks herself. Her main responsibility was to oversee the operation of the entire agricultural department. The Land of Flame is our country now. Inoki reminded A. Although there was no one supervising them, they still had to be cautious with their words. A snorted but did not retort. Although he sometimes thought about rebuilding Kimogakure and overthrowing Kenichi's rule, achieving that now was basically impossible, unless the Land of Flame fell into chaos by itself. Then he might have a chance. Otherwise, how could he rebel now? With just a few stragglers left after being dismantled. With such a small force, they probably could not even fight their way out of the capital. A was now very clear about the Land of Flame's military strength. Those ninja who had awakened the Sharingan were Kenichi's loyal followers, the kind who would die for him at any moment. How could one fight such ninja? Have you given up? Mei looked at A and Inoki, scoffing. A fell silent. But Inoki nodded directly. Yes, I have. And I've seen the Land of Flame's national policies and laws. The people who were once in our village will definitely live better in the Land of Flame now. Inoki spoke with a smile, taking everything in stride. His physical condition was not very good, but it had improved somewhat after Kenichi intervened. Although he still occasionally coughed and felt short of breath, at least he was alive. Now, Inoki only wanted to work hard to make this country better and allow the villagers of Iwagakure to live better lives. Weren't you called two scales? Mei's voice carried some sarcasm. A also looked at Inoki with a complicated expression. If Iwagakure had not surrendered back then perhaps now. Mei, little girl, do you know what a village is? A village is made up of villagers, made up of families. As long as... Inoki looked at Mei with displeasure, but then he suddenly thought of something. Iwagakure still had villagers and families. But what about Kirigakure? Nothing was left. Inoki had visited the former site of Kirigakure. It was like the other places Kenichi had attacked before. Barren. Empty. Lifeless. Kirigakure had nothing left. No people. No villagers. No families. So he naturally could not say this to Mei. Inoki pouted. What a hassle. Mei, have you ever considered the other civilians of the Land of Water? And those Kirigakure ninja who later submitted to the Land of Flame? Inoki took a sip of his drink and sighed. Mei's face did not look good, and her breathing became a little rapid. Kirigakure was a scar in her heart, one she could not get over. All right, Inoki, Mei, stop arguing. Haven't the three of us failed to defeat those two monsters? A gave a self-deprecating laugh. What was the point of arguing about these things? Was there any use? Absolutely none. In the shinobi world, strength was the ultimate truth. Kenichi was strong, so whatever he said was right. As long as they could not defeat Kenichi, whatever they said would be wrong. Hearing A's words, Inoki and Mei both fell silent at the same time. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. As long as they could not defeat Kenichi and Madara, anything they said was useless. Wasn't it precisely because they could not defeat Kenichi and Madara that they had chosen to submit to the Land of Flame this time? Forget it. Let's not talk about those things. Let's drink, let's drink. We still have to work tomorrow. Inoki waved his hand with a smile. Then the three of them began to drink, though the atmosphere could not return to its initial liveliness. After dark, the three of them returned to their respective homes, while the nightlife of the Land of Flame's capital was only just beginning. Inoki probably sensed something. At that moment, on the other side of the capital, Shirori and Koyuki Kazuhana were sitting together. They had just finished listening to the conversation between the three through the parasite inside Mei. I think we should just kill Mei. That woman is useless anyway. Koyuki said with dissatisfaction. She suspected that the reason Lord Amamiya did not kill Mei was because of Mei's figure. Unless Lord Amamiya gives the order, we can't do anything. Shirori shook her head. She did not think they should do that. Doing such things behind Kenichi's back would be courting death. Lord Amamiya Kenichi would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Koyuki pouted but said nothing. She was only venting her anger. In reality, she knew she could not defy Kenichi's wishes. Night fell, and clear moonlight bathed the earth. The moonlight, like water, shone on Koyuki's face. Her long hair was slightly curled. She looked at the moon outside and could not help sighing, wondering if she did not quite fit Kenichi's aesthetic. And now she had to watch that voluptuous May keep running around in front of her. Then I can only hope May behaves herself. Koyuki gave a resentful glance toward the laboratory. She had been so proactive, yet Lord Amamiya Kenichi still showed no reaction. This made Koyuki a little suspicious, wondering if there was something wrong with her figure and appearance. Under the influence of the sealing ninjutsu, chakra can now flow normally. As for converting it into lightning release chakra, that has also been resolved. So, it's time to start the experiment. Kenichi pinched his brow, looking at Samahata, which had gone still, feeling somewhat excited. Now, the goal was to use electricity to drive the motor and see whether it could be used to create other means of transportation or something else. If this worked, the shinobi world would officially enter a new technological era. It's just this ninjutsu. Kenichi scratched his head. He had developed some new ideas while experimenting, especially when observing the flow of chakra. He now had some thoughts of his own. How should chakra be observed? There was a way. There were similar ninjutsu among sensory techniques, and Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan could also see chakra. But the problem was that there were policies above and countermeasures below. Kenichi had now discovered that ordinary methods of viewing chakra were ineffective against some ninja. Because of that, Kenichi needed other methods to observe chakra, as well as to covertly monitor those ninja. Then I need to create a device that can detect chakra. That might have some miraculous effects. Kenichi rubbed his hands, then carried Samahata out of the laboratory. Immediately afterward, Kenichi arrived outside another laboratory door. "Teacher, are you free?" Kenichi pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw that the laboratory was dark, with no lights on. But this darkness could not block Kenichi's eyes. Kenichi quickly saw Orochimaru lying asleep on the table. Kenichi was momentarily stunned. Teacher is actually asleep. Kenichi was a little surprised. Orochimaru rarely slept. He could not help walking over to take a look, and then he saw an open experimental log on Orochimaru's desk. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. This scene felt familiar. Kenichi remembered that a long time ago, when he was still living with Orochimaru in Konoha, he had once seen Orochimaru's forgotten experimental log. It had recorded a ninjutsu called living corpse reincarnation, and even its flaws. Kenichi had glanced at it, returned it to Orochimaru, and then never thought about it again. However, he had not expected this scene to happen again. But this time, Orochimaru seemed to be truly asleep. Kenichi could already hear Orochimaru's long breaths and steady heartbeat. Such signs indicated genuine sleep, because only when someone was truly asleep would they display such signs. During sleep, a person's heart rate slowed down, giving the heart a period of rest. This was why staying up late could lead to sudden death. Because the heart did not get enough rest. In a way, humans were like exploitative bosses, relentlessly pushing their own organs to work 996. The experiment failed. After the soul was extracted, it could not be adjusted. At the same time, my soul also underwent some changes. Does the body affect the soul? Or is this something the Sage of Six Paths did? Perhaps I should attempt a second living corpse reincarnation and replace this body with a new one. But finding a perfectly compatible body is not easy. Perhaps. I checked my soul again, but the soul showed no abnormality. The methods left by the Sage of Six Paths could not be detected even with my Mangekyo. Do I need to go to the Pure Land? Only then can I clarify this matter. Living corpse reincarnation needs to be improved. Whether my soul is abnormal cannot be determined if it was caused by the living corpse reincarnation itself in the first place. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru. It seemed Orochimaru still had not let go of this matter. Should he give him a push? But it did not seem necessary. Anyway, Orochimaru was already like this. If Kenichi pushed him, it would be easy for Orochimaru to notice something unusual. It was better to leave him be. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 500, Methods for Detecting Chakra. Chapter 500, Methods for Detecting Chakra. Kenichi did not continue looking at the experimental log Orochimaru had placed on the table. Who knew whether Orochimaru had deliberately put it there? After all, Orochimaru had done similar things before, which had led Kenichi to always maintain a certain vigilance toward his teacher. It was to avoid accidentally falling into one of Orochimaru's traps. Although Kenichi's strength had grown considerably now, and he had enough chance of winning even against Orochimaru, Kenichi still felt there was no need to fight his teacher to the death. Just as he was about to leave, Kenichi saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him. This made Kenichi pause. But he quickly realized that Orochimaru had woken up. "Teacher, you're awake?" Kenichi asked with a smile, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, then brushed his hair back and calmly sat up. His gaze then fell on the experimental log he had placed on the table. Orochimaru calmly put the experimental log away. "You saw it?" Orochimaru asked Kenichi while putting away the experimental log. Kenichi smiled when he heard this. "I saw it, but teacher, if your soul has a problem, I think we can brainstorm and solve it together. After all, Mr. Amato went to the Pure Land, so he should have a more comprehensive understanding of souls." Kenichi looked at Orochimaru and admitted it naturally. After all, Orochimaru was not an idiot. How could he not guess? Instead of being secretive and causing suspicion, it was better to be straightforward. Orochimaru glanced at Kenichi. Of course, he knew that Amato had been to the Pure Land and had a deep understanding of souls. However, the soul was too important. Orochimaru would not consider seeking help from others unless he had absolutely no other option. He had not even mentioned this experiment to his disciple, Kenichi. "Why did you come to see me?" Orochimaru put away the experimental log and asked his student. Since Kenichi established the Land of Flame, the entire shinobi world had become busy. However, despite the busyness, there were not too many disputes. This made Orochimaru, who had grown up in an era of war, a little unaccustomed to things. After all, during wartime, killing and being killed were very common, and Orochimaru was used to that life of walking on the edge. However, although Orochimaru did not pay much attention to these power transitions, it was ultimately his student's business. So Orochimaru was very clear about how much the Land of Flame needed Kenichi's presence now. One could even say that Kenichi should have been incredibly busy, just like the fourth Hokage, Minato, who had once been constantly overwhelmed. But now that Kenichi had come here, it meant that Kenichi definitely needed Orochimaru's help with something. As expected of teacher. You saw through my thoughts so quickly. Actually, teacher, this is what I was thinking. Kenichi took out the Samahata clone he had created earlier and explained his idea to Orochimaru. Orochimaru listened quietly. But as he listened, Orochimaru became somewhat excited. Orochimaru was still Orochimaru, after all. He naturally understood that if this matter succeeded, it would be a huge change for this world. Moreover, chakra indeed possessed powerful potential. If the research truly succeeded, then the future might completely change the situation of this world. The prosperous development of the shinobi world could be expected. "So, you want me to help you take charge of this project?" Orochimaru understood Kenichi's meaning. Kenichi hurriedly nodded. He really did not have that much time to fuss over these things. The most difficult part of the engine had already been overcome. If it was Orochimaru, then surely by the time Kenichi came out of seclusion, Orochimaru would have already resolved this matter. "No problem. I'm also very interested in what you're talking about." Orochimaru agreed with a smile. Kenichi also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Orochimaru agreed, he only needed to hand this matter over to him. Then he could start working on what he had thought of before. After Orochimaru took the item Kenichi handed him, he left in a hurry. He planned to find Amato to discuss the composition and research methods of this item, then quickly produce a perfect version. As for what his disciple wanted to do, Orochimaru had no interest in asking. Kenichi would tell him eventually anyway. After Orochimaru left, Kenichi returned to his laboratory. The clones had not grown up yet, but that did not matter. Kenichi could use this time to research what he wanted to research. Kenichi sat in the laboratory, brewing tea. The boiling water enveloped the tea leaves, and a faint tea aroma spread through the air as steam slowly drifted upward. Steam. Kenichi looked at the steam in front of him, but some strange thoughts drifted through his mind. He thought of something interesting. Scientists had initially believed that the formation of clouds and mist occurred when water vapor rose and encountered dust, forming condensation nuclei, which then developed into clouds and mist. After all, the presence of clouds and mist often required condensation nuclei. However, later, a scientist proposed a new idea, and his argument succeeded. And he also won the Nobel Prize in Physics. That thing is. Kenichi suddenly stood up. He remembered. The Wilson Cloud Chamber. A device that created supersaturated vapor. Its primary purpose was to study things invisible to the naked eye, such as radiation or high-energy charged particles. Radiation formed condensation nuclei in this supersaturated vapor, creating a specific shape, which then allowed people to study unseen radiation or particles. This was also a method of observing radiation. However, in the shinobi world, Kenichi felt that this thing might have other uses. After all, while chakra could be observed through special means, chakra itself was also invisible to the naked eye. Under such circumstances, chakra should also be observable through something like the Wilson cloud chamber. Kenichi became a little excited. The principle of the Wilson cloud chamber was to create supersaturated vapor through sufficiently low temperature and low pressure. Supersaturated vapor could form condensation nuclei under the action of ions, thus turning into mist. In this way, the specific shape of things that were originally invisible to the naked eye could be observed. This thing was not a very profound science in his previous life, but placed into this world, it was a very convenient and easy to verify tool. Moreover, compared to high-precision laboratory equipment with higher technological requirements in his previous life, this Wilson cloud chamber would be relatively simpler. First, a sealed space was needed. Then a large amount of water had to evaporate, then condense. When that happened, if he condensed chakra, he might be able to see the chakra fluctuations. So the question was, besides condensation, were there any other ways to create a Wilson cloud chamber? For example, steam from boiling water. Kenichi did not know. He had not tried it. But Kenichi felt that since so many scientists in his previous life had not thought of using steam from boiling water, the boiling water method probably would not work. How should he make a Wilson cloud chamber? First, he needed a glass cover, then a sufficiently sealed space. Otherwise, supersaturated vapor could not be produced. At the same time, to meet the requirements for supersaturated vapor, sufficiently low temperature was also needed. It should also be noted that supersaturated water vapor could be replaced by ethanol. But in that case, an electrode would be needed to generate heat, causing the ethanol to form mist for observation. Cooling it down. In such a hot summer, it was not impossible. When Kenichi was strolling around the new capital, he had seen merchants selling popsicles and other things. He could make cold by buying an icebox, but the simplest method was to use dry ice and alcohol to quickly and easily make a Wilson cloud chamber. Although it would be quite different from a laboratory-grade Wilson cloud chamber, it would be sufficient for observation. Although these things were somewhat cumbersome, finding them in the now unified shinobi world was not particularly difficult. Kenichi easily obtained these small items he needed from Shirori, then began to build a Wilson cloud chamber himself. Although the simplified version of the Wilson cloud chamber was rather crude and could not compare to the high-precision equipment in professional laboratories, Kenichi was content with it in the shinobi world. Moreover, with the Wilson cloud chamber, he might also be able to detect the presence of chakra through other methods. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After solving the initial part, one would discover that the later parts were also very difficult. But at least it was a good start, wasn't it? He saturated a sponge with alcohol, then placed the sponge inside a glass dome. He connected it with electrodes so that it could be heated from outside the dome. Then he sealed the glass dome, used electricity to evaporate the alcohol, and finally cooled the dome with dry ice to meet the basic conditions for a Wilson cloud chamber. Looking at the crude Wilson cloud chamber in front of him, Kenichi reached out his hand, and chakra condensed in his palm. At the same time, a thin layer of mist appeared inside the Wilson cloud chamber, forming a peculiar shape. It somewhat resembled a flower, but with many spreading branches. Kenichi looked at this miraculous scene and could not help revealing a satisfied smile. The Wilson cloud chamber had succeeded. This proved that chakra fluctuations could be observed through this method. However, this basic success was not enough to satisfy Kenichi. Kenichi needed other methods to detect the chakra within distant enemies, because he could not always expect those enemies to be using chakra ninjutsu. Kenichi thought of nuclear radiation. Nuclear radiation was somewhat similar to chakra in that it could not be observed by conventional means. However, in his previous life, people had created tools to observe nuclear radiation, providing a clear method to determine its presence. Now, Kenichi was wondering whether he could create a similar tool. However, the method of detecting nuclear radiation. Radiation itself was invisible to the naked eye, but it could be detected by special instruments. In this regard, nuclear radiation and chakra were actually very similar. So, since nuclear radiation detectors could detect radiation and even accurately distinguish radiation levels, chakra might also be detectable through a similar method. Kenichi then thought of his clone who was still studying nuclear physics. Thinking of this, Kenichi carefully recalled the relevant content of the nuclear physics book. Surprisingly, he really found some useful things. Measuring radiation dose by the current generated when electrons and positive ions produced by ionizing radiation move. This was the earliest working method for radiation detectors. Radiation interacting with matter can cause the photoelectric effect, positron annihilation, and Compton scattering. Ionizing radiation excites surrounding molecules, then excites the remaining electrons. Electrons and positive ions move in a strong electric field and generate current. Current is correlated with radiation, and radiation can be measured by this method. Kenichi put down the book in his hand and looked blankly at the laboratory ceiling. Knowledge had entered his brain in a crude way. His brain was now shaped like knowledge. What was this ionizing radiation anyway? What was an electron? Why was the generation of current correlated with the dose and type of radiation? However, this at least provided a direction. Kenichi felt that he could research whether the interaction between chakra and matter would cause any strange reactions. If so, he could use this method to create something that could detect chakra. As long as he did not reveal it, no one in the shinobi world would know. Kenichi could then use this method to detect Black Zetsu and the mysterious Jigen. Once successful, unless those two were incredibly clever and figured out how he was detecting them, Kenichi would have a complete advantage against them. At that point, he would shift from defense to offense, and his probability of victory would also become greater. Let me think. If I want to make a radiation detection device, the materials needed are... Kenichi scratched his head, then buried himself in experiments. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 501, Chapter 501, Eternal Mangekyo. Chapter 501, Eternal Mangekyo. Looking at the methods for making radiation detectors found in the nuclear physics materials, as well as the blueprints, required devices, and raw materials, Kenichi could not help falling into deep thought. These things would not be easy to make. Some of the required materials were not even available. However, if he wanted to solve the problem of Black Zetsu, he had no choice but to create this item. So, after thinking for a while, Kenichi began working on the object he intended to make. The working principle of a radiation detector was to detect radiation by observing the reaction produced by an electric current in response to radioactive substances. Kenichi was thinking along similar lines. If radiation could cause a certain reaction in electric current, then conversely, could chakra also produce some kind of special reaction? As long as he could find a specific reaction, Kenichi would be able to make this device. However, what would chakra react to? This question plunged Kenichi into deep thought as he pondered how to solve it. It had to be said that solving this problem was not easy. Some ideas flashed through Kenichi's mind, such as explosive tags, or special metals that could contain chakra. Kenichi knew that there were special metals in the shinobi world capable of containing chakra. Such metals could be used to make special weapons, like ninja blades. For example, some of the weapons used by the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure had been made using this method. However, some weapons were even more special, like Samahata. This led Kenichi into contemplation. He was considering whether it would be feasible to use these special metals to create the detection device. Frankly, Kenichi did not have any better method. Although the Wilson cloud chamber could detect the presence of chakra, it required chakra to be close to it for observation. If the chakra user was at the foot of a mountain or underground, even a Wilson cloud chamber would be useless. Is this metal really feasible? Will this metal and electric current produce any special reaction? And how should I make a chakra detector? Kenichi scratched his head, feeling that the whole process was not easy. But in order to detect where Black Zetsu and that guy named Jigen were hiding, Kenichi still had to find a way to overcome this problem. Kenichi then embarked on a prolonged research and development process. Throughout this process, Kenichi continuously experimented and failed. He was searching for something that could create a special resonance with electric current, which would then allow him to detect chakra. However, to Kenichi's disappointment, the entire process was not smooth. Detecting chakra was not the same as detecting radiation. Detecting chakra required many more things to be made, and the cost was also extremely high. After yet another failed attempt, Kenichi temporarily gave up on making such a device. After all, considering the time, Kenichi felt it was almost time to check the progress of his clone. Kenichi was now more eager to turn his own eyes into the Rinnegan. Only by obtaining the Rinnegan could he grasp the power to change the world's destiny. Thinking of this, Kenichi went to the previous laboratory. In this laboratory, he opened the iron plate and took a look. The clone had grown almost completely. Seeing this, Kenichi was very satisfied. He then summoned both the clone and the experimental subject. Kenichi began the process of developing the Mangekyo Sharingan in the clone. Furthermore, to make this step smoother, Kenichi specifically used Sasuke's genetic material to create the clone. This would also minimize the possibility of Mangekyo transplantation failure in the clone. After all, according to Kenichi's conjecture, if one wanted to activate the Rinnegan, the genes of the Otsutsuki clan were indispensable. In other words, others could not activate it. Only those who possessed the genes of the Otsutsuki clan could activate the Rinnegan. Kenichi felt that his idea this time should be correct. As long as he could activate the Eternal Mangekyo, then activating the Rinnegan would probably not be far off. Kenichi also had some ideas about how to activate the Rinnegan. According to Kenichi's own calculations, activating the Rinnegan required the Eternal Mangekyo, as well as the genes of the Otsutsuki clan. Just like Madara, who had finally activated the Rinnegan after biting into Hashirama's flesh and blood. After I activated the Mangekyo in his clone, I began the process of transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan into both the clone and the experimental subject. The entire transplantation process was slightly smoother than the previous one, and I think this is probably related to Hashirama's cells. After all, even a figure like Madara only finally activated the Rinnegan after obtaining Hashirama's cells. The Mangekyo Sharingan transplantation was very successful. The next step is to see whether the eternal Mangekyo can be activated after successful transplantation. Throughout the experiment, the experimental subject remained very calm, without the previous nervous overreaction. It seems that the success rate of this experiment is very high, but it still needs observation to confirm whether this is truly the case. Looking at the calm experimental subject before him, Kenichi admitted that he felt a certain excitement. After all, this time, he had truly walked at the forefront of science. As long as this could be resolved, Kenichi's use of the Mangekyo would no longer have any problems. At that time, Kenichi's understanding of ninjutsu and various other things would also become clearer. If it succeeded, it would prove that Kenichi's idea was correct. Then, after observation, he could decide whether to proceed to the next stage for the person who used the rapidly grown clone of himself. At that time, Kenichi himself would directly obtain the eternal Mangekyo. Recently, as Kenichi had used the Mangekyo many times, his own eyes had developed some minor problems. He had experienced the feeling of declining eyesight. Therefore, Kenichi urgently needed to solve this problem now. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he became blind. Kenichi recalled the previous experiment. At this stage back then, the experimental subject had already shown various abnormal conditions. However, now, the experimental subject was very normal, with no apparent problems for the time being. Kenichi felt somewhat expectant. As long as it succeeded, that was all that mattered. As long as the clone succeeds, it proves that my idea is correct, and then the eternal Mangekyo can be activated. After all, no one can be closer to one's own bloodline. Kenichi rubbed his hands, a little excited. Under Kenichi's observation, the experimental subject showed no fluctuations. Kenichi did not rush. He patiently waited for the result. After one day, the experimental subject's eyes changed. Kenichi then discovered that his theory was correct. Only by getting closer to the Otsutsuki clan's genes and using the Mangekyo of someone with a close blood relation to oneself could the eternal Mangekyo be activated. This made Kenichi sigh with emotion. He thought of how in the original story, Itachi had sacrificed a great deal to allow his younger brother to master the eternal Mangekyo. However, now, there was no need to sacrifice so much. Simply through cloning, everyone could obtain the eternal Mangekyo. The only problem was whether Kenichi could control these little guys. Kenichi did not want these individuals who had activated the eternal Mangekyo to stab him in the back during battle. So Kenichi conducted an experiment with this experimental subject. After multiple experiments, Kenichi confirmed that even with the eternal Mangekyo, the parasites in their brains could not be removed. This made Kenichi breathe a sigh of relief. However, regarding the Rinnegan, Kenichi still did not know whether this clone could activate it. It had to be known that even Madara only activated the Rinnegan after a considerable period of time. This proved that there was still a gap between the eternal Mangekyo and the Rinnegan. However, the exact duration of this gap was unknown. In that case, my army will be able to use the eternal Mangekyo more recklessly. Kenichi was still very satisfied. The only thing left to do now was to monitor whether this eternal Mangekyo had any flaws when used on the clone. Therefore, Kenichi did not rush to use his own clone. Instead, he kept the experimental subject by his side. Kenichi wanted to see whether the experimental subject's eyes were normal. According to Mr. Amato, the eyes of clones generally could only last for about a month before experiencing vision degradation. As long as the eyes of these clones did not experience aging and blindness, Kenichi would then proceed with this experiment to obtain the eternal Mangekyo for himself. If he could obtain the eternal Mangekyo, then activating the Rinnegan afterward would not be impossible. Kenichi was very much looking forward to this. With the Rinnegan, his strength would greatly improve. Kenichi also wanted to see whether he would be more confident when facing Madara after obtaining the Rinnegan. Moreover, according to my deduction, as long as one possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and has the genes of the Otsutsuki clan, then they will be able to activate the Rinnegan. Kenichi held his experimental log and wrote down his thoughts. Currently, only Madara had activated the Rinnegan. And in Kenichi's view, the biggest factor behind Madara being able to activate the Rinnegan was that he had Hashirama's flesh and blood on him. This led to Madara being able to activate the Rinnegan. But even so, a long time passed before Madara awakened the Rinnegan. Kenichi felt that this was probably related to the degree of atavism of the Otsutsuki clan genes in the body. In other words, the more Otsutsuki clan genes a person had, the shorter the time it would take for them to activate the Rinnegan. Kenichi felt that this idea was very plausible, so he decided to experiment. However, the only problem now was that he needed to wait for this experimental subject first and see whether there would be any problems with his eternal Mangekyo. If there were no problems, then he could begin his new experiment. This was destined to be a rather tedious task, but Kenichi had no better way. After all, conducting such experiments always consumed time. So, the Eternal Mangekyo experiment can be considered a success and can be brought to a close. Then, what I need to do next is... Kenichi thought of the chakra detector he had been working on previously, and his head began to ache. To some extent, Kenichi was not very interested in making such a thing. But if he did not, there would be no better way to detect Black Zetsu's presence. I wonder what Madara is doing now. Kenichi stretched, then glanced outside the laboratory. The Land of Flame was currently undergoing a slow development process, and Madara's group was now the biggest unstable factor in the entire shinobi world. However, Madara had ultimately been distracted by another Otsutsuki now, which allowed Kenichi to relax a little. Otherwise, if Madara kept pestering him every day, Kenichi would not have time for anything else. He would spend his days dealing with Madara. How would he conduct experiments then? Where in the world is that guy hiding? Black Zetsu was currently traveling through the soil, covered in dust. He was meticulously searching the entire shinobi world, trying to find that suspected Otsutsuki individual. After all, compared to others, that guy was far more dangerous. Madara was not his opponent. Even if Madara regained his full strength, dealing with that guy would probably not be easy. So Black Zetsu was very nervous now. He had to find that guy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the other party hindered his plan to unseal his mother. However, Black Zetsu had been searching for most of the day and still had not found the guy named Jigen. This made Black Zetsu even more nervous. Where in the world was that damned Jigen hiding? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, Ninja World Academy. Chapter 502, Ninja World Academy. Kenichi rested his chin on one hand as he looked at the experimental subject before him. He no longer remembered the subject's name. The only thing he remembered was that this person had transplanted the Mangekyo Sharingan and awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as a result. Kenichi referred to him as Experimental Subject 1. Half a month had passed since the previous experiment. During that time, the subject's eyes had shown no changes. According to Subject 1 himself, his vision was also normal. The awakening of the Eternal Mangekyo was successful. However, although this fast-growing clone's growth rate is astonishing, it will still take some time for it to reach the limit of normal human aging. Conservatively, we'll need to wait about 2 more months. Kenichi took out his experimental log and wrote down his thoughts. Kenichi was actually quite eager to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo himself. After all, that would allow him to use the Mangekyo's ocular ninjutsu without restraint. However, considering the drawbacks of rapid clone growth, Kenichi held back. After all, the Eternal Mangekyo involved too much. Unless there was an urgent danger, Kenichi would not transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan at this point. He still needed further observation. Fortunately, the shinobi world is peaceful now. Although Black Zetsu and Madara are still searching somewhere for that Otsutsuki clan member, as long as they don't bother me, it's fine. Kenichi looked at Experimental Subject 1 before him. After checking and confirming there were no issues, he allowed him to leave. Immediately afterward, Kenichi called in Experimental Subject 2 and Experimental Subject 3. These two had also undergone the Eternal Mangekyo Awakening experiment and had similarly succeeded. Kenichi planned to observe whether any problems would arise with these 3 subjects. As for the clones, Kenichi could only say that he had handled them very cleanly. It had to be said that during the process, Kenichi's calm inner world had surprisingly felt a few ripples. Of course, it was not that Kenichi had softened, nor that he could not bring himself to do it. Rather, Kenichi had thought of a problem. In the future, when he completed the surgery, obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then faced someone who looked exactly like him, only to have to personally send them on their way, that feeling truly was strange. No wonder cloning technology had been banned for humans in his previous life. After all, it was indeed somewhat unethical and involved a wide range of issues, including human relations, social morality, and so on. However, Kenichi also knew that in his previous life, cloning had other uses, such as being used to resurrect beloved deceased pets. In foreign countries, there were specialized agencies that provided wealthy individuals with services for resurrecting cats and dogs. A cat cost $50,000. A dog cost $250,000. Although it was called resurrection, it was essentially cloning a pet. Because the genes were the same, it could be said that the deceased pet had been resurrected once it grew up. However, its personality might differ, since personality was difficult to predict. Just look at Amato. His cloned daughter's personality had changed drastically, causing Amato to never give up on resurrecting his daughter and constantly search for a method. Kenichi suddenly paused. He thought of something. How advanced was Amato's scientific technology? That was naturally beyond doubt. Just his cloning technique alone showed that Amato stood at the forefront of the shinobi world, even surpassing Orochimaru and Kenichi himself. Moreover, Amato was very innovative. The scientific ninja tools he created were very interesting and powerful, even capable of deflecting ninjutsu. In some sense, Amato was an absolute top-tier scientist. So, would Amato be recruited by others? Kenichi thought he would. Hadn't Kenichi himself recruited Amato? And he had done so by resurrecting Amato's daughter. So Kenichi wondered, if he had not gone to the land of snow that day and had not recruited Amato, what organization would Amato have joined in the future? With his capabilities, Kenichi truly did not think Amato would remain an unknown figure. A diamond in the rough would always shine, especially in a place like the shinobi world. How could someone as strong as Amato remain obscure? So Kenichi had previously thought it was fortunate that he had discovered such an excellent scientist as Amato. Otherwise, Amato would have been wasted talent. But now, Kenichi began to wonder. Could Amato be a character who appeared in Boruto? Scientific ninjutsu combined with cloning technology. This perfectly fit the modern shinobi world setting of Boruto. Kenichi felt that someone as strong as Amato had no reason not to be a named character in Boruto. He absolutely could not be just some passerby. Should I ask? Kenichi was somewhat tempted. In any case, his eternal Mangekyo experiment still needed time. The clone's aging would not show results quickly. Why not use this time to ask Amato whether he knew more information about that Otsutsuki? Thinking this, Kenichi left the laboratory and made his way to Amato's laboratory. Amato's laboratory was no longer in its original small underground cave. His laboratory had been moved to the capital, inside a vast complex of buildings. A sign reading, Land of Flame National Academy of Sciences, stood upright at the entrance, guarded by Jonin-level ninja. This was not to say that Kenichi had an endless supply of talent. Rather, the Academy of Sciences was simply too important. Although the Land of Flame was now unified, and there was virtually no one who would enter to commit wrongdoing, what if something happened? What if something went wrong? Then any loss of items inside would be catastrophic. That was why Kenichi valued this place so highly. It had to be remembered that in scientific experiments, even a temperature drop of 0.5 degrees could lead to complete failure. Therefore, the supporting equipment here was also very complete, with independent power supplies to provide the greatest convenience for the scientists inside. Lord Amamiya. Shirori hurried over with documents in her arms, then respectfully bowed beside Kenichi. Kenichi waved his hand. He knew what Shirori was busy with. Since she had not come to him, it meant there were no major problems in the Land of Flame, and he could conduct his experiments with peace of mind. This was the life he wanted. Oh, right. Arrange something. Announce that the Land of Flame Academy of Sciences is comprehensively recruiting scientists from various fields. Once they pass the assessment, they will receive preferential treatment. Kenichi was about to wave Shirori away, but then he thought of another issue. Understood. Shirori immediately recorded it. Kenichi nodded, then allowed Shirori to go and arrange the matter. Kenichi had just thought of something. He had previously wondered that if scientists like Amato had not met him, they might have taken a very long time to appear, or might not even have appeared in the future. But then Kenichi realized a problem. If Amato was like this, what about others? Surely there were not only a few scientists in the shinobi world. Kenichi's current National Academy of Sciences, even now, only housed his own laboratory, Orochimaru's laboratory, and Amato's laboratory. The other areas were empty. That would not do. For a country to achieve a technological explosion, the number of people had to increase, and talent had to be prioritized. There could not be a situation like academic tyrants appearing. Those so-called professors and doctors who monopolized their students' research projects and profited from their students' research achievements could not be allowed to appear in the Land of Flame. Therefore, Kenichi planned to recruit widely and fill the Academy of Sciences with scientists. That way, the future of the shinobi world might see some rapid advancements in scientific research. Walking to the entrance, the two Jonin guards immediately saluted Kenichi. Kenichi nodded. He was about to enter, then suddenly remembered something. Is Amato at the Academy of Sciences today? Kenichi asked the guards. Reporting, sir. Academician Amato left earlier with his daughter. The guard immediately answered Kenichi's question. Kenichi's mouth twitched. What could he even say? Amato was not even here. His luck was too bad. Kenichi had no intention of going out to find him. The capital of the Land of Flame was very large now, and finding someone was not easy. He decided to go to the laboratory first and see whether Orochimaru had any new research results. Just as he was about to leave, Kenichi saw Amato walking toward him from the end of the street, chatting and laughing with his daughter. Kenichi quickly walked over. Mr. Amato. Kenichi called out. Amato also saw Kenichi, smiled, and greeted him. Then he gave some money to his daughter and walked over to Kenichi. "Mr. Amamiya, is there something you need me for?" Amato asked with a smile. He was in a very good mood. Or rather, ever since his daughter had been resurrected, he had always been in a good mood. "Mr. Amato, I want to ask, before I met you, did anyone else try to recruit you?" Kenichi asked directly. He did not like beating around the bush. Amato was clearly stunned, then fell into thought. After a moment, he remembered something. "Yes, I met a man before. He wanted me to cooperate with him, but I refused at the time." Amato nodded. After all, his scientific achievements were very high, so it was common for others to approach him. "What did that man look like?" Kenichi asked again. He wanted to see whether it was related to Jigen. Amato scratched his head. It had been a long time ago, after all. However, he still remembered some details and described them. After he finished speaking, Kenichi fell silent. It was not Jigen. This made Kenichi a little disappointed, but it was fine. After all, the other party had been lurking in the shinobi world for so long, so it was understandable that he would not immediately surface. Moreover, according to Black Zetsu, that guy had initially hidden beneath Amigakure, essentially hiding right under the Akatsuki's nose. This showed his excellent ability to lurk. Excellent. Wait. Kenichi suddenly thought of a possibility. The base Jigen had established earlier was right under the Akatsuki's nose. This proved that Jigen was very confident in his own strength and also very arrogant. He was certain that no one in the shinobi world, including that idiot Black Zetsu, would discover him. That was why he had been arrogant enough to place his base there. So, the question was this. What would such an arrogant, self-important Otsutsuki clan member, one who considered himself a god, do after his base was exposed? A. Find a secluded corner to hide and plan for the future. B. Destroy the old base and build a new one directly beneath it, mocking Black Zetsu. C. Take advantage of the situation and build a base directly in the most attention-grabbing and popular place in the entire shinobi world, mocking those fools. Kenichi felt that the most likely thing for such an arrogant, self-important, condescending individual who treated others like cattle would be to set up a base beneath the capital of the Land of Flame. Kenichi glanced underground. These filthy guys were truly annoying. He pinched his brow, hoping to develop a detection device soon. Otherwise, finding them would not be easy. He could not guard against thieves for 1,000 days, could he? Thinking this, Kenichi smiled and chatted with Amato about his research during this period, while also inquiring about Amato's research progress. Amato smiled mysteriously, which made Kenichi a little curious. Had he made some extraordinary research invention? Why else would he have that expression? That engine you mentioned, Orochimaru and I made a laboratory version while we were researching. Would you like to see it? Amato spoke with a smile. Kenichi immediately became interested. Following Amato into the laboratory, Kenichi saw a strange-looking contraption. It was very large, somewhat like a bathtub. But as Amato pressed a button, the thing began to move. Looking at the gears and various parts being driven, Kenichi then looked at the larger wheels connected outside, which were spinning very fast. Kenichi activated his Mangekyo, and the rotation speed instantly slowed in his vision. How many kilometers can this thing travel in an hour? Kenichi was a little curious. This thing looked like an engine, and he did not know how Amato and Orochimaru had managed to make it. But it had to be said, although this thing was large, it was indeed useful. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 503, Chapter 503, New Life. Chapter 503, New Life. What you're talking about hasn't been tested yet. Amato shook his head. He really had not tested how far it could travel in an hour. After all, in his opinion, this thing still needed further improvement. At the very least, the current engine could not meet Kenichi's internal requirements. Kenichi had told him the general use for this thing before, and Amato felt that in its current state, it still had great limitations. Because of that, it could not be used for now, and naturally, it had not been tested. Amato was still thinking of waiting until a better improved version was made before starting experiments. Kenichi touched his chin thoughtfully, looking at the machine in front of him. To say it was useless was naturally impossible. This thing was still very useful to Kenichi. Although it was large and only the product of the first experiment, it had other uses. Kenichi felt that this thing could probably be used to make trains. If one were to talk about the scientific revolution, the most famous event that changed the world was the appearance of the steam engine. The initial steam engines actually had many problems, all sorts of issues, and their efficiency was inferior to the equipment that emerged later. But the point was that the existence of this thing could be said to have changed the entire world's landscape. Human power was limited. There were many ordinary people in the shinobi world, and these ordinary people were the most important component of the shinobi world. One could even say that without ordinary people, there would be no shinobi world as it was today. However, for Kenichi, the current shinobi world was still a bit too backward. For example, railways had not been fully laid out. If railways could be fully laid out and trains could operate smoothly, then the future shinobi world would become much more convenient for commercial exchange and interpersonal communication. Only then could it develop by leaps and bounds. However, there were also many ordinary people in the shinobi world, and their physical quality was inferior to that of ninja. Kenichi felt it was necessary to do something for these ordinary people. Otherwise, this world would still have new drawbacks, and the class barrier between ordinary people and ninja would become even harder to reconcile, eventually leading to great chaos. Kenichi fell a little lost in thought. He was contemplating the future of the shinobi world. Or rather, he was contemplating the future of science. If one wanted to step out of the shinobi world and embark on another path, then it had to be said that this was a very troublesome matter. There were many things to do and many things to prepare. But in the end, there were two general directions for development. The first was genetic programming. Through genetic programming, Kenichi could transform all humans in the shinobi world, making everyone in the shinobi world into ninja. From the most basic level, the class division between ordinary people and ninja would disappear. In the future, the shinobi world would only have ninja, no ordinary people, and everyone would be able to cultivate ninjutsu. Moreover, after Kenichi's improvements, he was now confident that all people in the shinobi world could possess the genes of the Otsutsuki clan and be able to open the Rinnegan. However, in that case, the shinobi world would essentially become another version of the Otsutsuki clan. In the future, it might reach a dead end. And at that dead end, the only solution might be to plant divine trees on other planets to break through that limit. The Otsutsuki clan was so strong, possessing the ability to traverse the universe, but even so, they still required planting divine trees, and even involved sacrifices. This proved that the Otsutsuki clan's ninjutsu cultivation had an upper limit. Once that limit was reached, even with the Otsutsuki clan's technological and scientific level, it could not be solved. That was why such a system had been introduced. To some extent, the Otsutsuki clan and the Hyuga clan were truly similar. However, the Hyuga clan now appeared more extreme, with all branch families bound by the caged bird and reduced to slaves of the main family. Even so, many branch family members were content with it. It was hard to say what kind of system existed in the world of the Otsutsuki clan. It was also hard to say whether Otsutsuki clan reformers would emerge in the future, holding the same ideas as Niji and wanting to resist. No, isn't Kaguya such a person? Logically, she should have been the one fed to the divine tree, but she ambushed the main family and swallowed the divine tree's fruit herself. Kenichi tapped his fingers on the table. He thought of an interesting answer. Kaguya was clearly someone unwilling to accept her fate. Based on what Kaguya had done, Kenichi felt that within the Otsutsuki clan, such things might not be isolated incidents. Kaguya had acted very urgently, and she was also trying to resist. She had stockpiled white zetsu, preparing for future confrontations with the Otsutsuki clan. From this, it could be seen that Kaguya would not be the first person to do such a thing. Then it was hard to say whether the Otsutsuki clan had sufficient contingency plans for dealing with traitors like Kaguya. But it was also hard to say. It depended on what Kishimoto thought, after all. Just hearing the name Otsutsuki Kaguya made it clear that she was related to Kaguya Hime in Kishimoto's story. Ahem. Amato coughed. This guy, Kenichi, always got distracted. And when he got distracted, he stayed distracted for a long time. Although Amato did not mind Kenichi getting distracted, since he was also a scientist and knew that sometimes inspiration was indeed unstoppable when it struck, the problem was that Orochimaru was here now. And beside Orochimaru was an even more troublesome little one, Hikari, who had also arrived at some point. Kenichi was stunned. He had been thinking about the second path for the shinobi world. But since Orochimaru and the others were here now, he would temporarily stop pondering that question. Teacher, Hikari. Why are you here? Kenichi was a little surprised. Although he had indeed told Hikari that she would need to do some research in the future, that was not now. So why would Orochimaru bring Hikari over? Kenichi, what were you thinking about just now? Orochimaru asked with a smile. He was not using his old face now, but his current appearance. Kenichi looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru seemed to have undergone some strange changes now. Kenichi did not know whether Orochimaru had given up because he found that his soul could not be changed, or whether he had other ideas. Thinking of Orochimaru's experimental log, Kenichi felt that his teacher probably had not given up completely and was continuing to make attempts. However, the effect of those attempts was not very good. Still, it was hard to say whether Orochimaru would find a way in the future to completely solve this problem. I was just thinking about the future direction of development. Kenichi spoke with a smile, rubbing Hikari's head. Hikari happily hugged Kenichi's arm. Seeing Hikari's lively appearance, Kenichi knew that her body was fine. It seemed Hikari had not started the experiment yet. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. The future direction of development. Although Orochimaru knew that his students' thoughts were always very erratic, he had not expected them to be this erratic. This really was. Kenichi, although I know you really want to think about the future, you need to know that sometimes people have to stay grounded. Putting everything else aside, why don't you solve the engine problem first? Orochimaru glared at his student. Kenichi scratched his head awkwardly. He also knew this was not good, but he simply could not control his thoughts. Experiments could be done later, but if inspiration was lost, who knew when he would catch it again? After being lectured by Orochimaru, Kenichi followed him and Amato to begin further improvements on the engine. As for Hikari, Kenichi told her to go play somewhere else for a while. Only after Kenichi and the others finished with the engine would they be able to start trying to research that even more troublesome thing called the internet. Kabuto, parents who want to adopt a child will be here soon. Remember to receive them. In the former capital of the Land of Water, now the Hiba City Children's Welfare Institute, Kabuto was busy. He heard Nono's voice, quickly responded, then stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly walked to the entrance of the Welfare Institute. Kabuto was quite satisfied with his current life. The establishment of the new country seemed to have little impact on the Welfare Institute, but in fact, its influence was very far-reaching. Oh, Kabuto, you're here just in time. Kabuto had just arrived at the entrance of the Welfare Institute when he saw a familiar person standing there. The person smiled and greeted him after seeing him. Kabuto was stunned, his pupils contracting slightly. But then, Kabuto showed a smile. Fu, why are you here? Has the government issued any new policies? Kabuto chuckled. The person in front of him was his former superior en route, Fu Yamanaka, a cold and ruthless eccentric who had only followed Danzo Shimura's arrangements. However, with Danzo's death, Fu had gradually become much more normal. Now, he was wearing a green uniform with the words, Land of Flame National Postal Department, written on it. Yes, take a look. Fu handed over an envelope with a smile. Kabuto took it and glanced at it. The content written inside was not much, but it made Kabuto very happy. The country had increased the benefits and subsidies for welfare institutes, and they could collect the money next month. Kabuto showed a heartfelt smile. He had once been a spy. A detestable spy. His hands had been stained with the blood of innocents, as well as the blood of enemies and his own people. Sometimes, Kabuto did not know whether he was Kabuto or someone else. In any case, he did not know. He had merely numbly carried out Danzo's orders, all for the sake of meeting the most important person to him in the future, Nono. Now, he had gained the most important thing. Kabuto, are you used to life here? Fu leaned against the wall and casually threw Kabuto a bottle of drink. Kabuto naturally caught it, opened it, and took a sip. It's pretty good. Although daily life is full of trivial matters, compared to the past, I still prefer my current life. Kabuto showed a sincere smile. He was indeed very satisfied with his current life. Fu looked at Kabuto. He remembered that when Kabuto was en route, he had looked like a dead person. No expression. No spirit. Just an ordinary person who seemed empty inside. But the current Kabuto looked much more real. What about you? Aren't you thinking of avenging Lord Danzo anymore? Kabuto teased. Previously, Fu would talk every day about avenging Danzo, rebuilding Root, and similar matters. But now, he seemed much less agitated. No. I can't see the future Lord Danzo described, but here, I can. Fu finished the drink in his hand in one gulp, then threw the bottle into the trash can and stretched. I've traveled all over the Land of Flame during this time and seen many things. When I was a Root ninja before, I never saw any kindness in people's eyes, only hatred. But now. Fu pursed his lips. Fu thought of what had happened before. He had carried the postal scroll and gone to what was originally the Land of Wind. In that small place, in a small village, he had received a warm welcome from the people there. Even though they were so poor that two people only had one pair of pants to wear, they still warmly entertained Fu. Their simple smiles deeply touched Fu's cold heart. I saw hope. Fu spoke seriously. He no longer thought about Root matters. Or rather, he no longer thought about Root. He did not miss his past self, who had killed like a demon and become Danzo's sharp blade. He preferred his current self. Although he was busy every day and ran all over the place, he loved everything in this world. You finally don't have the tongue-severing seal anymore. Kabuto also smiled happily. He knew what Fu meant, because he thought the same way. Wasn't that thing already? Oh, right. It's gone. Fu was stunned for a moment, but then he realized what Kabuto was talking about. Yes. Although it had disappeared from his tongue, it had always remained in his heart before. But now, it was gone. Fu left. Kabuto stood in place, looking ahead. After a while, a middle-aged couple walked over with smiles. The woman cautiously asked whether this was the welfare center. Kabuto smiled and nodded, then led them into the welfare institute. Sunlight spilled down, falling onto the ground. New sprouts broke through the soil, emerging from the dark, damp earth. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 504, Chapter 504, Haydn. Chapter 504, Haydn. Teacher, speaking of which, where's Haydn? Kenichi wiped his mouth as he sat in his seat. He had just finished eating and was planning to rest, but looking at the food on the table made Kenichi's thoughts drift to an old acquaintance. Or rather, a former acquaintance. Haydn. Ever since Kenichi captured Haydn and sent him to Orochimaru, Kenichi had not seen him for a long time. The last time he saw Haydn was in Orochimaru's laboratory, where Orochimaru had seemed to be conducting a special experiment with him. Kenichi was curious about the results. But since Orochimaru had not said anything, Kenichi did not know. So Kenichi decided to see what kind of life Haydn had been living during this period. Haydn. Oh, you mean that immortal guy? Orochimaru clearly paused, then remembered something. He pondered for a moment before looking at Kenichi and speaking with a smile. Kenichi nodded when he heard this. Indeed, it was that immortal guy. Because of his faith in Jashin, Haydn was immortal to a certain extent. However, this immortality also depended on the circumstances. Kenichi remembered that Kishimoto had once mentioned Haydn in an interview. At that time, Haydn had been avenged by Shikamaru, who had scattered his body and buried him underground. Although Haydn would not die directly because of his faith in Jashin, he would still die without nutritional supplements. So Kishimoto once said, Haydn should be rotting and stinking underground by now. From this, it was clear that Haydn was not absolutely immortal. He merely had a rather strict condition for his immortality. Immortal. Amato also became interested. Kenichi looked at Amato and realized that Mr. Amato did not seem to know about Haydn's existence. So it was not strange that he did not know about Haydn. This was a good opportunity to take Mr. Amato to see Haydn and allow him to learn more about him. Who knew, perhaps Amato could even develop something new from Haydn in the future. Yes. I once captured a guy named Haydn in a small village. That guy worshipped a special evil god, Jashin, who granted him immortality. Even if his heart was pierced with a knife, he would be fine. Kenichi nodded. He had always thought the shinobi world was a magical place, with so many magical people. Like Haydn. Or Kakuzu. And even, to some extent, Orochimaru was also a very magical person. That powerful. So where is he now? Amato was indeed interested. By then, they had just finished eating. Kenichi and Orochimaru took Amato to Orochimaru's laboratory. In a room in a corner of the laboratory, Kenichi once again saw his old acquaintance, Haydn. However, the current Haydn looked quite normal, except for his motionless, vacant stare. Teacher, did you put Haydn's body back together? Kenichi looked at Haydn in front of him. His body at this moment looked very normal, with no abnormalities, unlike before when Orochimaru had separated him into countless pieces. Haydn was now complete, but he still had no expression. His eyes were lifeless, without the slightest movement. The electrodes Orochimaru had placed on his forehead detected no brainwave activity. It could be said that at this moment, Haydn had no other use except for his still beating heart. This guy's brainwaves have completely stopped. I tried stimulating him before, but I found that he had no reaction to almost all forms of stimulation. Even genjutsu was useless on him, so I simply put him back together. Orochimaru nodded. Amato picked up the experimental log beside him and glanced at it. It detailed Haydn's experimental process during this period. However, Amato quickly noticed that the initial experimental records were very numerous, but later on, the records became fewer and fewer. Toward the end, they were even more sparse. Today, I received an interesting test subject from my student, Amamiya Kenichi. His name is Haydn, a very lively and energetic young man. My student told me that this is a man who cannot be killed, which greatly interested me. The experiment began. I tried many ninjutsu on him. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, almost every ninjutsu was attempted, but just as Amamiya Kenichi said, this young man cannot be killed. Even when I pierced his heart with a knife, even when I cut off his head and placed it on the cabinet, his incessant mouth still spewed various curses, which made me even more interested. I researched the markings on Haydn's body and found that they seemed to originate from ancient times, the era when the Sage of Six Paths was still active. Based on my research on Haydn during this period, I found that he believes in a god, and he is especially fanatical about wanting me to believe in that god as well. He said that as long as I believe in that god, I can also gain immortality, but the price is to perform sacrifices from time to time, using living people as offerings. Jashin cult. This is the name of the evil god cult Haydn believes in. I must say, it is a very interesting name. It is my first time hearing of a person or religion directly naming their sect the evil god cult, but according to Haydn, he always refers to the other party as Jashin-sama. Amato scratched his head. Was this not an experimental log? Why had it suddenly become so mystical? An evil god had even appeared. And it seemed that this evil god had granted Haydn the ability to avoid death. This immediately made Amato interested. Kenichi also watched from the side. He did not have much to say about this. After all, he knew that the shinobi world was not as simple as it appeared. Were there gods in the shinobi world? It was hard to say. But based on the information Kenichi had obtained so far, he believed that there were probably gods in this world. However, these gods might be different from the gods Kenichi understood. There were roughly two deities explicitly appearing in the shinobi world. One was the Shinigami summoned after using the dead demon consuming seal. The other was the evil god Haydn believed in, Jashin. However, it could not be ruled out that more deities existed in other hidden corners of the shinobi world, since the abilities of these gods were somewhat different. As for the three great sage regions, those were another special type of place. The great toad sage and the others there belonged to another branch. They were called sages, but they were simply extraordinary beings who were especially skilled in cultivating sage mode. There are gods in the shinobi world. If there are gods, why haven't they formed any major religious sects? Amato was somewhat curious. He observed Haydn. Haydn's body looked normal, but it was not until he poked Haydn's head with a knife that he confirmed Haydn was indeed immortal. Although he would bleed, his heartbeat and other vital signs remained normal. I think it's possible that most of those gods have already been killed off. Kenichi offered another perspective. The Sage of Six Paths clearly had not done nothing back then. Although the Sage of Six Paths seemed to have done nothing, Kenichi knew that he had definitely done some things. For example, the parasites in Kenichi's possession had been exterminated by the Sage of Six Paths. If Kenichi had not obtained a piece of amber, this useful parasite might have disappeared from the shinobi world forever. In other words, the Sage of Six Paths must have thoroughly subdued beings like evil gods and the Shinigami, making them dare not show their faces. They could only curse the Sage of Six Paths in dark corners every day. The existence of the Shinigami's title, generally speaking, should certainly be related to the afterlife. But look at the Shinigami. How starved and emaciated was he? All ninja souls went to the Pure Land after death, not into the Shinigami's stomach. This showed that the Shinigami completely did not dare go to the Pure Land to provoke the Sage of Six Paths. He could only pick up scraps after being summoned by the dead demon-consuming seal. It was truly miserable. You're right. With the Sage of Six Paths around, it's normal for these so-called gods to be too afraid to show their faces. Amato thought of his memories in the Pure Land. He had learned from Kenichi and Orochimaru that he had forgotten many things after his revival, and he could not remember those things at all. This showed the Sage of Six Paths' control over the Pure Land. That old man must have some special plans. The Sage of Six Paths was already so powerful after death, let alone when he had still been alive. Speaking of which, is the Sage of Six Paths the progenitor who created the shinobi world? Is there anyone stronger than the Sage of Six Paths? Kenichi appropriately brought up a topic. He wanted to see whether there were any corresponding clues in the shinobi world's records. After all, in the original Naruto anime, Kaguya's existence had almost appeared out of nowhere. There had been almost no prior foreshadowing. Then she suddenly appeared, which had been heavily criticized. Kenichi was also very curious about the legends of the Sage of Six Paths in the real Naruto world. It said that the Sage of Six Paths had a mother, but this was only mentioned in some extremely ancient myths. There are no other mentions of her afterward. Orochimaru naturally took out a syringe, injected some nutrient solution into Haydn, then checked Haydn's brainwaves. There was still no response. Kenichi watched from the side. He felt that Haydn's current consciousness was brain dead. But he wondered whether implanting a parasite could restore Haydn's consciousness. Although Haydn was useless, it depended on the situation, did it not? The current Haydn still had some uses. Kenichi wanted to try using Haydn to kill Jigen directly with Haydn's special ninjutsu. After all, according to Madara's information, Jigen also bled. As long as Jigen's blood was obtained, Haydn might also be repurposed and put to some use. That was better than letting Haydn remain a vegetable, right? Thinking of this, Kenichi took out a syringe and gave Haydn an injection. You want to use the parasite to stimulate him? Orochimaru saw through Kenichi's thoughts. Haydn has mastered some very special ninjutsu, which are theoretically extremely powerful. I want to see whether they are truly that strong. Kenichi nodded. He indeed planned to try and see whether Haydn could be repurposed. In any case, judging from Orochimaru's attitude, Orochimaru also temporarily did not want to continue experimenting on Haiden. He might as well test it. Oh. What ninjutsu? Orochimaru became interested. He was most interested in various ninjutsu he did not know or had not mastered. When I went to that small town before, I heard that Haiden could inflict the same damage on others by harming himself. Kenichi briefly explained, while also stating the conditions for using this ninjutsu. The biggest limitation for using this ninjutsu was that one had to believe in Jashin. I see. That's not very interesting. I can even deduce that this ninjutsu cannot be used against people whose strength exceeds that of the evil god. Orochimaru lost interest. Such a ninjutsu sounded strong at first, but it was actually just mediocre. After all, it borrowed the power of the evil god. If the opponent exceeded the evil god's power, then the evil god naturally could not do anything to them. That was why Orochimaru found it meaningless. Kenichi felt that Orochimaru's words made sense. But since Haiden had been written out relatively early, and Kishimoto's settings were not fully explained, Kenichi still wanted to try. If it worked, it would be a pleasant surprise. I find Haiden's immortality very interesting. After all, we all know that energy is conserved. Haiden never dies and can regenerate quickly, so what is the source of his self-healing? Amato looked at Haiden in front of him as if he had discovered a treasure. He even thought that Haiden could be developed for other uses. However, he did not know whether Haiden would regenerate if his internal organs were removed. If so, Haiden might become a suitable organ culture vessel. After all, some diseases in the shinobi world required organ replacement, which was very troublesome. Nutrition, I suppose. If Haiden can't get nutrition, he'll starve to death. Kenichi looked at Haiden, thinking of Haiden's fate in the anime, buried underground. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Haiden was probably already starved to death. Haiden was also an unfortunate character who had exited early and had no opportunity to appear later. Perhaps Kishimoto did not like this character and felt that his ability was too much of a bug. After all, if he was revived by Edo Tensei and then simply hid somewhere, waiting for others to collect blood for him to perform the ritual, how would anyone fight him? So his exit was very normal. Kishimoto probably did not even remember this unfortunate guy later on. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, The Reborn Shinobi World. Chapter 505, The Reborn Shinobi World. He won't be stabbed to death, nor will he be killed by others, but he might die from malnutrition. That's quite interesting. To some extent, did he achieve immortality by accelerating the metabolism of his body's cells? Amato's tone carried a trace of regret. I think that idea has some possibility, but if that's all there is to it, then the existence of this experimental subject itself doesn't hold much value, unless the ninjutsu he possesses is exceptionally powerful. However, if someone stronger than the evil god appears, then that ninjutsu probably won't be able to exert any effect. Amato truly believed Haiden had the potential to be excellent material. But since Haiden only achieved immortality through this method, his existence was not very significant. At least, not to Amato. I no longer need this experimental subject myself. Orochimaru shook his head. He did not need Haiden for a second experiment now. After all, he had already completed most of the experiments he had intended to do. Moreover, Haiden had already been tortured into a brain-dead state by him. Such a person held no further use in his hands. If his disciple wanted him, then Kenichi could take him. Then I'll take him. Kenichi smiled. Although Amato and Orochimaru did not need Haiden, Kenichi still knew Haiden's abilities. While Haiden's abilities had some limitations, to some extent, Haiden was exceptionally strong. Kenichi planned to test whether Haiden's ability had an upper limit. If not, then the subsequent matters would become much simpler. Orochimaru and Amato had no objections. Since that was the case, Kenichi took Haiden's body. Now that the parasite had been implanted, the next step was to wait for the parasite to grow. Then, they could see whether the parasite could control Haiden. If it could reawaken Haiden's lost brainwaves, then Haiden would still have some use. Looking at Haiden, Kenichi suddenly recalled some past events. He remembered once seeing people online complain about how Haiden's ability was so buggy, wondering if Haiden could just kill Tsunade directly if he went to Konoha and rummaged through a trash can for something stained with her blood. After all, if Haiden used blood to activate his ability, then theoretically, he could indeed kill Tsunade. Kenichi felt a bit speechless thinking about that statement. He had to admit, when it came to stirring up trouble, those netizens were truly skilled. I hope Haiden can give me some surprises then. That way, I won't have to face that guy directly. Although I'll have to face him sooner or later, just thinking about that guy gives me a headache. If even the current Madara can't be dealt with, then if I want to deal with the other party, the price I pay might be even greater. Kenichi brought Haiden back to his laboratory. The next step was to have the parasite stimulate Haydn and see whether Haydn's brainwaves could regain consciousness. Kenichi then decided to resolve some other matters first. For example, Sasori's situation. Kenichi had already put off Sasori's matter for a long time. After all, Kenichi had indeed killed Chiyo. Now that Chiyo was dead, although Sasori had not said anything, Kenichi knew that Sasori's heart would still harbor some emotions. Therefore, if Kenichi did not want this matter to affect his relationship with Sasori, he had to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, this matter might become a fuse in the future, igniting who knew what. Kenichi did not know. Sasori's current department was the Technology and Industry Department, also known as the Industry Department. Kenichi felt that Sasori's abilities could be better developed in the Industry Department, so he asked Sasori for his opinion and arranged for him to join the Industry Department. However, although Sasori was currently working in the Industry Department, he did not have much time to stay there. There were still many matters to be dealt with, such as his work on the Unit 01 robot. Although the Unit 01 robot had played a significant role in the war, Sasori clearly felt that the machine could still receive new improvements. Kenichi, of course, would not object. Instead, he highly valued Sasori's improvements in these areas. Throughout the shinobi world, Kenichi felt that if he could drive a Gundam-like mobile suit in the future, then his wish would basically rest on Sasori. After all, only a genius puppeteer like Sasori would be interested in this field. Even after Orochimaru researched puppetry, he had not delved too deeply into it. Orochimaru only had a certain understanding of puppetry. To reach Sasori's level, even Orochimaru would need to spend too much time. As for Kenichi himself, he had even less interest in that direction. Kenichi did not intend to research puppetry. Puppetry itself was not particularly significant to Kenichi. He was currently using parasites, and parasites, to some extent, could also be considered a more advanced form of puppetry. When Kenichi went to find Sasori, Sasori was indeed not in the Industry Department, but somewhere else. Kenichi felt a bit helpless after hearing the staff's response, but in his heart, he also knew it was time to resolve this matter. Because Kenichi now discovered that Sasori was not in the capital. He had actually gone to the original location of Sunagakure. Humans were inherently strange creatures. Their emotions were fickle and sometimes very complex. Just like some people who, only a few days ago, could hate something to the bone, even wishing to personally destroy that village. But once that village was truly destroyed, and once they lost the people they cherished, that person might instead regret it. It was clear that Sasori was in such a state. Kenichi clearly understood what Sasori was thinking. He also knew that if this matter was not handled properly, an insurmountable chasm might form between himself and Sasori in the future. Such a thing was unacceptable to Kenichi. So Kenichi immediately boarded an airship and flew toward the location of Sunagakure. As for the experiment, Kenichi decided to wait for a day for now. Waiting a day or two would not matter. Haydn's brainwaves would also need some time to recover. And with Kenichi's departure, the atmosphere of the entire new capital instantly became strange. However, all of this was still within Kenichi's control. Kenichi intended to see whether any fools would jump out while he was away. That would make it easier for him to clean them up. Once they were cleaned up, the new capital could enter a period of formal and rapid development. That guy's gone. Don't you two have any other ideas? In the familiar tavern, Mei looked at her two former opponents and asked unwillingly. But what she received in return was silence and shaking heads. Anoki even directly expressed that he had no inner turmoil. He would only do what he was supposed to do. It's about time you truly learned to give up, little girl. Even if you don't think for yourself now, you should think for those who once followed you. Not everyone wants to overthrow the current country and re-establish the old village. And even if you ask the former residents of the Land of Water now whether they want this current country or the old Land of Water, I think the answer is obvious. Anoki looked at Mei and spoke calmly. I can tell you clearly now, in the Land of Earth, no commoner misses the old Land of Earth or the old daimyo. They are now praising this new, emerging country. Anoki was very open-minded. Although the entire village had perished at his hands, it was not complete destruction. At the very least, most people in the village now lived more peacefully and tranquilly. As long as they did not stir up trouble, there would not be much upheaval in the shinobi world. Then peace could be expected. The thought of peace made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He had not heard such a word in a long time. What a beautiful, fleeting, and somewhat unrealistic word it was. But he had never expected that one day, he himself could personally achieve such a fragile and beautiful wish. Although at first I was very unconvinced by that guy, I even felt that I shouldn't have surrendered at all, and that it was entirely because of your existence that I had no choice but to surrender. I must also admit that everything in this current country is very good. Drained his cup in one gulp, placed it on the table, and spoke with a trace of unwillingness on his face. Although it no longer has the Land of Lightning or my former village, my villagers, my comrades, my familiar friends, they are all living in this country now. I can even invite them out to drink until we're dead drunk, completely disregarding what will happen tomorrow or the day after. Such days are too rare. I don't have to worry about fighting others every day, nor do I have to worry about trivial matters. Although his expression showed reluctance, his tone carried a trace of relief. At first, he could not let go either. But as time passed, as he saw his old friends, as he realized that the entire village was better off after its dissolution, and as those friends became happier, he slowly let go. After all, as Inoki said, as long as they could not defeat those two guys, all their so-called wishes and dreams would be nonsense. Since that was the case, why not see what heights that astonishing young man could lead the entire shinobi world to? What kind of world would it become? A was very curious about this question, and his body was still in good shape. A felt that he would probably live to see it. He wanted to see whether the other party could do better than himself. And could this so-called peace truly be maintained for a long time? Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I really should give up. Mei looked at the scene before her with dejection. She was all alone. What could she do? She had also sought out other former ninja of the Land of Water. But after hearing her idea, those people had flatly refused. Some had even tried to contact the secret police department of the Land of Flame. She had also received warnings from those people. Now that even these two people in front of her had given up, she had no chance of winning. Even if she were to do something recklessly, the only outcome would probably be death. Just like the former Sannin of Konoha. Two of them had chosen death, and now their graves were buried in the Land of Water. Although what Kenichi had done was excessive, it had to be said that he truly respected those two ninja. He had given them the treatment they deserved and had not used their bodies for anything. This made the former Mei feel somewhat tempted. She also wanted to die, and she did try. But she only met with failure. Because she found that she did not even have the right to die. Sometimes she wondered whether Kenichi was doing this just to show off his achievements. So that when he reflected in the dead of night, he could probably think that he had now defeated the Kage of the 5 great nations and successfully taken over the entire world. It's best that you've come to terms with it, little girl. I still want to drink and chat with you more in the future. Inoki smiled happily. Although you, little girl, are a bit radical, some things are fine as long as you see them clearly. Time always passes, and you can also focus all your energy on what you are doing now. For example, you can fully take care of the former ninja of the Land of Water and the commoners. They are the key to forming the entire Land of Water. Mei silently raised her cup and clinked it with Inoki's. Inoki was right. She had not cared about everyone in the Land of Water for a very long time. Meanwhile, Shirori opened her eyes, took out an evaluation form, and changed the danger level to under observation. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, Hayden's Purpose. Chapter 506, Hayden's Purpose. Where am I? Hayden opened his eyes in confusion. But the moment he did, a strong wave of dizziness surged through him, making his head feel light and unsteady. He looked around in a daze, then lowered his gaze to his hands. He remembered doing something. He remembered meeting someone. Then he remembered being taken away by that person. But what happened after that? Why did a strong sense of discomfort rise inside him whenever he tried to recall it? It was as if his entire body and memory were rejecting that period of time. This made Hayden uneasy. He even felt as if he had slept for a day or two and his mind was still foggy. But Hayden felt something was wrong. He should not have woken up at this moment. He did not want to wake up. This was very strange, and it made Hayden feel uneasy. He did not understand what had happened to him, nor why he felt this way now. But the most terrifying part was that he had no idea why he had such a feeling. This intense feeling of the unknown, along with everything before him, seemed to form a blade that tore apart Hayden's mind and memories. This made Hayden wonder. What had he forgotten? Why was he so uncomfortable now? Why did merely seeing the light outside and seeing everything before him fill him with such ecstasy? Why did simply hearing his own voice and being able to move his hands make Hayden feel so grateful? All of this deeply perplexed Hayden. He was confused. He was bewildered. Like a newborn infant, he was eager to understand everything in this world. Hayden, you're awake. A strange voice. Hayden turned his head blankly, then saw a person standing there and looking at him. The person wore a clean white lab coat and was quite handsome, but his eyes felt strange to Hayden. And for some reason, Hayden felt an extremely strong sense of forced submission. It was as if the man before him had become the anchor of his existence, a command carved into the depths of his body and mind. This made Hayden shiver all over. He was not some loyal dog, so why did he have such a strange feeling? Hayden did not know. He only felt that he had seen this person before, but he could not remember where. That peculiar sense of déjà vu made Haydn furrow his brows in thought, wondering who this man was. Kenichi looked at Haydn. He naturally saw Haydn's expression, but he had not expected Haydn to actually wake up under the stimulation of the parasite. Before this, Kenichi had always thought Haydn might not be able to wake up. After all, Haydn had been brain dead for so long. He was like a certain creature who wanted to become the strongest, abandoning thought. So even though Kenichi had implanted a parasite in him, he had not had much confidence that Haydn would wake up. After all, Haydn was too special. But to his surprise, Haydn was now awake. It truly made one marvel at Haydn's vigorous vitality. However, it seemed Haydn had lost his memory. He did not immediately rush over or curse him. This was truly a rare occurrence. "Haydn, do you still remember who I am?" Kenichi asked Haydn with a half-smile. Hearing Kenichi's words, Haydn's expression became pained. He clutched his hair, seemingly trying hard to remember who Kenichi was, and why this peculiar sense of déjà vu existed in his mind. What was going on? Haydn could not understand. He did not even know why he felt this way, but he just did. And with the intense pain, some unpleasant memories he had intentionally forgotten, gradually surged into Haydn's mind. He remembered that he had encountered this guy before. His name was Amamiya Kenichi. He had defeated Haydn and then taken him away. Haydn had thought he would become a prisoner. But to his surprise, the other party had given him to a madman. That madman had tortured him relentlessly, making him unable to hear, see, or smell anything. Over time, Haydn. Die. You bastard. The rage in Haydn's heart erupted like fireworks in the night. He charged madly at Kenichi. He swore he would make this guy understand what hell was. The hell he had once seen. The hell Haydn dared not recall, to the point that he would rather abandon thought than remember it. That drove Haydn into endless fury. He only wanted to kill Kenichi now. He wanted to make Kenichi pay a heavy price. But the moment he moved, Haydn found that his body had betrayed his will. His body involuntarily knelt down. His body actually knelt down. Then he knelt before Kenichi, lowering his head respectfully. "You demon. Amamiya Kenichi. What have you done?" Haydn roared, trying to resist, but he could not move. Even his inner self was submitting to this man. This feeling of his body being out of control gave Haydn an intense sense of suffocation. He even felt that he would rather have remained in his previous state. At least then, he would not have to endure this humiliation now. But Haydn felt tears on his cheeks. He was crying. Crying because he could roar. Because he could speak. How ironic was that? Before, Haydn had been able to do anything, and he had never thought that being able to speak or breathe normally would be so exciting. But now Haydn understood. He was indeed very excited. Very exhilarated. He was happy for his current freedom. Kenichi looked at Haydn playfully. It was interesting that Haydn was conscious. Haydn's ability was also quite special, and Kenichi had his own plans for him. Kenichi thought Haydn was suitable for special, dangerous work. However, he wondered whether Haydn's immortality would be affected by nuclear radiation. If not, perhaps Haydn could be used to clear radiation zones and allow them to become habitable again quickly. However, all of this required some preliminary work. Conveniently, Madara and Black Zetsu were both absent, giving Kenichi enough time for experiments. As for whether that guy named Jigen would set up a new experimental base below, Kenichi was not particularly worried. Even if he did, what then? If he did, Kenichi had plenty of ways to deal with him. Rather, it would be more reassuring for Kenichi to have him under his nose. "I didn't do anything, but I didn't expect you to be so respectful to me. You're already kneeling." "There's no need for that." Kenichi spoke mockingly. Haydn's body trembled with anger, but he could not do anything. Contacting Jashin yielded no response, which made Haydn feel a bit broken inside. However, immediately after, Haydn recalled those unpleasant memories. Compared to that period of despair, his current predicament seemed acceptable. After all, for the current Haydn, that world had been too despairing. This current world, on the other hand, made Haydn feel quite pleasant. Thinking of this, Haydn's heart was not so painful anymore. "What do you want me to do?" Haydn asked. As the killing intent and anger in his heart dissipated, Haydn was able to lift his head. He looked up at Kenichi. He knew he was no match for this man. But since the other party had awakened him from that state, he must have his own intentions. Otherwise, why bother awakening him? So Haydn was very sure that Kenichi needed him to do something. Otherwise, there was no reason for Kenichi to do this. Kenichi stroked his chin. He looked at Haydn. This unlucky guy had actually become smarter, which surprised Kenichi. The previous Haydn had just been a hothead, always ready to fight. He had not expected the current Haydn to learn how to use his brain. This was truly rare. It could only be said that torment taught growth, and Haydn had grown a lot after being tormented by Orochimaru for so long. Kenichi was quite pleased. Though Haydn's method of torment was unconventional and generally unusable. After all, people had to keep living. Few people could live normally after being dismembered like Haydn. However, Kenichi looked at Haydn and felt that it was not completely impossible. In Haydn's current situation, Kenichi could also influence him through parasites. For example, by having the parasites block the host's 5 senses, it would be equivalent to imprisoning the host. Imprisoning them inside their own body and using their body as a prison. However, this idea still needed to be tested. If it succeeded, Kenichi would also have a means of punishment. Didn't Haydn go mad? This method would probably be fatal to any ordinary person. Even the Otsutsuki clan might not be able to withstand such a punishment. I have a very troublesome enemy. I heard that your ability allows you to curse and kill someone after obtaining their blood. Are there any limitations? Kenichi asked Haydn with a smile. Haydn subconsciously nodded when he heard this. He indeed had such an ability, and it was no secret to him. He had just been thinking of getting Kenichi's blood and killing him. But now, after hearing Kenichi's words, Haydn fell into contemplation. He was pondering this question. Were there any limitations to his ninjutsu? The only limitation he knew of was blood. He needed the opponent's blood to use this ninjutsu. Were there any other limitations? It seemed there were none. I need to obtain blood to curse the opponent, and the blood should preferably be fresh. Dried blood won't work. Haydn thought for a moment and only came up with these limitations. Kenichi nodded when he heard this. These limitations were not very severe. But in that case, it would be impossible for Haydn to curse Tsunade by rummaging through trash cans, unless Haydn went to the women's restroom to pick up Tsunade's freshly discarded blood. However, Tsunade was also dead now. And the only one Kenichi needed Haydn to curse was Jigen. The next step was to get Jigen's fresh blood. Then Haydn could perform the curse. After that, they would see whether it could deal with Jigen. Although the probability was low, what if? After all, even the powerful Madara had almost died against Guy after he opened all 8 gates. This proved that ordinary ninjutsu could sometimes play a major role. Just like Naruto's reverse harem jutsu had once successfully made Kaguya pause. Kenichi was very satisfied. Haydn was still worth investing in. As long as Haydn could deal with Jigen in the future, Haydn's status would instantly rise to a tactical level. After all, if he could deal with the Otsutsuki clan, Haydn's ability could be widely developed further. At that time, Haydn would become Kenichi's biggest trump card. However, Haydn did not have many shining moments in the Fourth Great Ninja War, so Kenichi was not particularly optimistic about Haydn's ability. Amato's words were also correct. Haydn's ability obviously came from Jashin. If it was an ordinary ninja whose strength was inferior to Jashin, Haydn would naturally be able to handle them. But if it was a ninja whose strength exceeded Jashin, then even if Haydn obtained 100 milliliters of their blood, Haydn probably would not be able to curse them. Moreover, considering the wars fought by the Otsutsuki clan in the later stages and their widespread planting of divine trees, Kenichi felt that a small fry like Jashin was probably no match for the Otsutsuki clan. However, everything had to be tried to know the final outcome. Kenichi also wanted to try. After all, there would be no loss in trying, right? You'll be on standby during this time. Later, if we get that guy's blood, I'll need you to perform your ninjutsu to curse him. Understood. Kenichi said to Haydn. With Haydn, he could tell Madara to try to get Jigen's blood in their next fight. As long as they got it, the next question would be whether the evil god Haydn worshipped could withstand the Otsutsuki clan. Haydn nodded honestly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 507, Chapter 507, How to Awaken the Rinnegan. A small discussion on methods. Chapter 507, How to Awaken the Rinnegan. A small discussion on methods. The experimental subjects have matured sufficiently, and it has been a month since the first experiment. Normal clones have now entered old age, and in extreme cases, some may have even died. This means it's time to begin the Eternal Mangekyo experiment. Kenichi sat in his laboratory. Over a month had passed since the previous Eternal Mangekyo experiment. During this time, Kenichi had been monitoring his experimental materials. As of now, the earliest batch of clones used for the experiment had already grown old and frail. One experimental clone had even died. This somewhat relieved Kenichi. Moreover, despite so much time passing, the eyes of the experimental subject who awakened the Eternal Mangekyo had shown no problems. This proved Kenichi's hypothesis was correct. The Mangekyo Sharingan born from the fusion of a clone and an experimental subject could be used normally and would not be affected by the clone's lifespan. With this, Kenichi could begin his own experiment. However, since so much time had passed, Kenichi's own earliest clones, which had been made to serve as experimental subjects, had already died of old age. Fortunately, Kenichi had made new clones earlier, and they had just reached adolescence, making them suitable for the experiment. It just feels weird, thinking it's my own face. Kenichi murmured while touching his cheek. Then he shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. After that, Kenichi went to Amado's laboratory, opened the metal plate, and retrieved his clone. Once the clone appeared, Kenichi could not help scrutinizing it from head to toe. Because it had been submerged in nutrient solution for a long time, the clone looked very pale, with fair and tender skin. Other than that, it was similar to Kenichi. Neither thin nor fat. However, its muscles were underdeveloped. After all, this clone had been immersed in a nutrient tank since birth and had never had the chance to move around. Kenichi was quite satisfied with the clone before him. Although it lacked intelligence, all Kenichi needed were its eyes. Kenichi then used the multiple shadow clone jutsu, and his shadow clones bound his cloned self. Since this clone was made from Kenichi's current genes, there was no need for a genetic programming ritual. Kenichi directly instructed his shadow clones to stimulate the clone's Mangekyo awakening. The entire process went smoothly, though the scene itself was rather sanity-draining. At least, Kenichi thought so. After all, seeing several versions of himself binding another version of himself for an experiment, while that other self wailed, felt truly bizarre. However, Kenichi had no other choice. If he did not use a clone, where would Kenichi find a younger or older brother? He had no close blood-related brother available for such a thing, so he had to rely on himself. The awakening of the Mangekyo went smoothly. After his clone awakened the Mangekyo, Kenichi immediately acted and dug out its eyes. Then, he waved his hand. A shadow clone opened its mouth and spewed fire release, instantly incinerating the clone that had just emerged from the nutrient tank into ashes. Kenichi held the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand and examined it. Then he lay down on the operating table, allowing his shadow clone to perform the Mangekyo Sharingan transplant surgery on him. When Kenichi woke up, he felt a strange sensation in his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked around. Several of his shadow clones were sitting there chatting. Seeing this, Kenichi dispelled the shadow clones. Although shadow clones could explain, it was ultimately less convenient than recalling it himself. So Kenichi quickly understood the situation. My eye transplant was successful, and I've now awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's good news. At least now I won't have to worry about blindness when using my ocular ninjutsu. But as for the Rinnegan, Kenichi touched his eyes. Previously, his vision had been blurry, especially when looking at distant objects. At that time, Kenichi had known that his eyes were damaged from overusing the Mangekyo. If he continued using it, this blindness would gradually worsen, eventually leading to complete blindness. But now, Kenichi had solved this problem, and his blurry vision had naturally cleared. Kenichi could now use his Mangekyo Dojutsu without restraint. However, Mangekyo Dojutsu was not Kenichi's only pursuit. The Mangekyo was not the end. There was still the Rinnegan. And the Rinnegan also seemed to be categorized by rank, requiring step-by-step growth. Kenichi actually did not want to continue developing in this manner. As he had said before, this development path ultimately had an end. That end was the end of the Otsutsuki clan. Members of the Otsutsuki clan were almost what the strongest individuals in the shinobi world aspired to become. Yet even the Otsutsuki clan still needed to cultivate divine trees to develop themselves. This showed that the Otsutsuki clan also had bottlenecks. Moreover, if he continued developing this way, would he not just become a branch of the Otsutsuki clan? However, Kenichi currently had no other options. Because he knew that in the current shinobi world, there were not many paths to choose from. He could only develop technology and ninjutsu simultaneously, then find a way to expand, allowing himself to become a qualified strong individual. Relying purely on technology or purely on ninjutsu was not advisable. It was best to combine both, so Kenichi would not have too many shortcomings. This was what Kenichi was currently doing. Thinking of this, Kenichi took out his experimental log. Now that he possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was time to begin researching how to evolve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Kenichi had some ideas regarding this. According to his speculation, the processes by which Madara and Sasuke obtained the Rinnegan could be used as references. From Madara's perspective, his acquisition of the Rinnegan was somewhat accidental. If he had not obtained Hashirama's flesh, cells, and genetic information, Kenichi believed Madara would not have been able to obtain the Rinnegan. Therefore, from Madara's perspective, the method to obtain the Rinnegan was to acquire and fuse the genes of the Sage of Six Paths' two sons. Only then could the Rinnegan evolve. I do have Hashirama's genes, and I also have Sasuke's genes now, so I could awaken the Rinnegan. However, based on Madara's situation, awakening the Rinnegan this way would be a very long process. Just look at how old Madara was when he awakened the Rinnegan. Kenichi lay on the operating table, staring at the ceiling light, deep in thought. He was contemplating the possibility of awakening his Rinnegan. The possibility was very high. In fact, Kenichi could probably awaken the Rinnegan even while lying down. After all, he now met the conditions Madara had possessed when awakening the Rinnegan. So he only needed to wait for a period of time, and Kenichi would naturally awaken the Rinnegan. The only question was how long this process would take. Time was Kenichi's most urgent need right now. He did not know how long Jigen would remain hidden, nor did he know what choices Madara would make. No matter what, once the two-tailed beasts were revived, that would likely be when Madara forced him to begin the Eye of the Moon plan. What could he do then? He could not keep stalling forever, could he? Madara would have to give him the chance to stall. So Kenichi did not want to wait too long. And what if the time required for the Rinnegan to evolve naturally was too lengthy? He could not just keep waiting, could he? If he did not obtain the Rinnegan and instead encountered other Otsutsuki clan members, would that not be a disaster? So Kenichi felt that he still needed to find a way to accelerate the evolution of his eyes. And if he wanted to achieve this, Kenichi thought the better material would be Sasuke's method of obtaining the Rinnegan. After all, Sasuke also had the Rinnegan, and his Rinnegan evolved faster, at least compared to Madara's. But how did Sasuke obtain the Rinnegan? Kenichi's memory was a bit hazy. He only remembered that after Itachi died, Sasuke awakened the eternal Mangekyo, and then experienced. Kenichi scratched his head. He seemed to recall that Sasuke's ability to awaken the Rinnegan was apparently related to that old geezer, the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to have helped Sasuke, allowing him to successfully awaken the Rinnegan. He had also helped Naruto, granting him stronger power. But was that not just cheating? Kenichi did not have that cheat. Wait. Kenichi thought of something. His golden finger, which he had possessed since arriving in the shinobi world, had not been used much until now. Kenichi had not thought of using it for research. But now seemed to be the time to start researching the Rinnegan. Moreover, Kenichi remembered seeing in an edited video program that the Rinnegan had different colors. Different colored Rinnegan had different abilities and different ocular power. Purple seemed to be weaker, while yellow Rinnegan was stronger. If that was the case. Current research subject, antimatter particles. Research progress, 78%. Kenichi glanced at the golden finger that had not appeared in a long time. However, Kenichi then scratched his head. He had been using this golden finger to research antimatter particles, intending to quickly create antimatter bombs in the future for greater destructive power. But canceling it now would be a loss. Kenichi felt somewhat conflicted, but then he came to terms with it. He could just conduct the research himself. It was not his first time, and this time, he was not without ideas. Kenichi remembered that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the new mode introduced was Six Paths mode. It was a very powerful mode. Having this mode and not having it were two completely different things, causing Naruto and Sasuke's combat power to increase rapidly. Sasuke's acquisition of the Rinnegan seemed to be related to Six Paths mode. It seemed that the Sage of Six Paths had done something, bestowing a unique power upon Sasuke, thereby catalyzing the birth of Sasuke's Rinnegan and allowing Sasuke to enter his final form. In other words, to quickly awaken the Rinnegan, one needs to master Six Paths power. And the essence of Six Paths power should be the fusion of all chakra natures. Kenichi scratched his head. Having the genes only meant having the key. Having the key did not mean one could immediately open that door. To use the power of Yin-Yang release or Six Paths power, one needed to thoroughly master all chakra nature transformations and integrate them into one to achieve the most fundamental effect. Kenichi wondered if the so-called Six Paths power represented a kind of chakra that fused natural energy and other nature transformations. That was what became the so-called Six Paths Sage mode and later Six Paths power. Essentially, this so-called Six Paths power should be a synthesis of all chakra nature transformations. This would explain why Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths brothers mastered this ability and the truth-seeking orbs. Because they inherently mastered the most fundamental chakra. But that kind of chakra was too difficult to learn. Ordinary people might not be able to learn it. Or perhaps they were not meant to. In any case, what ordinary people could ultimately learn was chakra with various nature transformations. However, Kenichi himself believed that the most plausible guess was that ordinary people did not possess the qualifications to learn it. Because if ordinary people could learn it, then there would be no such thing as chakra nature aptitude. Each ordinary person specialized in a different chakra nature. And the Otsutsuki clan might be most proficient in the original and most comprehensive chakra. But ordinary people could not learn it, which was why it had been broken down for them to learn. If this speculation was correct, then Kenichi believed that as long as he found a way to fuse all chakra, he could directly obtain the Rinnegan. But was this idea feasible? Kenichi himself did not know. He could only say that he would try his best. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, Minato Namikaze, What? I'm going to be a father. Chapter 508, Minato Namikaze, What? I'm going to be a father. Amamiya Kenichi, you've been living quite comfortably lately. Black Zetsu looked at Kenichi, a hint of anger and jealousy in his eyes. He had been running around the world like an idiot, all to find that damn Jigen. But what about Kenichi? This scoundrel looked much healthier than before, with a rosy complexion and a nauseatingly contented expression. It made Black Zetsu's teeth itch. He wished he could give Kenichi a harsh lesson right now and show him the anger of a laborer. Moreover, Black Zetsu had been running around every day, while this guy had not even thought about mobilizing his subordinates to help search. Instead, Kenichi actually had the leisure to squat in this laboratory and do experiments. Black Zetsu felt uncomfortable all over just looking at Kenichi now. He felt a suppressed urge to kill him on the spot, but he had to hold back for the sake of the plan. Black Zetsu clenched his fists tightly. If Kenichi did not give him an explanation, he would quit. Ah, no. He could not just quit. After all, this was related to his mother. Without Kenichi's cooperation, or if Kenichi single-mindedly caused trouble for him and Madara, then smoothly executing the Eye of the Moon plan would become extremely difficult and troublesome. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's mood became even worse. He could not deal with Kenichi, but not dealing with him made him feel terrible. Black Zetsu was on the verge of collapsing because of Kenichi. He could only stand there with his arms crossed, watching Kenichi. Oh. Actually, it's pretty good. I go to bed early and wake up early every day, then eat 3 meals a day and exercise. This life is indeed very comfortable. Kenichi deliberately pretended not to understand Black Zetsu's meaning. He had indeed been living a very comfortable life lately. In fact, it was almost excessive. After all, he was now the monarch of this country. Although Kenichi had never thought of himself that way, there was always a group of people under him who provided him with all the services a monarch should enjoy. This led to Kenichi now eating, drinking, and using the best of everything every day. As for such a feudalistic life of enjoyment, Kenichi could only say that it was indeed very refreshing. No wonder those daimyo wanted to maintain their status no matter what. However, looking at Black Zetsu's expression, Kenichi also knew that jokes had to be measured. So he decided to throw out his bait and distract Black Zetsu's attention. Then Kenichi could continue doing his experiments in peace. However, Kenichi was not worried about what Black Zetsu would do now. After all, the 3 tails and 5 tails had not yet revived. As long as they were not revived, Black Zetsu could not do anything no matter what he wanted. Black Zetsu and Madara would not fall out with him over this small matter. Therefore, Kenichi was fearless. As long as the tailed beasts had not revived, Kenichi had nothing to fear. He could also take advantage of this time to fully exploit Black Zetsu's labor, then try to study Black Zetsu's special abilities and see how Black Zetsu managed to hide himself so naturally. However, Kenichi's chakra detector had not yet been completed. Otherwise, Kenichi could have used the chakra detector to detect Black Zetsu and then see if he could find the hidden Black Zetsu. You guy. Black Zetsu could not hold back when he heard Kenichi's reply. He looked at Kenichi, gritting his teeth. If he did not need Kenichi's help to revive his mother, Black Zetsu swore he really would have had the urge to rush up and kill Kenichi. Black Zetsu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked around. Kenichi's laboratory was very simple, with nothing special, and the decoration was also plain and unpretentious. Compared to Black Zetsu's own secret base, it was much more rudimentary. This made Black Zetsu feel slightly more comfortable. I thought of a question earlier. Kenichi interrupted Black Zetsu, speaking with a serious expression. Black Zetsu looked confused when he heard this, then stared at Kenichi. He wanted to see what Kenichi had discovered. Black Zetsu himself had been running around every day and had not found anything. So how had Kenichi managed to discover something? Could it be that his foresight was very advanced? Or was Kenichi also silently contributing without him knowing, all to find Jigen as soon as possible and help him complete the Eye of the Moon plan? If that was the case, Black Zetsu would be quite touched. However, he did not know what Kenichi had discovered, so Black Zetsu still chose to sit down and continue listening to what Kenichi had to say. Jigen, according to your description, is an extremely arrogant and conceited fellow. So for such a guy, if he was suddenly discovered and forced to change his base location, where would he move his base? Where would he move it to best match his personality? Kenichi spoke lightly. Black Zetsu fell into deep thought after hearing this. He had indeed never considered this angle. When he considered the opponent's possible hiding places, he had always thought about where the opponent might hide based on the living habits of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, in Black Zetsu's mind, although Jigen was an enemy, he was also a high and mighty Otsutsuki clan member. He could not be the same as these stupid guys in the shinobi world. So Black Zetsu had been looking for places where he thought the opponent might be hiding. But now, after hearing Kenichi's words, Black Zetsu also had some other ideas. If Kenichi was right, then Jigen did not hide in a place the Otsutsuki clan would choose, but rather in a place that arrogant fellow himself would choose. So where could he be hiding? As soon as Black Zetsu thought of this, he immediately thought of the Akatsuki. The base he had found earlier was beneath the Akatsuki. That meant Jigen had been hiding beneath the Akatsuki all along. This had made Black Zetsu extremely angry at the time. Because the location of his hiding place proved that he had been monitoring the Akatsuki all along, and might even have known everything within the Akatsuki, but he had still remained hidden and never come forward. When the Akatsuki held meetings, he might have been sitting below, sneering at the scene. Thinking about it this way, it indeed fit Jigen's personality. His arrogant attitude, completely looking down on Madara, was also the reason Madara had been so enraged. After all, in the past, it was always Madara who looked down on others. He had never expected to experience the feeling of being looked down upon one day. So the question was, if Kenichi was right, where would Jigen hide? What kind of place would someone with such a twisted sense of humor and a habit of despising his opponents choose? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu suddenly looked at the ground. Then he raised his head and looked at Kenichi, his eyes filled with disbelief, surprise, and uncertainty. However, looking at Black Zetsu's expression, Kenichi knew that Black Zetsu must have figured it out. Kenichi nodded, confirming Black Zetsu's idea. Black Zetsu's expression suddenly changed. His eyes became obscure and difficult to read. Kenichi knew how Black Zetsu was feeling right now. It must have felt very bad, and also somewhat absurd. But that was exactly what Jigen wanted to see. For Jigen, watching these ordinary people waste their efforts trying to find him, only to finally discover that his base had been in the most conspicuous place in the entire shinobi world all along, would certainly be very interesting. It would also make those people feel the strongest sense of frustration. After all, thinking that the enemy was in the busiest place, yet they had not realized it, how ironic was that? I'll go check. Black Zetsu left in a hurry. But looking at his demeanor, Kenichi knew he must have figured it out. It was good that he had figured it out. Kenichi was very satisfied. If Black Zetsu had not figured it out, how would he find Jigen? Let Black Zetsu search for him, and then Kenichi would make the decision. If Jigen really chose to build his base beneath the capital, then he probably had the idea of using the city as leverage. Kenichi mused that if Jigen really thought that way, Kenichi could only say he was thinking too simply. Kenichi would not be held hostage by a city. If necessary, Kenichi could sacrifice this city. As long as Jigen died, then everything would be worth it. At most, he would just use the Rinnegan to revive these people, and that would be the end of it. It would not cause Kenichi any psychological burden. Therefore, Kenichi could face this matter calmly. I hope it's as I think, Jigen. You, being so proud, surely wouldn't choose any other place, right? Kenichi stretched. Once Jigen was found, he could tell Madara, then have Madara find a way to obtain Jigen's blood. After that, he would have Haiden perform the curse technique to verify whether Jigen would be affected by it. If he was, then things would be simple. If not, it would not matter. At least the strongest in the shinobi world, Madara, was still with him. As long as Madara did not say something like, "You are the challenger," and then have a dramatic near-death experience, Kenichi felt that Madara's ability to hold back Jigen would not be a big problem. At that time, as long as Kenichi had enough time, he could give that idiot Jigen a big surprise. So what Kenichi needed most right now was time. Uncle Minato, Aunt Kushina, good morning. On the other side, Sasuke was politely and honestly greeting Minato and Kushina. Kushina immediately showed a happy smile. She walked over and pinched Sasuke's face, then smiled and rubbed Sasuke's head. Sasuke turned his head away, a little embarrassed. Oh, little Sasuke, good morning. Are you here to play with our Naruto again today? Kushina smiled as she looked at the little boy in front of her. Sasuke immediately nodded when he heard her. When Kushina saw this, the smile on her face became even gentler. She waved her hand, and Naruto walked out, yawning. He greeted Sasuke when he saw him, and Sasuke also smiled and greeted Naruto. Kushina and Mikoto had a very good relationship, and their two families were considered friends. If Minato, the fourth Hokage, had not died back then the Uchiha clan massacre might not have happened later. But Minato still died, which made the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha tense once again. Coupled with the instigation of the third Hokage and Danzo, it could be said that the demise of the Uchiha clan had only been a matter of time. Good morning, Sasuke. Naruto sat on the chair with a smile, waiting to have breakfast with Sasuke. Although Sasuke had already eaten, Kushina clearly still wanted Sasuke to have another meal. This made Sasuke feel somewhat unable to refuse, so he could only sit down. At the same time, he secretly thanked his mother for specifically telling him to eat less when he left for the morning meeting today. It seemed his mother had already guessed that he would be asked to stay for a meal when he came to Aunt Kushina's place. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke, Minato had a faint smile on his face. Then Minato stood in front of the mirror, tidying his attire. At the same time, he responded to the polite and sensible Sasuke's good morning. After that, he walked over and ruffled Naruto's head, then prepared to leave. Minato now worked in the Department of Political Affairs, and every day he had to deal with various matters throughout the country. This made Minato both pained and happy. However, Minato quite liked this kind of life. Although it was tiring, there was a sense of fulfillment. And from those political affairs, he could see the country improving little by little. This made Minato very happy, giving him a sense of nurturing something with his own hands. Dear, work hard. Come home early. Your love bento is ready. Kushina walked over with a smile and handed Minato a small bag. Minato happily took it. He held the bento in his hand and looked at his gentle wife, his eyes filled with happiness. Before Minato could say anything, Kushina leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Minato froze when he heard it. He looked at his wife in surprise, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Really? Minato grabbed his wife's shoulders, his eyes slightly excited. Kushina felt the gazes of the two children and her face turned a little red, but she still nodded shyly. Minato instantly became happy. He was going to be a father. Although they already had Naruto, having a second child was still a joyous occasion. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 509, Chapter 509, Jigen's New Base. Chapter 509, Jigen's New Base. It's just as you thought. Black Zetsu sat in front of Kenichi with a grim expression, and Kenichi's face was not much better. Although he had guessed that someone as arrogant as Jigen might choose this location, he truly had not expected Jigen to set up his base directly beneath the government office building of the Land of Flame's new capital. This sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, Kenichi had mentally prepared himself, so although he was still somewhat surprised, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, Jigen being here was much more convenient than him hiding in some dark corner. If he had hidden away in some remote corner of the shinobi world, Kenichi would not have known how to find him. So, Jigen appearing in this place could only be considered a good thing. So, what do you plan to do now? Kenichi asked Black Zetsu. Now that Jigen's location was known, Kenichi was curious how Black Zetsu intended to deal with him. Based on Kenichi's own calculations, he believed Jigen's strength was currently the strongest in the shinobi world. And if Madara had used his revived body when facing Jigen last time, Kenichi might have had to find a way to solve the problem of Madara's soul damage. But even if Madara had used an Edo Tensei body at the time, his soul had still been severely damaged. According to the last encounter, Kenichi discovered that Jigen seemed to have mastered Six Paths mode, and he could even damage souls. Black Zetsu's expression was ugly. He narrowed his eyes at Kenichi, also wrestling with this issue. He was very clear about Jigen's strength. Madara would not gain any advantage. Although Madara often claimed that simply retrieving his Rinnegan would absolutely solve the problem, Black Zetsu always felt that Jigen seemed to have some other hidden trump card he had not revealed. So Black Zetsu was not sure whether Madara could deal with Jigen if he recovered his Rinnegan. If not, and Jigen escaped, then finding him next time would not be easy. If other unforeseen complications appeared, that would be even more troublesome. Kenichi was currently pondering the same question. Jigen was not only Black Zetsu's enemy. He was also Kenichi's enemy. Kenichi also needed to deal with Jigen. He even wanted to capture Jigen and study the Otsutsuki clan through him, increasing his understanding of the Otsutsuki clan so he could better resolve future issues. However, Kenichi was now considering one question. What was Jigen's true identity? Jigen seemed to have been hiding in the shinobi world for a long time. After his last appearance, Kenichi felt that Jigen seemed to have some hidden weakness that prevented him from acting freely. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Madara to escape. So the question was, what could Jigen's identity be? If Jigen was a normal Otsutsuki, why would he hide his name? In the current shinobi world, was there anyone he needed to be wary of? Therefore, Kenichi believed that Jigen probably had some unspeakable difficulty or was severely injured. Kenichi looked at the table and remembered something. When Kaguya came, she had a companion. That companion should originally have been the one to eat the divine tree seed and gain stronger power, not Kaguya. But Kaguya had ambushed that unfortunate person, causing them to be devoured by the divine tree and perish. However, now the problem was this. Jigen, an Otsutsuki, had appeared in the current shinobi world. What could his true identity be? Kenichi felt that if he were Kishimoto, rather than making Jigen an Otsutsuki from another planet, it would be more plausible for Jigen to be the unfortunate one who had been ambushed by Kaguya and fed to the divine tree, but somehow survived while severely injured. That would be why he had been trying to find a way to heal. And it was also because he was severely injured that he had let Madara go when he was at a disadvantage. Kenichi was stunned for a moment. Thinking about it this way, it seemed increasingly possible. After all, this could basically explain why Jigen, that arrogant fellow, had to hide at the very bottom of the shinobi world and had not even appeared in Shippuden or the Naruto manga. This was clearly a character Kishimoto had placed in Boruto, which was why his strength was so exaggerated, even capable of beating the current Madara. And this also explained why he was an Otsutsuki, yet had been biding his time until Boruto. Was it not because he was severely injured and needed to recuperate? Looking at Black Zetsu's shifting expression, Kenichi stroked his chin. He had an idea. Could Black Zetsu have guessed? If not, then could Kenichi fan the flames? As long as Black Zetsu realized Jigen's true identity, what would he do? Push the Eye of the Moon plan wildly? Or disregard everything and reveal himself? Kenichi shook his head. No. He could not tell Black Zetsu himself. He could not say it. Otherwise, if Black Zetsu really went mad because of this and decided to wildly advance the Eye of the Moon plan, then how would Kenichi be able to slack off? Would he not be constantly harassed by a maddened Black Zetsu? So in the end, Kenichi decided not to tell Black Zetsu his conjecture. Even though Kenichi felt that his conjecture was, to some extent, no longer a conjecture but very likely the actual situation. After all, if Jigen was truly an Otsutsuki who had come to investigate Kaguya, with the strength and style of the Otsutsuki clan, would he need to be so sneaky? It was like Homelander being so strong. Would anyone really expect Homelander to calmly tolerate being cuckolded? How could that be? If he did not tear someone apart directly, that would already be Homelander showing conscience. So Kenichi could be certain that Jigen was definitely not an Otsutsuki who had come from outer space to investigate Kaguya. He could only be the unfortunate one who had been ambushed by Kaguya. Only that could explain why he was doing these things now. This time, it might require both you and Madara himself to act together to have a chance of keeping that guy here. Black Zetsu thought of a solution. Kenichi raised an eyebrow when he heard it. He glanced at Black Zetsu. Him and Madara acting together? That would not be impossible. But the problem was that even if he and Madara acted together now, the probability of winning was not very high. Kenichi felt that Jigen's strength was probably above 6 paths Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War. He might even be stronger. Therefore, if they wanted to defeat Jigen, the cost might be a bit high. Kenichi felt that he might have some other ways to increase the winning rate. Just like before the Fourth Great Ninja War, Yakushi Kabuto alone had messed up the entire shinobi world. Kenichi felt that letting the current shinobi world's ninja fight would be a bit of a pity. But if it was letting Edo Tensei bodies fight, then it perfectly met Kenichi's requirements. And it could also be used to see whether that old man, the Sage of Six Paths, knew about Jigen's existence. According to Kenichi's idea, Jigen was deeply hidden, and it was likely that the Sage of Six Paths, that unfortunate fellow, did not even know of Jigen's existence. So once Jigen was exposed to the Sage of Six Paths, the Sage of Six Paths would probably not be able to sit still. Even if he could, Kenichi could also take the opportunity to find out what the Sage of Six Paths was doing. After all, for the Sage of Six Paths to ignore an Otsutsuki, and possibly an Otsutsuki who had been betrayed by his mother, it could only mean that the Sage of Six Paths was busy with something he considered very important. Only that could explain why the Sage of Six Paths would ignore Jigen's affairs. I think it might be better to use Edo Tensei and reanimate a few more strong individuals. For someone like Jigen, whose strength surpasses the current Madara, and who, according to you, has other trump cards, it seems Jigen will be even more difficult to deal with than we imagined. So preparing more is not a bad thing. Kenichi stroked his chin. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. He felt that Kenichi was right. Since they planned to deal with Jigen, they might as well resolve him once and for all. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's expression toward Kenichi softened considerably. At the very least, Kenichi was doing a good thing, proving that he was serious about cooperating with him. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's opinion of Kenichi improved slightly. So, who do you plan to reanimate with Edo Tensei? Black Zetsu asked. He knew the Edo Tensei ninjutsu was excellent and very useful. Of course, the Kage. Only the Kage can deal with Jigen. Kenichi saw it clearly. No matter how many ordinary ninja there were, it would be useless. Only Kage-level powerhouses were qualified to intervene in such a battle. So Kenichi's target was the various Kage of the ninja villages. Only these Kage could participate in such a battle. So many Kage, would that be enough to deal with Jigen? It was hard to say. After all, the 5 Kage combined had a tough time against Madara. Kenichi felt that among the ninja reanimated this time, probably only the first Hokage, Hashirama, could be a true asset. However, in that case, a sufficiently complete Edo Tensei ritual would be needed for these Kage to display strength closer to their original power. Black Zetsu also agreed with this point. Ordinary ninja trying to deal with Jigen would likely just be cannon fodder. Only these Kage-level powerhouses could deal with Jigen. Black Zetsu looked at Kenichi, his eyes showing even more satisfaction. However, thinking of Jigen, Black Zetsu felt a little apprehensive. His strength was so great, and he was very likely an Otsutsuki. But if he was an Otsutsuki, what exactly did he want by hiding in this place? Black Zetsu did not know. He even wondered what the best course of action was. If they could resolve Jigen this time, that would naturally be for the best. If not, it would be even more troublesome. At that point, he would probably have to let his mother act to deal with that guy. Then let's prepare, Black Zetsu. You collect the bones of the Kage from the various ninja villages. I need them for Edo Tensei. Kenichi said to Black Zetsu. Although he now had Hashirama's cells, they were clearly not enough. He still needed the body tissues of others. And since the Kage's bodies were gone, only their bones remained. So he could only use bones to complete the Edo Tensei ninjutsu. Black Zetsu did not object. He did know where the remains of these Kage were. After all, after learning about the unique ninjutsu of Edo Tensei, Black Zetsu had specifically collected the locations of the remains of strong individuals in the shinobi world so they could be used in the future. And now was the time to use them. Black Zetsu left, and Kenichi also breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the floor. The thought of Jigen hiding beneath made him uncomfortable. Jigen was hiding there partly to satisfy his twisted sense of humor, and partly to use the people in the Land of Flame's new capital as a shield against enemy attacks. If anyone wanted to attack him, it would inevitably cause a reaction from the people in the capital. So Kenichi still needed to find a way. Although he could directly sacrifice these people, it ultimately was not good and could bring hidden dangers to the country. If there were other options, Kenichi also wanted to avoid this problem as much as possible so that the Land of Flame could transition more smoothly into an era of peace. Currently, the Land of Flame was being watched by countless ambitious individuals. Who knew how many people wanted to restore the original countries and systems? Especially the descendants of the daimyo. Those guys were arrogant. Kenichi had kept them before to ensure a smooth transition of power, but now, it was almost time for a reckoning. Those guys still had not given up. Some were even trying to bribe ninja to overthrow this nascent country. Kenichi massaged his temples. These guys were really troublesome. But never mind. Kenichi would always find a way to deal with them. It just so happens that the lab is short on materials during this period. All these guys will be used as materials. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 510, The Disposal of the Daimyo Parasites. Chapter 510, The Disposal of the Daimyo Parasites. These guys are still restless. Is it because I've given them too much face? Kenichi looked at the report Shirori handed him, then at the intelligence Inoki had submitted that morning. His expression was not very good. But Kenichi could not be blamed for that. After all, what these people were doing truly angered him. These foolish people. Kenichi had spared the lives of these former daimyo families not because these idiots were of such noble birth, but because they still had some use. Kenichi deeply understood that in this pathological world, this pathological system had almost become common sense among the people. In the shinobi world, what people accepted most easily was the sight of these useless parasites occupying the position of daimyo and issuing commands from on high. Although it sounded strange, the operating rules of this world truly were like that. Therefore, for the sake of stability, Kenichi had specifically chosen not to immediately kill these daimyo and their families. However, Kenichi's action seemed to have given these fools a wrong idea. They apparently began to believe that Kenichi had not killed them because he intended to let them continue ruling the country from on high in the future. So these foolish people started committing evil deeds. Despite being ordinary people from ordinary families, they constantly held themselves in high regard, believing they were descendants of nobility. Some even demanded that local government employees give them the treatment they deserved and insisted that a portion of the taxes had to be given to them. Kenichi was so infuriated he almost laughed. His allergy to stupidity flared up. These guys were truly foolish, ignorant, and disgusting. Kenichi's killing intent was now rising. Anyway, the Land of Flame had already been established for so long, and everyone had become accustomed to its current system. These parasites. Shirori lowered her head and remained silent. She understood her position very clearly. She was Kenichi's secretary, responsible for helping him handle certain matters, and these matters required Kenichi to make his own decisions. Shirori naturally would not speak out of turn. As long as Kenichi gave an order, she would carry it out. If Kenichi did not give an order, Shirori would simply pretend not to know. It was simple. Such a work attitude allowed one to live longer. Shirori saw it very clearly. She would not hold herself in high regard just because Kenichi was now the country's leader, nor would she cause Kenichi any trouble. Have the leaders of the Procuratorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Police Department come to see me. Kenichi pondered for a moment, then decided to thoroughly eliminate these jumping fools this time. Regardless of whether these guys were testing him or were truly that stupid, since they had made their move, what Kenichi had to do was cut off their hands. He had to let them know what they could do and what they could not do. This would also save him the trouble of these fools constantly bothering him. Anyway, these daimyo were useless now. Kenichi had been diluting the daimyo's role in the government. Now, as long as a document followed proper procedures and had the correct seal, it could be implemented even without a daimyo's seal. This country could no longer accommodate these remnants of the old era. Yes, Lord Amamiya. Shirori nodded, then quickly walked out. Kenichi also came to the meeting room. He looked at the very well-decorated meeting room and smacked his lips. Although he did not care much for such conventional things, it was clear that as his status grew, his standards and daily treatment had become top tier. Even if Kenichi said nothing and made no demands, his subordinates would still do so. This made Kenichi sigh. No wonder so many people wanted to climb to the peak of power. And no wonder those who stood at the peak were completely unwilling to give up their power. After all, this kind of treatment indeed made one increasingly reluctant to let go. Kenichi found a seat, picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Lord Amamiya. Soon, Inoki, Nagato, and A pushed open the door and walked in. Inoki was the head of the Procuratorate, while Nagato was in charge of the Ministry of Justice. As for the fourth Raikage, A, this former battle maniac, Kenichi had also found another position for him. After all, for someone like A, having him lead the police department was a good choice. He had the strength for it. And according to Shiori's supervision, his performance was quite good. Kenichi himself was satisfied. As long as these former Kage diligently carried out their duties, Kenichi would not treat them unfairly. After all, in the shinobi world, strength was ultimately revered. With strength, one's status would naturally be higher. And the fourth Raikage's strength was still quite impressive now. Kenichi scanned the three of them. Inoki showed a sincere smile when he saw him. Kenichi also nodded toward him. Inoki's work was diligent and responsible. Although he would sometimes specifically seek benefits for those from the former Iwagakure, Kenichi turned a blind eye to such matters. After all, there were no saints in this world, and everyone had their own emotions. Kenichi did not expect everyone to be a saint, so he had no objection to some minor preferential treatment. When he saw Nagato, Kenichi smiled and even playfully gestured to him. Nagato rolled his eyes in response, but a faint blush appeared on his face. Because he knew what the gesture meant. Kenichi was asking him when he would get married. Nagato's relationship with Konan was now somewhat subtle. With Kenichi establishing the Land of Flame, the entire shinobi world had entered a state of peace, which greatly satisfied Nagato. At the very least, Yahiko's dying wish had been fulfilled. After this period of relaxation, Nagato began to ponder a question. What kind of mindset should he live with now? After all, the old Nagato had lived to fulfill his dear friend's dying wish. And now, Kenichi had helped him achieve that wish. So the current Nagato began to think about how he should live. After much thought, Nagato decided to maintain this new world and ensure that peace would last forever. In this context, and with Kenichi's involvement, Nagato gradually realized his feelings for Konan. And from Konan's eyes, he discovered emotions he had deliberately ignored, or even dared not look at, in the past. This made Nagato a little embarrassed, but he also intended to face this feeling. However, this issue had remained unaddressed, and Kenichi could not stand it anymore. Nagato and Konan had been incredibly decisive when fulfilling Yahiko's dying wish, acting immediately and without hesitation. But when it came to matters of the heart, these two were like protagonists in a traditional romance anime. They dragged out a small issue for ages without any resolution, as if their relationship being clarified would bring the entire anime to an end. It gave Kenichi a stomachache. So, after glancing at Nagato, Kenichi decided that he would later find a way to quickly push Nagato and Konan's relationship forward and let them burst this bubble as soon as possible. After all, in the shinobi world, Kenichi felt that only they were truly suitable for each other. Besides Nagato, who else would be a better match for Konan? And besides Konan, who else could be worthy of Nagato? So Kenichi intended to make these two emotional blockheads clarify their relationship as soon as possible. Then Kenichi looked at A. When A saw Kenichi, he still turned his head away somewhat unhappily, but he ultimately sat down obediently without any other movements. Seeing this, Kenichi knew that although A had accepted his current life, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Kenichi was not in a hurry. As long as A could work for the Land of Flame, nothing else mattered. As for when he would fully accept the newly formed Land of Flame, that was just a matter of time. Kenichi knew that with enough time, these people would eventually accept their new lives. So Kenichi was not too worried. The reason I called you here this time is to resolve the issue of the former daimyo of the 5 great nations and their families. Kenichi spoke. He was not conducting experiments in the lab right now. His main body had come here for the meeting specifically to thoroughly resolve the lingering issue of the 5 great nations daimyo. These people were so disgusting that they made him uncomfortable. Kenichi only wanted to quickly kill these people, but they were involved with a fairly wide range of people. Kenichi could not quite understand why, even though these people had already been stripped of their daimyo titles, some people still eagerly flocked to them to be ordered around. After pondering for a while, Kenichi thought these people might simply be idle and looking for trouble. Perhaps they had cheap backbones and deep servility. Or perhaps they wanted to advance further by using these daimyo. After all, very few ninja clans collaborated with the daimyo. There were a few, but they were ultimately a minority. Why not just kill them? A was still as simple and crude as ever. Kenichi's mouth twitched, and then he glanced at Inoki. If it were that simple, Kenichi would not have called Inoki and the others over. The reason they were here was precisely because these daimyo were connected to some people. So how to deal with them needed careful consideration in order to minimize the impact on social stability. Inoki knew it was his turn to speak, so he began explaining the current situation of these daimyo. After listening, A's eyes became somewhat strange. He truly had not expected that even at this point, some people would still willingly serve the daimyo. What were they hoping to gain? It was very clear that the daimyo no longer had their former status and wealth. Their wealth had already been confiscated by Kenichi and deposited into the national treasury, leaving them only enough property for a stable life. The rest was completely insufficient. It was not even enough to support ninja, let alone hire guardian ninja. Yet despite this, some ninja were still willing to serve the daimyo. This made A almost unable to hold back a laugh. After all, even he, who still had some opinions about Kenichi, had not thought of contacting those daimyo to do anything. He knew very well that these daimyo had been able to occupy this world only because they had their own offensive and defensive alliances. Moreover, the Kage had not cared much about these daimyo. The daimyo governed ordinary people, while the Kage governed ninja. And only ninja were the key to changing this world. So, how do we deal with those connected to the daimyo? Nagato asked Kenichi. Kenichi pondered for a moment, then tossed the question back to Nagato. Was that not the main purpose of calling Nagato and the others here? Otherwise, why would he call them? If Kenichi were to handle it himself, he would have just done it directly. There would have been no need for Nagato and the others. He had called them over to see how they would handle this matter. Seeing this, Nagato exchanged glances with Inoki and A. They also understood Kenichi's intention, so they discussed it directly in front of him. Kenichi listened quietly. Although he did not want to handle too many affairs of the Land of Flame, the Land of Flame was ultimately a country he had built himself. No matter what, Kenichi felt that he should pay more attention. Soon, Nagato and the others finished their discussion. All members of the daimyo families would be executed. Those involved would be dealt with according to the circumstances. If they were deeply involved and had committed other crimes, the punishment could be as severe as the death penalty. If they were merely involved, they would receive a few years of imprisonment. After the discussion, Kenichi nodded noncommittally. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. It was handled very appropriately. This relieved Kenichi considerably, allowing him to slack off and conduct more experiments. Otherwise, if he had to handle everything daily, Kenichi would not be able to do anything else and would just spend his days dealing with government affairs. Alright, then proceed according to this plan. All original assets of the daimyo families will be confiscated, and their properties will be handled by the local government offices. Kenichi nodded. Now that the discussion result was out, it was time for A and the others to take action. After all, A and his department were the police, and Kenichi had entrusted domestic security to them. As for the army, Kenichi maintained it, but these armies were now more like high-level talent training bases. At present, there were no external enemies in the shinobi world. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 511, Chapter 511, Nagato and Konan. Chapter 511, Nagato and Konan. All at once, the entire Land of Flame began to move. Squads of ninja police led the way into the various daimyo mansions. Those filthy parasites, who had grown fat by sucking the blood of the shinobi world's people, actually tried to resist when facing the ninja police. But when ninjutsu and sturdy shackles fell upon them, these parasites learned fear for the first time. However, it was useless. Before the mobilized state machine, these parasites could only wail as they were imprisoned. Those with serious crimes were directly sent to the Pure Land, vanishing from the human world. Such actions did not cause any commotion within the Land of Flame. People merely let out an "oh" at the downfall of these former daimyo, then continued with their daily lives. After all, compared to the downfall of the daimyo, working every day to earn money and support one's family was the proper path. Kenichi was not surprised by this. After all, people generally did not care who their rulers were, as long as their families could survive normally. This was especially true in the current shinobi world. Although the disappearance of the daimyo might make people feel somewhat uncomfortable, the overall operation of the country had no problems. After all, these daimyo had simply been a bunch of parasites before. Whether they existed or not did not make much difference. In fact, without them, the people of the shinobi world might even live better. This was a somewhat ironic fact, but it also provided Kenichi with a good opportunity to eliminate these parasites. At the very least, Kenichi did not need to worry about what impact removing these parasites would have on the country. If it were not for Kenichi wanting to use these people as laboratory consumables, he would not even bother imprisoning them. Sending all these parasites to the Pure Land was what Kenichi truly wanted to do. Lord Amamiya, please take a look at this. Shirori walked over quickly and handed Kenichi a document. Kenichi took it and raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised. He had not expected there to be some smart people among those parasites. After the daimyo's authority was removed, these smart people had very consciously chosen to separate from their main families, taking a sum of money to live as ordinary wealthy individuals. Furthermore, according to the intelligence, these people had not participated in the foolish restoration movements. They simply lived their lives peacefully. Anoki had sent this letter to ask Kenichi how these individuals should be handled. Kenichi felt a little conflicted after seeing it. He was also somewhat unsure how to deal with these smart people. But considering that they had already cut ties with their main families, Kenichi decided to give them a pass. For now, leave them be. Then have Anoki and the others monitor these individuals. If they attempt to restore their former power or do anything suspicious, send them to reunite with their families. Kenichi quickly made his decision. Anyway, there were not many of these individuals. Since they were so smart and knew their place, Kenichi naturally did not mind giving them a chance. A chance to live. However, the premise was that these individuals had to remain smart. If they started acting foolishly, then there would be nothing more to say. Upon hearing Kenichi's arrangements, Shirori immediately agreed, then quickly left to report the situation to Anoki and instruct him to act according to Kenichi's orders. Kenichi then stood up, stretched, and walked out. He did not stay in the laboratory. After all, constantly staying in the lab was not good. Going out to change his mood was also a good option. Kenichi wandered around and arrived at the Ministry of Justice. You guy. Nagato's expression was not very good when he saw Kenichi. He narrowed his eyes at Kenichi, then coughed. Kenichi looked at Nagato. Nagato's body looked a little fleshier now. At least he no longer looked like before, when he had resembled a walking skeleton, which had given Kenichi a headache. The current Nagato looked much more normal. His complexion was a little rosier, and he even came to work using his original body instead of the 6 paths of pain puppets. Kenichi was quite happy to see Nagato like this. After all, Nagato being able to become like this also proved that his land of flame truly conformed to the Akatsuki's dream. Moreover, although Nagato had also been the one who killed his master in the original work, Nagato was at least not so cold-blooded and ruthless. Jiraiya had many opportunities to leave back then, but Jiraiya wanted to gather information, which was why he stayed there and eventually died at Nagato's hands. Obito, on the other hand, was different. He had struck without mercy, like a madman. This was also why Kenichi had wanted to kill Obito. That lunatic Obito had probably thought at the time that the world was already sick, and that everyone would eventually reunite in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi anyway. So it was better to kill to his heart's content in the real world, than become the shinobi world's deepest lover in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Kenichi wondered how Minato would feel if he knew about this. Kenichi still had not told Minato the truth about what had happened back then. That truth was too cruel for Minato and Kushina. Unless Minato asked him personally, Kenichi did not plan to tell him. Anyway, telling him now would be useless. It would serve no purpose other than making Minato feel terrible. Nagato, when are you going to confess to Konan? I'm waiting to attend your wedding, you know. Kenichi calmly pulled up a chair and sat beside Nagato. Then he crossed his legs and asked. Nagato could not help rolling his eyes when he heard this. This guy was at it again. However, hearing Kenichi's question, Nagato uncharacteristically blushed a little. He coughed, then looked out of the office with some hesitation. Kenichi saw this and directly closed the door, which made Nagato feel a little more relaxed. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Kenichi while picking at his fingers. Kenichi raised an eyebrow as he looked at Nagato. Had this guy actually confessed? Or had something else happened that Kenichi did not know about? Although Konan had been working during this time, she still came to see Nagato every day. Kenichi did not think these two had no contact. Cough, cough. You mean Konan, she, to me. Nagato's face carried a hint of embarrassment. Before, he had not considered anything about dating or marriage. After all, back then, he had already been working hard just to fulfill Yahiko's dying wish. Although sometimes, when he looked at Konan, who had always taken care of him, Nagato would feel a slight stir in his heart. That stir was quickly swallowed by the anger within him, making him focus more on fulfilling Yahiko's wish. So he truly had not considered anything with Konan. Now, the emergence of the Land of Flame had helped him fulfill that wish. Because of that, Nagato could now seemingly begin to think about what came next. Kenichi rolled his eyes when he heard this. But this question was indeed worth discussing. After all, whether Konan liked Nagato was a very serious question. Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko were like family and companions who had grown up together since childhood. Their feelings for each other were often closer to family and kinship. If Konan did not like Nagato and only saw him as a brother or family member, would that not be incredibly awkward? Although the original work had not mentioned this issue, Konan guarding Nagato's remains was because Nagato was her dear friend. However, Konan did not seem to have any romantic relationship with anyone else. Or rather, throughout the entire Akatsuki and the entire Naruto manga, romantic storylines had been very weak. Kishimoto did not seem to like drawing romance. Only at the very end, when it was about to conclude, did he introduce some romantic elements, which led to endless debates among various shipping factions. However, this was reality, and Kenichi also needed to consider this issue. Thinking of this, Kenichi realized that he seemed to have never asked Konan's opinion. So Kenichi walked straight out, leaving Nagato stunned. Kenichi went directly to Konan's workplace and found Konan, who was busy processing documents. Konan was still wearing her Akatsuki uniform, and her nails were painted. She looked very focused. However, upon noticing Kenichi, Konan also looked up and showed a slight smile. She had a good impression of Kenichi. Although Kenichi had killed her mentor Jiraiya, Konan had witnessed that battle and knew that Jiraiya had come with the resolve to die. So she had no complaints about Kenichi. Konan, do you like Nagato? Kenichi propped his chin on his hand and sat opposite Konan, then asked her directly. Konan was startled at first. Then her entire face instantly turned red as a tomato. Kenichi saw this scene and thought, oh. He understood. Konan did have affection for Nagato. Otherwise, she would not have blushed like that. It was just that Nagato had been completely consumed by thoughts of revenge before, so Konan naturally did not dare to express her feelings. Kenichi rubbed his chin. If he did not interfere, Konan and Nagato probably would not be able to face this issue. Nagato likes you too. Kenichi continued to twist the knife. Konan's face turned even redder. Kenichi even wondered whether Konan would faint from excitement because of this. But at least now, he had helped Konan and Nagato break through this issue. The rest was for them to resolve themselves. However, before that, Kenichi found Nagato again and told him that Konan liked him. Then, ignoring the dizzy Nagato, Kenichi left directly. There was only so much he could do now. He could not do anything about what happened next. After all, when it came to dating, he could not possibly go and help Nagato date, could he? That would be too absurd. So, the rest was up to Nagato. Kenichi glanced at Nagato's office. Based on his understanding of Nagato, there should be a preliminary result today. After all, Nagato and Konan met almost every day, and Konan was very concerned about Nagato's health, visiting him daily. Kenichi was quite curious. After he exposed their relationship, what would Nagato do? How would Nagato face Konan? And what would Konan do? Kenichi was very curious. If Nagato did not have the Rinnegan and keen senses, Kenichi would have wanted to stay and eavesdrop. That would certainly be very interesting. Nagato. Should we go eat later? After work in the afternoon, Nagato was standing in his office, restlessly tidying up his things, when he suddenly heard Konan's voice. This made Nagato shiver all over. He pursed his lips and looked toward the doorway. There stood Konan, dressed in her Akatsuki uniform, with a blush on her face. She was playing with the hair near her temple. Upon noticing his gaze, she shyly averted her eyes, making Nagato's heart pound. He nervously pursed his lips and could not help recalling what Kenichi had said earlier. Konan liked him too. Thinking of this, Nagato became even more nervous. He fidgeted and rubbed his hands, then looked at Konan, but still nodded. The two then silently walked outside and came to a small restaurant, where they sat down. Konan skillfully ordered a pile of food, then waited for it to be served. However, when she saw Nagato sitting opposite her, Konan's face turned even redder. She lightly bit her lower lip, looking at Nagato uneasily. Nagato looked at Konan in front of him and took a deep breath. Konan liked him. And he liked Konan. So why were they still like this? As soon as he thought of this, a trace of courage filled Nagato's heart. He mustered his courage and looked at Konan. Konan. Nagato began. As soon as he spoke, Konan shivered all over, her face flushing all the way to her ears. Nagato saw it, but he did not stop. Because he had mustered a rare burst of courage. If he stopped now, he did not know whether he would ever have the courage to speak again. So Nagato squeezed his thigh and looked at Konan with all his courage. Konan, let's go out. Nagato blurted it out, almost shouting. Konan trembled all over, then lowered her head, gripping her clothes tightly. Then, a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum sounded. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 512, Nagato, it's all thanks to you that I can get married, Kenichi. Chapter 512, Nagato, it's all thanks to you that I can get married, Kenichi. Kenichi stroked his chin. Although he had not personally observed Nagato and Konan's situation just now, he still could not help feeling a little curious. So Kenichi had the parasites inform him of the news. Of course, Kenichi had not placed parasites inside Nagato or Konan's bodies. After all, Nagato and Konan were considered Kenichi's partners, so Kenichi naturally would not do that. Instead, he chose to use the ninja in the restaurant who had already been implanted with parasites. Now, Kenichi knew the outcome. But he was not very surprised by it. After all, Nagato and Konan had grown up together since childhood and had such a long-standing bond. Kenichi would have found it strange if Nagato and Konan had not ended up together. However, seeing Nagato and Konan confess to each other, Kenichi still could not help showing a slight smile. These two guys have finally achieved a positive outcome. In that case, Nagato should cherish his body even more in the future. However, Nagato's Rinnegan is also a problem. If this problem isn't resolved, then Madara will probably come knocking on Nagato's door in the future. Kenichi mused. Nagato's Rinnegan was a huge trouble. Especially for Kenichi. He could imagine that even with the help of the Edo Tensei Kage, Madara would definitely want to take Nagato's Rinnegan to restore his strength to its peak before attacking Jigen. That would be in line with Madara's habits. Madara was someone who, even when facing Might Guy's 8 gates, still harbored the thought of wanting to see the opponent's limit. Such a person had his own stubbornness. When facing Jigen, who knew what Madara would think. But Kenichi was certain that Madara would absolutely not be content to deal with Jigen in his normal state. Therefore, Kenichi felt that instead of waiting for Madara to come knocking and fight Nagato, it would be better for him to take out Nagato's Rinnegan first. This thing was not good for Nagato anyway. After all, the Rinnegan had made Nagato emaciated. Although it would not be a big problem if Nagato did not use the Rinnegan, Nagato's current utilization of the Rinnegan was indeed not as high as Madara's. Kenichi felt it was very necessary to prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, if Madara truly wanted to retrieve the Rinnegan, Kenichi could perform a transplant on Nagato, remove Nagato's Rinnegan, activate an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for him, and then use Nagato's body to try cultivating a Rinnegan. This would also serve as a control experiment. On the other hand, if Madara did not plan to retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan, then there would be no need to worry for now. Other experimental subjects could be used for experiments. However, Kenichi thought this possibility was relatively small. After all, Madara, facing Jigen who could suppress him, would definitely be very unwilling and full of fighting spirit. This type of pure ninja was the most troublesome and difficult to deal with. Just look at Tsunade and Jiraiya. They clearly knew they would die, and Kenichi had given them a chance to survive, but they still resolutely chose death. Facing such people, Kenichi himself did not have many good solutions. So even if Madara knew that retrieving the Rinnegan might not guarantee victory, and that if he died this time, the Rinnegan might not be recovered again, Madara would still try. Therefore, Kenichi felt it was better to prepare in advance. Thinking of this, Kenichi walked out. He was going to find Nagato and extract a tube of blood from him. With Nagato's blood, cloning could be carried out, and then Nagato's clones could be cultivated. However, before that, Kenichi might also need to program Nagato's genes once, first making Nagato's genes similar to those of the Uchiha clan. However, this seems to lead to another problem. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan, and his genes are different from normal people. If gene programming is performed, will Nagato's genes have issues? If issues arise, how should they be handled? Kenichi scratched his head. Gene programming for Nagato was not complicated. The main difficulty lay in the success rate of the gene programming. Nagato's background was not clear, but he had been chosen by Madara as the Rinnegan's vessel precisely because of his massive chakra. He was basically from the Uzumaki clan. If gene programming was performed, could the Uchiha clan's genes coexist with the Uzumaki clan's genes? This question made Kenichi a bit curious. But currently, Kenichi did not know whether his idea was feasible. So he planned to first take blood from Nagato, create a clone, and then experiment with the clone. If there were no problems, he would then apply it to Nagato's body. Then he would not have to worry about any issues with Nagato's body. When Kenichi found Nagato, Nagato was sitting on a park bench, grinning foolishly. This made Kenichi a little exasperated. Had Nagato gone silly? However, thinking about what Nagato and Konan had done, Kenichi was not too surprised. After all, if it were him, he would probably also grin foolishly for a while. Kenichi coughed, then walked over and sat down beside Nagato. Nagato looked at Kenichi, a lovesick smile still on his face. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Was this the smile of someone in a relationship? However, looking at Nagato's emaciated appearance, Kenichi felt that even if Nagato was a little happier, he would not have any thoughts about it. After all, Nagato had indeed suffered too much. Looking at Nagato's silly grin, Kenichi also showed a slight smile. He patted Nagato's shoulder. Nagato looked at Kenichi in confusion. Kenichi was a little exasperated. This Nagato really was. Nagato, I need a little of your blood for an experiment, Kenichi said without hesitation. Nagato nodded when he heard this, then extended his hand. Kenichi directly took a little blood from Nagato's body. This amount was sufficient. Throughout the entire process, Nagato's face carried that lovesick smile, which made Kenichi's fists clench. However, looking at the blood in his hand, Kenichi's face also showed a thoughtful expression. He was wondering what kind of genes a person like Nagato had in his body. And since Nagato had obtained the Rinnegan, would Nagato's body be affected by this, leading to any genetic mutations? Normally, it would not. But the problem was that this was the Rinnegan, the special eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki and humans were not the same species, so it was hard to say whether the Otsutsuki clan's eyes would affect human genes. If they did, then the Otsutsuki clan's genes were too overbearing, just like Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's cells possessed extremely strong invasiveness. To some extent, Hashirama's cells were a kind of atypical cancer cell, even more fatal than ordinary cancer cells. After all, ordinary cancer cells only wreaked havoc within the body. If exposed to the outside, any common bacteria could easily defeat them. But Hashirama's cells were different. Hashirama's cells were too strong. Suffocatingly strong. Incomprehensibly strong. At the very least, Kenichi himself had conducted experiments for so long, but he had never seen cells with such strong vitality as Hashirama's cells. Only the guy now renamed Uchiha Kagami and hidden by Black Zetsu had a somewhat special body. However, Uchiha Kagami's body was rather peculiar. His body seemed to have no rejection reaction to other people's organs. Kenichi planned to talk to Black Zetsu the next time he saw him and ask for Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's powerful ability was very valuable for research. Kenichi planned to use Uchiha Kagami as an organ production factory. After all, Uchiha Kagami's organs had no rejection reaction to others. He would then create several clones of Uchiha Kagami and find a way to give Uchiha Kagami extremely strong regenerative abilities. Then Uchiha Kagami would become an organ processing and production factory, capable of continuously producing the organs needed by the people of the shinobi world. At that time, Uchiha Kagami would truly be a living Buddha, the kind worth having a longevity tablet erected for him. When do you and Konan plan to get married? You two are about that age, aren't you? Kenichi asked Nagato, casually putting away the blood in his hand. The amount of blood was enough for Kenichi to conduct experiments. Upon hearing Kenichi's words, Nagato's face instantly turned red. He awkwardly rubbed his hands, then looked at Kenichi somewhat shyly while scratching his face. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He regretted it. He suddenly regretted helping Nagato bring up this issue. If he had not, Kenichi might have been able to watch the show. Now the show was over, and he had to watch Nagato become a happy guy in love. It was unbelievable. Was he playing some kind of relationship-raising game? Kenichi sighed. These days were too difficult. Wouldn't it be a bit too early? Nagato asked Kenichi. Kenichi shrugged when he heard this. He did not think it was too early. It was important to remember that people in the shinobi world generally matured earlier, as the average lifespan in this world was not very long. So it was common for people to become grandparents in their 40s. Living to Hiruzen's age was even considered a joyous occasion. Therefore, there was nothing strange about Nagato and Konan getting married at their age. In fact, it was quite normal. Moreover, commoners in this world tended to marry even earlier. No, not at all. You're both already this age. In other places, people your age probably already have children, Kenichi said with a chuckle. Nagato was simply overthinking things. And frankly, it would not be strange for Nagato and Konan to get married now. However, looking at Nagato's shy expression, Kenichi suddenly recalled that in the original story, Sasuke witnessed the Uchiha clan massacre and then vowed to kill Itachi. Later, he even thought about revitalizing the Uchiha clan. But Sasuke's method of revitalization was not very effective. Normally, to revitalize the Uchiha clan, population was the most fundamental aspect. This meant that if Sasuke wanted to revitalize the Uchiha clan, the most important thing he should do was have more children. Otherwise, with just Sasuke alone, how could he revitalize the Uchiha clan? Therefore, Sasuke should have been a playboy, leaving romantic entanglements everywhere. That would have been the correct way to revitalize the Uchiha clan. But unfortunately, Sasuke did not think of this aspect. He was still diligently trying to exact revenge. And even after the shinobi world achieved peace, he did not seem to have any intention of having more children. When Kenichi used to browse Jihu, he most enjoyed reading about Sasuke and Sakura's relationship. He found it very interesting to see fans arguing fiercely. And from the looks of it, Sasuke seemed to have only had one child with Sakura. He wondered what Sasuke would do now, as his life was quite fulfilling, with no major setbacks. The only trouble was that his father had died once but was now revived, so he should not have any regrets. However, Sakura's whereabouts were currently unknown, and Kenichi was quite curious about who Sasuke would end up with in the future. To be honest, Kenichi, I never thought about marriage and having children before. Now. I'm glad you helped me get here. Nagato spoke with emotion. Kenichi's mouth twitched. The way he said it still sounded strange. But Kenichi did not say anything. Although he had not experienced a wandering life like Nagato, he knew how difficult it was for 3 young children to survive in the shinobi world. So Kenichi could understand Nagato's current excitement. However, looking at Nagato, Kenichi still smiled and encouraged him to pursue his happiness as soon as possible. After leaving, Kenichi walked toward the laboratory with Nagato's fresh blood. He looked at the pedestrians passing by on the street and the vendors calling out, and he had to admit that the current shinobi world was indeed different from before. And all these changes had been brought about by him. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Kenichi's face. As long as Jigen was dealt with, Kenichi would have enough time to develop his technological weapons. Then, when the Otsutsuki clan realized something was wrong and came knocking, the situation would be different. Therefore, no matter what, Jigen had to die. Kenichi needed Jigen to die in exchange for enough time. At that time, he would also send off Black Zetsu and Madara. Those two also could not be kept. Black Zetsu, however, could become excellent experimental material. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Ghetto Statue. Chapter 513, Ghetto Statue. Lord Amamiya, according to your orders, we found a girl named Sakura Haruno in the population archives of the former Konoha. She is currently living with her parents in the Shuemu Rinjia residential complex near Urshian Bridge on Tsinghua Avenue in the capital. Shirori spoke respectfully. Kenichi was momentarily stunned when he heard this. He truly had not expected fate to be so wondrous. Sakura's residence was not far from where Sasuke lived. And according to the system Kenichi had established, Sakura and Sasuke might even attend the same elementary school in the future. Would they meet again then? Sasuke was a very handsome boy, so there would probably be something interesting to watch in the future. However, Kenichi was not particularly concerned about this matter. He had merely asked Shirori to look up Sakura's information out of curiosity. He did not plan to do anything to this couple. He was also curious about what kind of life Sasuke would lead without the bitterness of hatred, and whether Sasuke and Naruto would marry different women in the future. However, the shinobi world had now entered a long period of peace. In the future, Kenichi believed the greatest potential causes of war would only be Jigen and the Otsutsuki clan, which had not yet arrived but eventually would. Kaguya should be very familiar with her own clan. Since Kaguya believed that the Otsutsuki clan would eventually come to settle accounts, Kenichi thought they would indeed come. The only difference was probably a matter of time. Moreover, if they were sent to investigate the situation, they would likely be strong individuals from within the Otsutsuki clan. That meant their strength would be immense, far surpassing Kaguya and that fellow named Jigen. Otherwise, Kaguya probably would not have been so fearful, even starting to prepare White Zetsu early to deal with this problem. Although Kenichi thought Kaguya's idea was a bit naive and presumptuous. After all, White Zetsu was quite weak. Besides that, there were no other wars or conflicts in the shinobi world. So Naruto and Sasuke might take completely different paths in the future. Kenichi found this quite interesting. He might pay more attention to Naruto and Sasuke's growth in the future. However, thinking of Naruto, Kenichi felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was considered Naruto's teacher, but in reality, he had not given Naruto much care or guidance. Most of the time, Kushina and Minato were the ones teaching Naruto. However, Minato had also said that once Naruto became a genin, he would hand Naruto over to Kenichi for guidance. Kenichi had no objection to this. Naruto truly could not learn too many things right now. It was better to let Kushina teach Naruto how to get along with Kurama. But judging by Kushina's demeanor, she would probably just directly beat up Kurama, so it would not be easy for Naruto to achieve that future state with Kurama. However, Kenichi was quite optimistic about Naruto. Given the little guy's personality, he was not someone with a bad nature. Naruto should be able to become good friends with Kurama. The only problem was Sasuke. Although Sasuke's experiences were different from the original story, given his personality, it was hard to say whether he would become fixated on something in the future. Kenichi also noticed that the Uchiha clan's emotions were indeed very rich. So it was hard to say whether Sasuke would encounter any problems in the future that would lead to issues with his personality. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. But it did not matter. Kenichi just wanted to see what stage these two little guys would grow to in the future. That was the only thing Kenichi was currently concerned about. However, even if they married different women, it would not have much to do with Kenichi. Kenichi had no intention of interfering with the younger generation's relationships. He always let such things take their natural course. As for who Sasuke and Naruto would end up with, he would let Naruto and the others meet in the future. If such a thing as fate truly existed, then perhaps Sasuke and Naruto would still meet Hinata and Sakura in the future. At that time, Kenichi would then research whether there was such a strange thing as determinism in this world. For now, Kenichi still planned to first study Nagato's blood and see whether there would be any problems using Nagato's blood for genetic programming. However, blood was only part of the human body, and it was a bit difficult to see the overall impact from it. So ultimately, the clone's condition would determine the result. I wonder where Black Zetsu is right now. I haven't seen him in a while. It's really confusing. Kenichi muttered, pinching his brow. He was still waiting for Black Zetsu to produce the skeletons of those strong individuals so he could use Edo Tensei and give Madara some helpers to deal with Jigen, who was hiding below. However, the only problem was that if a battle broke out directly here, all the investment in the new capital's construction would be wasted. Although the shinobi world was now unified, Kenichi did not want to waste money for nothing. It would naturally be best if Jigen could be lured out. But all of this depended on the information gathered by Madara and Black Zetsu. Kenichi stretched, then placed the blood in his hand into the cloning machine. With this tube of blood, Kenichi could create Nagato's clone and prepare for Nagato to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Looking at the bubbles in the nutrient tank, Kenichi knew that the cloning preparations were complete. All that was left was to wait for Nagato's clone to grow. That was not particularly troublesome. The only difficulty was that it would take some time. So, let me see what needs to be dealt with now. One is to study nuclear physics and figure out how to create the hydrogen bomb I need. The second is to figure out how to research and overcome the Rinnegan problem. Kenichi looked at the experimental log in his hand. His current schedule primarily consisted of these two things. As for the internet and such, Kenichi planned to tackle that problem together with Orochimaru and Amato after they finished researching the chakra engine. After all, the shinobi world needed too many scientific and technological advancements. Even if Kenichi could use the multiple shadow clone jutsu, he did not have that much energy to advance so many research projects simultaneously. If he did that, Kenichi's mind would not be able to handle it. So many academic memories flooding into his brain at once would drive a person insane. Therefore, Kenichi currently only dared to use the multiple shadow clone jutsu to study nuclear physics and master new knowledge, not to advance multiple experimental projects simultaneously. One could even say that even Orochimaru and Amato would not dare use the multiple shadow clone jutsu in such a way. As for the hydrogen bomb, I'm currently still collecting raw materials. The nuclear physics books do have methods and blueprints for making hydrogen bombs, so I only need to copy them. But even so, I need enough materials to make them. Otherwise, I can't make anything. Kenichi pondered. He now had some ideas about making hydrogen bombs. After all, the method for making hydrogen bombs was in the nuclear physics books. The atomic bomb was the key to opening the door to the hydrogen bomb. One could say that as long as one knew how to make an atomic bomb, the pressure to make a hydrogen bomb would not be particularly great. If one could not make an atomic bomb, it would be like creating something out of nothing from scratch, which was extremely difficult. But if one mastered the method of making an atomic bomb, then making a hydrogen bomb would have a theoretical basis and experimental possibility. The difficulty would no longer be so great. This was also the reason Kenichi was not so eager. Moreover, Kenichi still had an antimatter weapon that he had not made yet. As long as the analysis was complete, he could master the knowledge of antimatter. At that time, it was hard to say whether antimatter bombs would be more powerful than atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. But the second one isn't easy either. Kenichi was a bit troubled. Was there a way to promote the Rinnegan? Yes. It required 6 paths chakra. That meant if one could master chakra close to the divine tree, it could promote the birth of the Rinnegan. Apart from that, the only way was to wait, like Madara, who slowly transformed his eyes into the Rinnegan through prolonged consumption. The advantage of this method was that it was stable and reliable, with high safety. But the biggest problem was that it took too long. Madara had been worn down into an old man before he awakened the Rinnegan. Kenichi did not know how long it would take him, but he did not want to wait too long. Moreover, chakra consumption was also a problem. Madara had been able to last so long in the Fourth Great Ninja War because he was the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, with a divine tree inside him providing chakra, allowing him to use ninjutsu without restraint. Although Kenichi had Hashirama's sage body, he did not know whether he could have chakra reserves comparable to the divine tree. This problem also needed to be solved. Kenichi had some thoughts about Six Paths chakra. The so-called divine tree chakra should be an aggregate of chakra. Looking at Madara, after he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he became Six Paths Madara. So Kenichi thought his idea was quite plausible. But how could chakra be transformed into that initial chakra? Kenichi was somewhat conflicted. He knew about chakra nature transformation, so perhaps the initial chakra was chakra that did not need to undergo nature transformation and could be directly used as any chakra nature attribute. However, this might require incorporating the power of yin-yang release to achieve Six Paths mode. Kenichi pondered. It seemed that entering Six Paths mode was probably not a simple matter. But why did the Sage of Six Paths brothers have this mode? Was it related to something in the Otsutsuki clan's bodies? But the problem was that Kenichi could not study the Sage of Six Paths body right now, so he could not confirm his hypothesis. Then, Kenichi thought of something else. The Ghetto statue. This thing was the husk of the divine tree. If all the tailed beasts from the One Tail to the Nine Tails were sealed inside, a complete divine tree could be obtained. Thinking of this, Kenichi directly left the laboratory and took an airship to the Land of Rain. The Ghetto statue's body was kept in the Land of Rain, not outside, and was still in the Akatsuki's base. When Kenichi arrived there, he saw the enormous Ghetto statue. It squatted there quietly, like a dead object. But Kenichi knew that this thing would stand up if controlled by a Rinnegan user, and its strength was quite good. This thing looks pretty enormous. Kenichi looked at the Ghetto statue in front of him, his Mangekyo slowly rotating in his eyes. Kenichi activated his ability and began to deconstruct the Ghetto statue in front of him. But soon, Kenichi frowned slightly. Although he had guessed that the Ghetto statue would not be easy to deconstruct, the difficulty still caught him a bit off guard. Because in his eyes, a series of things continuously emerged, then slowly formed a piece of the Ghetto statue's skin. Kenichi could only continue maintaining it. Fortunately, after awakening the eternal Mangekyo, Kenichi's use of Mangekyo ocular ninjutsu did not have too much impact on his eyes. However, prolonged use still made Kenichi's eyes ache. And when the pain in Kenichi's eyes became unbearable, he was forced to turn off his Mangekyo. He had paid so much, but what he gained was only the skin composition of one of the Ghetto statue's hands. Kenichi did not know how long it would take to see the inside of the Ghetto statue's body, which gave him a bit of a headache. However, he was not completely without gains. At the very least, Kenichi now understood the skin composition of the Ghetto statue. Then he discovered something quite interesting, yet also within his expectations. The Ghetto statue's skin composition was similar to that of a plant. There was nothing strange about that. After all, the Ghetto statue was originally the husk of the divine tree. This thing was originally a very special kind of plant, just with a more unique composition. Kenichi scratched his head. If he wanted to completely deconstruct the entire Ghetto statue, it would probably take a lot of time and effort. After all, every time he used his ocular ninjutsu to examine it, Kenichi had to take time to rest. This meant that after each examination, he had to rest for a long time, making it impossible for Kenichi to investigate the entire Ghetto statue at once. He could only take it slowly. Fortunately, he still had some time for now. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 514, Chapter 514, Yin Seal and Yang Seal. The Key to Opening Six Paths Mode. Chapter 514, Yin Seal and Yang Seal. The Key to Opening Six Paths Mode. You want to research the Ghetto statue? Black Zetsu sat beside Kenichi and asked. Kenichi's mouth twitched when he heard this. He glanced at Black Zetsu beside him. He had been planning to slowly analyze the Ghetto statue, but he had not expected Black Zetsu to show up and even come directly to him. This gave Kenichi a headache. What did Black Zetsu want by coming here? Kenichi could not figure it out. Earlier, Kenichi had thought Black Zetsu was here to deliver the bones of those powerhouses, since Kenichi had asked Black Zetsu to do that. But now, Black Zetsu was just loitering around him. He did not mention anything about bones at all. Instead, he only watched Kenichi research the Ghetto statue. This made Kenichi momentarily unsure whether he should continue his research. After all, who knew whether Black Zetsu would become wary of him because of this? If Black Zetsu grew suspicious, that would be troublesome. So, Kenichi temporarily stopped his research. Yes. I want to see how the Geto statue is constructed, then see if I can use it to glimpse some traces of the era when the Geto statue existed, Kenichi said calmly. Although he could not continue his research, he still had to string Black Zetsu along. Otherwise, Black Zetsu would continue suspecting him. That was quite troublesome. But looking at the Geto statue, Kenichi's eyes also became deep. Before Black Zetsu found him, he had already been researching the Geto statue for some time. A full 6 days. During this period, aside from occasionally eating, resting, and handling the official duties of the Land of Flame, Kenichi had been busy researching the existence of the Geto statue, trying to discover something from it. Kenichi then found that the Geto statue was indeed somewhat special. The Geto statue's body had a large number of hollow spaces. These gaps formed vein-like structures, dense and occupying a large volume. Kenichi suspected these hollow spaces were used to contain the tailed beast's chakra. After all, the Geto statue needed to have all the tailed beasts, from the one-tail Shikaku to the 9-tails Kurama, sealed inside it to restore it to the 10 tails. At that point, it would only be a few steps away from the divine tree. Therefore, these vein-like structures might be used for storing tailed beast chakra. However, thinking of this, Kenichi suddenly had an idea. If he circulated chakra according to these pathways within the Geto statue's body, then stored this chakra and purified it to improve both its quality and quantity, could Kenichi achieve 6 paths mode? The chakra circulation of the 10 tails and the divine tree should have some similarities, right? Would 6 paths mode, upon successful cultivation, also change the way chakra circulated? As for how to store chakra, Kenichi had already thought of a solution. He would try the Yin seal. However, after trying it, Kenichi found that it did not quite suit his current physical condition. The Yin seal was more geared toward female practitioners. Its cultivation would cause an imbalance in the proportions of Yin release and Yang release in the body. Therefore, males should learn a modified Yang seal instead. However, Kenichi then thought of another problem. If he mastered the Yin and Yang seals, would that mean he had mastered Yin Yang release mode? The more Kenichi thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. It was just that for the Yin seal, there was Tsunade's version to learn from. But for the Yang seal, no one had really researched it. So Kenichi temporarily did not consider that aspect. He had originally planned to try it, but then Black Zetsu arrived, which caused Kenichi's idea of researching the Yang seal to fail. However, Kenichi was not discouraged. He had plenty of time to take it slowly. Black Zetsu could not stay with him forever, right? As long as Black Zetsu left, Kenichi could continue his research. Moreover, Black Zetsu had not finished collecting all the strong individuals' bones yet, so he did not have to deal with Jigen for now. I got the bones of 2 guys. These 2 were once members of Kimogakure, and their strength was quite good. One is named Kinkaku, and the other is Ginkaku. Do you want to use them for Edo Tensei? Black Zetsu did not waste words. He did not think Kenichi could research anything. After all, the Geto statue did not possess any special properties until all the tailed beasts were collected. If there was anything special about it, it was that it was extremely hard and quite powerful, but each use consumed a large amount of chakra. Even someone with a vast chakra reserve like Nagato had almost been drained dry after using the Geto statue once. Unless one was a Jinchuriki, it was basically impossible to sustain the consumption of the tailed beasts. So, Black Zetsu directly got to the point. He had come to Kenichi this time because he had unexpectedly collected the bones of Kinkaku and Ginkaku while gathering bones outside. So he came to Kenichi to see if Kenichi wanted the bones of these 2. Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I have some impression. Weren't they the ones who killed the second Hokage, Tobirama? Kenichi was momentarily stunned. He did not show much interest, but he still mentioned it. He did know Kinkaku and Ginkaku. But the only notable achievement of these 2 was killing the second Hokage. However, that was just the second Hokage. Although Tobirama was also from the Senju clan, he was vastly different from his brother, Hashirama. Kenichi had been quite interested in Kinkaku and Ginkaku before, as these 2 also had the Sage of 6 Paths bloodline, making it possible to research the Sage of 6 Paths genes. But now, Kenichi had no interest. Because Edo Tensei bodies could not have their genes extracted, which meant they could not be used for genetic research. The genes extracted from Edo Tensei bodies belonged to the sacrificial victim, which greatly reduced the usefulness of Edo Tensei in genetic research. However, after thinking about it, Kenichi decided to use Edo Tensei on them anyway. Although these 2 did not have any special uses, Kenichi remembered that they had once used some special weapons. Those weapons seemed to have considerable power, and he did not remember whether they had been preserved. If they were still around, they might still be useful. So Kenichi still took the bones of Kinkaku and Ginkaku from Black Zetsu. Immediately after, Kenichi put these bones away. He was currently at the former Akatsuki headquarters, where there were no ninja to use as sacrifices, so he could not perform Edo Tensei for now. Black Zetsu left after handing over the corpses of the previous Mizukage from Kirigakure. He still needed to find the corpses of the Kage from other ninja villages. Kenichi chuckled as he saw Black Zetsu off, then immediately turned to begin researching the Yang seal. If I modify the Yin seal, I wonder if it's feasible. Kenichi sat in his chair, flipping through the scrolls he had found in Konoha. They detailed the unique ninjutsu known as the Yin seal, along with records of the strength of 100 seal. However, Kenichi was most interested in the Yin seal. This ninjutsu was very special. It involved storing everyday chakra, and when released, it could unleash extremely powerful chakra. Later, Sakura also entered the level of the 3 Sannin relying on this ninjutsu. But her companions Naruto and Sasuke were already beyond the level of the 3 Sannin. They were just forcibly grouped with Sakura as the new 3 Sannin. But was the Yin seal weak? Actually, it was not. Who was Tsunade? One of Konoha's 3 Sannin. The 5th Hokage. Incredibly powerful. It could be said that ordinary ninja were truly no match for Tsunade. So, for Sakura to become one of the new 3 Sannin with this ninjutsu, in earlier times, it could indeed be said to be very strong and impressive. It was just a pity that Sakura encountered 2 characters who were basically cheating. If there had not been the later Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, the shinobi world would have been overshadowed by Naruto and Sasuke's prowess for a long time. This was also the key reason why Kishimoto had to introduce a new version. However, the Yin seal ninjutsu still looked quite unique. Kenichi was not sure whether he could create a new ninjutsu, a Yang seal. But Kenichi decided to try. He felt that the Yin seal's structure involved purifying excess chakra, making its purity exceptionally high, and then storing it. When released, this highly pure chakra could be converted into combat power, also demonstrating the seemingly endless nature of chakra. Kenichi believed this was roughly the general model of the Yin seal. However, Tsunade's Yin seal was clearly more special, even possessing cosmetic effects. Kenichi began attempting to purify and compress chakra, but this step was not particularly smooth. Looking at Tsunade's notes, Kenichi frowned slightly. Tsunade's mastery of the Yin seal had also required great effort. Kenichi was quite interested in the Yin seal. Tsunade's insights on the Yin seal gave Kenichi some new ideas. A glowing droplet condensed at his fingertip. The droplet was slowly depleting. Kenichi looked at this droplet. It was a droplet of liquefied chakra that Kenichi had condensed. It can be compressed further. Kenichi looked at the droplet in his hand. This amount was not enough. Such a large droplet simply could not reach the level of the Yin seal. Moreover, combining it with Tsunade's words, it was not difficult to see that to achieve the desired effect with the Yin seal, a more refined and sufficiently tiny chakra was needed. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Kenichi's eyes rotated slightly. He saw a cell on his finger. Immediately after, Kenichi began to condense and compress chakra. Massive chakra energy was continuously compressed into the cell, but then the cell was destroyed. Kenichi frowned slightly. This did not work either. He tried to slow down and found that by doing so, chakra could indeed be slowly absorbed into the cell, but the speed was extremely slow. However, according to Tsunade, this was almost the only way to achieve the Yin seal. And this chakra could not be used before the Yin seal was officially completed. Otherwise, all the effort would be wasted. Kenichi pondered. The essence of the Yin seal was to condense the excess subtle chakra from everyday life into cells, thereby allowing a large amount of previously stored chakra to be obtained from these cells later, achieving a boost in combat power. The effect was naturally there. But it was not the kind Kenichi wanted. And compressing it into cells was the solution proposed by the Yin seal. Was there no other way? Kenichi felt a little confused. So, if I want to research a Yang seal, how should I do it? Kenichi pondered. If he wanted to create a Yang seal, then it probably would not require storage. However, Kenichi immediately thought of a possibility. If the Yin seal was about storing chakra in specific cells of the body and accumulating a certain number of cells, then what if Kenichi stored chakra in every cell throughout his entire body? What would happen then? Thinking of this, Kenichi felt a little eager to try. But the risk was also very high. After all, if all the cells in his body died at the same time, Kenichi would probably become the most pathetic transmigrator to ever die. Kenichi did not want such an embarrassing thing to happen. But the problem was that if he wanted to experiment, he had to try. This was very tricky. After thinking for a while, Kenichi decided to go back and create some clones, then cultivate them to obtain the Izanagi Dojitsu. That way, he could freely conduct research. The unique Izanagi Dojitsu could alter the outcome of death. So even if Kenichi encountered problems during his experiments, he would be fine, thus ensuring his safety. Moreover, Kenichi always felt that if he truly reached this point, he might directly undergo a very significant transformation. After all, having seal-level chakra reserves in all the cells throughout his body was simply. At that time, Kenichi himself would be a human-tailed beast. His chakra might even be able to overwhelm Kurama. Could he then master Six Paths mode? But Kenichi quickly thought of a problem. Since he was experimenting anyway, why not directly store the Six Paths chakra he envisioned? That kind of chakra could be used with any chakra nature, which would also increase the power of this ninjutsu to a greater extent. After all, storing chakra in all cells throughout the body was not a simple matter. This meant that what Kenichi needed to do now was find the critical point between different chakra nature transformations. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 515, Chapter 515, Sasori's Dollhouse. Chapter 515, Sasori's Dollhouse. Kenichi knew that chakra had different nature transformations. He even knew it very well, because he himself understood how to transform chakra nature. So the question arose. Kenichi pondered whether it was feasible to make chakra nature universally adaptable, meaning it could be used as any chakra attribute. Kenichi felt it would be difficult. Otherwise, there would have been no need for the shinobi world to develop these unique chakra transformation methods. One could even say that at the Jonin level, mastering chakra nature transformation was something almost everyone had to learn. Therefore, Kenichi believed that traditional chakra attributes probably could not be replaced by a single type of chakra. Moreover, considering how Naruto's ninjutsu became more powerful and unique after mastering Six Paths mode, and how his chakra attributes became more flexible, Kenichi thought this type of chakra should be one that could quickly transform into other chakra attributes. To give an example, if lightning release chakra is Sprite and fire release chakra is Coke, then their constituent elements are different, and the added ingredients are also different. But if I want to quickly make these things, then what I need is water. By adding different additives to water, I can make various flavored drinks. Chakra is the same. Did Six Paths mode create a type of water? A base water from which different drinks can be quickly mixed. Kenichi felt that his idea had some possibility. After all, the nature transformations between different chakra types were distinct. For instance, Kagaya's Kekiai Mora, in a way, allowed her to freely transform chakra into any attribute she desired, very quickly and conveniently. If that was the case, then the relationship between chakra nature transformation and Six Paths mode could be understood. In Kenichi's view, creating a universal chakra was simply too difficult. The natures of different attribute chakras varied greatly. For example, ordinary ninja could not use lightning release chakra in a great fireball technique. It would not succeed. If the attributes present in chakra determined different types of ninjutsu, then these ninjutsu were essentially adjusted based on those chakra attributes in order to be effective. Therefore, it was almost impossible to create a chakra that could be used for different ninjutsu regardless of how it was taken out. Even Sage Mode chakra, at its essence, was still used to cast ninjutsu based on the attributes of Sage Mode chakra itself. So, if that's the case, I only need to find the commonalities between different attribute chakras. Starting from that commonality, perhaps I can create the original chakra I need. Then I'll be able to achieve rapid chakra attribute transformation, and perhaps even master yin-yang release at the same time. Kenichi mused, feeling that his idea was very plausible. As long as he could find the commonalities between different attribute chakras, Kenichi could use that to create a fundamental chakra. And that chakra might be the key to Six Paths mode. Moreover, compressing such fundamental chakra into cells could also elevate Kenichi's combat power to its highest point, because he could instantly transform the chakra within his body into any attribute. However, thinking about the commonalities in the attire of Six Paths Madara and the Sage of Six Paths, Kenichi felt that the Otsutsuki clan, like the Sage of Six Paths, probably had very special characteristics. Their utilization and understanding of chakra were clearly superior to his. Thinking of this, Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and began to cast ninjutsu. He used fire release, dragon fire technique, a very common but slightly more difficult ninjutsu to practice. The key to this ninjutsu was binding the target with ropes to ensure the successful use of the dragon fire technique. However, Kenichi naturally did not need this ninjutsu to hit anyone. He was merely using it to study the nature of fire release chakra. Under the deconstruction of Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenichi saw what he wanted to see. The shape of the chakra. This was similar to the chakra fluctuations he had seen before in the Wilson Cloud Chamber, which proved that deconstruction was a very unique dojutsu. Its combat power might not be very strong, but its analytical ability was indeed reliable. Kenichi also took this opportunity to directly draw the shape of the fire release chakra. Then, Kenichi recorded the chakra of other nature attributes one by one. These chakra natures did not look particularly complex, but their shapes had clear differences, seemingly without any commonalities. However, Kenichi did not lose heart and tried to continue using his ninjutsu. But no matter how he looked, Kenichi could not find any similarities, which made him fall into deep thought. Could his idea be flawed? No, it should not be like that. Kenichi thought of the 10 tails. Tailed beasts were made of chakra. Although different tailed beasts specialized in different attribute chakras, not all tailed beasts were composed entirely of those chakras. This meant Kenichi could study these tailed beasts and see what changes their chakra would undergo. Thinking of this, Kenichi walked out of the Akatsuki's base. The Akatsuki base was currently empty, a stark contrast to the lively Amigakure next door. However, this was good. Kenichi did not want the secret of the Geto statue to be discovered. Although it would not be useful even if discovered. Without the Rinnegan and vast chakra reserves, ordinary people would just consider the Geto statue a giant sculpture. Kenichi looked at Amigakure, then stepped inside. He wanted to see what kind of life Amigakure was living now. And Kenichi was not in a hurry to research the tailed beasts. After all, he knew which tailed beast he could study. Previously, on the night of the Nine Tails incident, Kenichi had obtained a small piece of Nine Tails chakra, which was enough for his research. Of course, if it was not enough, Kenichi could also go to Naruto and study chakra from him. That would not be a big problem. But speaking of which, will Naruto and Sasuke's chakra be different? An interesting thought flashed through Kenichi's mind. Naruto and Sasuke, as the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths sons, were truly favored by destiny. Moreover, with the Sage of Six Paths' help, they had mastered Six Paths mode, meaning Six Paths mode was something the Sage of Six Paths had thoroughly researched and was not a rare thing. So, could Kenichi make a deal with the Sage of Six Paths and obtain Six Paths mode? This would save Kenichi a lot of time. And Kenichi's current genes were a mixture of Sasuke and Hashirama, so Kenichi himself possessed the potential to activate Six Paths mode. However, after thinking about it, Kenichi still gave up on this idea. The Sage of Six Paths had helped Sasuke and Naruto because they were the reincarnations of his sons. But Kenichi had no relation to him and had even been trying to explore the mysteries of the Pure Land. Kenichi did not believe he could get help from the Sage of Six Paths. And frankly, even if the Sage of Six Paths were willing to help him, Kenichi would still have some misgivings in his heart. Who knew what the Sage of Six Paths was thinking? If the Sage of Six Paths played some trick on him, Kenichi would not even be able to cry. Rely on a mountain, and the mountain may collapse. Rely on people, and people may run. One must be strong oneself. Kenichi shook his head. Relying on others was not an option, especially when it came to matters of his own strength. Kenichi did not want to borrow someone else's hand. Anyway, he would research it himself first. If he really could not figure anything out, then he would just use his cheat to solve it. So Kenichi felt very confident. In any case, it would take time for the Five Tails to revive, so it was better to wait slowly. This time could also be used to strengthen himself. The only problem was the existence of Jigen, but Madara was dealing with Jigen, so Kenichi did not have to worry for now. What he needed to do now was quickly improve his strength before Black Zetsu collected enough bones, build the hydrogen bomb, and then send Jigen a hydrogen bomb. He wanted to see whether the Otsutsuki clan had a way to deal with hydrogen bombs. If not, then it could be used to deal with future Otsutsuki clan members. If they did, then it did not matter. He had other weapons to use. At this moment, Kenichi also entered Amigakure before him. This place was no longer called Amigakure, but Amigakure City. Because Amigakure was basically shrouded in rain all year round, it was constantly raining. This also led to there not being many suitable crops for cultivation in this area. After Kenichi announced the new system of the Land of Flame, many people left Amigakure City, but many also came. However, these were all members of ninja families who had been sent there by lottery. After all, few people would choose to live in a city where it often rained, where sunny days were rare, and where blankets might not dry even after being hung out for a month. However, after arriving in Amigakure City, Kenichi also found that the people in the city seemed quite happy, communicating cheerfully. Of course, some people did not look very happy. Among them, Kenichi saw a relatively familiar person. It was Sasori. Kenichi was startled. He had looked for Sasori before but could not find him, so Kenichi had not stayed there. He could tell that Sasori seemed to have something on his mind and did not want to see him for the time being, so Kenichi did not bother him. But he had not expected to see Sasori in Amigakure City. When Kenichi saw Sasori, he was sitting in a small shop. Kenichi glanced at the shop's name. Dollhouse. Sasori seemed to be the sole owner here. Kenichi was silent for a moment, then walked in. Sasori noticed Kenichi. A hint of panic and surprise appeared in his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. Sasori quietly looked at Kenichi. Sasori, I didn't expect you to open a dollhouse. Kenichi smiled as he looked at Sasori. Sasori quietly looked at Kenichi without speaking. Kenichi could not help rubbing his face. Sasori was indeed holding a grudge. But then again, if it were Kenichi, he would not be in a good mood either. However, Kenichi really had not expected Chiyo to be caught in the explosion. And with the atomic bomb explosion, Kenichi could not have notified her in advance, could he? But Sasori was also considered a good friend of Kenichi's, so Kenichi felt that he probably still needed to explain. Although an explanation might not be effective, at least Kenichi needed to show that attitude. I don't blame you. Sasori suddenly said this, and Kenichi was stunned. He really had not expected Sasori to say that. But this was good. Kenichi did not want any unpleasantness with his friend. It was best if this conflict could be resolved. But looking at Sasori's calm demeanor, Kenichi always felt that he seemed to have other thoughts. Sasori, do you plan to keep this shop open forever? Kenichi looked at Sasori. Then he noticed someone, or rather, a puppet, walking out from the inner room. It was made in the likeness of Sasori's parents. After that, an old woman walked out with a smile, showing a surprised look when she saw Kenichi before returning to the room. Kenichi was stunned. That person was Chiyo. But Kenichi could naturally tell that this Chiyo was not real, but a puppet. This meant Sasori had made his parents and grandmother into puppets. This surprised Kenichi a little. Kenichi also found that Sasori's puppet-making skills were becoming stronger and stronger. The Chiyo just now had been able to give Kenichi a sense of realism, as if he were seeing a real person and not some puppet. Yes. But in the future, if you need me, I will still help you, Kenichi. Sasori smiled as he looked at his parents. Kenichi nodded in silence. He felt that Sasori had woven a dream for himself. A bewildering dream. However, Sasori seemed to be deeply immersed in it, so Kenichi said nothing. Everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 516, Development Plan for the Land of Flame. Chapter 516, Development Plan for the Land of Flame. Sasori probably has some unresolved issues, but there's nothing I can do about it. Kenichi sat in a restaurant chair, waiting for his food. He was thinking about Sasori. Kenichi had seen the dream Sasori had fabricated earlier, and he knew the reason behind it. Sasori had likely seen Chiyo and the puppets she had created to represent his parents, which caused him to break down emotionally. That was probably why he had left the capital of the Land of Flame and come here to become an ordinary shop owner. His business was not doing well, which was normal. A puppet shop that only sold small dolls was clearly aimed at children, so it was perfectly normal for business to be poor. Although the shinobi world had been unified because of Kenichi, it was still not very prosperous. People were poor. Very poor. Because of that, people prioritized spending their money on food to fill their stomachs rather than on expensive dolls. So Kenichi figured Sasori would not have any business for a long time. However, Kenichi had no objections to Sasori's actions. He had indeed killed Chiyo back then. Although Kenichi had not intended to do so, in the circumstances of war, people could not hold back. This was one of the cruel reasons for war. Kenichi sighed. It seemed there was no hope of relying on Sasori to help or develop more powerful Gundams in the future. Sasori's spirit was broken. In such a state, Sasori would not be able to do anything in the short term. However, Kenichi did not plan to make Sasori do anything. While Sasori's strength was good, it was useless against a formidable enemy like Jigen. To deal with Jigen, only Kage-level experts could act. Kenichi had only wanted to find Sasori and explain, but Sasori clearly had his own ideas, so Kenichi said nothing more. Here's your order, sir. A waitress approached, placing 3 bowls on the table. 2 contained dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and the third held rice. Kenichi glanced at them. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a strange meat dish stir-fried with unknown vegetables. Probably just a simple stir-fry. Kenichi nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. As he ate, he pondered. Amigakure City was considered a large city in this area, surrounded by smaller towns and villages. Yet even in this large city's restaurant, the food offered was mediocre, and not many seasonings were used. It seemed to be just as he had thought. The Land of Rain was relatively poorer. In the Land of Fire, even street food would have rich seasonings, but the food here in the Land of Rain was blander. People here seemed reluctant to use much salt, so all the dishes tasted mild. However, this was the reality for most small countries. Even though the shinobi world was now unified, and the entire shinobi world was one country, regional differences were still very apparent. The 5 great nations were the wealthiest, followed by these smaller countries. Naturally, people's lives would not be too good. Kenichi was deep in thought. Such a society was unbalanced. Too great a wealth gap would create a siphon effect. People from small cities would be drawn to large cities, and those from small towns would be drawn to cities, forming a vicious cycle. In the end, villages and towns might be abandoned, with only elderly people unable to leave their homeland remaining behind, while the adults had all gone to big cities to work. This would not do. The shinobi world's productivity was insufficient to support such a situation. Villages and towns needed people to farm, and the Land of Flame also needed ample food reserves. Although Kenichi had already developed some high-yield crops, those were from a long time ago. Kenichi had not focused on this area recently, and he also needed to find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, it would eventually become a major headache. After all, some countries in his previous life had already proven that this situation would definitely occur. The siphon effect of large cities was very strong, and Kenichi did not want the future governors of these villages and towns to all lose their jobs. Therefore, a method had to be found to balance the shinobi world's financial system, allowing small cities and towns to also have their own development directions and plans. With this in mind, Kenichi continued eating while formulating a plan. Firstly, ordinary people were very practical. They valued profit. Telling them that big cities were not that great and that they should not go was useless. People would always make judgments based on their own understanding, and then they would be siphoned into big cities. After all, there were more opportunities in big cities, and more people. More people meant more chances to meet others, and perhaps even more opportunities. Small towns were different. So, if Kenichi wanted to prevent people from small cities from being siphoned into big cities, what he needed to do was ensure that small cities also had their own points of interest. Something that would make people willing to stay. Of course, a household registration system would also be needed. It would be very inconvenient for people from small cities to go to big cities and not get a household registration, which would further limit the siphon effect of cities. However, the most important thing was still profit. As long as there was profit, people in small cities would naturally be willing to stay. However, this task was clearly not easy. Kenichi thought about it and decided to bring this matter to the conference room in the capital, letting those guys discuss it. Furthermore, regarding existing benefits, it would also require the support of the Ministry of Finance. After all, a country's finances were limited. Even if he was Kenichi, the founder of this country, if there was no money in the national treasury, he could not conjure it from thin air. Randomly printing money would lead to the collapse of the financial system, turning the world's currency into Zimbabwean dollars. Kenichi did not want to see such a thing happen, so how to solve this problem needed extensive discussion and decisions based on the situation. If the Ministry of Finance did not have enough budget, then it naturally could not be solved. However, Kenichi thought the problem should not be too big. Because with the war and the confiscation of the daimyo's wealth, the Ministry of Finance was currently flush with cash. Kenichi felt that infrastructure construction should also be put on the agenda. The saying, to get rich, build roads first, was not just idle talk. The road conditions in the shinobi world were too poor to allow for rapid commercial development. Kenichi could only say that the current Land of Flame still had many problems. But the biggest one was the original land of Sunagakure. Large tracts of land were desert, which was a huge waste. Kenichi planned to start desertification control once the uranium ore extraction was almost complete, gradually turning that desert into a forest. After a period of recuperation, that land would become habitable. As for afforestation, Kenichi was not bragging, but in the current shinobi world, apart from Madara, who might have some research on wood release, no one else could compare to a single hair on him. The sage art, wood release that Kenichi mastered could directly plant a large number of trees in the desert. The only problem was that water release ninja would need to water them frequently afterward. However, as long as the trees were planted and adequately watered, turning the desert into a habitable city would not be a huge problem. Thinking of this, Kenichi decided what he would do next. He planned to go directly to the old site of Sunagakure and start a tree planting experiment, while also relaxing his mind. He needed to clear his head so that he could think about how to research Six Paths mode and how to find the origin of chakra. Otherwise, merely working behind closed doors would be unproductive. Kenichi continued eating his meal. The rice was a bit old and not very tasty, but it was the best rice this restaurant offered. Kenichi chewed slowly, observing the world. Although there were more smiles on people's faces, most were still busy working, bustling about as they strove for their own livelihoods and their families' livelihoods. Kenichi was deep in thought. There was a huge gap between ordinary people and ninja. Kenichi's plan had once been to make everyone in this world a ninja, to have everyone possess extraordinary strength. In fact, Kenichi could do such a thing now. Genetic editing was already a relatively mature science for him. Even transforming the entire shinobi world would not be impossible. But the problem was that after the transformation, productivity would not keep up. While ninja were powerful, they also ate a lot. Looking at those eating contests, ninja almost always won. Even a young girl like Hinata could eat a huge amount. So, if the entire shinobi world were to be filled with ninja, productivity had to keep up. If productivity did not keep up, too many ninja in the shinobi world would become a disaster. Kenichi felt that he still needed to ask the Ministry of Agriculture to find ways to increase food production. The breeding of poultry, pigs, cattle, and sheep also needed to keep pace. However, this was clearly not a simple task. Kenichi could not handle it all himself and could only consider it after Shirori recruited experts from across the shinobi world. After finishing a not-so-delicious meal, Kenichi paid and left. The current prices in the shinobi world were somewhat strange. Ninja tools were relatively much more expensive, but the price of food was quite normal. However, Kenichi had eaten so much by himself, yet he did not feel very full. He could even eat another identical meal. This showed how astonishing the appetites of ninja were in this strange place called the shinobi world. Kenichi scratched his head, realizing that the selection and breeding of food crops, poultry, and livestock needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He noted this down to give to Shirori later, asking her to arrange for those experts to do this as quickly as possible. Kenichi needed to see results quickly. Otherwise, the shinobi world would not be able to achieve that simple yet grand wish of everyone becoming a ninja. After eating, Kenichi immediately boarded an airship and flew directly towards Sunagakure. He intended to try his previous idea and see whether he could use would-release ninjutsu to turn the entire desert into an oasis. The people of Sunagakure had moved out most diligently. They enthusiastically relocated, and no one was willing to stay. This led to Sunagakure, once one of the 5 great shinobi villages of the 5 great nations, becoming a deserted ghost town. And it was truly uninhabited. When Kenichi arrived, he saw that a large part of Sunagakure had been buried by sand. Some shorter buildings now only had their rooftops visible. Kenichi could not help sighing at this sight. No wonder the ninja of Sunagakure had wanted to fight their way out and live elsewhere. Their lives were indeed too miserable. Sunagakure was simply not suitable for living. Just look at the sandstorms. If one were to eat on the streets, they would probably get a mouthful of sand with every bite, essentially eating 2 meals in one. Kenichi was also glad that he had not forced people to settle in Sunagakure back then. Otherwise, those who came here would likely have become an unstable factor for the Land of Flame. Forget it. Since this place isn't suitable for living, I'll make it suitable. Lightning patterns crawled around Kenichi's eyes. Vast chakra gathered within him, then transformed into Sage Mode chakra. At the same time, Kenichi felt this sensation. He needed to make some changes to his ninjutsu and chakra, but this was clearly not an easy task. This massive use of chakra was also to allow Kenichi to slowly experience the mysteries of chakra transformation firsthand. If he could find the original chakra through this, it would be a huge gain. However, the increasingly vast chakra also made it difficult for Kenichi to maintain. He took a deep breath, then clapped his hands together. Sage Art. Wood Release. Deep Forest Emergence. Kenichi shouted with a touch of theatricality. Immediately, in front of him, an endless expanse of trees burst forth from the desert. They grew rapidly and directly occupied a corner of the vast desert. Kenichi looked out and could no longer see any trace of the desert. Only the sand under his feet reminded him that he was indeed standing in the desert. However, this section of the desert was now filled with Kenichi's would-release ninjutsu. When the ninjutsu dissipated, these forests would remain, but other means would be needed to sustain them. Thinking of this, Kenichi continued to gather chakra within his body, forming water release. Countless water vapors surged into the sky, and under Kenichi's control, they transformed into dark clouds, covering the entire forest. Then, a continuous fine rain began to fall, bringing a touch of moisture to this desolate land. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 517, Chapter 517, Chakra Atoms. Chapter 517, Chakra Atoms. In the blink of an eye, the vast desert, once an endless sea of sand, became lush and green. Although only trees were present and there was no other vegetation, making the sight somewhat peculiar, Kenichi felt it was enough. After all, for this desert, even a little greenery was extremely rare. Kenichi was not overly ambitious. He planned to first observe the condition of this artificial forest before deciding whether to continue transforming the desert. Transforming a desert was not easy. Otherwise, Sunagakure would not have struggled for so many years without achieving any results. So Kenichi wanted to observe the situation here. At the same time, Kenichi was also recalling information about Sunagakure. Ever since he unified the shinobi world, Kenichi had basically reviewed all information on the ninja world. He had also learned about the various villages and their forbidden ninjutsu. Kenichi sealed away those ninjutsu, intending to establish a system in the future that would allow ninja to exchange for the opportunity to learn these profound techniques. However, that work would undoubtedly be very lengthy, so Kenichi was not in a hurry to implement it. He was currently recalling information about Sunagakure. This village was located in the desert all year round, and not everyone there was content with the situation. Kenichi remembered that many Sunagekure ninja had tried to change Sunagekure's environment. Kenichi quickly recalled some details. When he had reviewed the data before, he had seen that Sunagekure ninja had tried to plant trees and create forests, but the effect had not been significant. They chose to plant trees, then had ninja use water release ninjutsu. However, in the early days, water release ninjutsu had a specific setting. If there was abundant water in the surrounding environment, then water release ninjutsu could naturally be performed, and its power could even be enhanced. But if there was not abundant water, the requirements for performing water release ninjutsu would be higher. And precisely, Sunagekure ninja were most proficient in wind release, earth release, and puppet techniques. They had very little research into water release. This often led to Sunagekure ninja achieving half the result with twice the effort. Over time, no one bothered to bring up afforestation anymore. After all, it was very costly, time-consuming, and did not guarantee results. Naturally, people could not persevere. However, from a fundamental perspective, Sunagekure's choice was wrong. Kenichi looked at the forest in front of him. To plant trees and create forests, the essential step was to first stabilize the sand. In his previous life, afforestation had been an extremely troublesome task. But countless kind-hearted individuals and scientists devoted themselves to it and worked hard, gaining some experience in planting trees in deserts. First, choose plants with well-developed root systems that can stabilize sand and resist drought in order to improve the desert's basic environment. Furthermore, watering was not random. It was not simply about continuous watering. If there were heavy downpours in the desert, floods would erupt, but after the flood passed, drought would still set in. If the soil could not retain water, then no matter how much it rained, it would be useless. This also made it difficult to improve the desert environment. However, that was in his previous life. In this current world, in this crazy shinobi world, everything had become so simple, especially after obtaining wood release ninjutsu. Making the desert lush and green was no longer difficult. Moreover, under Kenichi's observation, these trees had root systems that grew rapidly and intertwined, completing the work of stabilizing the sand. Given this, making the land of wind habitable doesn't seem to be a difficult task. Moreover, sage art wood release possesses even more tenacious vitality. Under normal circumstances, even if something goes wrong, it won't have a significant impact. However, I still need to observe. If these trees can survive, then the land of wind, once shrouded in sandstorms, might truly become a habitable city. Kenichi thoughtfully observed the forest before him. Currently, this forest was lush and verdant, a pleasing sight. But it seemed to lack vitality. There was no sound within it. Not only did it fail to convey a sense of life, it even felt somewhat eerie. However, Kenichi did not mind. As long as this forest could be preserved, Kenichi could slowly reclaim this desert and transform it into a forest. Then, by maintaining the forest for a period of time, the desert could gradually be transformed into a habitable place. However, the formation of the land of wind was not natural. The climate of this place had led to the birth of this desert. Therefore, Kenichi felt that he might still need to find a way to minimize the climate's impact on this forest. But after much thought, Kenichi felt that the only solution seemed to be stationing ninja there to prevent prolonged drought. Such a job could be called a forest ranger, with a high salary. Kenichi knew that some people disliked bustling society and preferred solitude. Based on this, Kenichi believed that the forest ranger position should attract applicants. However, there were also requirements for the ninja's strength. It could not be too low. Otherwise, if they could not even perform water release ninjutsu, there would be no point in having them as forest rangers. Moreover, if their strength was too low, they might exhaust themselves and still be unable to prevent the entire forest from drying out. With these restrictions, Kenichi felt that very few people would meet the criteria. After much thought, Kenichi suddenly had an absurd idea. Perhaps the person most suitable for this job was none other than himself. After all, Kenichi was very strong. And when conducting experiments, he did not need others to disturb him. Even if something went wrong, Kenichi could immediately resolve it and prevent the problem from escalating. Furthermore, Kenichi also possessed wood release. So even if there were issues with the forest, he could immediately repair it. Thinking of this, Kenichi's mouth twitched. It was truly humorous. However, Kenichi still did not plan to take on the role himself. There were many matters in the land of flame right now, and Kenichi did not have that much time to spend here. Today, in what was once the land of wind desert, I planted a forest using wood release. I am currently observing the forest's impact on the desert and whether it can survive in the desert. If it can, then even if the land of wind becomes a habitable place, it will not be strange. The current population of the shinobi world is not very large. However, with the expectation of future peace, the shinobi world's population is likely to experience explosive growth. After all, in the shinobi world, people generally advocate having many children. If they can have them, they do. Even the villages reward families with many children, which is quite outrageous. Based on such policies and long-formed concepts, a baby boom can be expected in the coming decades. Cities will gradually form, and towns will become more numerous. Future land issues will also become more severe, so afforestation is not only beneficial for the present, but also for generations to come. As long as the land problem can be solved, even if the land of wind is turned into farmland, it would not be a loss. Day 3, today is the third day since I planted the seeds. The forest appears normal, and the sand no longer shifts. When stepped on, it even feels somewhat firm. This makes me a little happy, proving that my idea is correct. Sage Art Wood Release indeed possesses extremely strong vitality. Even though Sage Art Chakra has receded from these trees, the trees have been preserved, which is very moving. Furthermore, with the sand stabilization provided by these trees, coupled with some rainfall, I've noticed that some thorny plants have grown in this forest. This truly makes one marvel at the miracle of life. It is truly unexpected. Nothing else has happened during this time. Shirori has not conveyed any other information that requires my attention, and Black Zetsu has not come to find me. I've had a rare opportunity for self-reflection in the forest. During this time, I have performed chakra of different attributes, but these chakra have not shown any other changes in my eyes. Finding the original chakra is not an easy task. Day 5, the forest is as usual, but during this time, there has been no rainfall at all in the entire land of wind. For 5 whole days, the sky has been cloudless, and the hot climate even evaporated the small lake I created yesterday from rainfall, leaving nothing behind. My hypothesis for the land of wind is correct. To change the land of wind, it is essential to have ninja stationed there, and their number cannot be small. Otherwise, it would be insufficient to care for this vast land. Most areas of the land of wind are desert environments, and there will be many places that need improvement and maintenance. Such work may not be solvable in a day. It will take longer than I imagined. But for the future of the shinobi world and the land of flame, such afforestation is necessary. Only then can the problems of farmland and housing be solved in the future. However, I didn't expect that even at this point, I would still need to worry about housing. Day 6, the forest is completely normal today, with no issues. I've had some other thoughts about chakra during this time. Chakra, in itself, is also composed of something. So, according to microscopic physics, a normal person is made up of countless cells, and cells are not the smallest. Cells are further composed of countless atoms. Therefore, simply put, chakra, although a form of energy, is composed of countless atoms, regardless of what energy it is. If that's the case, can I observe the atoms of chakra and find the commonalities I need within them? Kenichi had a peculiar idea in his mind. But whether this idea was feasible, Kenichi himself did not know. After all, although everything was composed of atoms, if one went too microscopic, atoms often had great similarities. Kenichi was a bit troubled, but he had no better method. Since it was just a guess anyway, Kenichi still decided to give it a try. If it succeeded, then Kenichi would have an unexpected pleasant surprise. Even if it failed, it did not matter. Kenichi had other ways to continue researching this issue. Moreover, during this time, Kenichi also needed to stay in the land of wind to observe the changes in the forest. As for Jigen, Black Zetsu had not yet found enough remains, so Kenichi was not in a hurry to resolve that matter. This just gave Kenichi enough time to slowly research the chakra he needed to study now. Thinking of this, Kenichi opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. He once again condensed fire-natured chakra. But this time, Kenichi observed with greater focus. In his eyes, the already minuscule fire-natured chakra began to expand infinitely. Immediately after, Kenichi saw some strange points of light. These points of light were mixed with other oddities. They were unidentifiable, but they were definitely very strange things, looking as though they were composed of some other atoms. Kenichi pondered. If that was the case, then it was quite interesting. Kenichi's right eye rotated, and these strange atoms were decomposed by him, disappearing among the dense atoms. Immediately after, Kenichi looked at the chakra in his hand. This chakra was now completely different from fire-natured chakra. It was more. How should I put it? It looks somewhat like the chakra that's extracted into the body. Kenichi pondered. While ninja had chakra natures, extracting chakra certainly was not about extracting a specific type of elemental chakra. This chakra felt to Kenichi like the chakra extracted into the body itself. However, this kind of chakra also did not meet Kenichi's requirements. So, after much thought, Kenichi continued to open his left eye and observed the chakra in his hand. This time, he looked even more closely. He felt that what he had just seen was not atoms. Atoms should be the smallest. So, could this be molecules? Although there were other things that made up atoms, going too microscopic was not necessary. Kenichi planned to first observe the chakra atoms in front of him and see if he could discover anything. After Kenichi's left eye even started to ache, he finally saw an even more microscopic view. He saw countless tiny points of light. The colors of these points of light were slightly different, but they were densely intertwined. Kenichi did not know what these points of light were, but he instinctively activated his ability and erased one type of light point. But besides that, there were two other types of light points. Kenichi continued to erase them, ultimately leaving only one type of light point. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 518, Chapter 518, Primordial Chakra. Chapter 518, Primordial Chakra. Could this light spot be? Kenichi was somewhat delighted. He exited the analysis state of his left eye. Immediately after, in Kenichi's eyes, the chakra he had condensed in his hand had transformed, becoming a very faint, tiny, milky white light spot. It was impossible to tell what was different about it. Kenichi did not know what use this thing had either. After all, since coming to the shinobi world, he had never seen anything like it. So Kenichi himself was not sure whether this was the primordial chakra he needed. However, Kenichi decided to test it. And the method of testing was very simple. The primordial chakra in Kenichi's mind should possess the ability to freely transform into any chakra nature. Only then would it align with Kenichi's idea of primordial chakra. So Kenichi tentatively used the chakra in his hand to cast a water release ninjutsu. The next second, a water ball as large as an elephant was suddenly launched, instantly smashing through the wall in front of him. The surrounding walls were also left with numerous cracks. Kenichi was stunned for a moment. This simple house had been constructed by him using earth release ninjutsu. It was not particularly exquisite, but at the very least, it could shelter him from wind and rain. Yet he had not expected it to be pierced through by a water ball condensed from such a tiny amount of faint chakra. This power surprised even Kenichi himself. Although chakra was powerful, it should not be able to produce such a large water ball from such a small amount of chakra. This left Kenichi feeling both excited and confused. No, I still need to conduct a few more experiments to prove my idea. Kenichi pondered. This chakra currently looked promising, but whether it was the primordial chakra Kenichi wanted still needed to be verified. After all, this was only an attempt with water release chakra, not other nature transformations. And if this truly was primordial chakra, then theoretically, it should be able to convert into any chakra nature. That meant it should also be able to use special nature chakra like yin release and yang release. Thinking of this, Kenichi tried again. After removing those strange light point atoms, I obtained chakra identical to the first experiment. It is milky white and very faint, seemingly without any special properties. This time, I tried using wood release, and it succeeded. Third experiment. I tried wind release, and it still succeeded without any obstruction. The power of the ninjutsu was also somewhat enhanced. Seventh experiment. I tried chakra of other natures, and all succeeded. However, when attempting special chakra like ice release and lava release, I failed to cast them because I did not have ninjutsu for these two special chakra in my mind. But when attempting to use yin release ninjutsu, this small amount of chakra emitted a hint of cold lightning. As of now, this special chakra indeed aligns with my idea of primordial chakra, but the conversion efficiency seems to be an issue. However, after constructing the analysis structure, my stripping of chakra has also accelerated significantly. Currently, it seems I can formally attempt to compress this chakra into every cell of my body, and at the same time, verify my idea of six paths mode. Kenichi closed his experimental log and took a deep breath. Kenichi was quite cautious about compressing chakra into cells. After all, cells were truly difficult to assess. The only trouble was, which cells should be compressed first. The existence of chakra was bound to increase the strength of cells. If the compression was not done properly, some awkward situations might arise. Thinking of this, Kenichi felt somewhat troubled. Theoretically, the best place to start compressing would be the heart. After all, a strengthened heart seemed like a good thing. However, Kenichi also knew that if the heart beat too fast, it could cause tachycardia. And if it pumped blood too quickly, it could also lead to problems that other organs might not be able to withstand. Therefore, Kenichi thought perhaps settling it into the skin first would be a good option. After all, the skin was also the largest organ in the human body. It also had the functions of protecting body tissues, preventing the invasion of viruses and bacteria, and maintaining a constant temperature. It was very powerful. However, Kenichi was also worried that strengthening the skin might lead to other problems. Therefore, the best method seemed to be directly settling it into all cells at once, in batches and synchronously. This would also prevent problems from occurring to the greatest extent. Moreover, achieving this step was not impossible. After all, the amount of chakra in Kenichi's body was enormous. As long as he simultaneously deconstructed and removed those superfluous light spots, he should be able to complete the precipitation. Thinking of this, Kenichi immediately tried it. He kept a portion of the chakra needed to maintain his normal bodily functions, preventing himself from dying due to chakra depletion. Then Kenichi directly used his right eye to deconstruct the excess chakra in his body. The next second, a large mass of milky white chakra appeared in Kenichi's body. Kenichi did not dare to delay. He directly spread out this chakra, then synchronously compressed it into his body using the method of the Yin seal. A very indescribable feeling surged forth. Kenichi felt as if his body were being pressed down by something. A very strong sense of oppression made him extremely uncomfortable. He did not speak and continued compressing. Tsunade's handbook had mentioned that the Yin seal would also cause such a sense of oppression, so Kenichi was not surprised. After 10 minutes, Kenichi finally compressed this milky white chakra into his cells. After the compression, Kenichi could not help touching his face. He now had a strange feeling all over his body. An indescribable sense of discomfort. Kenichi pondered. This feeling was truly peculiar. Could it also be caused by chakra compression? Kenichi took a deep breath. He tried to gather the chakra in his body and found that he could easily retrieve it, but Kenichi did not do so. This small amount of chakra was completely insufficient to change his current situation. Kenichi planned to fill every cell in his body with this milky white chakra. The only concern Kenichi had was that the cells in the body had a decay cycle. If body cells decayed, what would happen to this chakra? Kenichi himself did not know. He was just experimenting, using his own body as the test subject. There's no other way. Only I have this ability. If I don't experiment, no one else can. Kenichi took a deep breath. Then he informed Shirori, asking her to send him an eye with the Izanagi Sharingan. This way, if anything went wrong, he could quickly replace it and avoid his own death. With his life secured, Kenichi became much bolder. His body's chakra recovery speed was very fast, and it would recover completely soon. Kenichi estimated that if he spent all his time compressing and refining chakra, excluding rest and meals, he could compress it about 37 times a day. 37 times was not a small number. But to fill all the cells in the body, it had to be said that this was an extremely time-consuming task. Kenichi felt that he might need to improve this compression method. Refining chakra was too troublesome. If he could absorb other people's chakra for compression, then Kenichi could save the time spent refining chakra, and the number of refinements could be greatly increased. Kenichi felt that this idea was very feasible, and he planned to try it. Moreover, absorbing chakra was also easy. At the ruins of the former Sky Ninja Village, Kenichi had seen a barrier that absorbed ninja chakra to power the Zero Tails. However, the Zero Tails was too weak. So over time, Kenichi had almost forgotten about its existence. Zero Tails, huh? Kenichi scratched his head. The existence of the Zero Tails had no special meaning. Its power was very weak. Both Kenichi and his teacher Orochimaru had discovered some peculiar issues with it. These minor issues seemed insignificant, but they limited the Zero Tails' potential. Even at its theoretical peak, the Zero Tails could not even touch the One Tail's tail. So later, Kenichi let the Zero Tails and the Sky Ninja Village researcher live together. Now, it seemed to be kept as a pet by the researcher. The researcher was also working as a researcher in Kenichi's Land of Flame, making a living. Therefore, Kenichi did not pay much attention to the Zero Tails or the researcher. Currently, Kenichi also had no intention of researching the Zero Tails, because there was no need. The Zero Tails' existence held no value for Kenichi. Kenichi felt that researching the Zero Tails was less worthwhile than researching the One Tail. The research value of Shikaku was greater than that of the Zero Tails. Kenichi yawned, then had Shirori send over the sealing barrier pattern for absorbing imprisoned ninja chakra. However, looking at the pattern in his hand, Kenichi had some other ideas. Shiori's ability was very useful. Kenichi used it frequently, and Shirori could also serve as a liaison officer in the current shinobi world. Therefore, Kenichi planned to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for Shirori in the future, allowing this useful subordinate to continue shining in her position. Otherwise, if Shirori went blind in the future due to excessive use of the Sharingan, that would be too awkward. Thinking of this, Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Once he returned this time, he would activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for Shirori. At the same time, he could also see whether activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was feasible for other people. Looking at the sealing barrier in his hand, Kenichi also understood the operating principle of this barrier. Simply put, it stably extracted chakra through the barrier to achieve the effect of absorbing chakra. However, it also required the object being extracted to be unable to resist. Otherwise, if the enemy could move and escape, it could not be used. It had to be said that the limitations were still strong. But naturally, this was not a problem for Kenichi. After all, he could have the ninja controlled by parasites act as chakra extraction sources. Thinking of this, Kenichi asked Shirori to send a logistics team, along with 100 ninja. Kenichi planned to try and see whether he could refine and compress chakra using this method. This way, Kenichi could also quickly fill his body with that primordial chakra. Shiori's efficiency was high. The airship arrived the next day, bringing the ninja Kenichi needed, as well as the logistics team. However, to serve 100 ninja, the logistics team had many personnel. There were even specialized architects and designers. The number of people was very large. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Was Shiori overestimating things a bit? But considering his status in the Land of Flame, Kenichi said nothing. After all, his status in the Land of Flame was very high, and such treatment was quite normal. Kenichi stroked his chin. He had the designers and architects begin constructing a small town. He intended to make this town the first town for desert governance in the Land of Wind, and also the first home for the forest rangers there. Kenichi had thought about how to handle this issue before. Now that there were so many people here, it was just right to directly build a town, solving the issue in one step and avoiding trouble later. You all stay inside the ceiling barrier and don't come out. Kenichi had also finished drawing the ceiling barrier and then spoke to the 100 ninja. These ninja were known for their large chakra reserves, each equivalent to 3 Kakashi. They obediently walked in, and then the ceiling array began to operate. The extracted chakra continuously flowed into the cloned Samahata body that had arrived with the logistics team. Kenichi planned to use Samahata's body as a container. After all, the components of the extracted chakra were quite complex. Directly absorbing them into his body would not be beneficial. Samahata could conveniently solve this problem. No, the extraction speed is a bit slow. Kenichi felt the chakra that had already recovered in his body, and his mouth twitched. He really had not expected that the chakra absorption speed could not keep up with his recovery speed. But never mind. He would try again later. For now, Kenichi planned to compress a batch first. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 519, Chapter 519, The Skeletons Brought by Black Zetsu. Chapter 519, The Skeletons Brought by Black Zetsu. Kenichi fell into deep thought. He had been busy compressing chakra, condensing chakra, and then instantly removing the impurities from it. However, the overall effect had not been particularly significant. Even with Kenichi's continuous efforts, the compression and refinement process of chakra remained very slow. Although the help of these ninja, combined with Samahata's existence, allowed Kenichi to slightly speed up his progress, it had only increased to 50 compressions a day. For the current Kenichi, 50 compressions a day truly had no obvious effect. The cells stored that chakra, but Kenichi could not use it yet. Once used, it could lead to uneven chakra distribution in certain cells, thus affecting the overall progress. Kenichi could only patiently compress it slowly. And this compression lasted for a full 4 months. During these 4 months, Kenichi took care of the small town and gradually stabilized the surrounding forest. With the help of the ninja, Kenichi's afforestation progress this time was quite good, and he had gained something in general. These forests had been preserved. Unlike 4 months ago, the forest now contained more than just trees. There were also bushes and weeds. Although it still had not reached the level of a conventional forest, Kenichi saw some new beginnings. But the biggest gain in these 4 months is probably this, right? Kenichi looked at his stomach. The skin on his stomach was a bit pale. At first, Kenichi thought there was something wrong with his body. His skin had always been relatively pale due to years of working in the laboratory, but this paleness was abnormal, as if white paint had been applied to his body. However, after self-examination and an inspection by medical ninja, Kenichi found no problems. But then, Kenichi inexplicably thought of the primordial chakra he had condensed before. The color of the primordial chakra was similar to the color on his stomach now. And the more he looked at this color, the more familiar it became. It somewhat resembled the state of the Sage of Six Paths and Six Paths Madara, but not entirely. Moreover, Kenichi also found that his body cells had slowed down to a certain extent. In other words, his cellular metabolism had become abnormally slow. As a result, Kenichi now only needed to breathe once every 10 minutes, and he himself did not feel anything wrong. It was important to know that a person's breathing was normally automatic, continuous, and almost impossible to stop or prolong automatically. If a person wanted to take a deep breath or hold their breath, it was usually due to conscious control. In other words, the person wanted to hold their breath, which then led to them holding their breath. The body itself did not actively hold its breath. But the problem was that Kenichi's body had now slowed his breathing rhythm to once every 10 minutes, and Kenichi himself did not feel anything wrong. After eating a meal, the next time he wanted to eat would also be much later. Kenichi inexplicably felt like he was cultivating immortality. His current physical condition was definitely not normal. Why do I feel like I'm developing toward being a vegetative person? Kenichi thoughtfully stroked his stomach. The skin still felt the same. There was no feeling of touching tree bark, but Kenichi just felt that his body was not right. After all, a normal person would not be like him. He had done experiments himself. During this period, his body's cellular metabolism had slowed down, and the decay and production of cells had also slowed. If this continued, Kenichi felt that he would probably become a sage in the shinobi world, similar to the Sage of Six Paths. After all, his skin was slowly turning white. Now, only localized areas were turning white, but whether his entire body would turn white in the future, he did not know. If it did, then it would also be a manifestation, proving that Kenichi was developing toward the Sage of Six Paths. Once his entire body turned white, he might automatically master Six Paths mode. Moreover, Kenichi himself had a feeling that once all his cells were filled with this special chakra, perhaps his entire body would turn white. This also made Kenichi somewhat curious. Would this mode be permanent or temporary? If it was permanent, then even if he used this chakra, his body would not exit this state. If it was temporary, unlikely. This mode is too special. Kenichi shook his head. He did not think this state would be temporary. The changes happening to him were unlikely to be caused by short-term influences. Kenichi had not expected that a whim of his would actually open the key to finding Six Paths mode for him. However, this idea also had a strong element of chance. If Kenichi himself had not thought of this, and if Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability had been something else, then Kenichi would not have been able to discover this problem. It could be said that Kenichi's key to entering Six Paths mode was a very special situation. Ordinary people could not imitate it. Just like Madara. Although he had also awakened the Rinnegan, entering Six Paths mode had been a later matter. And even if Madara knew how to enter Six Paths mode, he probably would not find a way. After all, Kenichi had deconstructed chakra through his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, thereby splitting chakra, which then transformed chakra into primordial chakra. This also provided Kenichi with the key to entering Six Paths mode. This made Kenichi very happy. He planned to record this experimental log and would have to find a way in the future to directly refine chakra into this primordial chakra. At that time, Kenichi could always remain in Six Paths mode. And according to Kenichi's own speculation, as long as he entered Six Paths mode, the speed of awakening the Rinnegan would greatly increase. At that time, even if Madara wanted to oppose him, Kenichi could make Madara dance in front of him. Amamiya Kenichi, you're quite idle now. Just as Kenichi was about to continue refining chakra for compression, Black Zetsu's voice came over. Kenichi opened his eyes and saw Black Zetsu standing in front of him, covered in dust, with a scroll in his hand. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that after 4 months, Black Zetsu had successfully obtained the remains of the strong individuals he wanted. Otherwise, Black Zetsu would not have come to him yet. Kenichi had some understanding of Black Zetsu's character. He was a pragmatic person, but his own strength was not very good, so he could only rely on sneak attacks and other means. Otherwise, he would not have been hiding behind Madara and causing trouble every day. Black Zetsu, have you found enough remains? Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu and smiled. The matter of Jigen indeed needed to be dealt with. Kenichi did not mind letting Madara take those strong individuals revived by Edo Tensei to test Jigen's abilities. Even if they could not kill Jigen, being able to force out Jigen's trump cards would be enough. Kenichi believed there was a 90% chance that Jigen was an Otsutsuki clan member. And there was also a 90% chance that he was an Otsutsuki clan member who had come with Kaguya. So, that person had endured for so long. Kenichi did not think it was because Jigen held the idea that a gentleman's revenge was never too late, even after 10 years. He must have had a major problem with his body and was unable to fully deal with enemies. That was why he was in such an awkward situation, only able to quietly wait and develop. And combining this with Kenichi's current situation, Kenichi felt that the Otsutsuki clan could probably live longer and had extended body metabolism. This could also explain why Jigen could live until now. If Kaguya had not been sealed by her 2 sons, she would still be living well. And Kaguya, who emerged from the seal, looked very normal. There were no abnormalities, and there were not even wrinkles on her face. This proved that the Otsutsuki clan possessed extremely strong vitality and lifespan. This might also be the main reason they could travel everywhere in the universe. Because if their lifespan was not long enough, just flying out of a galaxy could result in many generations dying. Found them. These guys' remains were hard to find, but now they're all gathered. Black Zetsu complained, then walked over and poured all the skeletons out from the scroll. These skeletons were tied with different colored ribbons to distinguish their owners. Kenichi leaned in to take a look and fell silent. There were many skeletons. Some were even relatively fresh, with flesh still on them. Based on Kenichi's own requirements and Black Zetsu's method of finding bodies, Kenichi felt that the ones with flesh were likely the remains of Raza and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To revive these individuals, he would probably need to prepare carefully. After all, these people had some opinions about him. Kenichi hesitated. He thought it would be a good choice to have Jiraiya and Tsunade join the battle as well. After all, Jiraiya and Tsunade definitely possessed Kaga-level combat power. With their help, the chances of winning would be higher. But Jiraiya and Tsunade's identities were special, which was a bit troublesome. However, Kenichi still decided to bring Jiraiya and Tsunade onto the battlefield. For this kind of thing, he needed their help. After all, compared to letting living people charge into battle, Kenichi felt that letting the deceased exert their strength once more was also a good choice. The only trouble was whether these people would be willing to help. Kenichi himself did not know. After all, Kenichi's reputation in the Pure Land was probably not very good. Maybe letting these people see the current Land of Flame would change their minds, but Kenichi himself was not very sure. After all, Jiraiya and Tsunade had both died at his hands. Whether these two would be willing to help was one thing. And Jiraiya and Tsunade both had a close relationship with Orochimaru. If they were dug up, forget it. Let them contribute one last time. Kenichi narrowed his eyes, then pulled out 2 small tubes from his scroll. The tubes contained some residue. These were taken from Jiraiya and Tsunade, and could be used to perform Edo Tensei. Kenichi originally did not want to disturb Jiraiya and Tsunade. These 2 pure ninjas still had some integrity in Kenichi's heart. But as the saying went, rather than letting the living die, Kenichi felt it was better to let the deceased fight. Moreover, it was hard to say whether the Sage of Six Paths would also pay attention. If he did, then Kenichi could see what the Sage of Six Paths thought. That would also be good. Thinking of this, Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had some white Zetsu here. Although not infinite, there should at least be enough for a short period of time. Kenichi did not think of using his country's ninja as sacrifices. In Kenichi's opinion, Black Zetsu's white Zetsu were enough. Black Zetsu, do you still have that kind of sacrifice from last time? Kenichi asked Black Zetsu. Although it was a question, it was actually a statement. Black Zetsu could not help rolling his eyes when he heard Kenichi's words. This scoundrel was always thinking of taking advantage of him, which was really annoying. However, looking at Kenichi, Black Zetsu still sighed. Forget it. After all, they were partners. And this concerned Jigen, who was suspected to be an Otsutsuki clan member, so Black Zetsu naturally would not be stingy. So Black Zetsu quickly left. Kenichi smiled when he saw this, continuing to refine and compress his chakra. This work could not be put down. Kenichi needed enough time to compress chakra and grow. However, regarding the battle with Jigen, Kenichi felt that fighting directly under the new capital was not impossible, but it would be a bit too wasteful. Repairs would cost money, and reviving the dead would require sacrifices. Although Nagato had the Rinnegan, it would be too troublesome. Kenichi felt that he might need to lure the opponent out. Otherwise, he would have to prepare to cast the outer path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique on Nagato. Anyway, Nagato's body was already very weak. It would be better for him to die once and then be revived. At that time, without the Rinnegan, Nagato's body could return to normal, and Kenichi could also transplant a Sharingan into Nagato. However, speaking of the Sharingan, Kenichi fell into deep thought. The Sharingan and Nagato's body were compatible. Kenichi had already confirmed this. Nagato's body would not affect his Uzumaki clan genes after the Sharingan genes were inserted. That was good news. Chapter 520, Jiraiya, you are invincible, so enemies come from the sky. Chapter 520, Jiraiya, you are invincible, so enemies come from the sky. When do you plan to go find that guy, Jigen? Kenichi leisurely dealt with the white Zetsu in front of him while glancing at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu hesitated after hearing Kenichi's question. Jigen's strength was incredibly formidable. Frankly, Black Zetsu himself was not confident in dealing with Jigen. His power was somewhat enigmatic. Previously, Madara had fought him, suffered soul damage, and only managed to force out one of Jigen's ninjutsu, gaining no other useful information. Therefore, Black Zetsu felt that more preparation was needed before confronting Jigen. Seeing Black Zetsu's hesitation, Kenichi knew the guy was conflicted. Kenichi was not in a hurry anyway. He had not figured out how to lure Jigen out yet. Traditional methods of enticement probably would not work on Jigen, as he was very cautious. Otherwise, he would not have hidden for so long. Moreover, looking at the previous Naruto anime, Jigen had not appeared at all during the Fourth Shinobi World War, let alone the organization he founded later. This indicated that even by the time of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Jigen had no urgent need for something he absolutely had to obtain. So, luring Jigen out with items would be difficult. But it was not entirely impossible. If Kenichi's own speculation was not wrong, then Jigen was likely a severely injured member of the Otsutsuki clan. Releasing news related to the Otsutsuki clan might be able to trick Jigen, but this would undoubtedly be troublesome. Making Jigen believe it would not be easy and would require careful planning. Can Madara be revived in his original body? Black Zetsu asked Kenichi. He felt that having Madara fight in his original body might be more effective. He could also re-implant the Rinnegan into Madara, allowing his strength to reach its peak. That would further increase their chances of victory. At the same time, he could consider implanting a tailed beast into Madara. The Nine Tails certainly would not work. Black Zetsu knew the Nine Tails was Kenichi's disciple. As for the Eight Tails, Killer Bee's combat power was not weak, and Kenichi probably would not agree. The less prominent Seven Tails, however, would be a good choice. Implanting a tailed beast would also ensure that Madara had abundant chakra. It is possible. As you know, I have ninjutsu that can revive people. But the issue is that to revive Madara, you must bear the corresponding cost. Are you truly prepared to accept the possibility that a revived Madara might still be defeated? Kenichi looked at the white Zetsu that was slowly transforming into Jiraiya's appearance, a satisfied smile on his face. However, Kenichi then glanced at Black Zetsu. This guy really dared to think big. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you also plan to have Madara regain the Rinnegan and reach his strongest form. But if the Rinnegan were taken by the opponent, then there would be almost no chance of victory in the next battle. Reviving Madara to achieve his strongest combat power was indeed one method. But the problem was that it was better to use Edo Tensei to probe Jigen's trump cards and gather intelligence first. Under Edo Tensei, complete death was almost impossible. And with so many powerful individuals revived through Edo Tensei, the Sage of Six Paths would definitely take notice. It would certainly be interesting to let the Sage of Six Paths see his relative then. Moreover, Kenichi himself did not want Jigen to gain control of the Rinnegan. Jigen was too troublesome. If he controlled the Rinnegan, it would be even harder to win in the future. However, Kenichi believed that Jigen was currently severely injured and unable to act. Otherwise, there was no reason he would have remained completely inactive for so many years. He seemed to be hiding himself, only waiting for the most critical moment to reveal his killing intent. Combining that with the Boruto plot, Kenichi felt that Jigen would not cause too much trouble now. On the contrary, probing Jigen now, forcing him, and making him reveal his trump cards was the best choice. With luck, they might even severely injure Jigen. After all, the current Jigen was definitely not truly invincible. Otherwise, why would he hide himself so deeply? Black Zetsu's expression was somewhat conflicted. Frankly, he really did not have much confidence. Although Madara had always claimed that his perfect form was powerful, if something went wrong as Kenichi suggested, it would be extremely troublesome and could easily lead to other problems. Kenichi was right. If Madara's Rinnegan were taken and became Jigen's weapon, then defeating that guy would become a major issue. Moreover, with Jigen present, Black Zetsu did not dare to implement his plan. The opponent's strength was immense. If Jigen did not want him to unseal his mother, then all Jigen would need to do was act at the crucial moment, and Black Zetsu's long-term schemes would all be for nothing. Therefore, how to deal with Jigen, and how to confront him, was a very serious question in Black Zetsu's mind. Seeing Black Zetsu's conflicted expression, Kenichi shook his head. It seemed that not only did he lack confidence, but Black Zetsu did not have much confidence either. However, this improved Kenichi's mood considerably. Humans were like this. Once they had a comparison, they could find comfort. Especially when the other party was even more conflicted than themselves, the comforting effect was stronger. Kenichi almost wanted to laugh while looking at Black Zetsu. Kenichi already had an idea of how to deal with Jigen. And the most important point was that Kenichi was not short on time, nor was he in a hurry. He knew that Jigen would only exert his full power in the future. The current Jigen was unable to act. Or rather, he did not want to act. Otherwise, he would not have been pressured to this extent by Madara. Why don't you go back and ask Madara for his opinion? Anyway, the white Zetsu you sent are enough. Your presence here isn't very significant. Kenichi spoke nonchalantly. Black Zetsu felt inexplicably annoyed when he heard this. Kenichi was truly irritating and meddlesome. And now, he even dared to openly look down on him. This made Black Zetsu somewhat displeased. However, what Kenichi said was not wrong. To deal with Jigen, he still needed to discuss it with Madara. Madara was currently the main force against Jigen. As for Kenichi, Black Zetsu did not expect him to participate. Previously, that bastard Kenichi had said, with the first Hokage, Hashirama, and Madara there, I really can't imagine how pathetic those two would have to be for me to need to step in. As a result, Madara immediately asserted himself, firmly stating that Kenichi's intervention was unnecessary. However, Kenichi did not do nothing. He made some interesting little gadgets, indicating that they might be useful on the future battlefield. Black Zetsu left in a huff. He did not even take his corpses and white Zetsu. Kenichi was pleased about this. He was currently processing Jiraiya and Tsunade's Edo Tensei bodies. Although Kenichi personally felt that doing so was not ideal and might damage his reputation, since he had decided to do it, Kenichi would not be indecisive. So Kenichi perfectly reanimated Jiraiya and Tsunade through Edo Tensei, without placing anything into their minds. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade had strong opinions of him, they were pure ninja. If he explained things clearly to them, he figured there would not be much of a problem. However, before fully completing the Edo Tensei, Kenichi stopped. He was not in a hurry to complete the Edo Tensei. His chakra was almost sufficient, and he could continue extracting and compressing it. The work of compressing chakra had to be done daily. If there were no other matters, then every second had to be seized. After all, human cells were simply too numerous. Filling all of them was not easy. So Kenichi's idea was simple. He planned to race against time to compress chakra, continuously compressing it to quickly reach that realm. During this process, this chakra could not be used. Otherwise, the work of compressing chakra during this period would be wasted. Soon, Kenichi compressed chakra twice. Once with his own chakra, and once with the chakra extracted from the Samahata clone. After finishing the compression, Kenichi returned to the lab with satisfaction. Then he glanced at Jiraiya and Tsunade and kicked them into coffins. Immediately, Kenichi clapped his hands, and the two coffins rose. Then Jiraiya pushed open his coffin door. Tsunade violently kicked her coffin door open and stormed out. The moment she saw Kenichi, she raised her fist to strike him. "Wait, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya-sensei." Kenichi chose to play the emotional card. And this trick indeed worked. After all, Kenichi had no deep animosity with Jiraiya and Tsunade before this. Their relationship had once been quite good. His simple address immediately made Jiraiya and Tsunade hesitate. However, Tsunade then revealed a cold smirk. She clenched her fist, glaring menacingly at Kenichi, this little brat. He had killed her before. Not only her, but Shizune as well. Shizune, the companion who had followed her for so long, had been mercilessly pierced through the heart with a kunai by Kenichi. She had not settled this score with Kenichi yet. Thinking of this, Tsunade's expression became ferocious, like a film suddenly freezing at the most tense moment. "Amamiya Kenichi. You bastard." Tsunade charged forward fiercely. Kenichi rolled his eyes. Jiraiya stood by with his arms crossed, smiling at the scene. He also had grievances with Kenichi, but these grievances had lessened after Jiraiya's death. Moreover, Jiraiya had learned about Kenichi's actions after his death. It could be said that this little brat had indeed done quite well. Unifying the shinobi world was such a great feat, and it could bring peace to the entire shinobi world. This gave Jiraiya some expectations for Kenichi. If he were not dead now and unable to see the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya would even want to ask whether the future had been changed. However, he would not stop Tsunade. After all, Tsunade had indeed been very angry and furious at the time, but she could not do anything to Kenichi. Let Tsunade be angry now. It would be good for that little brat Kenichi to suffer a bit. Jiraiya rubbed his face. The pain of being pierced by that lightning still seemed to linger. "Lady Tsunade, don't you want Nawaki to have a complete life?" Kenichi asked calmly, looking at Tsunade's constantly enlarging fist. Tsunade's hand immediately stopped. Her eyes filled with deep conflict and hesitation. Nawaki. Her poor younger brother, whose soul was still in the Pure Land. Although Nawaki was in the Pure Land, he would never grow up. His intelligence and appearance would forever remain at that age. Becoming Hokage was also his unfulfilled regret. Sometimes, Tsunade would even see Nawaki secretly crying out in pain. The suffering of the past still tormented her younger brother. And Kenichi, that bastard, indeed possessed the ability to revive people. Tsunade and Jiraiya had confirmed this from Minato, who had been revived to accompany Kushina and Naruto. That made them incredibly envious. "And what I'm asking you to do now isn't to fight the village's ninja, nor is it for war and death. What I need you to do is for the peace of the entire shinobi world." Kenichi continued, constantly adding weight to the scale. Tsunade was a ninja, and her greatest regrets were the deaths of Nawaki and Dan Kato. However, perhaps later, she also regretted Jiraiya. Kenichi glanced at Jiraiya. That old man Jiraiya had loved Tsunade for so long, but even now, they did not seem to be together. Could it be that Tsunade was with Dan Kato? If so, it would be too cruel for Jiraiya. "What do you want to do?" Jiraiya asked Kenichi. He had not expected to be reanimated through Edo Tensei, but Kenichi had done it anyway, which left Jiraiya somewhat confused. He did not know Kenichi's reason for doing this. Peace for the shinobi world. What existence could threaten the peace of the shinobi world? Could it be enemies flying down from the sky? Jiraiya did not know that his wild thought had precisely hit the bullseye. He was indeed correct. Enemies had come from the sky. It was somewhat dark humor, and also a bit abrupt, as there was not much record of enemies from the sky in the shinobi world.